Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 301, Awakening. Meow. The black cat's cry echoed in the open area that was surrounded by the secluded forest. Regardless of whether it was the adult black-robed man or the 15 or 16-year-old boys and girls, all of them simultaneously cast their gaze onto the corpse lying in the middle. A gust of cold wind blew, and the black cat landed on the ground, staring at the human who had just thrown it. It kept flicking its tail around. All of a sudden, its fur stood on end again. Then, exerting great force with its hind limbs, it jumped up and fled in another direction. Unfortunately, whatever it did had failed to attract any attention. All the humans present had their attention focused on the motionless corpse. Seconds turned to minutes, but the corpse didn't undergo any anticipated changes. Another failure. One of the teenagers moved closer and crouched down, poking at the dead man's skin with his fingers. There's no reaction. He turned around halfway and spoke to the man in black and his companions. At this moment, he felt a gust of wind hit his face from beneath him. With a swoosh, the corpse sat up. The youth was startled and immediately cheered in surprise. It's a success. It's a success. Before he could finish his sentence, the corpse grabbed him by the shoulder and pulled him into its arms. Then it opened its mouth and bit down, producing a sound and causing blood to splatter. Ah! Help! The youth screamed in horror and retreated with all his might, but he couldn't break free. The corpse raised its head, revealing rows of white teeth, as well as bits of flesh hanging between its teeth and blood flowing from its mouth. The black-robed man was stunned for a moment. Then he took out a whistle that was brass in color. He put it in his mouth and blew on it. Then he said in Hermes, "I command you in the name of death." As his voice echoed in the air, the corpse stopped chewing and momentarily froze on the spot. The youth, whose neck and shoulders had been mangled by the bite, similarly collapsed as if he had lost his soul. The dirt around his nether regions was completely moist. It really is possible. The black-robed man muttered in pleasant surprise. He pointed at the corpse and once again said in Hermes, "Get up." The corpse abruptly stood up, then it threw back its shoulders before quickly running into the depths of the secluded forest. "Come back," the black-robed man cried out in surprise, but the corpse showed no signs of stopping. He blew his whistle again and shouted with dignity, "I command you to return in the name of death." With those words, the corpse disappeared into the woods. "I ordered you to return." The black-robed man stood, rooted to the spot in stupefaction, as he mumbled to himself in a daze. In the woods, Klein held Isaac's copper whistle and the matchbox in one hand. He kept lighting matchsticks and shook his wrist to extinguish them before throwing them to the ground. During this process, he moved backwards in an arc. Tap, tap, top. A corpse with a pale face and a foul stench rushed over. Its lifeless eyes stared straight at the ancient and exquisite copper whistle. As Klein retreated, his cheeks puffed out. He aimed at the corpse and simulated the sound. Bang! The corpse suddenly staggered as a penetrating wound appeared in its chest. Bang! Klein puffed out his cheeks again and fired another air bullet. Splat! The head of the corpse shattered as rotten liquid dripped from it incessantly. However, that wasn't a fatal injury to the corpse. It only slowed down for a moment before it continued again. Upon seeing this, Klein took a step back and snapped loudly. Bah! A bright flame rose from the ground, enveloping the corpse and igniting its outer garments. Tap, tap, top. The corpse rushed through the flames and continued to charge forward like a mad bull. Bah, bah, bah. Klein kept snapping his fingers, causing red flames to appear on the ground, one after another. The corpse didn't feel any pain as it passed through the flames, but gradually, its body began to burn, and the flames grew more and more intense. It gave off the strange feeling as though a candle was melting. Finally, the corpse, which had turned into a torch, arrived in front of Klein as it clawed at him. At the same time, a flame rose up and engulfed both him and Klein. The corpse grabbed Klein's shoulder, but only produced sparks. Klein's figure dissipated in the red light and reappeared in the farthest burning pile. At that point, the corpse seemed to have exhausted all of its strength and stopped struggling. It quickly melted under the dark green flames, turning into ashes and oil wax. He's stronger than all the zombies and wraiths that I've met before. Well, not as good as Mr. Isaac's descendant. If it weren't for me, they would all be dead here today. Klein shook his head and walked through the trees toward the open area. At this moment, the black-robed man had already noticed the changes in the forest. Without any hesitation, he turned around and ran, while the 7 to 8 youngsters scattered in a flash. However, when they realized that they were the only ones in the area, they timidly stopped and returned to the original area where they gathered together. Having just experienced the awakening of a corpse, and how the corpse had bitten one of the youths, they didn't dare to run away alone in the deep, dark night. It would make the back of their necks feel cold. They looked at each other, No one dared to help the youth who was badly mutilated in the neck and shoulders, afraid that he might turn into a zombie at any moment. In the short silence that made their hearts beat like a drum, they saw a clown, wearing flashy clothes with red, yellow, and white paint covering his face, walking out from the forest. This was an illusion that was personally created by Klein. He surveyed his surroundings but didn't pursue the black-robed man. Instead, he asked in a hoarse voice, who was the one who presided over the ceremony? Who? It seemed as if the teenagers were still in a daze. It took them a few seconds before they pushed out a trembling boy who replied, He's our language teacher in ancient Fasak, Kapusky Reed. He claimed to have a deep understanding of death and wanted to lead us in the search of the mysteries of immortality. So he's a teacher from school. The mysteries of immortality? You really don't need to pay taxes to brag. Judging from his performance just now, this fellow shouldn't be a spirit medium. At the very most, he would be a gravedigger. In fact, he might only be at Sequence 9, a corpse collector. Of course, he might not be from the death pathway and simply join the numinous episcopate because of his adoration. After Klein got the exact location where Kapusky stayed, he thought for a moment and said, You guys can go back now. Don't get involved in this anymore. Don't leak this out. Otherwise, all of you will die. Then he emphasized again, all of you will die. The young boys and girls who had been scared witless by what had just happened all frantically nodded. They prepared to leave with each other's help. At this moment, a young girl with smooth hair pointed at her companion, who was moaning in pain on the ground, and asked, Will he be all right? He won't die for now, but you have to take him to a doctor. Say that he was bitten by a hyena that often eats rotting meat. Klein ignored them and headed back into the woods. The young man and woman looked at each other, and someone blurted out, Excuse me, may I ask how we should address you? Klein smiled and deliberately misled him as he replied in a low voice, I'm just a gatekeeper of hell. As he spoke, a mist spread out, and his figure disappeared from where he stood. Of course, those were all illusions. A gatekeeper of hell? The young men and women repeated the words softly, each having their own thoughts. However, after a gust of bone-piercing cold wind blew past, they trembled once more, supported their companions, and left the place without daring to look back. This is a member of the numinous episcopate? What a disappointment. If he didn't abandon his current identity, I would pay him a visit in the middle of the night to see if he knows anything. Yeah, I have to teach him a lesson so that he wouldn't dare to bring trouble to the students again. Does he think spirit dances and resurrection rituals are child's play? Klein habitually judged the situation from a Nighthawk standpoint. Soon, he returned to Rogo Koloman's mansion and waited patiently for the bodyguards to pass by during their patrols. As soon as he found an opportunity, he climbed over the fence and quickly followed the shadows to the house. Then he quietly climbed up to the balcony. At that moment, the figurine disguised as him was still smoking. Paul. Klein snapped his fingers. The figure in front of him turned into a thin piece of paper and floated onto his palm. Compared to before, this piece of paper was covered with red, rusty marks and was no longer usable. Klein didn't dare to throw it anywhere. He folded it and placed it in his pocket. Having done all this, he sauntered back down the hall and into Adel's bedroom. What took you so long? Stewart asked in a trembling voice. He had gone to the door to inquire, and he had found Sherlock Moriarty smoking one cigarette after another. Due to his duty, he didn't dare leave the bedroom. Klein laughed and replied, Take a rest and relax. You can go too, I don't mind. Just as Stewart was about to agree, he suddenly thought of something. He would end up being the only person on the balcony, surrounded by the dark night and without sufficient brightness. There would be a cold wind and an environment that always reminded one of a ghost story. Therefore, he forced a smile and said, It's fine, I don't need it. Klein smiled silently and sat down again, letting the reclining chair rock gently and slowly in the night. This continued till daybreak. Nothing else happened. When Adel woke up, he sat up in bed, lost in thought. Klein didn't say anything, but he swapped places with Kaslana and her assistant and slowly walked to the guest room to catch up on his sleep. He was asleep when he heard Rogo Koloman exclaim in pleasant surprise, Oh, my boy, you're fine now. Holy Lord of Storms, I'll donate 300 pounds to the church. Why, you were telling me that they won't kill you? It was all a misunderstanding. 300 pounds? How extravagant. Klein rolled over and wrapped his arms around the soft, warm quilt while mumbling. Then he went back to sleep. At noon, when Klein went downstairs to have a meal, Kaslana sat opposite him and asked with a slight frown, What happened last night? Nothing, Klein answered simply, and then he laughed. Does Adel waking up and going to the washroom count? Next to him, Stewart slowed down his actions and nodded in agreement. She glanced at their faces, then she retracted her gaze and replied in a low voice, No. The corner of Klein's mouth curled up as he skillfully cut his steak. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 302, A Clue. The detective, who had been on leave, returned to Grim Garden Street shortly after Klein and the others had finished their lunch. This also meant that his assignment was over. Due to the visible improvement in Adol's situation, Robo Koloman was quite generous in the settlement of his pay, and he paid an additional 50% above the £10 which they had agreed upon. As expected of a jewelry businessman to be this generous. However, compared to the other people in Westboro and Empressboro, he isn't considered that rich. Grim Garden Street is close to the suburbs, and it's not too far from the cemetery. I can reach it in 10 minutes if I run at full speed. And Miss Bodyguard, no, Miss Sharon, is highly likely of being a Sequence 5 Beyonder. She charges £1,000 for 3 days, while I, as a Sequence 7 Beyonder, am only worth £15 a day. There's still a big difference. Of course, if I were to take on such missions every day, my income would be over £5,400 a year, putting me at the top of the middle class. Even the top manager of the Backlund Bank makes £5,000 a year. Heh, this is just pure fantasy. For most detectives, business comes sporadically. And the amount of Beyonder ingredients I need to advance to Sequence 6 is definitely more than £3,000. Just thinking about it makes my head hurt. For normal people, this is a huge sum of money, enough to sustain a good life. The good news is that even if I grasp the acting method, digesting the Sequence 7 potion will take me somewhere between 6 months to 3 years. Even if I can quickly conclude the rules of a magician, I'll only be able to push forward that lowest threshold by 1 to 2 months. I still have plenty of time to save up and search for clues to these ingredients. Wait, Miss Justice still owes me my blessed £5,000. However, her financial situation isn't in good shape recently. It will be difficult for her to come up with a large sum of cash in the next few months. Klein took the 3 £5 notes and left Westboro with thoughts running through his mind. After returning to Mint Street, he quickly burned the used paper figurine and made another 2 more. In the evening, he took the steam metro to the Backlund Bridge district, and according to the numbers provided in the newspapers, he knocked on the door of the house where the gathering would take place. Similar to the past few times, he put on an iron mask that covered only the upper half of his face, wore a hooded black robe, and followed the attendant into the activity room, where only one candle burned quietly. At first glance, Klein noticed that the number of Beyonders present at this gathering was less than half of what it used to be. I came at the exact time. Are the others late? This time, Klein didn't change his gait and picked a corner before sitting down slowly. After a few minutes, the old eye of wisdom cleared his throat and said, "Let's begin the gathering. The others shouldn't be coming." After saying that, he gave a brief explanation. As the serial killer has yet to be found, the Nighthawks, mandated punishers, and the machinery hive mind, as well as a large number of MI9 Beyonders, are out doing large-scale investigations and searches. Under such a situation, it's very normal and understandable for those friends to be unwilling to go out and participate in gatherings. Frankly, I'm surprised by the number of people that showed up today. Sure enough, a circle of Beyonders isn't isolated. They would also be affected by current affairs. Klein looked around and saw that the fat apothecary wasn't absent. His heart immediately relaxed. The apothecary nudged the metal mask on his face, calling out without much hope, seeking to purchase the Spring of Elves marrow crystals. Price is negotiable. I have it, Klein said without hesitation. He was worried that someone else might have found this Beyonder ingredient, thereby causing the price of his stock of goods to fall. Although Beyonder ingredients were rare, and it was rare for items to reappear in independent circles, one could never be too careful. Seeking to purchase the Spring of Elves marrow crystals. The apothecary didn't seem to hear the response. He was halfway through the sentence when it suddenly struck him. He turned his head to look at Klein and blurted, "You do?" "Yes." Klein found his fiery gaze a little too overwhelming. As he did so, he rolled up his black robe and took out an iron cigar case. Klein opened the cigar case, revealing the faded, egg-shaped Spring of Elves marrow crystal. "If you're worried, you can let the old Mr. Eye of Wisdom appraise it," Klein added in a low voice. This wasn't really necessary because it was obvious if something was a Beyonder ingredient or not. It was also quickly identified if something was contaminated or not. However, if one was lacking in mysticism knowledge, a Beyonder ingredient could very easily be mixed up with similar-looking ingredients. When that happened, one needed an appraisal. The apothecary looked like he was looking at a beautiful lady he had been yearning for all this time. He looked at the Beyonder ingredient in Klein's hands, mesmerized. After a few seconds, he shook his head and said, "No, there's no need. That's it. That's it." Klein curved the corner of his lips into a smile and named his price. £300 and clues to the apothecary formula. Clues to the apothecary formula. "It's you." The apothecary was stunned for a moment before he finally understood who the man was. It was the guy who made him bring the sedative for nothing. Soon after, his heart pained, his regret similarly reaching its limit as he sighed emotionally. You really are a lucky guy. Why didn't I choose that road of fortune? I'm the king of yellow and black who wields good luck after all. Klein lampooned himself. The apothecary sighed and changed his posture. That's too expensive. 200 pounds and a clue to the formula. The clue to the formula is only a bonus because I cannot confirm its veracity. Therefore, 300 pounds, not a penny less. I believe it's needed elsewhere. Klein smiled. This price is actually very fair. If it were anyone else, they might have offered 400 or even 500 pounds, and you might have even accepted that price. I'm not that foolish. I can still wait. The apothecary grumbled before saying, the clue can be verified by old Mr. Eye of Wisdom. It must be something that exists objectively, something that has detailed information before I'm able to appraise it. Just a clue isn't among these conditions, Eye of Wisdom said. Divination, on the other hand, can roughly determine whether the clue is effective as long as it doesn't involve powers 2 or 3 sequences above myself. Klein silently said to himself. However, he wouldn't reveal his expertise in divination at a Beyonder gathering. All right, then. 300 pounds plus the clue. You lucked out. The apothecary took a deep breath and pulled out a thick wad of cash. He then counted the corresponding amount and then asked the attendant to bring him a pen and paper before he started writing. After he was done writing the clue, he crumpled the paper into a ball and handed it along with the cash and some items to the attendant. Klein was suddenly stunned when he saw the attendant walk over. In addition to the cash and clue, there were also 4 glass tubes filled with what seemed to be pure liquids. What are these? Klein asked, perplexed. Have you forgotten? Your sedative, the sedative I specially concocted. It's 10 solely a bottle, 2 pounds for 4, so the cash there is 298 pounds, answered the apothecary. If you're worried about my sedative, you can have it appraised. I really forgot. I did all of that to gain Miss Sharon's trust, and now that she's not here. It's fine. Maybe a sedative would be able to handle some unexpected situations. Klein stopped talking, took out the spring of Elves Marrow crystal, took the items, counted the cash in front of everyone, and determined their authenticity with the faint candlelight. A total of 298 pounds. That's right. Seeing that his wallet could no longer hold any more cash, Klein could only roll up the bills and slip them into his pocket. After putting away the sedative, he unfolded the note and glanced at the clue. On the south side of the bridge on Rose Street, at the Harvest Church, find Bishop Utravsky. As long as you help him complete a mission, you'll be able to get the apothecary formula. Harvest Church. That's one of the few cathedrals of the Church of Earth Mother in the kingdom. This church also grasps 2 Beyonder pathways, planter and apothecary. The clues match well, Klein thought as he refolded the note. As the gathering continued, it was unknown whether the female Beyonder with the artisan backing her wasn't present, or she just didn't have any new Beyonder weapons to sell. There were no signs of her, leaving Klein disappointed. Now that he had 509 pounds in hand, he wanted to equip himself nicely. After many transactions were aborted, a man sitting on a stool said in a low voice, "A friend of mine was unfortunately discovered in this investigation. He's imprisoned in a particular Lord of Storm's cathedral by the mandated punishers. I wish to hire a few helpers to rescue him." Eye of Wisdom immediately replied, "Stray dog, give up that thought. A cathedral's mandated punishers and sealed artifacts are enough to destroy all of us here. Your friend's fate has already been decided. Don't let yourself be trapped in the same situation." Stray dog looked around and realized that no one responded to his request. He couldn't help but thump his thigh, growling. But what did he do wrong? He's an excellent physician. He saved a lot of patients and has never hurt anyone. Just because he consumed a potion and became a Beyonder, he's to be imprisoned in a place where the sun never shines. He'll even become an experimental subject for the mandated punishers? Why? Why? Stray dog's agonized questions echoed in the room. Even the apothecary, who couldn't keep his mouth shut, remained silent. Klein, a former official Beyonder, could only sigh deeply in his heart. Without the spread of the acting method, wild Beyonders are ticking time bombs. But if the acting method is popularized, then the situation will become even more chaotic and bloody. After all, there are the laws of Beyonder characteristics, indestructibility, and conservation. In this heavy atmosphere, the gathering came to an end. Klein, who had gotten nothing else, spoke again. Who has revolvers and bullets that come augmented with different Beyonder effects? For example, purification, demon hunting, etc. He didn't specifically fix the caliber of the bullets because he didn't have a gun yet. He could simply wait until he bought the bullets before matching the corresponding gun. In the midst of the silence, a female Beyonder sitting in the same corner replied in a low voice, "I can help you ask, and I'll give you the answer at the next gathering." It seemed to be the lady with the artisan backing her. Klein sighed. All right. After the gathering ended, he didn't return to Mint Street directly. Instead, he went to East Borough and changed his clothes, heading to the border between North Borough and Hillston It was where the suspected member of the numinous episcopate, Kapusky Reed, lived. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 303, Rookie. Northborough, Alka Street. Kapusky Reed was sitting in a reclining chair in his activity room, lost in thought. In front of him was a fireplace burning with charcoal. As a senior educator at a public school, he received a salary of more than £4 a week, which was enough for a bachelor like him to live quite well, but the clothes he wore at home were patched up, and the teacups on the table looked extremely simple. Without taking off his wig, the most striking thing about Kapusky was his high cheekbones and puffed-up chest, a deformity in which the sternum protruded outwards. On his knee was a book of poems in ancient Fasak, but he hadn't flipped a single page even after some time had passed. Kapusky's eyes were unfocused as he stared blankly when he suddenly heard a light chuckle in his ear. I'm very curious as to why you didn't run and chose to remain at home. Aren't you afraid of the police coming for you? The voice was low and hoarse, like a boy whose voice was cracking during puberty. Kapusky shuddered and almost jumped out of his reclining chair. He abruptly turned his head to look and saw that there was a figure sitting on the sofa a few steps away from him. The figure wore summer wear, a linen shirt and light trousers. Its face was hazy and indistinct. Who are you? What are you doing here? Kapusky asked immediately as he gripped the armrest. Klein, who had used his hallucination powers, leaned back, crossed his hands, and leisurely said, Just last night, it should be earlier this morning, I saved all of you. Saved us. Kapusky relaxed a little when he realized that the intruder didn't seem to mean any harm. Why, you're that person in the forest. You took care of the corpse we awakened. As he spoke, he moved awkwardly, showing obvious fear. He was able to infiltrate without me realizing it while I was awake. I definitely wouldn't be able to resist. Such thoughts quickly flashed through Kapusky's mind. You guys are quite lucky that I happened to pass by. Otherwise, there would only be corpses left strewn on the ground in the forest. Corpses that would have been bitten to shreds. Klein laughed. Answer my previous question. I'm very curious why you stayed at home. Do you know what crimes you've committed? From the way that he had conducted the resurrection ritual and the reaction he had before and after the ritual, Klein had confirmed that Kapusky was a rookie who didn't have the means to hide his true emotions. Therefore, he intended to only use spirit vision and interrogation to get to the bottom of the matter. At most, he would verify it with divination at the end. I know, secretly buying corpses and robbing corpses from tombs. These are all crimes that can land me in jail for more than 10 years. Moreover, I'll definitely be punished by the church. Kapusky, who didn't look 30, drew a breath and said with a wry smile, However, as long as I didn't cause too much trouble, those children and their parents wouldn't snitch on me because they also did the same thing. Even if they wanted to get a lighter sentence by helping the investigation by turning themselves in, they would still end up in jail for some time. Kapusky gave a self-deprecating laugh. Some of the children have already told their parents who I am. They've gotten gangsters to warn me to resign within a week and stay away from school. I agreed. Klein gently nodded his head. It's a good thing to change environments. Of course, don't do similar things again. Bewitching ignorant children to commit crimes is a heinous act. I won't, never again. I never imagined that it would be that dangerous. I just saw that they had the same interests as I did, which was why I wanted to teach them and lead them to search for the secrets of immortality. As for digging graves, many doctors did it a long time ago. Kapusky sighed with some lingering fear. The color of his emotions matches his current state of mind. From the sound of it, he doesn't seem to be a member of the numinous episcopate. Klein thought for a moment, then he bluntly asked, Where did you learn the spirit dance from? Spirit dance? I usually call it the dance of death. Kapusky was taken aback at first before he came to a realization. An old gentleman taught it to me. An old gentleman? Klein pressed. Kapusky's mind turned adrift as he recalled his memories. He was a tramp. He fainted in front of my house because of a serious illness. At the time, I didn't know that he was ill. I thought he had simply fallen unconscious, so I helped him home. I gave him a heated towel and applied some ointment for him. After he woke up, he told me not to send him to a hospital or clinic, and that death was not the end. I experienced the deaths of my parents and several relatives, and was very interested in such things. So I chatted with him and found out that he had profound knowledge and an admirable philosophy in this area. He seemed to be very satisfied with my curiosity, and even performed a miracle of killing a mosquito and waking it up. This introduction. I've read at least 10 novels with similar openings in my previous life. They were all novels about bringing an old grandpa, who was on the brink of death, home out of kindness, only to have a fortuitous encounter. Klein's mouth twitched. So you left him at home? Kapusky nodded solemnly and said, Yes. If it wasn't for the lack of time, I would have even wanted to become his student. During those few days, he taught me a lot of knowledge and the dance of death. Unfortunately, this period of time was too brief. As soon as I built momentum, he died, leaving behind only a copper whistle. Before he finished his sentence, Kapusky took out an exquisite copper whistle that didn't seem old. This is it. I have one too. It's probably at the ancestor grade, though. Klein lampooned, and he thoughtfully asked, How long ago was this? What did he look like? Where did you bury him? Half a year ago. His most obvious feature was his graying hair and red spots on the side of his face. He told me to bury him in the garden out back. Kapusky did a calculation of the dates. It's not Mr. Azek, but the chances are that he's a member of the numinous episcopate and not someone of a low sequence. Klein changed the subject and asked, Apart from the spirit dance, you also learned the resurrection ritual? I've only learned half of that ritual. I used some scattered knowledge and folklore to slowly improve it bit by bit, Kapusky answered very honestly. Improved it based on folklore? Oh, that poor black cat. May the goddess bless you. Klein resisted the urge to draw a crimson moon on his chest. What else? He pressed. Yes, and this copper whistle. I think it's the key to communicating with the world beyond our senses. Kapusky raised it and blew at it, sighing. Every time I finish blowing it, I can feel the surroundings turn cold. It's as if someone is watching me and tugging at me. While he was speaking, Klein, who had his spirit vision activated, saw water patterns ripple out from the ground. A cold air spread out alongside it, and the fire and light dimmed a little. Next, a skull with 3 protruding, unfocused eyes emerged from the ground. Around the skull, there were many black-jointed tentacles. A tentacle reached out, touching Kapusky's leg and tugged at his clothes from time to time, appearing rather impatient. However, Kapusky didn't respond at all, as though he hadn't noticed. Is this a messenger? The copper whistle is used to summon their corresponding messengers. What's the meaning of you summoning it without giving it a letter? Klein was stunned seeing this scene. At that moment, Kapusky looked at him excitedly. Did you feel it? The surroundings turned cold. The gas lamps have dimmed too. I'm not lying. Someone is watching me and tugging at me. The horrific-looking messenger tried to touch Kapusky over and over again, but in the end, it didn't receive a letter and went back underground in resignation. The corners of Klein's mouth twitched slightly as he saw this scene. He whispered to himself in his heart, I take back what I said about him. He's not a rookie, he's an utter noob. He's not even a beyonder. I had thought that he was someone who had just stepped through the door of mysticism to learn the basics, but now it seems like he hasn't even found the location of the door. Corpse collectors of the death sequence pathway can all see ghosts and spirit bodies directly. Combined with how Kapusky had acted by using the copper whistle to command the zombie after the ritual, Klein was convinced that he wasn't lying. He sighed silently. Then he thought of a question. If I were to write a note and hand it to that messenger, where would it be delivered? A true member of the numinous episcopate? Some senior member? Suppressing this thought, Klein nodded and said, It has indeed turned cold. After replying, he quickly changed the topic. Had you felt anything unusual since the old gentleman's death? Not before, but in the last 2 weeks, I'd have the occasional feeling that someone around me is like a corpse, the kind that can be awoken. Kapusky asked, feeling both curious and afraid. Is it a hallucination? It's in line with what Adel said. He isn't lying. Klein stole a glance at the colors of Kapusky's aura and sincerely told him, I suggest that you go to a cathedral at least 3 times a week for the next 2 months, attend Mass and listen to preachings. If you do not wish to do so, you can first prepare a grave for yourself. All right, Kapusky answered, feeling disappointed. He thought that it was a manifestation of his improvement. Klein contemplated for a moment and said in a commanding tone, Take me to the old gentleman's corpse. Oh, okay. Kapusky was about to refuse, but then he instantly recognized the reality of the situation he was in. He picked up his tools and led Klein out the back door from the kitchen, into a withered garden, and stopped in front of a slanted tree. Klein stood by his side and watched Kapusky skillfully dig through the dirt, revealing the slate underneath. Having finished with the upper layer, Kapusky used his tools to pry open the slate. Oof. The slate was pressed against the soil that had been dug out just moments ago. The not-so-deep tomb was veiled in the crimson moon's luster that faintly penetrated through the clouds. Kapusky subconsciously looked over when he suddenly let out a miserable scream, retreated a few steps, and fell to the ground. There was no rotting corpse or bones in the tomb. The bottom layer was littered with white feathers, dyed in yellow oil. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 304, Feathers. White feathers. Looking at the corpseless grave, Klein suddenly thought of a word, angel. In the canon of the 7 major churches, They were filled with legends of angels and saints. The former had one characteristic, a pair of pure white wings on its back, and as many as 2, 3, or even 6 pairs of pure white wings. However, in the blink of an eye, Klein remembered something else. Mr. Azik had once described his dream to him, one that seemed to indicate his different lives. One of the scenes was inside a dark mausoleum. There were many opened ancient coffins beside him, and in the coffins, there were corpses with white feathers growing from their backs. Is this a special characteristic of the death pathway, or a strange phenomenon caused by the numinous episcopate? Klein didn't say a word as he restrained his emotions and calmly looked at the white feathers stained with yellowish oil at the bottom of the grave. His initial judgment was that the old gentleman wasn't an angel, as the terrifying Sequence 2, or even Sequence 1 Beyonders, would certainly produce intense effects on their surroundings when they died. For example, the holy artifact, the ashes of a saint which had been stored behind Tingen City's Cheysgate, would extend almost invisible thin, black, and cold lines so as to seal the people and things around it. Of course, it's also possible that he didn't actually die. He's like Mr. Azik. Klein bent down and picked up 3 white feathers with his black-gloved right hand. He planned to do some divination above the gray fog when he returned home. At that moment, Kapusky came to his senses, scrambled to Klein's side, and looked at the grave with a hint of fear. "Where's the body?" Klein looked at him and said in a low voice, "Maybe he left by himself." "He left by himself," Kapusky repeated in horror, now fully aware of how terrible it was for the dead to awaken. His legs trembled as he muttered to himself, "But I didn't use the resurrection ritual on him." Klein turned around and looked at him for a few seconds. "Death is not the end. Death is not the end. Death is not the end." Kapusky was quite frightened by his own beliefs as he blurted out, Will he come back?" Well, the copper whistle had summoned a messenger, which probably corresponds to the old gentleman. In other words, by giving the messenger a letter, it is equivalent to sending a letter to the old gentleman, a man who has been dead for almost half a year. I wonder where he went and what kind of state he's in. In response to Kapusky's question, Klein gave him an indifferent reminder. "Don't blow that copper whistle again." "You mean the copper whistle will draw him back?" Kapusky asked in horror. Before Klein could reply, he asked again, "Can you help me throw this copper whistle into the Tussock River?" "If you can't, I'll do it myself." "Weren't you interested in the philosophy of death?" Klein lampooned as he reached out to take Kapusky's copper whistle. He was planning on sending the dead man a letter when the conditions were right to see what would happen. Of course, the prerequisite for all of this was that he was certain that there wasn't too much danger involved. After instructing Kapusky to fill up the grave again, Klein had a brief exchange with him about the spirit dance and the corresponding mysticism knowledge, enriching his own knowledge. He also asked Kapusky in detail about how he laid the old gentleman's body, facing down, in accordance with his last words. Under certain special circumstances, using spirit dance to replace part of the cumbersome setup for ritualistic magic would be more effective and simple. Seeing that he had achieved his goal, Klein warned Kapusky to stop dabbling with the so-called resurrection rituals. Then he left the street through the garden and took a long detour via carriage to Eastborough. After changing back into his previous clothes, he returned to Minsk Street and entered his bedroom. After a series of actions, he carried the 3 white feathers and Kapusky's copper whistle above the gray fog. Seated in the fool's high-back chair, Klein conjured pen and a paper. He wrote a divination statement he had long thought of, its origins. Then he held the 3 white feathers and leaned back in his chair. As he chanted silently, Klein entered a dreamland. It was a blurry grayish-white all around him. In this world, there was rich darkness without any light. Suddenly, the darkness was dyed with a crimson shade. A thin, pale hand reached out of the yellowish-brown soil. A figure slowly got up. He didn't lift the stone slab, but he pierced through the soil directly. Under the crimson-red moonlight, the clothes on the figure's back were tattered, and white feathers grew out one after another. The white-haired man tilted his head, revealing the red spots on his face, as well as his blank, emotionless eyes. It began to walk, struggling through the surrounding fences, heading deeper into the darkness until it disappeared far away. The dream shattered and Klein woke up. White feathers sprouted from the back of the corpse. Its state resembles Miss Sharon's, but it's clearly different as well. It gave off a very heavy and corporeal feeling. It seemed to be phasing between a human's body and a spirit's body in a semi-natural and incomplete transformation, an envoy that's connected to the real world and the spirit world and underworld. Klein tapped the edge of the long table and thought for quite a while. Then he divined whether there was any danger in using the copper whistle he received from Kapusky at that very moment and received a positive answer. Furthermore, the spirit pendulum moved with great amplitude and high frequencies. It's a pity that I can't directly use the copper whistle above the gray fog. The messenger wouldn't be able to enter at all. Otherwise, there wouldn't be any danger. After muttering to himself, Klein descended through the gray fog and returned to the real world. Early morning, in the relatively refreshing woods in Empress Borough. The apothecary, with a round face who was in his 30s, appeared in a secluded corner and stored the herbs that he had secretly planted into a leather bag that he carried around with him. After completing the mission for the day, he straightened his back, and he began to stretch his body. He mumbled to himself in great satisfaction, "Sure enough, my physical constitution has improved. I'm no longer like what I was before, where I was relatively resistant to poisonous elements. However, why is my sequence 8 beast tamer? What does this have to do with apothecary?" Well, an apothecary tames and uses plants and parts of animals that have lost their lives, while a beast tamer tames and uses living animals. Does it include beyonder creatures? Then, will my sequence 7 be able to tame and use humans? The old geezer didn't even tell me the name of sequence 7, nor did he give me the formula. When I stabilize, I'll have to try contacting him. The apothecary began punching and kicking to get used to his strengthened body. He only stopped when he was utterly exhausted. Whoosh. While panting, he began to consider a serious problem. How should a beast tamer act? Beast tamer, how should it be done? Look for animals and tame them. As the apothecary was mumbling to himself, he suddenly sensed something and looked towards the artificial lake. There was a huge golden retriever running, happily. The large golden retriever seemed to notice his gaze as it suddenly turned its head to look at him. As their gazes met in midair, the large golden retriever froze for a moment. Then it nimbly turned around and ran away, disappearing without a trace. In the Hall family's luxurious villa, Susie returned to a piano room and sat beside Audrey's feet, her tongue hanging out as she panted heavily. It waited until the blonde girl finished playing a song before it said in fear, "Audrey, I met a scary guy." His eyes were scary. "Is that so? What did he want to do to you?" Audrey asked, curious and concerned. Susie thought for a moment and said, "I don't know either. In short, he's very dangerous." That was my intuition. "What does he look like?" Audrey considered letting the guards and attendants warn the man. "I didn't see him clearly. I feel that he is my natural enemy," Susie replied in all seriousness. "Your natural enemy? Dog-type nemesis?" Audrey gave a reserved smile. "Susie, don't go into those woods for now." "Woof, Audrey, were you in a bad mood?" "I could tell from your piano music," Susie asked. Audrey nodded gently and said, "Yeah. I just received word from Glaint that Furs and Zio wanted to inform me that this evening's gathering has been canceled. I was originally planning to exchange some Beyonder ingredients for you, and also attempt to come into contact with people from the Psychology Alchemist," she added silently in her heart. "Why?" Susie asked, puzzled. Audrey thought for a moment before replying. "It's said to be a result of the serial murders." On Saturday morning, Backlund's air was as bad as usual. Klein was trying to make a noodle dish which he loved to eat as a child. For this, he bought higher quality flour, added water and sugar, and mixed it to form a pot of thin paste. Then he poured oil into the pot and moistened the surface. After the oil heated up, he scooped up some of the flour paste with his soup spoon and poured it to the side of the pot, spreading it thin. Amidst the sizzling sounds, he spread out several flat pieces of bread, and the fragrance of the flour gradually emanated. When he was almost done, he removed the soft flat pieces of bread, one by one, and put them on the plate. Then he added water and turned the remaining materials into batter. As soon as he returned to the dining room with the flat bread and paste, Klein impatiently tore off a piece and stuffed it into his mouth. The flat piece of bread only had a rich fragrance of wheat and a sweet taste that whetted his appetite. It was simple and plain, but it was exceptionally delicious. "It's the taste from my memories." Klein quickly ate, occasionally drinking a mouthful of the paste. As he was almost done eating and started to slow down, the doorbell suddenly rang. A new commission? Klein took off his napkin, wiped his hands, and got up to go to the door. Before he touched the handle, the image of a visitor appeared in his mind. It was a middle-aged gentleman with white sideburns, a thin face, and an outstanding temperament. It was the private detective, Isengard Stanton, who could get an invitation from the police. Why is he here? Klein opened the door in puzzlement and asked with a smile, "Good morning, Mr. Stanton. Is there something?" Isengard took off his half-top hat and smiled. "Good morning, Mr. Moriarty. I wish to work with you. I believe you're an excellent detective. After all, you previously managed to lead your investigations all the way to East Balham Dock and the Dock Union all by yourself. Cooperate." Klein didn't hide his surprise. Isengard tapped his black cane and replied in a deep voice, "To find the serial killer behind the recent chain of serial murders. The police has already offered a reward of £2,000. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 305, The Detective Exchange. £2,000? That's enough to drive all the bounty hunters and private detectives in Backlund crazy. This isn't like Vice Admiral Hurricane Kalangos, who was out at sea for extended periods of time and had a bunch of subordinates. It's a bounty that can easily be touched if one reaches out. Well, a pirate with combat prowess comparable to a Sequence 5 was worth 10,000 gold pounds, and a Sequence 6 murderer would have to be at the value of 3,000 to 4,000 pounds to be reasonable. Could it be that the Nighthawks and mandated punishers have misjudged the serial killer to be a Sequence 7, rather than a quasi-expert who is about to advance to Sequence 5? It's very possible that the ritual that the sun mentioned is rather ancient. Perhaps after the Cataclysm, it has rarely appeared again, and the few great churches and military don't have any information regarding this. There's an underlying problem. The Church of the Goddess, the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery, as well as the Augustus royal family was said to have risen from the Cataclysm. It's reasonable if they aren't aware of the past, but the Church of Storms have always insisted that they are one of the oldest. Could it be that their age is referring to a period of time after the devils retreated back into the abyss? After hearing Isengard Stanton's words, the first thing that flashed across Klein's mind was to assess the amount of the bounty, and then he allowed his mind to wander and made many connections. What's your opinion? Isengard noticed that Sherlock Moriarty seemed distracted and pressed him. My opinion? Klein was momentarily stumped. A normal private detective would have definitely agreed, both because of the bounty and because of the well-known detective in front of him. A friendship with Isengard will provide him with great benefits in the detective circles. The problem, however, was that Klein wasn't a normal private detective. He was worried that he would run into the Nighthawks who were in charge of the investigation. Although I now have a beard, glasses, and a change in hairstyle, and the few Nighthawks who have seen me only a few times wouldn't recognize me, what if it was Madame Daly? However, it also isn't right to turn down the request, as that wouldn't make sense. It would appear bizarre and suspicious. Furthermore, I do hope to catch that devil as soon as possible. Otherwise, I don't know how many innocent girls will be killed. Klein hesitated for a few seconds, then he smiled. I've recently taken on a very troublesome case. I'm afraid I don't have much spare time. Before Isengard Stanton could speak up, he added, I can participate in the discussion and help to look through the information and analyze the clues, but I don't think I'll make any specific investigations. I'll do a divination later. If there's a problem, I'll also hold back from sharing my opinion and purely be a spectator. As he spoke, Klein quickly formulated a plan. Holding the black cane in his hand, Isengard pondered for a moment and said, No problem. I've gathered more than a dozen detectives and have enough people to perform the investigation. What I admire the most about you is your excellent reasoning and analytical skills. Without as many resources as me, you actually managed to go all the way to the East Ballam dock and went to the dock union. If we do capture the criminal and receive the bounty, I'll distribute the rewards according to everyone's contribution in a reasonable manner. Trust me, I have some credibility in this business. All right, I hope for a pleasant partnership. Klein reached out with his right hand and shook it, feeling the dry warmth of Isengard's palm. It wasn't easy for a middle-aged gentleman in his 40s or 50s to maintain such a warmth in Backlund's late autumn. This added to Klein's suspicions that Isengard was a beyonder. Likewise, Isengard smiled and nodded. At that moment, Klein realized that he was being somewhat impolite, so he smiled and said, Sorry, I forgot to invite you in. Let's talk about this over coffee and tea. Thank you for the offer. I've already arranged for the detectives to come to my house at 9 in the morning to discuss the case. My assistant is waiting for them there. Isengard took out a marvel of mechanical beauty, a silver pocket watch with complicated engravings, opened it, and he said, We need to head over there to meet them. Will that be a problem? Not at all. Let me use the bathroom first and have a change of clothes. At this moment, Klein suddenly rediscovered the feeling of being a Nighthawk again, striking evil down, maintaining order, and protecting the people. In the bathroom, Klein went above the gray fog and received an acceptable answer through divination. He quickly returned to the real world, put on his coat and hat, took his cane, and followed Isengard into a rental carriage where he sat beside him. Isengard looked at him and asked while seemingly in thought, I'm very curious about how you managed to discover that Sibber's death was related to the dock union at East Ballam docks. I didn't discover it. It's a misunderstanding. Klein considered the question seriously to fabricate a lie. With a smile on his face, he answered vaguely, The crux of the investigation was to first determine that Sibber's death was done by a copycat. This point was all thanks to reporter Mike Joseph. After confirming this, using clues about Sibber's route from Golden Rose, together with other clues, I had a matching guess, so I disguised myself as a reporter to perform the investigations. Isengard nodded slightly, and without wasting any more time on the subject, he went on to give a more detailed account of the serial murders than the newspaper had described, especially the latest case. Time flew by as the discussion and exchange progressed. The carriage arrived at a slightly old building in Helstonborough. The house's lighting wasn't very good. Even though there wasn't much fog in Backlund today, it remained rather gloomy. Isengard Stanton led Klein through the spacious living room and into the activity room where the fireplace had been lit. Klein looked around and saw about 16 detectives who had filled every available seat in the activity room. Sherlock, a surprised voice sounded. It seemed to be very familiar with Klein. Who is it? Klein looked over in surprise and realized that Detective Stewart, who he had just bade farewell yesterday, was actually here. He carefully looked around and recognized Detective Kaslana, who had been protecting Adel, and her assistant, Lydia. What a coincidence. The corners of Klein's mouth curled up into a smile as he approached Stewart. Stewart squeezed to the side, vacating half of his seat, and said with a pat, "Maybe it's not a coincidence. I've read about it in a magazine before. There's a psychological phenomenon called synchronicity. Just thinking about it can make it happen." That's a joke. At this point, Isengard introduced Klein to the detectives present. "This is Mr. Sherlock Moriarty, an excellent detective." With his endorsement, Kaslana and the others looked at Klein with much more trust than before, believing him to be an outstanding private detective. Klein nodded in response, sat down next to Stewart, and casually asked, "Is your commission over?" "Yes, Adel's situation has improved, and something seemed to happen to that bad company of his, and they're unable to threaten him any further, so we lost our jobs." Stewart laughed and said, "I was planning to rest for a few days, but Mr. Stanton summoned me, so I came to take a look. Actually, this is also good, as I really don't like to take on strange, scary cases." "Oh, scary as in those with paranormal elements. Compared to those, I'm more willing to take on murder cases." After an assistant had poured each of them a cup of coffee or tea and distributed the information, Isengard sat down in a reclining chair, took out his pipe, and slowly rubbed it. "I don't think any of you would be unfamiliar with this recent chain of serial murders. Do you have any thoughts on this case? Speak out so that we can engage in a discussion over it." Stewart, whose face was thin and had a tiny mustache, raised his hand and spoke first. "I just read through the information and discovered that the police didn't start investigating the case based on the identity of the victim. I don't think the criminal could have figured out with his eyes if the victim was once a street girl. He must have had contact with them. This is such an important clue, but the police actually missed it. God, this is unbelievable. That criminal most likely recognized the victim with the naked eye." Klein muttered to himself. The majority of the private detectives echoed Stewart's doubts. Only Kaslana, Isengard, and a few others remained silent. "This is a very important direction. Stewart, get a few friends to continue this line of investigation." When the discussion subsided, Isengard calmly gave a comment. In the time that followed, the detectives argued, raised their voice to retort, stood up at times in order to pace around to collect their thoughts. During this whole time, Klein listened without comment. When the exchange was almost over, he suddenly raised his hand and said, "I want information on the unsolved serial murders in the last 20 years spanning across Backlund and even the entire kingdom." The room suddenly fell silent for a few seconds, and most of the private detectives were momentarily unable to understand Klein's intentions and thoughts. Isengard put his pipe to his nose, inhaled its scent, and said thoughtfully, "You think that this isn't the murderer's first series of crimes? You suspect him of having committed similar crimes before, even if the modus operandi is different?" "It isn't a suspicion, but almost a certainty," Klein replied in his heart. This was his reasoning based on the information provided by the Sun. Since the killer was working hard to advance from Sequence 6 to Sequence 5, what do you do at Sequence 7 as a serial killer? If he hadn't committed similar crimes, it would have been difficult for him to digest the potion. Even with the accumulation of time, where there was a significant chance of losing control when advancing from Sequence 7 to Sequence 6. Furthermore, there was a high risk for Beyonders in the Abyss pathway to lose control. Hence, Klein decided that regardless of whether the murderer knew the acting method, he must have done serial murders during his time as a Sequence 7 for various reasons. This way, even if the process of digesting the Sequence 7 potion wouldn't take years to complete, together with Sequence 6, 20 years would be quite a reasonable limit. After all, if one was too old, regardless of whether one had digested the potion or not, advancing to the next sequence would have been too dangerous. As the ritual progressed, the person would become increasingly insane, leaving behind obvious clues. At the current stage, the murderer is calm and has the ability to interfere with divination and tracking. There were almost no loopholes, but he might not have been the same during his early days of inexperience. When he first completed a serial murder case, there was a high chance that he wasn't that cautious. This was the follow-up which would provide the best clues. Many thoughts flashed through Klein's mind, but he nodded and replied, "That criminal's modus operandi doesn't make him seem like a rookie. I have reason to believe that he has done such cases before." By combining the past and the present, we're more likely to grasp the crux of the problem. Hearing his answer, the detectives whispered to each other in discussion. After a brief silence from Isengard, he sincerely praised, "A brilliant idea, Lord of the Mysteries." Chapter 306, Giant Bishop. In the evening, Klein sat down on a reclining chair in his activity room. Warmed by the fireplace, he picked up the information that Isengard's assistant had just delivered. As soon as his idea received praise from the great detective in the morning, Kaslana immediately claimed that she needed the same piece of information. Stewart had murmured that he had believed Klein was an excellent detective, given his calmness and composure when he faced Adel's case, but he hadn't expected him to be that outstanding. At the same time, he told Klein that if he needed help, he could find him. He knew a lot of people in the detective circles in Backlund. Isengard Stanton also promised to immediately contact the police and try to provide the corresponding information to the detectives who needed it before nightfall. He truly was very trustworthy. At the next tarot club, I'll have to ask Little Sun through the world about the characteristics of Sequence 6 Devil and what powers the Beyonders of this sequence possess. I didn't plan on involving myself previously, so I had forgotten to gather the corresponding amount of information. However, since I've decided to help, it's best to be prepared. At the very least, I would know what's happening when danger rears its head. Klein thought for a few seconds, then he lowered his head and, under the light of the gas lamp, began to look through the unsolved serial murders in the last 20 years of the Lone Kingdom. There were fewer than he had expected. There were a total of 4 in Backlund, 5 in the other cities, a total of 9 in total. Yeah, although this world doesn't have the concept of DNA yet and lacks many necessary detective skills, with the impetus of the Emperor, there's already a rudimentary form of fingerprint investigations. Furthermore, there's mediumship, divination, dream entry, and other Beyonder methods. The police usually wouldn't seek out Beyonder teams from the 3 major churches for individual murder cases that don't involve the nobles, the rich, or officials. However, a serial killer has very negative repercussions. It easily causes panic, so they'll definitely make the wisest choice. This way, having only a few unsolved serial murders in the past 20 years is reasonable and logical. Klein quickly understood the reason. He gathered his thoughts and began flipping through the cases, one after another. In the absence of sufficient information to perform a divination, he had initially selected 2 serial killings that might be related to the current incident and intended to use them as an initial starting point. One case occurred 4 years ago. There were 5 victims, all single prostitutes with a child. They had been mistreated before they died but lacked any evidence of sexual intercourse. The police in charge of the case at the time thought that the murderer must have known the whores, or else it would have been impossible to precisely select individuals with a child. They had identified the suspects from the people who lived nearby and from the regular customers of several of the whores, but in the end, they failed to find a real murderer. Although the dossier only made a brief note, Klein could clearly tell that they had asked for the help of Beyonders from the 3 major churches. Unfortunately, they were still unable to crack the case. With the Beyonder powers of the Abyss, being able to tell signs that a woman had once been a degenerate doesn't go against the law of mysticism. Likewise for recognizing an individual as a prostitute, but it doesn't make sense that they would know that the woman was single with only 1 child. The police were right. What was the problem? The real murderer was like me, able to resist dreams, divination, mediumship, and evade the investigations from mid-sequence Nighthawk and mandated Punisher Beyonders? It's possible. Although the church doesn't lack knowledge about the serial killer, the murderer might have had some fortuitous encounters. Klein picked out some problems from his own standpoint. I'm analyzing them by being part of their kind. I really didn't fail to live up to the name of Moriarty. He gave a self-deprecating comment and decided that the first target would still be the 4 from Backlund. Yes, I'll get Mr. Stanton to confirm the suspect's current address and condition through the police, and I'll ask Stewart to get others to help. That way, I wouldn't appear directly so as to avoid encountering any official Beyonders. After the situation has been clarified, I can gather the suspect's belongings and move them above the gray fog to make mystical deductions. Klein quickly worked out a plan. The second case had taken place 11 years ago. 4 cases of dismembered corpses had happened in succession. Originally, these cases were considered as isolated cases until the police began having suspicions over the way the bodies were handled. Only then was it confirmed that it was a case of serial murders. The victims were men and women who had worked till late at night before they returned home. They weren't robbed, and there had been no common connection between them. Due to the delay, time which was very valuable when the crime was first committed, the case failed to produce any clues pointing to a suspect. This is a problem caused by mishandling the case. If they had quickly received the help of a spirit medium, the wraith of the deceased might even gather around the murderer. Of course, it's also possible that the wraith can be killed by the murderer, just like this case. There's probably only ashes of those victims left. It will be hard to do any investigations through them. Klein rubbed his temples, and when he saw that it was evening, he stopped considering the case and got up from his reclining chair to leave Mint Street. He had something to do that night. He wanted to go to the area south of the bridge, to the Harvest Church on Rose Street, to find Bishop Utravsky in a bid to obtain the apothecary formula. He had already divined to see if it was dangerous or not. To Klein, having an apothecary as a subordinate was extremely helpful. He could get injured or fall sick. He could encounter enemies who could harm him, and an apothecary who he could find at any moment would be someone he could rely on. After making a detour to Eastborough, Klein disguised himself and took the steam metro to cross the Tussock River and arrived at the district south of the bridge. Along the way, the darkness along the metro line and the corresponding gas lamps formed an unforgettable scene. While on the public carriage, Klein came to Rose Street and found the tiny Harvest Church, which was easily recognizable. The golden cathedral had a more striking steeple and a sacred emblem of life engraved on its outer wall. It was a baby surrounded by the symbols of wheat, flowers, and spring water. It stood out from the surrounding buildings. At that moment, the cathedral's lights were dim, and there wasn't a single devotee inside. Klein sneaked in from the side, carefully dabbing his face with paint rather than relying solely on his ability to create illusions. In the hall of the cathedral, rows of pews were arranged neatly. Right at the top, at the front, there was a large sacred emblem of life. Candles were lit on both sides of it. A tall man in his 40s or 50s wearing a brown clergyman's attire sat in the front pew. Just by sitting there, he was like a small mountain, giving off an extremely oppressive feeling. The man wore a bishop's bonnet, and his eyebrows were light and thin. There were obvious wrinkles at the corners of his eyes, his cheeks, and the corners of his mouth. He had his eyes closed tightly, his hands clasped as he pressed them to his chin, as if in the most pious of confessions. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, revealing a patch of light blueness. The Mother's Church will not reject anyone. Why didn't you take the main entrance? The 40 to 50-year-old man didn't raise his head as he spoke in a low and gentle voice. Are you Bishop Utravsky? Klein walked out of the shadows. The tall man in the brown bishop's attire replied gently, I prefer to be called a father. Father Utravsky. All right, my lord. Klein deliberately laughed. Your name and your height tell me that you're from Fasak. Why do you believe in Earth Mother? Bishop Utravsky raised his head slightly and stared at the sacred emblem of life ahead of him and said with emotion, I was born along the coasts of Mid-Seashire Indal. I was a man who was passionate about combat and killing. Indal? He really is from the Fasak Empire. Klein nodded indiscernibly. Mid-Seashire was the natural border between Lone, Intis, and Fasak. The east coast belonged to Lone, most of the west coast belonged to Intis, and to the north were the famous port cities of the Fasak Empire, such as Indal. In addition, the Mid-Seashire spread to the northeast, penetrating through the Fasak Empire's territory and connecting with the North Sea. There were many islands in that part of the sea that were the habitats for polar bears and sea lions. Hunting polar bears and sea lions were a traditional festival for the citizens of Fasak. Just as his thoughts began to wander a little, Bishop Utravsky continued looking forward and said, I committed a serious crime and fled to the Sonia Sea, where I became a ruthless pirate. I was lucky enough to meet a missionary of Earth Mother before I fell into the true hell of the soul. After that day, I understood the value of life, understood the charms of all living things, and gained the joy that stems purely from life itself. I swore in front of the Earth Mother's sacred emblem that I would spread her faith in other countries to make up for my bloody past. Thus here I am. I came here. Amidst his calm and emotional voice, Bishop Utravsky stood up. He was over 2.2 meters tall, and his build was sturdy. His robes were tight, and he looked like a giant from the legends who reappeared on the northern continent. A real giant is 3 to 5 meters tall with a single vertical eye. The citizens of the Fasak Empire are generally tall. It's no wonder that they've always claimed to be the remnants of giants, believing that they have the blood of giants. Klein had to raise his neck to look at the priest's face. What are you doing here? Bishop Utravsky asked with his head lowered. I heard you have a request, and that the reward is the apothecary formula? Klein, who had donned a disguise, went straight to the point. Bishop Utravsky fell silent for a few seconds before saying, Yes. Although I'm not sure where you learned of this, it's true. Then, what task is it? Klein asked with a smile. Utravsky sized him up seriously for a while before saying, I don't think you can fulfill my request. Perhaps I can. I need to know the details before I can make an evaluation. Klein frowned. Utravsky stood there like a giant pillar. After a few seconds, he said, My request is... At this point, he closed his eyes and said, Kill me. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 307, Dawn Paladin. Kill you? It was the first time Klein had heard of such a request. and for a moment he didn't know how to respond to such a task. He even started to suspect if there was a conspiracy. Bishop Utravsky opened his eyes and looked down at Klein. "Kill the old me? Father, can you not have such long pauses when you're speaking?" Klein's mouth twitched as he asked in puzzlement. "Even in the legends and myths, no one can return to the past. I'm afraid this task of yours can only be accomplished by the 7 gods. No, I mean killing the past me which has never died as it resides in the depths of my heart." Seeing that Klein was still confused, the slightly hunchbacked bishop said, "The former me who used to love to kill and fight didn't completely die just because of my contrition. I can clearly sense that he's still living inside my body, always wanting to regain control of everything, and I'm constantly suppressing him, hoping that he will be redeemed through mass ascetic cultivation and preaching, making him truly believe in the teachings of the Earth Mother and become one with me again. Simply put, the imprints of the past are too deep, and they fiercely conflict with your current life, resulting in a split personality." The pseudo-psychologist and keyboard warrior, Klein Moretti, made a preliminary judgment and said in deliberation, "It's a psychological problem. I think what you need most is a psychiatrist. I've attempted that before. Perhaps you aren't aware. There is a doctor sequence among the Beyonder pathway that the Church of Earth Mother controls, which is also known as healing pastor in ancient times. They've studied my problem and believe it's not as simple as a psychological ailment. It's also mixed with the inclination of losing control. If the past me defeats the present me, I will lose control without a doubt and become a monster," Utravsky said with a sigh. "Then what you need is the spectator pathway sequence 7, psychiatrist." Klein thought for a moment and said, "Your words make me believe that you found a way to solve your problem, but you only lack a suitable executor, am I right?" "Yes, all these years, besides preaching, I've also been searching for people and objects that can help me. In the end, with Earth Mother's blessings, I obtained a very mystical item. It is said to be a relic of an ancient dragon." Seeing that Klein wasn't scared away, Utravsky answered with some hope. "It allows the wielder to enter the deepest part of the target's soul, or in other words, the bottom of the target's dreamland. There, a corresponding scene will be materialized. That way you can see the past me directly, and then through combat eliminate him. In that special state, once he is truly dead, he will never appear again. As expected of the mysterious world, there's actually such a method to treat someone with split personalities." Klein sighed with emotion and cautiously asked, "What restrictions are there, or what harm will it cause to the holder? Why do you think I'm incapable of completing this task?" Bishop Utravsky looked down at Klein and said, "Once you use that mystical item, although the owner will remain conscious, there are many layers to the soul or dreamland. The past me will be able to make full use of this point to deceive you, or conversely, they can even kill you. And after a set period of time, yes, 5 minutes, that mystical item will make you completely lose consciousness, and your mind will never be able to return to your body and become its sacrifice. In this way, you will become a vegetable. In addition, as a result of the scene's materialization, if you're killed in the deepest part of your heart, or to put it in another way, the lowest level of the dreamland, similar side effects will occur. It's equivalent to true death. Believe me, the past me is much stronger than you think. So that's how it is. However, this issue isn't a problem at all for me. I'm someone who can stay awake and rational during spirit channeling and dreams. Even if that mystical item wants to make me lose myself completely, there's no need to worry too much. As long as there's room for struggle, I can take 4 steps counterclockwise and chant my honorific name and directly head above the gray fog. The problem is, how strong is the past Bishop Utravsky, and what are my chances of defeating him? What restrictions or taboos are there in fighting in a materialized spiritual world?" Klein thought for a while and said, "How strong were you, Father Utravsky?" "I don't think I would definitely lose." Bishop Utravsky's eyes turned adrift for a moment. "I was a warrior. I've already reached sequence 6 of my Beyonder pathway, becoming a Dawn Paladin. So he's not a Beyonder of the Planter pathway. He himself said that he had committed a crime and become a pirate before being converted by the Church of Earth Mother. Sequence 6. Yes, it's not like I can't win. A magician is the kind of Beyonder that's much stronger if they make preparations in advance. Also, due to my uniqueness, the deepest part of my heart, or the lowest level of my dreamland, can be considered as my home ground." Klein pondered for a few seconds and said, "Will that mystical item weaken him?" "Yes, but it's still his main region of activity, so the weakening wouldn't be too great. At most, it would be like he had already fought an intense battle." Utravsky recalled his previous attempts. "That just raises my chances." Klein continued, "Is there anything I need to pay attention to in that special environment? Just like real combat, effective attacks are always effective. Illusions will remain illusions. But one thing must be noted, he can bring you into a few other levels of the dreamland at any time, creating a situation where it's hard to determine whether it's reality or an illusion. Bishop Utravsky emphasized, so you have to be at least at sequence 6 or some other special sequence 7 to be able to complete this mission, and the risk is nothing trivial. If I didn't swear on a holy artifact of Earth Mother that I wouldn't ask the church for help before my missionary succeeds, things wouldn't have been so difficult. So that's how it is. I'm not afraid of a dream. The corner of Klein's mouth curled up. Final question. Are there any points to take note of when fighting a Dawn Paladin? Bishop Utravsky frowned his wrinkled face and said with a sigh, this is something that requires absolute secrecy for Beyonders. However, as long as you participate in enough battles, others would often be able to conclude certain traits. Besides, the more details you know, the higher the chances of success are, right? Yes, Klein answered frankly with a nod. In a reminiscent tone, Bishop Utravsky said, a Dawn Paladin possesses a power akin to that of a giant, enabling the area within a 40 to 50 meter radius to be basked in the light of dawn. Such light can not only dispel illusions, but it also has the special ability to exorcise wraiths and specters, and it can even weaken evil spirits. They can conjure dawn armor around their bodies, which would be equivalent to specially forged full-body armor that doesn't weigh anything or inhibit their motion in any way. If destroyed, recovery would require a certain amount of time. He can also conjure different weapons. The strongest weapon would be a two-handed greatsword. It's often called the Sword of Dawn. It's sharp, solid, and each strike has a purification effect. Apart from that, Dawn Paladins have a type of Beyonder power to create a hurricane of light. It can directly destroy a person's body, eliminate wraiths, and damage evil spirits. There aren't a lot of Beyonder powers, but they are my natural enemy. They have high offensive strength and defense, and they're not afraid of illusions. The only good news is that, other than for facing wraiths and specters, the mysteriousness of a Dawn Paladin is very low. Klein listened as he simulated a combat situation in his mind, searching for the most reliable way to deal with a Dawn Paladin. The level of mysteriousness he was referring to implied strangeness, unpredictability, unfathomability, and incomprehensibility. Bishop Utravsky looked at him quietly. He didn't press him or drive him away. After gradually formulating a plan, Klein raised his head, looked over, and said, perhaps I can give it a try, but I will need to leave for a few minutes to confirm that you're not lying. Bishop Utravsky replied with a slightly stunned voice. No problem. However, I must remind you once again, although I don't know where your confidence stems from, do not belittle the past me. He's extremely skilled in combat. I wouldn't joke with my life. Klein pressed his hand to his chest, bowed, and stepped out of the Harvest Church. He found a secluded spot and quickly went above the gray fog to make a divination. After obtaining an answer that there was a certain danger, but at tolerable levels, he immediately returned to the real world. From the beginning to the end, it only took him about 10 to 20 seconds above the gray fog. Following that, Klein returned to the Harvest Church and said to Bishop Utravsky, who stood in his original spot, I'll take this commission. Bishop Utravsky stared at him intently before slowly saying, if you succeed, not only will I give you the apothecary formula, but I will also gift you a mystical item without much of a negative side effect. Klein was taken aback at first before he sincerely praised, Father, you truly are a generous person. Bishop Utravsky didn't say another word. He took a strange candle from a concealed pocket in his brown clergyman's tunic. The outer layer of the short candle seemed to be wrapped in a layer of human skin, but there were also several bumps on it. Its wick was about the length of a finger segment and was entirely black in color. It was covered in tiny, densely packed scale-like patterns. Ignite it with your spirituality. Utravsky handed the tiny, strange candle to Klein. Instead of following his instructions, Klein took out a matchbox, took out a few of them, and put them in his trouser pocket. He lit and blew out a few other matchsticks before throwing them at various corners of the cathedral. Then he adjusted the positions of the paper figurines, paper notes, long strips of paper, Azek's copper whistle, and various charms. This was in preparation for the worst-case scenario that he could imagine. After all of this was done, Klein snapped his fingers, causing a blue-colored flame of spirituality to appear. Sizzle. He held the flame close to the top of the tiny candle and watched the black wick light up. Nothing seemed to change, but Klein was acutely aware that he had entered the world of the mind. Directly in front of him, he saw Bishop Utravsky still standing in his original spot. His sturdy body, which was more than 2.2 meters tall, gave off a sense of oppression. The repentant bishop looked down at him, his facial muscles contorting. Following that, his expression became abnormally ferocious. Soon after, Klein discovered that the surrounding light and shadows were rapidly transforming, and it felt like he was experiencing a real, intense battle. But at the end of the battle, Bishop Utravsky fell heavily to the ground. His breathless body had blood flowing profusely. Klein's mouth twitched as he saw the scene before him with a clear mind. He silently evaluated. What a professional performance. But I know that this is a dream within a dream. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 308, A Prepared Magician. When Klein looked down again, he could no longer see the strange candle wrapped in human skin. Instead, a faint, slightly sweet scent kept lingering around his nose. Ignoring the Bishop Yutravsky's body that was lying down in a pool of his own blood, he took out his matchbox and lit one matchstick. The blood on the ground disappeared as soon as the spark was produced, and the messy church hall became tidy once again. The gargantuan Yutravsky slowly got up, looked down at Klein, and said with a twisted face, "It actually didn't have any effect. It's no wonder that you dared to accept this task. However, this is your misfortune. I didn't actually want to kill you." As he spoke, the candlelight on both sides of the cathedral began to flicker visibly. The entire hall suddenly brightened, but it was mild and not blinding. It was as if the morning sun had just come in. The invisible spirit quickly vanished, and Klein, without a word, threw the match, flexed his cheeks, and simulated a sound. Bang! An invisible air bullet shot out and struck Bishop Yutravsky heavily in the chest, producing a resounding sound. However, the giant bishop had at some point equipped a set of silver armor that covered his entire body. It included gauntlets, breastplates, and a helmet. At that moment, a spiderweb-like crack appeared in the silver metal at his chest, but it didn't completely shatter. It even began to slowly recover. Bang! Bang! Klein produced a series of sounds, creating two air bullets that followed one after the other, sending them towards the enemy's chest in a bid to completely destroy the enemy's defenses with a continuous barrage of attacks. However, he saw that in Bishop Yutravsky's hand was a heavy, wide great sword, looking as if it was condensed from light. Using it, he deftly blocked the two air bullets, producing two sounds which were almost impossible to distinguish. Creak. Yutravsky took one step forward, and the cathedral seemed to shake. At the same time, his two-handed great sword swept down at Klein in a gesture that looked as if it was going to shatter the building. Before the sword arrived, the wind that it carried with it almost caused Klein to lose his balance. Such terrifying power. As this thought flashed through his mind, Klein deftly jumped to the side and bent over, ready to roll on the spot. Bang! The two-handed great sword in Yutravsky's hand smashed into the ground, shattering the stone slabs and causing cracks to spread rapidly in all directions. Screech! He dragged the great sword along the ground as he switched from a vertical slash to a horizontal sweep, causing sparks to fly. This move was meant for opponents who loved to roll. Just as Klein was about to hit the ground, the image of himself being struck by the two-handed great sword appeared in his mind. He quickly swung his arms and reached out with his palms. He lightly pressed and once again leaped into the air. Whoosh! The resulting wind blew across the dust on the ground, and the terrifying great sword flattened the nearby pews. However, before Klein could counterattack, the giant bishop chained his attack without any pause. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes, 5 strikes, 6 strikes, 7 strikes. Yutravsky seemed to possess extremely robust stamina. His unceasing storm-like attacks lasted for dozens of seconds. He used the simplest of sword techniques, slashing vertically, slashing diagonally, sweeping horizontally, thrusting forward, and bashing forward, to demonstrate what was the most effective and reasonable way to deal the most damage. And the range of the two-handed great sword reached a terrifying extent. Klein jumped, rolled, and ran. He didn't have the opportunity to use his powers and appeared rather pathetic. If it wasn't for the matches that he thrown ahead of time in different corners of the cathedral, and how the candle on both sides of the altar had yet to be extinguished, allowing him to flash, he probably would have been slain by his enemy. As expected of a Beyonder job that's adept at combat. No mistakes, no weaknesses. Klein didn't panic because of this. Amidst his rolling and dodging, he constantly looked for any flaws that the enemy had, waiting for his attacks to reach a moderate stage. Finally, he discovered a problem with Yutravsky's sword techniques. The two-handed greatsword was too long and too large, and it had an obvious flaw in close combat. With this thought flashing in his mind, Klein took advantage of the greatsword's vertical slash to roll forward to the left, and then with a push of his palm, he quickly rolled to the spot between Yutravsky's legs. As a half-giant who was over 2.2 meters tall, Yutravsky would have his legs spread apart from simply standing. His silver crotch was clearly visible. As soon as he rolled over, Klein's left hand reached into his pocket, pulled out a long piece of paper, and turned it into a sharp and hard cane. He then inserted it into the gap at the side of the enemy's crotch, stabbing into the body of the giant bishop. This would be a fatal blow. However, at this moment, his heart trembled. The image of a great sword stabbing down as boundless light, forming a terrifying storm, engulfed his entire body appeared in his mind. Trap. Yutravsky's trap. Klein didn't hesitate. He pressed his right hand down, jumped forward through the gap between the legs of the giant bishop's legs, and arrived behind him. By the time he finished this set of motions, Yutravsky was holding the hilt of his sword with both hands, bending his waist and lifting his sword up to thrust straight down into the stone slab in front of him. With a cracking sound, rays of light surged out of the sword's body like the first rays of dawn. They turned into a hurricane and swept across the surroundings. Without a sound, the stone slab disappeared from where Klein had been, and the earth beneath it became nearly 10 centimeters thinner. The silver armor on his legs and crotch was also damaged, shattering inch by inch and revealing his skin. His trap was to sustain damage in exchange for the death of his enemy. At this moment, Klein, who had leaped behind Bishop Yutravsky, finally found an opportunity to counterattack. He twisted his body midair, puffed out his cheeks, and simulated gunshot sounds at the back of his enemy's head. Bang! Bang! 2 air bullets hit the back of Yutravsky's head in quick succession, shattering the silver metal in that area and then splitting it into pieces, exposing a completely unprotected area. Klein was about to give him a fatal blow when Yutravsky suddenly straightened up, twisted his waist, and violently swept the two-handed greatsword backward. The speed was so fast and the attack was so ferocious that Klein seemed unable to dodge it. However, he pulled out a piece of paper from his pocket and placed it in front of his body. Clang! The collision between the sword and the piece of paper produced the sound of metal being struck. The crisp sound of metal striking metal filled the entire cathedral. Klein was sent flying like a tennis ball. The paper in his hand was torn apart, leaving behind only a tiny piece in between his fingers. In midair, he was immediately faced with the violent and swift pursuit of Yutravsky. The situation was precarious. However, he didn't panic in the slightest and only shook his wrist. The tiny piece of paper flew up, and a spark rapidly expanded, completely enveloping Klein. The great sword sliced through the ball of fire, but it didn't cause any damage, only creating a small spark. At the candle on the right side of the cathedral, a faint yellow flame spread out, forming a figure whose face was painted with oil paint. Klein reappeared and pulled out another long strip of paper from his pocket. With a flick of his wrist, the paper turned into a sturdy whip. The surface of the whip was even burning with scarlet flames. Pa! Klein lashed out at the giant bishop from a distance. However, his weapon quickly disintegrated under the attacks of the two-handed greatsword. And that was precisely Klein's goal. With a snap of his fingers, he sent streaks of fire flaring up from the ground, blocking Yutravsky and burning his unprotected legs. The Dawn armor's recovery was rather slow. As the tongues of fire leaped upwards, his legs were charred black and a crimson color was seeping up his legs. However, this didn't affect the giant bishop's agility. He let out a low growl, and like a steam train that had finally accelerated to its highest speed, he charged through the flames and appeared in front of Klein. This speed was unbelievably fast. Soon after, the two-handed great sword in Yutravsky's hands cracked, turning into spots of light that swept forth in all directions. Almost instantly, Klein fell into a situation of certain death. The matches he kept on him were ignited, and an intense flame engulfed him. However, this wasn't as fast as the hurricane of light. Just as the scarlet-red flame appeared, it was immediately engulfed. Klein's body was torn asunder as it was reduced to shreds, but they ended up losing their thickness and turned into bits of paper. Behind Yutravsky, a column of scarlet-red flames flared, and Klein stepped out. He took out a matchbox from his other pocket and threw it at the enemy, as if to ignite all the remaining matches in one go, and, through the restraints of the small space, create a reliable explosion. The matchbox was aimed at Yutravsky's lower body, which no longer had any protection. Klein raised his right hand and snapped his fingers. At the same time, Bishop Yutravsky jumped up on his back, bent his knees, and withdrew his legs. Accompanied by the snap of his fingers was an unaffected matchbox, but a loud bang. It was an air bullet that accurately tore open the back of Bishop Yutravsky's head, which lacked any protection. It was a lethal weapon that had been prepared in advance. His skull split open, and blood and white bits spurted out. With great difficulty, Yutravsky turned his head around and said in a daze, "You." The matchbox, that was riddled with holes caused by the hurricane of light, fell to the ground. However, it remained unignited. Klein laughed and replied, "I've never said that snapping my fingers could only be used to control flames and not shoot out air bullets. Look. Pa. He snapped his fingers repeatedly, allowing one air bullet after another to hit Yutravsky in the head, shattering his helmet and cracking his head. Bam. Yutravsky stopped breathing and fell heavily to the ground, shaking the cathedral hall slightly. Klein turned and snapped his fingers again. The box of matches on the ground exploded, transforming into a scarlet flame that buried Yutravsky's gigantic body. Klein didn't attempt to sense the existence of the candle, but instead he relied on his own clarity of mind to force himself out of the lowest level of his mind. Behind him, the corpse was wrapped in scarlet flames as the world around him disintegrated bit by bit. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 309, Choosing One Out of Two. The illusory feeling passed, and Klein saw the strange candle in his hand again, along with its black wick and palish white flame. The damage of the Dawn Paladin, the shattered ground, broken pews, and the sliced candles had been restored to their pre-battle state. It was hard to tell where they had been damaged. At some point, Bishop Utravsky, who had been standing opposite him, had taken a seat in the front pew, his back bent forward and his head buried in his hands. His hands were pressed to his temples. Drip, drip. Sweat trickled down his face and spread out from his feet. The ground was already completely wet. When he sensed that the strange candle had been extinguished by Klein, he shuddered and raised his head to meet Klein's eyes. His slightly turbid eyes were filled with tears, and his wrinkled face was streaked with tears. However, his eyes were filled with emotion, joy, and clarity. If it was said that this giant bishop previously appeared tall and heavy, then all that was left of him now was the heaviness of his body, but without the heaviness of his spirit. At this moment, Klein felt like he was looking at a newborn baby. Those tears were proof of new life. The corners of Utravsky's mouth curled up slightly as he smiled kindly. You're much better than I expected. No, this is because I gained sufficient understanding in advance and made the appropriate preparations. As for the past you, not only were you unsure of your opponent's strengths, you were also greatly weakened. If I were to fight against you in the real world, I would be considering how to escape, Klein calmly replied. A prepared magician and an unprepared magician are very different concepts. He added silently in his heart. Bishop Utravsky didn't dwell on this problem. Brimming with relief from head to toe, he said, Thank you, my friend. According to our agreement, I'll give you the apothecary formula. I'll also give you an additional mystical item. As he spoke, from his pocket, he took out what looked like a combination of a needle, a tube, and a container. You have two choices. This is one of the two choices you have. When I got it, I didn't know its name, and I never thought about naming it either. You're able to use it to draw out a tube of blood, your own blood. At a critical moment, you can transfuse it back into you. That way, your fatigue will disappear. Your ailments and injuries will be alleviated, and your strength, speed, balance, and other attributes will all be greatly enhanced. Bishop Utravsky pointed to the object in his hand. What about its limitations and latent dangers? Klein asked rationally. Utravsky looked at the mysterious patterns on the needle and tube and explained in detail. After drawing out a tube of blood, you'll be weakened for full 12 hours, and during those 12 hours, transfusing the blood back into you wouldn't have any effect. Of course, the specific time limit isn't that precise. It increases or decreases according to your body's condition. In addition, it's best not to use it too often, not more than once a week. Otherwise, not only will the transfusion bring you power, but it will also temporarily make you lose your rationality, and the short period when you have your blood drawn and turn weak will become your characteristic. In addition to these, it also has a problem. If you carry it around for more than half an hour, you'll become a little neurotic. Fortunately, Bishop Utravsky didn't previously draw his blood. Otherwise, if the past him can transfuse his blood, my chances of winning would have been very, very low. This was the first thought that flashed through Klein's mind. He frowned and was rather worried about the negative effects of the mystical item. Regardless of whether it was a temporary loss of rationality, a 12-hour period of weakness, or a change in his mental state, these are all hidden dangers that didn't seem too problematic. But after seeing rampagers and hearing the ravings of an evil god, Klein believed that a Beyonder's mental state was very important. If one's mental state remained at a nadir for an extended period of time, or if there were frequent anomalies, it would easily cause the phenomenon of losing control to happen. This was the same even if a Beyonder had grasped the acting method. What's the second choice? Klein said after 2 seconds of silence. Bishop Utravsky took out a simple brass key from his other pocket and smiled. This is called a master key. It can help you open any lock which doesn't contain mystical powers, as well as a small number of locks that are augmented with Beyonder effects. And in a place without any locks or doors, it can open a passageway that doesn't belong to reality. The premise is that there are no restrictions by Beyonder powers and the barriers aren't too thick. Its spirituality is completely restrained. When it's not being used, Beyonders cannot see any difference between it and a normal key. Utravsky stood up again, leaving Klein no choice but to look up. The giant bishop increased his pace and came to the wall at the side of the cathedral hall and pressed the master key against the brick. He twisted gently, and his entire body seemed to sink into water as ripples were produced. He went through the wall and arrived outside. In the same way, Bishop Utravsky returned to the cathedral hall and entered Klein's line of sight again. Have you decided on the mystical item? The tall priest asked with his head lowered. What are the latent dangers of the Master Key? Klein asked after some deliberation. Bishop Utravsky smiled warmly and said, the person carrying it will occasionally get lost. According to what someone told me, one gets lost at random. Lost? I'm a seer with spiritual intuition. Klein mumbled, and his mind gradually came to a decision. After a few seconds, he said, I want the Master Key. He didn't want his mental state to be affected, and he didn't want to accumulate the risk of losing control. What a pity. What I want the most is that weird candle. It's akin to the deepest part of a soul, the lowest level of a dreamland. That's equivalent to my home ground. He sighed in his heart. All right. Bishop Utravsky handed the simple brass key to Klein and took back the strange candle wrapped in human skin. While Klein was examining the mystical item, Utravsky pointed at the back and said, the apothecary formula is in that room. I'll go get it. Wait here for a while. Klein nodded in response. Taking advantage of the moment when Bishop Utravsky's figure disappeared from the hall, he took out a penny and divined if he had been lying about the Master Key. After receiving an acceptable answer, he walked to the wall in front of him where a row of candles were placed and pressed the ancient brass key against the hard wall. As he injected spirituality and turned the key, Klein's vision suddenly blurred and then became clear. At that moment, there were no longer burning candles filling his vision, nor were there neat pews and straight walls. There were only withered grass and muddy land strewn with a bit of garbage. To the side, it led out to where a gas street lamp stood. I really came out. Klein smiled, nodded, turned, and once again using the Master Key to successfully return to the cathedral's hall. After more than 10 seconds of waiting, Utravsky walked in with heavy footsteps, a roll of yellowish-brown goatskin parchment in hand. You can get an appraisal for this. If there's a problem, you can always find me at the Harvest Church. The giant bishop handed the apothecary formula to Klein. Main ingredients: horn of an adult flying unicorn, 3 grams of a crown jellyfish's venom crystal. Klein swept his gaze, smiled, and replied, I will confirm its authenticity. For example, divine it above the gray fog. He added inwardly. Bishop Utravsky nodded slightly, and without another word, he turned around and walked to the Earth Mother's sacred emblem of life. He spread his arms wide and chanted in a low voice, Thank you, Source of Life. Praise you, Mother of all things. Klein put away the Master Key and the apothecary formula. After Utravsky stopped, he said half-jokingly, Could it be that my visit was arranged by Earth Mother? Why else would you be thanking her for? The false believer of the Evernight goddess, Klein, chuckled inwardly. Yes, everything is arranged by Earth Mother. Otherwise, my request for help wouldn't have reached your ears. I wouldn't be here in Backland either. Nor would I have obtained this mental terror candle, Backland Utravsky said with a gentle smile without any signs of anger. Complete and self-consistent believer logic, but Klein suddenly felt that it was impossible to communicate with him. He pressed his hand to his chest, bowed, and said, Thank you for your generosity. I should leave now. He straightened his body and quickly retreated. He then rapidly disappeared from the main hall of the cathedral and from Rose Street. 10 minutes later, he saw the golden facade of the Harvest Church from another direction, and he couldn't help but twitch his mouth. I can't go back without divination, he silently muttered to himself. He really wanted to stubbornly rely on his own ability to overcome the fact that he was lost. But his hand, which was faster than his voice, had broken the branches of a tree and made a makeshift dowsing rod. Dowsing rod seeking could be used to seek people, as well as items and directions. This time, Klein was able to return home without incident, and he even confirmed the authenticity of the formula and the latent dangers of the Master Key. The next morning was a Sunday morning. After waking up, Klein ate breakfast, took out a pen and paper, and wrote a letter to Isengard Stanton, asking him to seek help from the police to confirm the current status of the few suspects for the serial murder case from 4 years ago. Back then, the targets were single prostitutes with a child. After folding the letter and stuffing it in an envelope, Klein put on a black stamp which was 1 penny in denomination. Putting on his clothes, he took his hat and cane, and he walked out of his house to post the letter at the mailbox at the end of the street. Then he saw Mrs. Stellan Sammer and her husband, Mr. Luke, dressed to the nines. A rental carriage was stopped by their door. Good morning. Why are you attending a banquet so early in the morning? Klein asked with some surprise. Luke chuckled and said, It's not really a banquet. It's more like us helping out. Mrs. Stellan raised her chin slightly and added, Mary has successfully entered the National Atmospheric Pollution Council. There will be a grand ball tonight, and we have to help out in advance. Mrs. Mary's wish has been fulfilled. Impressive. Klein sighed and said with a smile, Please pass on my congratulations to Mrs. Mary for me. Luke Sammer nodded and said, You haven't read this morning's paper, have you? All the members of the National Atmospheric Pollution Council have been published. The chairman of the council is Sir Dur Shah, and the first secretary is Mr. Hibbert Hall. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 310, National Atmospheric Pollution Council. Sir Dur Shah. Mr. Hibbert Hall. Who are they? I don't know them at all. Acting as though he had no doubts, Klein said half-jokingly, let's hope that they can bring blue skies and sunshine to Backlund. Yes, although burning in your own fireplace is everyone's freedom and is a right granted by the law, blue skies and sunshine are more desirable things. Luke Sammer, a member of the Soot Reduction Association, sighed with emotion and pointed to the hired carriage. We should go. Mary urgently needs some help. Stellan Sammer added, feigning a level of restraint, there might be members of parliament coming to the banquet from the Backlund district or from the kingdom. I can imagine the grandeur of this banquet. Klein flattered politely and watched the Sammers board the carriage and leave. As he turned to head for the post office at the end of the street, a postman in a dark green uniform arrived in a carriage and delivered a letter to his letterbox. A letter for me. Klein pulled out a bunch of keys and casually chose the one that was simple and had a brass color. Gotcha. The master key easily opened the letterbox. I just need to have this key on me in the future. Klein mumbled as he took out the newspapers he had subscribed to and the letter. The letter was from Isengard Stanton. He had also looked through the old and unresolved serial murders yesterday and had picked out the most suspicious ones, and after obtaining a preliminary confirmation from the police department about the present circumstances of the suspects, he had written to Klein, Kaslana, and the other private detectives that were interested in this angle to share his findings. It included the two cases that Klein had focused on. Great detective minds think alike. The letter I wrote just now was for nothing. Klein joked before returning to the living room. According to Isengard, the random murder cases of people who returned late had resulted in a large number of suspects, but the suspect had never been narrowed down. After so many years, it was very difficult, almost hopeless, to try to find a new clue. One of the four suspects in the other case was a teenager whose mother was also a victim, a prostitute and single mother who had him as her only child. He had been abused by his mother, had been the police's first suspect, but less than half a year after that case, he had been seriously injured in a gang firefight in East Borough and died in a surgical room at a charity hospital. His body was cremated with people bearing witness before being buried in the cemetery. As such, it was impossible for him to be connected to the current serial killer. If he hadn't been cremated, I definitely would have dug up the grave to verify it. Klein, who had once come back from the dead, seriously considered the possibility of the other party coming back from the dead. Of the remaining three suspects, one had moved several times in the past few years. The police had lost track of his situation and needed more time to find him. One had gone through bankruptcy and moved to East Borough from North Borough, while the other was still running a grocery store on the same street. Klein took out a fresh sheet of paper, described the situation, and then asked the recipient to observe the two suspects with specific addresses in secret. He emphasized, the killers of serial murders are all cruel, brutal, and very aggressive. Please be careful not to get too close to them. Act as if you're just an ordinary neighbor observing them. The information I need pertains to their recent mental state, such as whether they are irritable, whether they like to shut themselves in their rooms, rarely communicate with others, and whether they have beaten others up. This was also the information he got from the Sun. After each kill, the devil would eat the victim's organs according to the ritual and stay in a bloodthirsty manic state until a new victim appeared. After emphasizing the need to take note of the investigator's safety, Klein folded the letter, stuffed it into a new envelope, and affixed a black stamp to the surface. Then he wrote down the name of the recipient, Detective Stewart. In Empress Borough, the opulent villa of Earl Hall. Susie was lying in the corner of the study, looking around as if bored. With a bulging stomach, Earl Hall took a puff with his pipe and said to his eldest son, Do you know why I insisted on having you be on the National Atmospheric Pollution Council? Hibbert Hall replied thoughtfully, You wish to influence the formulation of the relevant laws and policies? No, although I'm the second largest shareholder of the Constant Coal and Steel Consortium, I don't really care about this problem. I've been urging them to make adjustments accordingly. I have no doubt that fixing atmospheric pollution is a future trend. Hibbert, although our family has fixed seats in the House of Lords, and you will also become a member of Parliament of the House of Lords in time, so why do some nobles have more influence than others when they are all members of Parliament of the House of Lords? Notwithstanding the Speaker and other people with special statuses. Hibbert thought for a moment before saying, the title of nobility, wealth, commercial status, as well as the relationship between the government and the army, that is only a part of it. In addition to one's own ability to handle matters, people will always rely on those with rich experience and those who have participated in many similar matters. In the future, if you wish to have any achievement in politics, in addition to inheriting a seat, you will also need to try your best at participating in various matters and display the corresponding capabilities. Gradually, your activity will catch the eye of the various members of Parliament. They will slowly find you trustworthy, and that will be the source of your influence. Look at the current situation of the nobles in the Intis Republic, Hibbert. You should understand that with the passage of time and the development of society, the obvious privileges will be weakened, and one's title will become less and less important. It's just a title of honor, and the position and influence of the business world is what you should pay attention to, Earl Hall explained in detail. What if you encounter something you aren't good at? Hibbert muttered to himself. Then pretend that you can handle it. Don't worry about wasting money. Form professional teams, listen to their opinions, and make decisions. Everyone has a lot of areas that they aren't good at, and only money is multifaceted. Earl Hall gave words of advice. Hibbert replied in enlightenment, I see, father. At this moment, Susie, who was by the side, yawned in boredom. When it was all over, she slipped into Audrey's art studio, repeated everything she had heard, and finally muttered, I have no idea what they were talking about. Audrey listened to her thoughtfully, then she said with a faint smile, they were discussing a good thing that involves reducing the pungent smell you smell. Is that so? Susie asked without fully comprehending it. Audrey didn't answer and thought of something else. She had intended to quietly draw attention to the bad conditions of East Borough, the factory area, and the dock area, but in the last two social gatherings, she had found herself unable to find an opportunity. Those nobles, those members of Parliament, and senior civil servants would never even talk about such matters. There was no way to steer them towards that topic, even if she wanted to. On Monday afternoon, Klein returned to 15 Minsk Street from the Quelaag Club. As Stewart had yet to provide any results from his preliminary investigation, and since he was temporarily unable to find a suitable candidate to become an apothecary, Klein had nothing to do yesterday and today. Therefore, he simply went to the Quelaag Club to practice his shooting, read, and get some free food. In the process, he got to know many other members of the club. This is the lifeblood for future business opportunities. Klein sighed with emotion, took 4 steps counterclockwise and went above the gray fog. He went about his preparations step by step, first conjuring the fake world, familiarizing himself with the control of the all-black eye, and then sent a message to the sun that the tarot gathering was about to begin. After all of this was done, Klein waited for 3 o'clock to arrive. Then, he reached out to touch the corresponding crimson stars and established a firm connection. The magician had her own illusory star as well. Under the pretext of concentrating on her writing, Furzwall sent Zio away, and for a moment she was dazzled by the sudden rush of gray fog. In the blink of an eye, she found herself above the mysterious and serene gray fog. She was inside a majestic palace, and in front of her was an ancient model bronze table. Surrounding the table were one blurry figure after another. One figure after another. One figure after another. Are these the gathering members Mr. Fool spoke of? Furze felt that the members of this secret gathering were all very, very powerful beyonders. Except for me, she thought, without confidence and full of fear. However, looking at it from another perspective, since I can join this gathering as a sequence 9, the other members might not necessarily be very strong. The requirement for this gathering is obviously not about strength, but for some other reason, a member must manage to establish a connection with Mr. Fool. Furze quickly rejected her first judgment and relaxed a little. At the same time, Audrey also discovered that there was a new person at today's gathering. It's a woman. Is it Zio or Furze? Has she passed the examination? Or is it someone else? Audrey nearly forgot to greet Mr. Fool in her bid to take a closer look at the features of the new member. No matter how blurry the figure was, she could still see her hair color, silhouette, her accent, and verbal tics. I must also take note. At the very beginning, Mr. Hangman had managed to identify me as a noble for my special pronunciation of certain words and for my habit of using certain special words. Audrey stood up, lifted her skirt, and said to Klein at the end of the long bronze table, "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool." After the greeting, she didn't conceal her curiosity. She looked at the new member who was seated at the same row as her and asked with a smile, "This is Lord of the Mysteries." Chapter 311, Observing Each Other. Klein sat in the seat belonging to the Fool and looked around. "This is Miss Magician, our new member." Then he looked at Furze and introduced the rest to her. "This is Miss Justice, and that is Mr. Hanged Man." As Furze nodded her head as a form of greeting the members with the corresponding code names, she observed the other members. Miss Justice is blonde and seems very young. She sits with a graceful posture. Mr. Hanged Man has dark blue hair as messy as seaweeds. He doesn't have a very bulky figure. He doesn't like to talk, but when observed by him, it gives me a sense of unease. He must be a leader of some faction. Mr. Son looks like a teenager. He's very silent and reserved. Other than that, I can't tell anything else. Maybe he's just as weak as me. Mr. World's eyes are very cold and quite gloomy. It's obvious that he isn't someone to be trifled with. As a writer who had written a best-selling novel, she showcased her unique traits. While she looked at the other members, they were also looking at her. Among them, Justice Audrey was the most attentive. From her figure, I can eliminate Miss Zyle. Brown hair and slightly curled. Is she Madame Furs? Temporarily, I can't rule out the possibility that Mr. Fool is pulled in someone else. Her pronunciation and the way her mouth moves is the same as her Backland accent. Her aura and emotional colors match as well. It's unlikely that Mr. Fool will specially create a fake image for the members, right? There's no need for him to hide anything. After a few seconds of sizing Furs up, Audrey had nearly superimposed the blurry figure with her impression of Furs. If I can find another trait in other areas, I can almost be certain. She waited with interest to verify her beyond her powers. At the same time, she felt that there was no need to reveal her identity to Furs. It would be better to keep some secrets. Yes, let's see when she finds out. Audrey withdrew her gaze, producing a faint smile on her face as she quietly watched from the sidelines. At that moment, since there were no new Roselle's diary entries, Klein controlled the world and said, I want to know about the Devil and Guardian sequences. He was certain that the son knew the details of Sequence 6 Devil because he had previously mentioned Devil studies, and in order to not expose the fact that he was investigating a series of murders, he had deliberately added the Sequence 5 Guardian of the God of Combat pathway, also known as the Giant Pathway. It was the mainstream path for Beyonders in the City of Silver, so it was impossible for the son to be unaware of it. As for the corresponding Sequence 9 Warrior, Sequence 8 Pugilist, and Sequence 7 Weapon Master, Klein had long since learned of the details from the Nighthawk's confidential information. As for information regarding Sequence 6 Dawn Paladin, he had just learned of its information from Bishop Utravsky. Therefore, the only thing that he could ask and be willing to pay a price for without wasting money was Sequence 5 Guardian. In addition, he didn't directly ask the son, but instead issued this request to everyone, because according to the way things had developed, it was impossible for the world, who had just joined the Tarot Club, to know that the City of Silver held the Giant Pathway. If it's just the Devil sequence, I know a little about it. Alger, who had some standing in the Church of Storms, interjected. Derek Berg glanced at him and without a thought, straightened his back and said, I'm very knowledgeable about these two sequences. The payment I want is information related to the fallen creator. The equivalence of the two pieces of information will be determined by Mr. Fool. Having said that, he realized that he had not received Mr. Fool's agreement as he hurriedly turned his head to Mr. Fool to make the request reverently. Son, don't blame me. You were the one who made the request. The corners of Klein's mouth twitched slightly as he said with a chuckle, Sure. Furthermore, when it comes to the understanding of the true creator, none of the ladies and gentlemen present can compare to me, he added boldly in his heart. While they were discussing this matter, the magician Furs was stunned upon hearing the conversation. The Devil sequence is the Devil pathway? Which sequence number is it? What is the Guardian pathway? Which sequence number is it? I've never heard of it. Fallen creator. The true creator. God, they are actually exchanging information regarding the true creator. That deity is known as the most ancient and powerful existence amongst the deities. What kind of organization did I join? After receiving a positive reply from the Fool, the world said without any hesitation, Deal. I request a private exchange. I really want to hear it. However, I need to be frugal for the time being. There are still 2 more months until the new year. Endure it, Audrey. Audrey blinked her eyes, reluctantly withdrawing her gaze from the sun. Their sights, vision, and spirituality were then shielded by Klein. The world quickly lowered his head and wrote on a conjured sheet of paper his own understanding of the true creator, including standard likeness such as the Hanged Giant and the eye behind the shadow curtains, including the information that members of the Aurora Order believed that this evil god was the original creator of everything. At the end, Klein included his impression of the evil god through his interaction with the evil god's spawn, the sensation of the deity's aura, and the sensation when listening to the true creator's voice. Fallen, twisted, bloody, crazy evil. Then, as Mr. Fool, he gave a comment. This piece of information is slightly more valuable than the information regarding the Devil and Guardian sequences, but the difference isn't that huge. Thank you, Mr. Fool. Derek earnestly received the piece of goatskin and read through it carefully a few times. The thing he was most concerned about was that the true creator was known as the creator of everything. Twisted, fallen, crazy. Derek repeated the words, vaguely able to see the dark tragedy that had engulfed everyone in the City of Silver for more than 2,000 years. Did the Lord not abandon us? It's just that he had gone mad. Derek found himself able to resist using blasphemous thoughts to examine the Lord that created everything, the omnipotent and omniscient God who was worshipped by the City of Silver. It's time for you to answer my question, the world urged in a hoarse voice. Derek restrained his seething and sorrowful thoughts and said after 2 seconds of silence, when different species of creatures consume the devil potion, they will experience different types of mutation. They will have traits that are unique to them. Which kind of devil would you like to know about? There are actually distinctions. Klein was puzzled. He soon realized one thing. There was a blind spot in his thought process. What if the serial killer wasn't a human, but an animal? After consuming the corresponding potion, it could transform into a devil animal. Step by step, one sequence at a time, it will turn into a devil. Although the probability of an animal losing control far exceeds that of humans, it was still not enough to deal with what-ifs. I have to investigate this. But in that case, there would be more questions. Where did the devil, mutated from an animal, obtain a potion and Beyonder ingredients? It should be impossible for it to join Beyonder circles. Klein maintained his silence and manipulated the world to say, "What I want to know is the common trait of all kinds of devils." Derek recollected and organized his knowledge before saying, "The most frightening thing about a devil is that if you can cause lethal damage to it in a very short period of time and take action to put that into practice, then you can sense, notice, and grasp where the danger comes from and who it came from, and then selectively kill or seek revenge on them. And this period of time varies from a few minutes to a day. Different devils have different instincts. This ability is a little scary. However, it's different from a clown's intuition. It doesn't seem like it can be used in combat, but instead, detect the source of the danger ahead of time. It's closer to the Whim 1 ability I've read in Xinxia novels in my previous life. I don't know if I can interfere with or even block this intuition in this mysterious space above the gray fog. Would Stewart end up in danger?" Klein leaned back into his chair, seemingly uninterested in the subject of the discussion between the sun and the world. Seeing that the world didn't show any signs of surprise, Derek continued, "They all possess the ability to gigantify their bodies and thus break free from their bindings, temporarily increasing their strength and speed. Their skin is mutable, equivalent to wearing a layer of hard armor. Their blood and flesh can act as a retardant and reduce damage. They're immune to most toxins and do not fear curses or flames to a certain degree. They have innate flame and corruption type spells. They're cold-blooded, don't panic, don't feel fear, and have a strong ability when it comes to physical combat. They're also adept at using various items to inflict damage. Their greatest weakness is that they tend to lose control. Even if they don't, they will often display a cold-blooded and cruel madness, being easily controlled by desires such as bloodlust and murderous intent. Really strong, as expected of a Sequence 6 devil. Could it be that among the 22 Beyonder paths below, the high sequences, Sequence 6 or Sequence 7, are the thresholds of a qualitative change? In this respect, different sequences differ, thus they have become the dividing lines between ancient and modern mid-sequences. Klein controlled the world and said, "I'm very satisfied with your information." Derek didn't act modestly. He nodded and said, "Guardians seldom suffer damage. Once they enter a defensive state and give up attacking, few can break through their defenses below that of the high sequences. It's the same for numerous types of damage. When they attack, their corresponding defense will decrease significantly, but it will still be stronger than full-body armor. Their Sword of Dawn and their Hurricane of Light, as well as their other Beyonder powers, allow them to deal damage to any type of monsters. They're not confused by illusions. They can help their comrades within a certain range by taking damage and protecting them." Following the descriptions given by Derek, Klein couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Compared to a Guardian, a Dawn Paladin's defense is like that of a child versus an adult. A Guardian would probably be able to withstand the bullets of a steam rifle. In the wars of this era, they wouldn't die unless they were focused on by large-caliber cannons. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 312, A Failed Disguise. When Derek finished, Klein manipulated the world to nod and say, "More detail than I thought. Transaction complete." Before the world finished his sentence, Klein had simultaneously removed the barriers insulating Justice, the Hangman, and the Magician. After a few seconds of silence, the world looked around and said with a dark smile, "I don't have any more requests for now." Having a rough understanding of the process and its characteristics, Furs was eager to purchase the corresponding Sequence 8 Trickmaster of the Apprentice sequence. She clearly remembered that Mr. Fool had said that the reason she was troubled by the full moon was due to her low natural order of life, and that the pain would decrease with the rise of her sequence. This made Furs eager to obtain the next formula. However, it would expose the Beyonder pathway I'm from. When everyone becomes familiar with each other and knows more about each other, exposure will become less of a serious matter. However, for the next few gatherings, I have to conceal that so that the members of the gathering won't be able to identify the real me. After thinking rather calmly for a moment, Furs said, "I wish to obtain the formula of Apothecary and Trickmaster. I will pay in cash." She intentionally added the Apothecary formula to her actual request in order to cause the others to have a misinterpretation. If any member of the gathering really had the formula, she would still take it. She could then sell it at a higher price to Viscount Glaint, who'd been longing for this formula for a long time. In any case, she definitely wouldn't suffer a loss because of this, and might even make a huge profit. As for money, Furs wasn't short of it for the time being. Not only were the royalties of her best-selling book entering into her account over time, it was accumulating to quite a sizable amount. Furthermore, she also had additional income streams, such as the £650 she had received from Miss Audrey in the Kalangos and Intis Ambassador Bakerland cases. Poor Zyle. She spent more than £200 to compensate the families of the two deceased which were involved in the Lenivas case. I wonder if Miss Audrey would pay her when things clear up. The note with Mr. Fool's honorary name on it was found in the bookcase of Viscount Glaint's house. Could it be that one of his ancestors was a member of this gathering? Is this a gathering that has been held regularly for decades, if not centuries? Furza's thoughts were suddenly a little distracted. Only 2 seats away from her, Justice Audrey was a little stunned when she heard Furza's request for the apothecary and trickmaster formulas before she accurately grasped Furza's thoughts. She's Furs. The trickmaster is for herself, and the apothecary formula is to be sold to Glaint. She can also do this to complicate the situation and fool the others. Audrey nodded indiscernibly and was more certain of the magician's identity. She's not of a very high sequence. At best 8, most likely 9. Who knows where Mr. Fool pulled her from, or if she's from a special place? Her accent has the peculiarities of Backland, but she's not necessarily in Backland. The hanged man Alger was also observing the newcomer, making sure that she wasn't a threat to him. The son Derek didn't think too much about it. He was just trying to guess whether Miss Magician belonged to the City of Silver, or if she was from the world where Miss Justice and the others lived. Klein cast a look of pity at Miss Magician, not expecting much from her attempt to conceal her identity. When you meet a telepathist who is very familiar with you, you might not be able to conceal your true thoughts even if you know the other party's ability beforehand and are on guard against it. What's more, you didn't even know anything. The fool Klein sighed in his heart for Miss Magician. At the same time, he controlled the world who said hoarsely, I have the apothecary formula. £230. As for the trickmaster formula, I'll do my best to find it, but I can't guarantee success. There was no contradiction between exchanging the apothecary formula for money and using it to groom a useful helper. They could be run in conjunction, so Klein made the world speak first so as not to be intercepted by the hanged man or the sun. As for the formula for Trickmaster, he only had some ideas. From his point of view, the mystical item, Master Key, was most likely related to the corresponding sequence of Trickmaster's corresponding Sequence 9 apprentice. If he were able to divine its origins above the gray fog, he might be able to find some clues. Well, actually, the most convenient way is to ask the existence suspected to be Mr. Dorr, who keeps murmuring during a full moon. In addition to asking for help, he probably provides formulas and the acting method so as to make the target stronger and complete difficult tasks. Unfortunately, before the target is strong, they can't even hear his ravings. They will break down and even be close to losing control. This results in a vicious cycle. Klein lamented. Instead of responding to Mr. World's words, Furs looked around and saw that the hanged man, Justice, and the sun had no intention of opening their mouths. It was obvious that they didn't know the apothecary and trickmaster formulas. Mr. World, please try your best to find the trickmaster formula as soon as possible. Furs fell silent for a few seconds before saying, As for the apothecary formula, I plan to buy it now. How should I make the payment? The other party seemed to be a man from loan as well, and he's willing to accept gold pounds. But the gold pound has always been more recognized than the other currencies. As she spoke, Furs was also trying to determine the world's background. The world completely didn't mind her sizing him up as he said softly, You can sacrifice the money to Mr. Fool after your return. That way, the transaction will be closed. The exact sacrificial ritual is sacrifice. Mr. Fool can still accept sacrifices. His life's natural order has reached such a level. No wonder he used that tone to describe the owner of the ravings during the full moon. Furs listened and remembered, surprised and shocked, but she also felt that it was a matter of course. After finishing his description, Klein displayed the apothecary formula in front of the world and had the fake person hand it to Miss Magician. The transaction is witnessed by Mr. Fool, so you don't have to worry if it's fake. I trust Mr. Fool. Furs nodded immediately. She spread open the formula and began memorizing it seriously. At that moment, Audrey, who couldn't bear to see her friend go through such labor, commented, You can seek Mr. Fool's help during the sacrifice to recall the formula. You don't have to memorize it specially. If you encounter any problems, you can also pray to him by reciting his honorific name. Him. Miss Justice is actually using a salutation used to describe deities to address Mr. Fool. Him Him. Could it be that he is really a he? But why would he be willing to help us in doing such trivial matters? That's not right. As long as the ritualistic magic is done right, the 7 Orthodox gods will also often respond to their believers and complete their requests. Furs said to Justice, "Thank you for telling me that. Your name is just like your character." Audrey suddenly felt a little guilty. She suddenly seemed to recall a problem as she hurriedly asked, "Miss Magician, do you know of the acting method?" Acting method? Furs looked at Justice in a daze. She soon discovered that the other members such as the Sun and the Hangman had no additional reaction to the term. Clearly, they knew what it meant. Today's gathering makes me feel like a country bumpkin who has just arrived in Backland. I've been to so many Beyonder gatherings at the very least. All right. Furs thought, half sorrowfully, half joyously. She couldn't help but want to write a novel with this feeling of hers, naming it Miss Wall's Tour of Dreamland. You don't seem to know. Audrey made a definite judgment based on Furs's reaction and her usual performance. She turned around and looked at the person shrouded in gray fog at the end of the long table. "Mr. Fool, can I teach the acting method to Miss Magician? If so, what price would she have to pay?" Audrey had intended to ask directly if it was like before, trading the information for entries of Roselle's diary. However, she quickly remembered that there was a great overlap between the Beyonder circles of Furs and her own. Therefore, if she did that, she might lose many opportunities of obtaining Roselle's diary. It's not a very important problem since it's just a matter of time before Furs realizes that Mr. Fool wants Roselle's diary, and I would certainly have other Beyonder circles. However, she knows that I have a few pages of Roselle's diary, and if she wants to collect them, she will come to me immediately. However, Mr. Fool has read all of those diary entries. After this gathering, I have to find a chance to tell Furs that all the Roselle diary pages were accidentally lost. Audrey predicted the chain of events and tried her best to convey her concerns to Mr. Fool in body language. What's Miss Justice hinting at? Oh, she knows Furs, but she doesn't want to reveal her identity, which means that she doesn't want the payment I request to cause any trouble in that regard. Klein thoughtfully chuckled. You can make the decision. You can do the explanation since I do not wish to repeat what I've said in the past. This is also a form of respect to the goddess, he added inwardly. Praise Mr. Fool. Audrey's heart leaped in joy. She straightened her back and slightly raised her chin. She tried to look at Furs in a different manner as she said, "The acting method is a method to speed up the mastery of potions and minimize the risk of losing control. Do you want to know about it? There's such a method?" For real? Mr. Fool is such a lofty figure, so he definitely wouldn't lie about such a small matter. Furs widened her somewhat languid eyes, pursed his lips and said, "Yes, as long as one was a Beyonder, there was no way they wouldn't wish to learn of similar methods." Furs suddenly felt thrilled. Audrey thought carefully and said, "There are 2 requirements. 1, without the permission of Mr. Fool, you are not to teach the acting method to others. The second is to pay £200. Her original plan was to use Roselle's diary as a benchmark for the price. The number of pages she and the Hangman had used to repay the debt had been converted into a corresponding price, but in reality, Roselle's diary was sold cheaply because it couldn't be deciphered, and most of the time, it was impossible to determine which was the real one. Converting that to a total price was quite a letdown to the value of the acting method. Therefore, she added a little more from that benchmark. If Mr. Fool's Blessed is no longer short of money, then I will take the £200, and I will look for the diary entries to repay my debt with Mr. Fool." Audrey had already thought of a follow-up deal. £200? The method to reduce the risk of losing control is £200? That's way too cheap, isn't it? Fearing that Justice would go back on her word, the surprised and happy Furs said without hesitation, "Deal." After she finished speaking, she felt her heart pain for the money. She felt that her bank balance was decreasing at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 313, The Ancient Deities. Audrey was about to apply for a private exchange when she suddenly discovered one thing. The World, who was seated at the other end of the long bronze table, didn't show any interest in the acting method at all. He didn't even have the urge to ask about it. Does he already know about the acting method, or did he consult Mr. Fool privately? Audrey mumbled to herself, still cautiously asking for a private meeting. Then, looking at Furs, she said in a measured voice, in both her choice of words and pronunciation, "Our attitude towards potions isn't about grasping them, but rather it's about digesting them. The key to digestion is to act, and the key to acting is the corresponding potion name." "Why?" blurted Furs. After a moment of deliberation, she added another question. "Then how should one act?" Audrey recalled Mr. Fool's pose and examples, repeating the description of the castle, the guards, the invitation, the disguise, and finally saying, "In short, the goal of acting is to reconcile the body, heart, and soul, bypassing the stubborn resistance of the remnant headstrong psyche of the potion so as to assimilate and digest it. As a fiction writer, Furs had a strong imagination. After Justice was done with her description, she had already sketched out the corresponding scenes in her mind, and she had basically understood what Justice was trying to convey. Is that so? So this is how you eliminate the remnant psyche influence in the potion and reduce the risk of losing control. The more I think about it, the more I feel that this is possible. The bewilderment in her mind gradually lessened, and the feeling of surprise slowly filled her heart. Finally, she asked for confirmation. Was this taught by Mr. Fool? Yes, if not for Mr. Fool, we might have already lost control. Our continued existence is proof of the acting method's effectiveness, Justice praised from the bottom of her heart. Phew. Furs exhaled and felt her future brighten with hope. Could this be the fortuitous encounters described in all kinds of novels? This feels so good. However, I shouldn't be careless. Mr. Fool might be a malicious, evil god with deep secrets. Furs reminded herself. Immediately, she began to think about an even more important question: how to act as an apprentice. Just from the word alone, apprentice means that one's skills are not mature enough in various aspects. Does this mean that one should still accept guidance and focus on studying? One shouldn't flaunt one's superiority and be arrogant, and one has to understand the insignificance of their own strength? Furs quickly let her thoughts wander and didn't realize that the environment for individual communication had been discontinued. At that moment, the son, Derek, looked around silently, gritted his teeth, and said, I want to know which 7 gods you are talking about, and the general situation regarding them. He couldn't help but ask this question that had been plaguing his mind for a long time. I know that. Audrey almost failed to react at first, but she quickly figured out what the son was asking and raised her right hand slightly. At the same time, the hanged man and the world also indicated that they could answer. What were they doing? Furs looked on blankly, trying to remember what had just happened. After a moment, she remembered the son's question. She then began ruminating over the implied meaning behind his words. It can't be. He actually doesn't know about the 7 gods. Where did he come from? Furs looked at Mr. Sun, who was just a teenager. In the northern continent, other than insensible children, there wasn't anyone who didn't know of the 7 orthodox deities. Even the poor who struggled to survive, and the tramps were no exception. To them, the occasional free food offered by the cathedrals was so tempting that the workhouse was a flame of despair. People from the southern continent's colonies? However, there's no need for him to ask such a simple question. Just find a cathedral and ask a pastor or a priest to preach a sermon, and you'll be able to figure out the relevant content. Where does the son actually live? What a freak. Furs looked from side to side while mumbling to herself, but Miss Justice, Mr. Hanged Man, and Mr. World weren't surprised. At that moment, the fog-immersed Klein saw that there were 3 people eager to answer. He smiled and said, Mr. Sun, who do you want to trade with? What are you willing to pay? The son Derek pursed his lips and thought for a few seconds. I'll trade with each of them individually. Only then can I obtain the most comprehensive information. In the harsh environment of the City of Silver, Derek had matured quite a bit from his previous patrols and clearance operations. He paused for a moment before requesting, The reward is that you can ask me a question, the kind that I can answer. I agree. I'm very interested in the City of Silver. Audrey smiled faintly, without any hesitation. City of Silver? Where is this place? Why haven't I heard of it? Furs looked around blankly, feeling completely at a loss as to what they were talking about. Audrey glanced at her and kindly explained, Mr. Sun is neither in the northern or southern continent, nor is he on an island in the ocean. The City of Silver is located outside of our understanding, or you can say he is beyond the limits of our exploratory efforts. Are you kidding me? Furs subconsciously had this thought. However, with that thought, based on the sun's performance, and the fact that it was impossible that the others were ganging up to cheat her, Furs quickly accepted Audrey's explanation. This secret gathering is even more incredible than I thought. Mr. Fool is more powerful than I thought. Furs exhaled silently and sighed with emotion. Audrey vaguely read her thoughts, and for a moment she was tempted to flaunt about how the deaths of Vice Admiral Kalangos, Intis Ambassador Bakerland, and the swindler Lenevis was a result of the Tarot Club. What a pity. If Furs were to learn of these 3 things, she would immediately associate Audrey with Justice. I have to keep it a secret. Audrey, even if it's hard on you, you have to keep this a secret. Audrey suddenly took a deep breath. Since she didn't know much about the City of Silver, she didn't know what to ask. Furs didn't participate in the following transaction and chose to spectate from the sidelines. As for the Hanged Man and the world, they successively agreed to the son's request. The happiest of all was Klein, for this meant that he reaped thrice the rewards. During individual communications, the fool could hear the conversation. Klein obviously didn't have any plans of insulating himself. Son, you sure are simple. He laughed in his heart. As there was a lot of information about the seven gods, justice, the hangman, and the world could only write what they thought was important. After a while, they each passed on their descriptions to the son. Derek quickly scanned through the information, and his eyes stopped on a few lines. In addition to the Lord who created everything, the oldest gods are the eternal blazing sun, the Lord of storms, the God of knowledge and wisdom. Those churches were the oldest churches. Why haven't I heard of any of these? I've never heard of any of these gods. I feel like there's something very important hidden here. Derek knew that each Tarot Club gathering had a time limit, so he hastily ended his review, intending to go back and pray to Mr. Fool for help in awakening his memories. Then, the first one to raise a question was Justice. Due to the serial murder, she was interested in the devil's sequence, so she imitated Mr. World and asked the appropriate questions. Derek answered with verve and added something. In the corresponding sequence 7, a Beyonder of the Abyss pathway can effectively interfere with divination and spirit channeling. A devil's powers sure are terrifying. I wonder if my sequence 7 psychiatrist will result in a qualitative change. Or would I need to be sequence 6? Audrey felt a little apprehensive from what she heard. The second question came from the hanged man. He seemed to have considered this question for a long time. Looking at the sun, he opened his mouth and said in a deep voice, I want to know the creation myth of the City of Silver. The slightly tense Derek relaxed a little and said, the omnipotent and omniscient God created everything and entered a state of deep slumber. The giant king Ormur, the dragon of imagination Ankwelt, the elf king Sinaithrim, the vampire ancestor Lilith, the devil monarch Farbadi, the phoenix ancestor Gregrace, the mutant king Kvaster, and the king of demonic wolves, Phlegria split the remnant powers of authority, becoming lords of the sky, land, and ocean. They ruled over reality, the spirit world, and the astral world. They were deities who ruled over various races and were truly deities, the ancient gods. Phlegria? Klein, who was listening, suddenly noticed a familiar word. Whenever he advanced, or when his condition was unstable, or when he came into contact with the remnant influence of the Antigonus family's diary, he would always hear some illusory, incomprehensible raving coming from somewhere. Hornacis. Phlegria. Hornacis. Phlegria. Hornacis. Phlegria. Klein had known for a long time that Hornacis was referring to the mountain range where the ruins of the nation of the Evernight was, but he had never known what the word Phlegria meant. And now for the first time, he heard Phlegria coming out of someone else's mouth. King of demonic wolves, an ancient deity. But why was he involved with the Hornacis mountain range? Klein maintained his unperturbed position as he quietly listened to Derek's recount. Some of them perished in the battle among themselves, while others were stripped of their authority after the awakening of the Lord that created everything, the omnipotent and omniscient God. The first part is the creation myth, and the second part is about the City of Silver's true history. Alger wanted to know more, but as the son was unwilling to say more, he could only stop in time and turn his attention to thinking. The king of demonic wolves, Phlegria, had left the stage of history in the second epic, in the dark epic long before the cataclysm. As he pondered, Klein manipulated the world to ask a question. What he had wanted to ask was which sequence allowed a Beyonder to freely switch between the body and the spirit, just as Miss Sharon did. If the son wasn't aware of the answer, he could consider something else. But now he had something more important to know about, so he hoarsely said, everything about the king of demonic wolves, Phlegria. The son, Derek, looked at Mr. World in astonishment and frowned. I don't know much about this ancient deity. He's also known as the Annihilation Demonic Wolf and the Evernight Demonic Wolf. Evernight Demonic Wolf. Evernight. Klein slightly narrowed his eyes. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 314 Possible. The nation of the Evernight, at the peak of the Hornacis mountain range, believe in the ruler of the Evernight, the mother of the sky. Is there some connection between that and the Evernight Demonic Wolf, Phlegria? The illusory ravings I hear are actually Hornacis. Phlegria? What is the connection between the ancient god, Evernight Demonic Wolf Phlegria, and the goddess? According to Roselle, sequence 0 is equivalent to a true god, and each sequence can only have one sequence 0. The goddess had inherited the authority from the Evernight Demonic Wolf. He wasn't the oldest deity, nor was he the eye of the creator as he claimed. Yes, there's a circumstantial clue that doesn't count as proof. The life school of thought worships the moon, the crimson moon that evolved from the creator's eye, but they don't believe in the Evernight goddess. Klein suddenly made several connections as he manipulated the world to speak. Is there nothing else? No. Matters regarding the king of demonic wolves, Phlegria, is also considered a myth in the City of Silver. Derek felt as though he had not given any answers. He suggested out of embarrassment, Mr. World, you can change to another question. Change the question. Little son, you're too honest. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Klein made the world say hoarsely, your honesty and trustworthiness leave a deep impression. I met a Beyonder before. He was able to freely switch between the body and spirit, and they were also able to direct zombies. Do you know which pathway this belongs to, and which sequence it is? Although it was impossible for the son, who was located in the forsaken land of God in the City of Silver, to form a connection with the capital of the Lone Kingdom, Backlund, Klein was cautious enough to change the pronoun referring to Miss Sharon from she to he. By the way, he's not a high-sequence Beyonder, the world added in a deep voice. Derek recalled the education he had received seriously before saying, if he's not a high-sequence Beyonder, then the Phoenix pathway can be eliminated. The Phoenix pathway? Klein deliberately made the world show a certain level of surprise. After attending so many gatherings, Derek was very clear that there was a discrepancy between the terms used by the City of Silver and Miss Justice and Company. Therefore, Derek explained without finding it strange, it's the Beyonder pathway that governs death and partly controls the spirit world. Its sequence 9 is Corpse Collector, so it's the death pathway. From the looks of it, Phoenix ancestor Gregrace was death during the ancient times. Klein sat at the end of the long bronze table in a composed manner. He controlled world as he nodded. I understand. You can continue. Derek replied immediately, I can only think of two possibilities. One is a type of special devil. Just like I previously said, the devils that evolve from different species can have their differences. There is a type that can freely switch between body and spirit, but they're rather rare. And they might not be able to direct zombies. Can they be humans? The world asked. No, not that I know of any similar examples, Derek said honestly. What about the second possibility? Klein thought back to Miss Sharon's usual performance in battle, and the world changed his sitting position. Derek replied seriously, mutants. Mutants? Isn't that referring to monsters? The world asked hoarsely. Klein clearly remembered that Mr. Azik had mentioned that the term mutant was the general term for humans that were put under a curse. Due to the different curses, mutants transformed into different races. They were usually the same as humans, but their hearts were always filled with a suppressed, twisted desire in their hearts. Their desires erupted when they came into contact with a certain scene or object, turning into monsters. They would then succumb to their desires for blood and bloodshed. Every time they unleashed their desires, they would become slightly more merciless and apathetic. Finally, they would lose all their positive feelings that are expected of a human. The most common mutant was the werewolf. Derek nodded frankly and said, that's right. Mutants are the various kinds of monsters that evolve from humans due to the negative effects of certain Beyonder characteristics. It's not a curse, but the negative impact of some Beyonder characteristic. Sitting upright in the thick gray fog, Klein found this to be different from what Mr. Azik had described. Is this the understanding of mutants from before the cataclysm? General knowledge in the City of Silver is quite precious to the Beyonders of the northern and southern continents. Klein became increasingly aware of the special nature of the forsaken land of God. At this moment, Derek continued, the characteristics which mutants possess happen to form a Beyonder pathway. Therefore, ordinary people can turn into mutants by consuming potions as well. A mutant pathway? Which pathway is this referring to? What is the name of the corresponding sequence 9? Klein asked curiously through the world. Derek ignored the first few questions, treating them as a necessary supplement. In the City of Silver, the corresponding sequence 9 is called prisoner. The mind is the prisoner of the body, and the body is the prisoner of the world. This refers to the madness that is restrained and the desire that is oppressed. Prisoner. This pathway is held by the Rose School of Thought. They're famous for their bloody sacrifices and worship of the so-called chained god. Miss Sharon doesn't look like such a cold-blooded, indiscriminate person. Wait a minute, Merrick was apparently being pursued by some faction. Were he and Miss Sharon traitors of the Rose School of Thought? Their betrayal was because they didn't want to turn into crazy heretics. Klein speculated as he made the world say, I'm very satisfied with your answer. Transaction complete. Following that, a few members shared their experiences and news. As for Klein, he ended the tarot gathering just before his spirituality was exhausted. When the area above the gray fog returned to its peaceful state, even the fake world was gone. He then started to travel back and forth between the real world and the mysterious space, bringing the master key to the ancient palace. Although I deduced from Roselle's diary that there is a high probability that there isn't a sequence 0 for the apprentice pathway, I can't be rash. If there is a sequence 1 or 2, they might be able to counterattack effectively across space. And what if there really is a sequence 0? I shouldn't gamble with my life. After Klein recovered, he wrote a divination statement, its origin. Next, he held the master key in his hand so as not to misdirect the monacherate. Leaning back in his chair, Klein chanted the divination statement and gradually fell asleep. In the gray haze of the shattered world, he saw a bronze lamp rack with many flickering candles. Around the lamp rack was what seemed to be a secret room, devoid of any external light. There were long tables, black iron pots, glass jars, brown-colored notebooks, and other items. A young man wearing a classic black robe stood in front of the long table, staring at the potion in his hand. Ancestors, I'm about to embark on the path of extraordinariness. I will definitely reproduce the illustrious glory of the Abraham family, he mumbled to himself and drank the potion. The muscles on his face contorted in pain. Suddenly, he cried out miserably and fell to the ground. He squirmed continuously, strangling himself. After a few seconds, he tore off his clothes, stripped off his skin, and turned into a monster covered in blood. Boom. His flesh exploded, and each piece of flesh seemed to possess a life of its own as they continued to crawl in every direction, leaving behind signs of corrosion. In the end, they were unable to leave the secret chamber and gradually calmed down. The specks of light gathered together and combined together with a broken finger, forming an ancient and simple-looking brass-colored key. At the same time, Klein saw a silver pocket watch inlaid with diamonds among the tattered clothes. After the dream ended, he opened his eyes and looked forward. He said with a sigh, seriously, he said he wanted to restore the glory of the Abraham family, but he failed at the first step. It's risky even at sequence 9. The Abraham family was a powerful aristocratic family of the Tudor dynasty during the Fourth Epoch. It was said that they held the Beyonder pathway of apprentice, but it was very likely that it was incomplete. Klein recalled the scene he had just seen. He tapped his fingers on the edge of the table and muttered to himself. He spoke in the lone language. I can't tell where his accent is from. It was during the last 10 years since it became popular to embed pure diamonds into pocket watches. Perhaps I should visit the Harvest Church when I have the time and ask Father Utravsky where he got his master key from. Perhaps I can find some clues. Just as Klein was about to leave the fog, the illusory star that symbolized the magician began to swell and contract. Furs was requesting a sacrificial ritual. Furs usually wouldn't have carried so much cash on her, but she had been planning to attend a Beyonder gathering, so she had left 500 pounds to see if she could buy what she wanted. Who knew that the corresponding gathering had been cancelled because of the circumstances? Now she could use it to pay for the apothecary formula and the acting method, a total of 430 pounds. Seeing the screen of light appear and seeing the paper money disappear, it took Furs a few seconds to react. She sincerely thanked Mr. Fool. I shall sell the apothecary formula to Viscount Glane for 300 pounds. I can't be too greedy, or else this will ruin our long-term partnership. As for Miss Audrey, I'll ignore her for the time being. She has hopes of coming into contact with the psychology alchemist and obtaining the corresponding formula directly. If there's really no hope with that, I'll try purchasing it from the tarot gathering. So, I have to see if the acting method is effective. If it is, then I have to consider how to pray to Mr. Fool. Oh, Zio is such a fool. She has always been acting as an arbiter and had unknowingly fulfilled the requirements of the acting method. Furs began thinking of the future. When he received the 430 pounds, Klein also received a prayer from Miss Justice. She said that if Mr. Fool's blessed no longer needed cash, she could promise to exchange the 200 pounds for Rozelle's diary entries to make sure that Mr. Fool was satisfied. I'm satisfied. I'm only a few dozen pounds short of 1,000 pounds. Klein declined Miss Justice's offer. Then he busily helped the son awaken his memories regarding the 7 gods. After doing all this, Klein returned to the real world in exhaustion. He drew the curtains open and started going through the dossier with the information regarding the serial murders, searching for the animal that might have existed. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 315, Return to Harvest Church. City of Silver, in a cramped room. Derek Berg was sitting by his bedside, quietly recalling the information regarding the 7 gods that he had received. The names of the deities that he had never heard of and the vague ancient myths all indicated to him that there was a new world outside which was completely different from the City of Silver. Is that a piece of land that hasn't been forsaken by the gods? Or perhaps it's a land that is protected by new gods? Derek sat in the dark, motionlessly. Lightning flashed from time to time outside the window, bringing with it intense light. He slowly focused his thoughts on the different authorities that were concentrated in the hands of the 7 gods, and he compared them with the ancient gods such as the Dragon of Imagination Inkwalt. The so-called god of combat is very similar to Giant King Ormur. The Lord of Storms wields authority similar to the Elf King, Siniathrim. The Evernight goddess appears to be the fusion of the king of demonic wolves, Phlegria, and vampire ancestor Lilith. As for the eternal blazing sun, Earth Mother, God of knowledge and wisdom, and God of steam and machinery, I can't find anyone corresponding to them. Regarding the mythical legends, I wasn't too attentive in class and missed out a lot. Since there's no patrol duty during this period of time, I should head to the Spire's library and read up on them. Derek stood up and did as he planned. The problem he faced was shared by the majority of the residents in the city of Silver. When they were being educated with general knowledge, their focus was all on the practical courses such as devil studies, monster classification, charms, and Beyonder foundations. They were all focused on the knowledge that could be used to deal with monsters in the dark and increase the production of edible plants. As for supplementary classes like myth studies, they often didn't pay much attention. If the history regarding the city of Silver hadn't been able to make the residents more united, raise their sense of honor, or heighten their sense of mission, and how the six-member council was very strict in this regard, Derek believed that he could at most remember what had happened in the last 2 or 3 decades. Carrying the axe of Hurricane, Derek walked out his house, following the clean, simple, but old and mottled stone road until he reached the Twin Towers on the north side of the city. One of the spires of the Twin Towers served as the City of Silver's library, an exchange spot where merit points could be exchanged and daily necessities could be distributed. The dome was where the six-member council resided and was rumored to contain a mystical item which had sustained the City of Silver for more than 2,000 years, as well as a repository for formulas and ingredients. Entering the spire, Derek went straight up to the 3rd floor and, according to his recollections, found the shelves where materials regarding mythology and the corresponding ancient books were stored. Just as he was about to take out a book related to the creation myth, a slender, fair-skinned, and good-looking palm rushed forward and took the book away from him. Derek traced the arm, and after a single glance, he lowered his head, pressed his hand to his chest, and said in a low voice, "Greetings, Elder Lovia." The one who had taken the book from him was one of the members of the 6-member council, Shepherd Lovia. She wore a long black robe embroidered with mysterious purple patterns. Her silvery gray hair was thick but curled up slightly. Her face was smooth and fair, her appearance gorgeous. She looked to be in her early 30s, and her pair of light gray eyes seemed to be able to pierce through one's soul. Lovia tersely acknowledged Derek's greeting and gently nodded her head without saying anything else. She silently took the ancient book and left the space between the 2 bookshelves. Elder Lovia seems to have returned to normal. She's not like before, always switching between different temperaments at random, sometimes crying, sometimes sneering, sometimes grunting angrily, sometimes indifferent. Such a thought subconsciously flashed across Derek's mind. Suddenly, he felt an inexplicable sense of fear. It was because Elder Lovia was acting normally. Normal. After reading through the entire dossier, Klein found no record of any animals. It was obvious that the original investigation had overlooked this problem. Yeah, I have to remember my earlier considerations. I can't rashly perform my own investigations. Without talking about how I don't have the special means or confidence to avoid a devil's intuition towards danger, just the possibility of me meeting a Nighthawk would be a very troublesome matter. My goal is to always take an auxiliary role. My job is to analyze the case and suggest conjectures and determine if a clue is authentic. Klein considered what he needed to do. After understanding the abilities of a devil, he temporarily didn't dare to hand over the matter of investigating whether or not the previous suspects had pets to Stewart. That would have a high chance of injuring Stewart. It's only in the preliminary stage of investigations without any direction. It's likely Stewart wouldn't encounter any problems. A devil isn't like those bunch of lunatics from the Aurora Order. He wouldn't proactively expose himself. Tomorrow or the day after, Stewart will definitely hand in a report. Perhaps there might be clues that others might not be able to detect. Klein stood up and stuffed his hands into his pockets as he paced around the activity room. Now his dilemma was on how to get the main investigation body to include animals under their radar. I definitely can't mention it directly, as that would attract the suspicion of others. It would be the same if I attempted to guide them in the dark. Klein thought carefully as he weighed the matter seriously before finally deciding on a plan. He pulled out a letter, grabbed a fountain pen, and wrote, "Dear Mr. Stanton, I thought of a problem. Previously, when the detectives were in discussion, they all found the murderer's actions skilled without any hint of inexperience. They believed that he couldn't be born with such skill and that he must have had a lot of experience to build up his foundation. Examples of such people can be surgical students from med school or a butcher. Back then, I thought he might have done something like this before. It's a direction for investigation, and it's what I'm paying the most attention to right now. But after thinking about it over and over again for the past 2 days, I don't think it's comprehensive enough. Perhaps he didn't rely on killing people to gain experience. Is it possible that he practiced with poor animals? Different kinds of living animals. The number of animals that die in Backlund daily is innumerable, and those that disappear in the sewers are also unknown. Therefore, these are very good training targets. This is my inchoate opinion. I hope to communicate with you. Sherlock Moriarty. Klein didn't directly mention that the murderer might have been an animal that had turned into a devil. He also used the reason of practice, hoping that Isengard Stanton would take note of the neglected animal world, thereby reminding the official Beyonders responsible for the case. While he was writing, he suddenly felt that this was also a direction. The reason why the devil hadn't been caught all this time was because it had been hunting animals most of the time. And the hunting of animals wasn't something worth paying attention to. Well, let's hope it will inspire them. Klein folded the letter and dressed up to deliver it to the mailbox at the end of the street. 15 minutes later, Lawyer Jurgen, who saw Detective Sherlock passing by his oriel window again and again, finally couldn't stop his urge to open his door and ask politely, "Mr. Moriarty, did you forget your key?" Sort of. Klein squeezed out a smile. "Why don't you come to my house as a guest? After dinner, you can go back after dark. I know that you private detectives are very good at climbing." Jurgen invited him in with a serious expression. Seriously? Klein was stunned for a second before he smiled sincerely. "It's my honor." After all, Lawyer Jurgen's grandmother had the standard of a capable chef, and he could also tease the cat while he was there. When it was completely dark, Klein, having had his fill, rested for a while at home before leaving Minsk Street with his cane. He planned to make another trip to Rose Street, on the south side of the bridge, and ask Bishop Utravsky about the origin of the master key. With the help of dowsing rod seeking, he successfully arrived at the Harvest Church in the dead of night and sneaked in through the same route as before. However, Bishop Utravsky wasn't repenting in the cathedral's hall tonight. There were only rows of pews in the silence and gloom. "He's resting." Klein felt slightly puzzled as he walked towards the living area at the back of the hall. As he rounded the corner, he saw the tall, giant-like Bishop Utravsky walking up the basement stairs. The heavy stone doors situated there were being banged on by someone. Who did he detain in the basement? Klein instantly thought of a series of warped ideas. Bishop Utravsky looked up and saw Klein disguised the same as before. He was also surprised as he asked, "Haven't you found your way home yet? Do I look like someone who's been lost for so long?" Klein forced a smile. "Father, I'm not lost. You think that the formula is fake? That's impossible." Bishop Utravsky frowned and stopped midway up the stairs. As a result, he was at the same height as Klein. "No, it's genuine," Klein answered honestly. At this moment, the basement stone door was thumped again with ever-increasing intensity. Along with the thumps was a male voice that shouted, "Let me out." "This is..." Klein couldn't help but ask. Bishop Utravsky smiled warmly and said, "A vampire?" As soon as he finished, the man in the basement shouted, "What's wrong with being a vampire? Do you think vampires should be locked up here? Do I have to listen to your nagging and scripture recitals every day? Bullshit. I'm a noble sanguine, so don't use such a vulgar name to describe me. Let me tell you, I worship the moon, and I'll absolutely not convert to a believer of Earth Mother. Give up, you damned priest." It was Klein's first time meeting a real vampire, so he couldn't help but ask, "Father, where did you catch him?" Bishop Utravsky gave Klein an odd look before saying, "He's the original owner of the master key. One day, he got lost and entered this cathedral." Klein seriously considered the dilemma of whether he should carry the master key with him in the future or not. "It's a good thing that I can divine," he thought thankfully. It just so happened that he had entered a state where he thirsted for blood, and I had discovered his abnormality, Bishop Utravsky added with a smile. "Bullshit, don't talk about blood. What I need is the blood of a beautiful young girl, not the blood of a dirty old man like you." The vampire in the basement suddenly became enraged. Bishop Utravsky explained without a trace of anger, "When he craves blood, I will give him some of mine." Klein nodded and looked again. He found that the heavy stone door in the basement was engraved with the sacred emblem of life and many mysterious symbols, forming a complete seal. During the day, when more and more people start praying, it would be impossible for the sound to even reach the outside. Klein made a preliminary judgment. "Is there anything I can help you with?" At that moment, Bishop Utravsky asked. Klein answered frankly, "I want to know where the master key first came from." "You'll have to ask him." Bishop Utravsky pointed to the basement. The vampire inside suddenly became quiet before he leisurely laughed and said, "Friend, I can answer your question. But the condition is that you rescue me first." Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 316. Never perform unprepared. He actually named his price. Upon hearing the vampire's request, Klein felt both irritated and amused. He looked at the Bishop Utravsky, who was standing in front of him, and asked, "Father, may I borrow your candle? The one that you used last time. I've forgotten what it's called." Before Bishop Utravsky could reply, the vampire in the basement spoke in a stunned voice. "What do you want to do?" What do you want to do? At this moment, Bishop Utravsky answered warmly. It's called a mental terror candle. What are you borrowing it for? Father, you're very cooperative. You even knew to ask. The corners of Klein's mouth curled up. I plan to use it to directly inquire the deepest part of this friend's heart. As you know, I'm quite talented in this area, and I'm very good at such matters. Before he could finish his sentence, the vampire in the basement had already shouted, Bastard, give up on your idea. You will be cursed if you do this to a noble sanguine. Hey. I'll speak. I'll tell you the origins of the master key. Klein immediately chuckled. Thank you for your cooperation. The friend of that dirty old man naturally isn't a good person. As a sanguine, all I did was go to the hospital to steal blood bottles to drink. Why did I end up locked up in here and forced to listen to this naggy, housefly-like Bible of life? The vampire in the basement angrily complained. Frankly speaking, if you really are who you claim to be, and you bumped into me, at most, I would give you a warning. Unfortunately, you got lost and entered this cathedral. The priest you encountered used to kill people wantonly and enjoyed combat, but he's now pious and repentant. You can only blame your poor luck. However, with Bishop Utravsky's recovery, he's unlikely to hurt you. At most, he will keep you to his side. Klein silently responded. The vampire in the basement paused for a few seconds and said, About a month ago, I went to the hospital in Southborough to steal blood and ended up meeting a thief. He originally wanted to enter the hospital's finance department, but he ended up lost. He opened the door to the blood bank and ended up being caught by me. He was using that master key. He told me that he had found it back when he had burgled the particular house. He had also obtained a pocket watch with inlaid diamonds. In the basement. At first, he thought that the key would correspond to a room or safe. He made several attempts and found that the key could open all doors. This is no doubt an unimaginable surprise for a thief. After that, he enjoyed numerous successes until I caught him and confiscated his key. Damn, I didn't expect that the key would make one get lost back then. It matches the scene I saw with my divination. However, is there a curse on the master key? The previous owner was detained because he got lost, and the owner before that was caught red-handed because he got lost. Perhaps I should really throw it into the space above the gray fog and take it out when I need it. But that will be a lot more troublesome and might cause delays to certain matters. Klein controlled his expression and asked unhurriedly, Did the thief say where he stole it? The vampire in the basement mumbled, Are you doubting my intelligence? How could I not ask about this? He said it was in the area south of the bridge, 48 River Bay Avenue. I was planning to check it out when... Damn it. All right, I'm done answering. Don't disturb me anymore. Klein didn't leave just because he received an answer. Instead, he slowly took out a half-pence copper coin and recited softly, He's lying. After repeating it 7 times, Klein's eyes turned dark, and he flicked the coin up. He watched it spin in the air before it landed in the palm of his hand. It was heads, indicating a positive response. In other words, the vampire was lying. The thief's description coincides greatly with what I had seen through divination, so they confirm each other. The vampire must have lied about the exact address. Klein looked at Bishop Utravsky and said with a chuckle, He lied? Let me think about the reason why he lied. It would be very unwise of him to vent his anger and seek revenge on me, who is completely uninvolved. It would also be very detrimental to his situation. So, I think he's actually using this method to call for help. That address might very well belong to a companion of his. Father, do you plan on paying a visit? The basement suddenly fell silent. After a few seconds, the vampire laughed and said, I just didn't want to tell you that easily. You threatened me just now, so I lied to take revenge on you. Isn't that normal? I can hear how forceful you are at trying to calm yourself down. Klein smiled and said, Then what's the real answer? If you continue lying, I don't mind sending this address to the 3 churches. I'll just say that it has something to do with the recent serial murders. Humans are really vicious. The vampire sighed through gritted teeth. The area south of the bridge, 32 Verdi Street. Klein tossed the coin again and got the result that the vampire wasn't lying. It seems like vampires don't have the ability to interfere with divination. I should confirm it above the gray fog when I'm back. Klein pressed his hand to his chest, faced the heavy stone door and bowed. Thank you for your cooperation. The vampire in the basement snappily replied. As Klein turned to leave, the vampire suddenly shouted, Remember that my name is Emlyn White. Remember, my name is Emlyn White. Why do I have to remember your name? It's not like I'm going to save you. Without preparation and without a home ground advantage, I'm no match for Father Utravsky, and he has the mystical item to transfuse blood. Could it be that this vampire's companion will offer a bounty, and he wishes for me to sell this information? Klein was surprised for a moment before he walked out of the Harvest Church without a word. After finding a secluded place, he undid the spirit pendulum wound around his left wrist and started to divine if he should visit 32 Verdi Street at that very moment. The answer he got was that there was some danger, but it wasn't too high. There is certain danger. Where's the danger? What kind of danger would it be? Klein carefully analyzed the situation, suspecting that the apprentice who died from losing control had turned into a ghost-type monster due to its intense grievance. Furthermore, it was a relatively strong one at that. That's not right. That thief clearly came out with a master key without encountering any trouble. Could it be that the danger is in another secret location in the house? Klein thought for a moment and decided that it would be best for him to go only when he was sufficiently prepared. It prevented him from entering a situation in which he encountered an enemy whom he was unable to deal with his present Beyonder powers. At the very least, I'll have to wait until I buy bullets that can purify Wraith's shadows. He nodded slightly. After this consideration, combined with his previous battle with Dawn Paladin Bishop Utravsky, Klein suddenly felt that he could vaguely conclude the first principle of a magician: never perform unprepared. Doing otherwise would result in a high chance of messing up. Klein added silently. On Tuesday morning, after preparing butter and toasting 2 slices of bread, Klein was in no hurry to eat. He opened the door and retrieved the day's newspaper from mailbox. There's a letter. He pulled the letter out from the newspaper and glanced at the envelope as he returned to the dining room. It's from Stewart. It appears that he has already completed his preliminary investigations. Klein nodded slightly, tore open the envelope, shook the piece of paper, and sat down at the dining table as he read it. Stewart claimed that the 2 suspects had shown no signs of abnormal behavior. One of them entrenched himself at the grocery store and guarded his wife and children, living a lifeless life, while the other was busy with various temporary jobs and working hard to maintain his life. They were not irritable, nor did they have the urge to fight. They also didn't lock themselves up in a room. At the end of the letter, Stewart lamented the harsh situation in Eastborough and vowed to save enough money to avoid being reduced to staying there when he was old. Thank you for your help. I will share my findings with the rest of you if there are any other clues. Klein replied to the letter simply when he saw how Stewart had no signs of being discovered. He didn't want Stewart to delve deeper into the case, or else the devil might detect the danger and kill any latent dangers in advance. Putting away his pen and paper, Klein picked up a piece of bread that had already been soaked in butter and leisurely spent his breakfast with a cup of black tea and the newspaper. During this process, he felt rather regretful that there were no signs that the Beyonder gathering organized by old Mr. Eye of Wisdom would be held. The existence of this devil has seriously affected the lives of the Backlund Beyonders. I hope Mr. Isengard Standen is able to notice my hint and be fruitful. Yes, he should be a recognized Beyonder by the officials. Klein put down the newspaper and picked up a napkin to wipe his mouth before he packed up to leave. His plan today had been already decided last week. He was to visit the Royal Museum for the Emperor Roselle Memorial Exhibition. In Empress Borough, the opulent villa of Earl Hall, Audrey was wearing a light lace dress and donned snow-white fur as she waited for her personal maidservant, and to help her put on a soft hat with pearls and a thin fishnet veil. Beside her, Susie sat there with a bow tied around her neck. My beautiful little princess, where do you plan on going? Earl Hall asked, stroking his fine mustache as he descended the stairs. Audrey's eyes replied with bright eyes, Father, I plan to attend the Roselle Memorial Exhibition. I can take a look at the original diary of Emperor Roselle and find a chance to get some for Mr. Fool, she added in her mind. Earl Hall muttered to himself, Why are you going today? There will be a lot of people, and the scene will be very chaotic. Yes, I'll get someone to coordinate with the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery. After the official exhibition is over, they'll open its doors specially for you and your friends for half a day. That way you can have a quiet and undisturbed tour. If you have anything you wish to look at closely, you can discuss it with them directly. In that the case, that seems even better. I can directly look through the diaries in this exhibition. Audrey lifted her skirt and curtsied. Thank you, handsome Earl Hall. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 317, Roselle Memorial Exhibition. Westborough, 2 Kings Avenue, Royal Museum. Although it wasn't a weekend, there was a long line at the door when Klein arrived. According to the descriptions in the newspapers and magazines, he knew that the world's middle class had fewer ways of entertaining themselves. Other than reading newspapers, reading novels, listening to opera concerts, playing tennis and squash, enjoying plays, and holding or attending banquets, there were only 3 options: going to a park, going to an exhibition, and going on vacation. Due to Emperor Roselle's influence, annual vacations were already common phenomena. At 9 o'clock sharp, Klein, who was wearing a silk top hat, a black cane, in a long double-breasted frock coat, followed the people in front of him and entered the museum. There was a split here, and the different guides led a number of visitors down different passages. Klein and nearly 20 people followed a good-looking woman and listened to her introduction of Roselle's life. This was of zero value to Klein, who was half a historian, so he was so bored that he began confirming the location of his wallet. Since his wealth had soared to 952 pounds, just a step away from 1,000 pounds, his wallet could no longer hold so much cash, and he could only carry some of it selectively. As for the rest, Klein didn't feel at ease to just leave them at home without protection, so he threw them all above the gray fog. As they walked, they entered the first exhibition hall. The female guide excitedly said, "Ladies and gentlemen, these are the daily necessities of Emperor Roselle. Look, that's his velvet quilt, and that's the golden glassware he used to drink his wine. That's the toilet he used, the first toilet in the modern sense." Even a toilet he had used before is being exhibited? Klein suddenly felt some sympathy for Roselle. Then he looked at the toilet with a flushing system behind the glass wall and saw that it was shimmering with golden light. It seemed to have a layer of gold foil on its surface, and it was engraved with an exaggerated and artistic pattern. How extravagant! Klein no longer sympathized with Roselle. Separated from the toilet by only a glass layer was Roselle's everyday clothing, including cuffs, a shirt with pleats at the collar, and so on. It was obvious that the female guide was rather impressed by Intis's dress culture. After the Daily Necessities exhibition hall, there was a display of the original versions of the important documents which Roselle had issued, including the Civil Code and other extremely valuable historical relics. At that moment, the female guide pointed at a display cabinet and said, "This is one of the diaries left behind by Emperor Roselle. It uses his self-created mysterious symbols that have yet to be deciphered to date. Many historians and archaeologists believe that these notes contain the least known secrets of Emperor Roselle. As a romantic, I have my own guesses. Perhaps these are the symbols he had agreed upon with his most beloved woman. They wrote about each other, but were never able to truly be together. You're suited for writing novels." The corner of Klein's mouth twitched. His eyes then turned to the notebook that was spread open in the display cabinet. On it were the simplified Chinese he was extremely familiar with. March 6th. Damn it, I'm almost constipated from eating the food here. March 17th. Are the ladies of Intis so open? Did I hit on her, or did she hit on me? I just find it odd. March 22nd. It's time to choose a religion. On one side is the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun, and on the other is the Church of Craftsmanship. My choice is without a doubt. Praise you, God of all machinery. One day, I will make the Church of Craftsmanship change its name to the Church of Machinery. It's indeed very romantic. Romantic constipation. This should be a diary entry written by Emperor Roselle in his early days. It's without any valuable information. His handwriting is even uglier than mine. Klein looked away and skid. Of course, he only saw the 2 pages that were spread open. He didn't know what else was on it. I wonder how the security measures here are. I wonder if there is a chance of sneaking in and flipping through them. Klein looked around and saw that there were quite a few security personnel on the surface. Perhaps there are beyonders from the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery. He muttered under his breath and followed the female guide as he blended in with the crowd. He entered the next exhibition hall, which was called The Gentle Roselle. This is Emperor Roselle's first love letter. This is his first love poem he created, When You Are Old One. The female guide looked at the manuscript in the display cabinet with glimmering eyes. Shameless. Yeats's coffin can't be held shut any longer. Klein couldn't help but lampoon. This is a bracelet he made. This is the original manuscript of his novel. The female guide introduced with a tone of extraordinary adoration. Klein tried hard not to let his expression change. Of course, he also believed that Emperor Roselle, who was an artisan in his beyonder profession, was definitely very skilled in his craftsmanship. This is the basic education textbook that he improved to educate his children. Each word has its own corresponding picture. It was a little game he had invented for his children, similar to Intis chess, but somehow it didn't become popular. These are the toy blocks he invented. These were also for his children. The female guide said in a gentle tone without even realizing it. Isn't this fucking Chinese chess? Furthermore, Lego wants to collect the licensing fees from you. Klein could only smirk to hide his other emotions. With a single glance, he noticed that there was a woman over 1.7 meters tall standing in front of this display cabinet. The lady had chestnut hair that fell to her waist, and she had a perfectly proportioned figure. She was neither fat nor thin. She wore a yellow layer dress which had the vibes of a young girl, but she wore a black out-of-fashion bonnet, with a fishnet veil hanging down and concealing her face. She stood in front of the display cabinet and stared at the items inside for a long time without leaving. Even when Klein and the others followed the guide to the next exhibition hall, she remained rooted to the spot. After passing through a few more exhibition halls, the female guide pointed ahead and said, "The next thing you will see is Emperor Roselle's restored study. Of course, it's only a part of it." As she spoke, Klein and the others entered the exhibition hall as the area before them opened up. It was almost like a library, lined with shelves which were 2 stories high. There were ladders sitting beneath them, and aisles between them leading to a 3-dimensional book park. You can imagine how the owner of this place had once climbed up and down the ladder in search of the book that he wanted to read. The guide painted a vivid picture. No, Roselle would definitely send his servants to seek it out for him. He wouldn't do it himself. Klein silently refuted. In the center of the row of bookshelves were desks, chairs, brass lampstands, and alike. They were all protected under the cover of glass and were blocked from making contact with the outside world. With a single glance, Klein found a stack of manuscripts which were all yellow in color. The stack of manuscripts weren't spread out, so one could only see the contents of the first page. It was a drawing of a rectangular object with a detailed description. This is a portable, miniaturized application of the telegraph. Through it, one can connect to the person holding the same item and receive and exchange information. You can even converse with them directly. This requires better positioning. I think we can boldly cast our sights to the sky. There are no obstructions in the sky, and it would allow for better transmission of signals. Emperor, you aren't even letting go of a cell phone. Klein couldn't help but facepalm. At that moment, the guide introduced the stack of manuscripts. These record the wonderful ideas of Emperor Roselle. They record inventions which he was unable to turn into reality in time. They record the glory of what our human civilization is capable of. Klein didn't pay any attention to the flattery, and instead casually sized up the other things. Suddenly, he noticed a bookmark in a hardcover book on the desk. The exposed part of the bookmark depicted a drawing which was randomly drawn by a child. Emperor Roselle isn't good at drawing. Just as Klein was mocking inwardly, he suddenly thought of something. Roselle had once disguised the card of blasphemy as a bookmark and placed it inside a certain book. Could it be this one? Klein carefully observed for a few seconds, but he didn't find anything amiss. That's right. He had mentioned before that the cards of blasphemy possess anti-divination and anti-prophecy characteristics. Under normal circumstances, there's no way to discover their uniqueness. If it were so easily recognized, the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery would have long taken it away. Klein cast his gaze away and began scrutinizing the other books. He discovered that many of them had a bookmark in them, and all these bookmarks were of different shapes. He pondered for a moment, and using his clown's ability to control his facial muscles, he curiously asked, "Are these all books that Emperor Roselle has read before?" "Sorry, are these the original books?" The female guide nodded firmly. "Yes, these are all the items from Emperor Roselle's study from back then. They include, but are not limited to, books, manuscripts, bookmarks, lampstands, ink bottles. But even more were destroyed during the several conflicts." Klein nodded slightly and studied the bookmarks again. Roselle had said in his diary that he was going to put the card of blasphemy in a very valuable book, so that no one would ever think that the most valuable thing in that book was actually an obscure bookmark. Well, which of these books are valuable? Klein began eliminating books as he recalled the details written in the diary. Glorious Era doesn't look like it. The History of the Intis Kingdom doesn't look like it. Geography of the Northern Continent. This might be possible, but it isn't very likely. The Improved Principles of Steam Machinery, just like before. Klein scanned the books, one by one, when his eyes suddenly came to rest on the first pile of manuscripts he saw. They were recording objects from Earth objects which Roselle had wanted to invent but lacked the conditions to do so. There was also a bookmark in it, and on it there was a depiction of Roselle in royal emperor clothes. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 318, Verification. His manuscript's a plagiarism. No, his manuscript of creativity should be considered a very valuable book. Could that bookmark be a card of blasphemy? Klein's heart skipped a beat, lightly tapped his molars, and quietly activated his spirit vision. However, he didn't find anything abnormal. He then scanned the other bookmarks and obtained the same answer. That's right. If it's that easy to detect it, it wouldn't have remained till this day for me to have this thought. Klein deactivated his spirit vision, and once again, he thought via method of elimination, based on the details he had learned from Roselle's diary and the personality the Emperor had shown. As far as he could tell, since Roselle had said that the book with the card of blasphemy was valuable, it couldn't be too ordinary, or it wouldn't satisfy his sense of warped humor. To use lots of valuable knowledge to serve as a foil for an unobtrusive bookmark would be a form of teasing the recipient of the book. Thus, books with value but aren't of great value can be ignored. In that case, Klein looked around, trying to make sense of it, completely turning a deaf ear to what the guide was saying. In summary, in the entire study, the only book that fulfills these conditions is that manuscript of creativity. The others are only ordinary in value. With Rozelle's personality, he definitely wouldn't choose them. Yes, Rozelle is the kind of person who would claim, "I'll hide the secret in the most obvious place, but none of you can find it." As Klein imagined this, he added a cackling expression to the Emperor in his mind. Of course, there's no way he could confirm that the bookmark was the disguised card of blasphemy, because the books Rozelle had, which were of great value, clearly included those in the field of mysticism. And those books were definitely not going to be put on display by the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery. Yes, I have to first confirm if it's the card of blasphemy before considering if I should take action. Unfortunately, I can't use the date January 20th as a method of elimination. No one knows which bookmark is placed into which book on, and on which day. Klein silently muttered to himself and turned to look towards the guide. He asked with a smile, "Do the books on the shelf also have things stuffed in between them? For example, a note written by some noble lady to Rozelle." This question made many men give a knowing chuckle. The female guide shook her head and said, "No, there aren't any. The books that contain other items have all been taken out and placed here for everyone to see. This is just a restoration of Emperor Rozelle's study, not the restoration of a particular point in time. There is no need to maintain an immutable state." Klein laughed and said immediately, "I understand, this sure is disappointing. That's simply great. There's only one bookmark in the entire exhibition hall that requires verification." The difficulty has greatly fallen, he added happily in his heart. As the guide introduced Rozelle's favorite books, Klein looked around the room again, taking in the overall layout. To restore the room from more than a century ago, there were no gas lamps around the room. The lighting mainly relied on the iron-barred oriel windows that were a few meters away and the huge crystal chandeliers hanging from the ceiling. As for the brass lamp on the desk, there were no candles installed. It was purely a decoration. Looking out the oriel window, Klein saw the yellow, withered lawn and a straight, iron-black lamppost. He took note of the location and turned his attention back to the book the female guide was introducing. In his mind, he began to analyze the feasibility of the theft. There's one premise. According to Rozelle's intentions, the various churches and the ancient royal families wouldn't wish for him to spread the cards of blasphemy and destroy the stable order that has been in place for more than 1,000 years. Therefore, if I'm an archbishop in charge of handling this matter, I will directly burn all of Rozelle's items. If the cards of blasphemy can be destroyed so completely, the outcome will perfectly suit the thoughts of the deities. If the cards of blasphemy are difficult to be destroyed, they will definitely expose their abnormality after the burning. Since Rozelle's items still remain, that means that he used certain methods to make everyone, including the deities, believe that he had sent out all the cards of blasphemy without keeping a single one. Of course, I can't eliminate the possibility that some churches or ancient families might attempt to use the cards of blasphemy to make up for their incomplete Beyonder pathways. But this possibility is very tiny. This is because it will give Rozelle an opportunity to come up with a united front strategy. There wouldn't be a need for him to go so far as to destroy the order by spreading the cards of blasphemy. In that case, his diary will show a certain level of confidence and corresponding concern, and he definitely wouldn't be left with pessimism to the point of only thinking of relying on that ancient secret organization. Furthermore, it's been more than 100 years. The Church of the God of Steam and Machinery, who has retained these remains, must have made numerous supplementary searches. Therefore, no one would believe that the card of blasphemy remains hidden in here. In other words, the security level of this exhibition wouldn't be too high. Besides, the most important point is that Backlund is currently under siege by the terror caused by the devil's serial murders. The Beyonders of the three churches must be sweeping through the entire city. The amount of manpower that the Machinery Hive Mind Squad can afford to place at this unimportant exhibition would be extremely limited. Yes, the thing most worthy of protection here is Rozelle's diary. Many wild Beyonders worship the Emperor greatly. They believe that the book written with independently created symbols must contain more profound mysteries. There's a motive to stealing them, and they have the ability to do so. Therefore, the guard's focus will definitely be in that exhibition hall. I'll do a divination above the gray fog when I'm back to verify my analysis. However, I have to first test if it's a card of blasphemy. Otherwise, I'll be taking a certain risk and wasting tremendous effort only to steal an ordinary bookmark. If that happened, I might as well lie back in my grave. Yes, how should I verify it? I can't wait till I infiltrate again, and I don't have an opportunity to do so now. I have to find someone to help. I have to be careful. Kleins followed behind the guide with a focused expression as though he was very attentive. Miss Magician is an apprentice. She is able to go through walls and doors. It's like she possesses a master key, so she's a good candidate. However, she's only sequence 9. The mission of infiltrating to do the verification is way too dangerous for her. Miss Zio? No, she wouldn't be up to this. Let her get a thief to help. No, that won't do. There are Beyonder guards here. The thief would most likely get caught on the spot, which will expose the fact that someone is looking into Roselle's bookmark. Miss Sharon? She's powerful enough, and her state is suitable for this kind of quest, but the problem is that the card of blasphemy is a divine object that can make most Beyonders willing to kill. I still don't trust her enough. Klein thought, analyzing the helpers he could use. Gradually, he had a candidate in mind, Miss Justice. Is it possible for her to use her wealth and power as a noble to touch the bookmark, using her interest as an excuse? There are plenty of opportunities. Furthermore, this method won't alarm anyone. It would be beneficial for me to sneak in and steal it in the future. The more Klein thought about it, the more he found it feasible. As for the question of how to verify it, as the card of blasphemy possessed anti-divination and anti-prophecy characteristics, the only solution he could think of for the time being was to attempt to destroy the bookmark. Doesn't anti-divination and anti-prophecy mean that using a similar method on a particular object that hides a card of blasphemy would result in failure or interference? Wouldn't that be tantamount to exposing itself? What it really means is that even with a card of blasphemy, divining it will be equivalent to divining an ordinary object. The divination would result in something equivalent to the ordinary object. In any case, I can't figure out what password the Emperor set. I can only use such a simple and crude method to confirm it. If the card of blasphemy can really be destroyed, then it only means that I'm temporarily unfated with it. Yes, with the Emperor's liking, perhaps I can try an activation incantation. He once joked in his diary, saying, "My fortune is yours for the taking, but you'll have to find it first. I left everything I own at the ends of the Fog Sea, and the card of blasphemy is one of those treasures." The activation incantation could be set to 1 piece in Ancient Hermes? That's not right. That way, there would be no one who can obtain anything, unless a second transmigrator appears. This isn't in accordance with the Emperor's intention to create chaos and destroy order, so the corresponding word for Pirate King was in either Hermes or Ancient Hermes. Klein slowly confirmed his thoughts, paying more and more attention to the layout of the exhibition hall. Under the guidance of the female guide, they left the restored study and entered another exhibition hall. When everything was over and he was free to move around, Klein said, a little embarrassed, "Excuse me, but I would like to know where the washroom is." "Upstairs." "No, that's where our office is. If you follow this path until the end before turning left, you will see it." The female guide politely pointed in a direction. Using this opportunity, Klein figured out the connections of the washroom and several large exhibition halls, and he sketched out a rough layout in his mind. At noon, he left the Royal Museum without doing anything and returned to 15 Mint Street. Klein had originally wanted to instruct Miss Justice as the fool, saying that his blessed needed help. But on second thought, he felt that it would ruin the image of Mr. Fool. As an unfathomable figure, he has to appear calm and collected. He can't always be helping his blessed. At the very least, he can't be personally bringing up such matters time and time again. Klein thought for a moment and quickly worked out a solution. He decided to pass on the image and voice of his blessed plea directly to Miss Justice. In the process, Mr. Fool didn't say anything. Phew. Klein exhaled, drew the curtains, rubbed his cheeks, and began to pray to himself, the fool that doesn't belong to this era. The mysterious ruler above the gray fog. The king of yellow and black who wields good luck. I pray for your help. I hope that someone can help me touch the bookmark in Roselle's manuscript of creativity. Help me inflict small and unnoticeable damage to it, and tell me of its results. While doing so, one can recite the corresponding term for Pirate King in Hermes or Ancient Hermes. No matter who helps me, even if there isn't a reaction, I will be willing to pay them £500. This can be deducted from the £5,000 that has not yet been paid. If there is a reaction, I am willing to give more. After doing all of this, Klein waited for a moment before entering the gray fog, and he saw the scene of his prayer displayed on the screen of light. After divining that the theft of the bookmark in the Royal Museum involved a certain amount of danger but wasn't too high, he extracted the plea and added more of a mosaic effect to it. He also distorted his voice slightly, and he threw it into the illusory star that symbolized Miss Justice. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 319, Audrey's Adventure. In Empress Borough, the opulent villa of Earl Hall. Audrey was supposed to be practicing her piano at this time, but she remained seated in front of her dressing table, thinking about how to read and memorize Roselle's diary in the evening. Suddenly, her surroundings became hazy, and a boundless grayish white began to emanate. In the middle of the gray fog, the fool's figure sat high above. He was listening to a man who was barely visible prey. I pray for your help. I hope that someone can help me touch the bookmark in Roselle's manuscript of creativity. How does Mr. Fool know that I'll be visiting the Roselle Memorial Exhibition this evening after the museum is closed, and that I'll have the opportunity of touching some items? Audrey listened in a daze. Although she was amazed, she didn't find it odd. With Mr. Fool's stature and abilities, being aware of such a trivial matter is very easy. As for how he learned of it, there was no need for ordinary beyonders to attempt to comprehend it. Audrey was about to reply when the fool spoke in a low, flat voice. You can choose to accept this request or not. Audrey pondered for 2 seconds and said, Respected Mr. Fool, I can try, but I can't guarantee success. She wasn't really interested in the minimum reward of £500. The reason why she had accepted the mission was that she was curious about the special nature of the bookmark left behind by Emperor Roselle, which was so important to the blessed of Mr. Fool that he offered an uncapped price. Anyway, I was going to look through Roselle's diary today, so it's convenient, Audrey thought. Amidst the fog, the fool nodded slightly and replied with a single word, Okay. When the illusion was completely gone, Audrey turned her gaze to the dressing mirror and seemed to examine herself closely. Feeling both nervous and excited, she began to make plans for the evening operation. I cannot let them notice anything unusual. Even if Mr. Fool's bless does take any action later, I cannot become a suspect. It's definitely not okay to only touch that bookmark. The moment it's lost, all eyes will be focused on me. Yes, so I need to show equal interest in all the other objects. I cannot let others notice that my main goal is that bookmark. The entire process has to be fluid, nothing sudden, and it has to be reasonable and logical. How should I cause inconspicuous damage? It's just a bookmark. Audrey's eyes swept across the items on her dressing table without focus. Suddenly, her gaze fell on an open jewelry box and focused on a pair of gemstone earrings adorned with fine needles. The corners of her lips curled up, bit by bit, as her eyebrows and eyes slightly curved as she muttered to herself, With Susie's help, it should be enough. It was 6 o'clock in the evening. Backlund, that hardly ever saw the sun during the current season, was already dark, and the gas lamps were lit up. After the Royal Museum sent off the last batch of ordinary visitors, it received a group of visitors composed of the young lady from a count family, the child of a duke, and a young viscount. As the machinery hive mind knew that some of the aristocratic children were foppish people who frequently caused trouble, the captain of the machinery hive mind's Westboro squad, Max Livermore, was responsible for guarding the memorial. He had no choice but to disguise himself as a security guard and stay close by to prevent any accidents. His hair was neatly combed as he wore a monocle, making his scholarly appearance akin to a college professor. The monocle was actually a sealed artifact, codenamed 3-to-1328, named Eye of Crystal. With it, Max Livermore could see the spiritual body directly, as well as ghosts and shadows. There was no need to fear beyonders who use these usually difficult-to-detect entities to cause chaos or engage in theft. Of course, this sealed artifact also had a significant disadvantage. It could easily attract monsters like wraiths and shadows to the vicinity. If it was worn for a long time, one's vision would suffer irreversible damage. In the gloom of Backlund, she's like the bright sun. At that moment, Max was looking admiringly at the blonde girl with green eyes to his side. Audrey looked with great interest at the toilet, which was gold-plated and engraved with intricate patterns. She asked the guy beside her, Is this the first toilet in the modern sense? Yes, I personally believe that this is one of Roselle's most outstanding contributions to human civilization. The sewer works that go with it have changed the phenomenon of filth being all over the streets of Trier. The guide originally wanted to say the word feces, but after looking at the girl in front of him, he felt that he couldn't lose his elegance. Audrey hesitated and asked, Can I touch it? Can it still be used normally? Viscount Glaint asked with a laugh from the side. Why are you so curious about this? No matter how old it is, it's ultimately still a toilet. The other aristocratic children, who were on good terms with him, all laughed. No, Glaint, you don't understand. This is the glory of human civilization. Audrey smiled faintly in response, but barfed inwardly. If it wasn't to fulfill the request of Mr. Fool's blessed, I wouldn't want to do this either. She sighed helplessly. The guide chimed in, What Miss Hall said is very right. The glory of human civilization isn't only reflected in firearms and other weapons that have changed the form of war, but they also shine in every detail of our lives. My lady, I don't know if it can still be used properly, because no one will use it. The guide glanced at Max Livermore and, after receiving a nod of confirmation, continued, You can touch it, and you may even open the water tank to take a look at the mechanical structure inside. But please be careful. Thank you. Audrey watched as the security guard opened the glass wall. She hurriedly took 2 steps forward, reached out her right hand, which was covered in white fishnet gloves, and carefully touched the flush button. Then she slowly stepped back and said with a smile, "All right, let's keep it at that. I've satisfied my curiosity. I can't hurt it any further." She constantly reminded herself that her prescribed character was that of a naive and curious young girl. After reading this, they entered the exhibition hall where Rozelle's diary was located. After some introduction, Audrey asked again, "Can I look through this notebook? We are all interested in these strange symbols." I heard that paper would suffer damage by mere contact with air after a certain period of time, let alone having them touched. It shouldn't be possible, right? She blinked, making her beautiful gem-like eyes express sincerity and desire, together with a little disappointment. The guide looked at Max Livermore again and waited for his reply before smiling. The church used a special storage method to make the paper look the same as if it was produced only a few years ago. Furthermore, even without this method, we will try our best to fulfill your requests. However, we may need to change environments, change our clothes, and go through a stricter process. You can flip it, but not for too long. Don't use too much strength. Audrey's eyes lit up all of a sudden, making it hard for anyone to shift their gaze away. After sincerely thanking the guide, she, Viscount Glane, and the other mysticism enthusiasts had the glass cover removed as they carefully flipped through the notebook. Audrey tried her best to memorize, but due to the complexity of the symbols, her ability to remember them in this short period of time was rather limited. That should be around 2 pages of content. I wonder if there's any way to make a copy of it. Her thoughts wandered as she gave her spot to her peers. In this way, she made a request for a closer look at something in each of the exhibition halls, which was mostly met. After a while, they arrived at the restored study. Audrey kept to her previous behavior and would ask a few questions from time to time, fully displaying her curiosity. When the guide introduced the manuscript to creativity, her eyes lit up and she said, "Can I flip through it? I wish to see what the manuscript of the great inventor Rozelle looks like. I also want to know what wonderful ideas it contains." "No problem, beautiful Miss Hall, Honorable Viscount Glane. You can all have a look through it. If any of you are a devout believer of the church, you can even apply for a copy," the guide replied, according to Max's gesture. As a believer of the goddess, Audrey could only respond with a faint smile. It wasn't convenient for her to make a comment. At the same time, she pretended to lift her hair and touched her right ear with her palm, quietly removing her earring. Immediately, when the glass case that encased the desk was opened, Audrey stepped forward and, holding down the manuscript, casually pulled out the bookmark, before casually flipping a page. At this moment, Susie, who had received her hint, suddenly barked in a particular direction. Woof, woof, woof. The crowd's attention was immediately attracted in that direction. Audrey lowered her arm and used the earring in her palm to stab at the bookmark she was holding. While doing so, she chanted the phrase Pirate King in her mind, using Hermes before switching to Ancient Hermes. When the sharp, needle-like accessory touched the surface of the bookmark, Audrey suddenly felt an intense and illusory resistance, just as it was about to penetrate the bookmark. An unusual resistance. The resistance disappeared in a flash. The fine needle punctured a tiny hole and nearly pierced through. There really is a reaction. There's really something strange about it. The light in Audrey's eyes glinted. Without daring to try again, she lifted her hand and placed the bookmark on the desk. Then she looked at Susie and calmly told her maidservant, "Annie, take her to the bathroom." "Yes, milady." Annie hurriedly led Susie out of the room. Dang. Taking this opportunity, Audrey threw the earring in her hand onto the ground. Then she tilted her head and said, "I'm sorry, I dropped my earring." Another maid hurried over, picked up the earring, and helped her put it on. The interlude went by in a flash, and everyone's attention returned to the manuscript. After they were pretty much done with it, they saw the security guard, Max Livermore, quickly tuck the bookmark in and close the glass cover again. Audrey's interest remained as strong as before in the next few exhibition halls. Just like before, she didn't show any abnormalities. It was only when she left the museum and returned home did she find a chance to recite the honorific name of the fool and report the results. "I did what your blessed requested, and I damaged that bookmark a little." ITIT had an abnormal reaction. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 320 Action. An abnormal reaction? From the looks of it, it really is a card of blasphemy. Above the gray fog, Klein, who received the reply, was delighted at first, but he then exclaimed in surprise, "Isn't Miss Justice way too efficient? I only entrusted the mission to her this afternoon, and she has already completed the verification by the evening. Furthermore, this is obviously past the closing time of the Royal Museum. A telepathist also definitely lacks infiltration abilities. Her family's influence is probably even greater than I expected. Thankfully, the verification didn't produce any strange phenomena, Otherwise, the only thing that can be done is to allow Miss Justice to act innocent and hand the card over to the higher authorities. And this also means that I'm not fated to have this treasure. There's nothing in this world with 100% certainty. Amidst his thoughts, Klein heard Miss Justice's subsequent question. Mr. Fool, exactly what secret lies in that bookmark? Well, if your blessed is unwilling to give you the answer, just pretend that I didn't ask. Of course, the secret is that it hides a card of blasphemy inside. Klein was overjoyed as he silently sighed. After thinking it over carefully, he decided to wait until he obtained the card of blasphemy before replying to Miss Justice. Otherwise, she might appear too shocked and act strangely, causing his own actions to be negatively affected. Klein was in no hurry to return to the real world. He just sat there in the silent, empty old palace, thinking about when to act and how to do it. Miss Justice has done some damage to that bookmark, so I wonder if someone would later discover the damage. Otherwise, would the bookmark slowly show signs of abnormality and attract attention? Thus, I cannot afford to delay or wait. It would be best if I take action tonight. As all sorts of ideas churned through his mind, Klein gradually came to a decision. Then, on the basis of his morning observations, he conjured the layout of the Royal Museum's first floor and the general conditions surrounding it. Looking at this blueprint, Klein began going through different plans and quickly established a relatively safe plan. Finally, he made another divination to confirm the degree of danger. After seeing that nothing had changed, he returned to the real world and began making all sorts of preparations. What Klein originally wanted to do was to draw the pattern in his memory, forge a similar bookmark, and replace it after he had sneaked in via responding to himself. He wanted to ensure that no one noticed or know for a long time that the bookmark had been stolen. By the time it was discovered, it would be too late for others to trace the incident back to him. However, after much deliberation, he felt that this wasn't good. As long as the fake bookmark was discovered, the most suspicious person would be Miss Justice, who touched the original bookmark today. I can't put Miss Justice at risk for the sake of a treasure. She did this to help me. Klein finally figured out how to keep Miss Justice from being suspected. His plan was to not only steal the bookmark, but to also steal the surrounding items as well, including some of the lighter books. Phew. After finishing his preparations, Klein took out his gold pocket watch and opened it. He patiently waited until after 9. He wanted to act before midnight. If he were too early, people living around there wouldn't have started sleeping. That wouldn't satisfy his requirement for taking action. If he were too late, there would be almost no pedestrians on the streets. Just walking along the streets would make him be easily suspected, and during this period of time, the whole of Backlund was under tight curfews due to serial murders. This was beneficial to Klein's operation, but was also disadvantageous. Tick, tock, tick, tock. The needle kept ticking. As the night deepened, the crimson moon appeared, and it was finally past 9. Putting the master key and other items in his pockets, he took his cane and first went to East Borough to change his attire. Then he rented a carriage several times until he reached a place quite far from King's Avenue in Westborough. By then, an hour and 45 minutes had already passed. His initial plan was actually nothing like this. He wanted to summon himself and respond to himself to become a spirit body. He wanted to rely on his extremely fast speed to cross the distance from Sherwood Borough to Westborough before infiltrating the Royal Museum. However, he eventually abandoned the plan because of potentially high risks. Backlund had more than one high-sequence beyonder. In a situation where a serial killer caused everyone to panic, yet remained unsolved for such a long time, there might be high-sequence beyonders who were consciously using their beyonder powers or corresponding sealed artifacts to monitor certain areas. The distance from Sherwood Borough to Westborough was neither too long nor too short, and the probability of being discovered was substantial if such a special spirit flew like this. This cannot be completely written off just because the divination result says that the risk isn't high, but there is the existence of certain danger, because the divination doesn't give a direct answer, but a revelation that needs to be interpreted. In other words, the results of the risk isn't high, but there is the existence of certain danger is built on the premise that I make a relatively good choice. Therefore, to be careful, Klein modified his original plan but retained the core idea. To King's Avenue, Royal Museum. There were 4 security guards standing on top of a polygonal roof. Dressed in thick robes, they were enduring the cold of the autumn night as they carefully monitored their respective directions. Once anyone approached the museum, even if they were hidden by the trees or building shadows, it would be difficult to hide from their eyes. From this arrangement alone, it could be seen that the security company that had been employed was very professional. There's still half an hour before our shift ends. A security guard looked down at his companions who were patrolling the building and shook his body. In the museum, the remaining security personnel were divided into 4 groups. They patrolled the various exhibition halls and intervals according to different routes. In the showroom where Rozelle's diary was kept, the Machinery Hive Mind Squad Captain, Max Livermore, wore a monocle that allowed him to directly see wraiths, shadows, and other spirit-type monsters. He carried a lantern as he went back and forth to check on the area. Occasionally, he would head to the other halls to check on the situation. His two subordinates remained in the small hall, next to Roselle's diary. However, there was an additional item on the glass display case. It was a collection of brightly colored blocks that had been pieced together into a miniature layout of the museum's first floor. This was also a sealed artifact. As long as those blocks were pieced into the shape of a corresponding building, they would be able to establish a connection with the real building. Once anyone intruded, its surface would react immediately by shrinking. Of course, there were quite a few limitations to this. The distance couldn't be too far, and it wouldn't work if the number of blocks it had wasn't enough to piece together the building. And without external help, it was almost impossible for people or items inside to leave. Captain, do you really think someone will steal this notebook? I can't comprehend it at all. One of the team members asked in a bored tone when he saw Max coming back with his lantern. Max smiled and said, "Some people adore Roselle with zeal. It's not something you can understand. Some of them believe that they can crack it and only need more information for reference. Some of them believe that the symbols contain a mysterious power. As long as they can find the correct combination, they will gain beyond her powers. In previous exhibitions, we would capture such criminals from time to time. So that's why we didn't hide the notebook away and place them in sealed areas. We are waiting for these people to surrender themselves." Another teammate asked with enlightenment. Max nodded and said, "Who wouldn't want free meritorious deeds?" 18 Kings Avenue. Outside a building next to a crossroad junction. Klein followed the shadows and shaded areas, using the master key from time to time to walk in a straight line before finally arriving here. He took out the plain brass key, pointed it at the kitchen door, and turned it silently. An imperceptible rippling happened as Klein entered the room. All the way through, he saw doors and walls, and without disturbing anyone, he found a storage room. This master key is really useful. However, both of its previous owners lost themselves and entered dangerous spots. It makes me afraid of continuously carrying it. Klein sighed as he put away the brass key. With the room beside him being the servants' sleeping quarters, he took out Holy Night powder and released his spirituality to seal off the storage room, making any commotion from within impossible to leak out. Then, he took out a candle and placed it on a crate in front of him. He snapped his finger and produced a light blue spirituality fire on his fingertip. After the candle wick was lit, he summoned himself using ritualistic magic and then responded to himself above the gray fog. Less than a minute later, Klein was floating in the room, facing his body whose eyes had lost their luster. After familiarizing himself with this feeling, he wrapped the ancient and exquisite Aztec copper whistle to stabilize his spirit body and made it stronger. It caused a chilly wind to begin to swirl in the room. At the same time, he also used this power to slightly change the appearance of his illusory spirit body, causing it to appear as if there was a layer of paint on its face. After doing all of this, Klein took a box of common matches he randomly bought off the streets, cut out a transparent door in the wall of spirituality, and headed out. Action time. He silently encouraged himself, and just like a real ghost, he passed through the residential buildings one by one before successfully arriving outside the Royal Museum. There was no need to activate his spirit vision. In this state, he could clearly see every security personnel, their aura, and emotions which unreservedly betray them. Finding the withered lawn and the iron-black lamppost that faced the hall window, Klein didn't swagger over just because ordinary people couldn't see him. Instead, he followed the shadows and took an elusive route. He passed through the sculpted tree and obstacles before cautiously arriving at his destination. He stuck close to the wall, as he couldn't guarantee that the security personnel didn't comprise of a member of the machinery hive mind. At this moment, the 4 security guards on the rooftop, who were carefully inspecting their respective areas of operations, were like blind people. They failed to discover anything. Klein didn't enter the exhibition hall directly, because his spiritual perception and intuition told him that the museum floor was shrouded in a mysterious power. It also had to do with how he couldn't confirm if there were Beyonders inside. He followed his plan and circled to another area, to the washroom that was closer to the exhibition hall that housed Roselle's diary. Then, he threw the box of matches he had brought with him through the vent. Next, he flew up and entered the 2nd floor. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 321. Appearance of a living person. In the exhibition hall where Roselle's diary was kept, the 2 machinery hive mind members suddenly heard a clatter. At the same time, they turned their heads to look at the sealed artifact made out of blocks above the glass display case. Inside the scaled-down model of the museum's first floor, there was a gray that was constantly flashing. There's a lifeless object in the nearest washroom. One of the team members made a definite judgment. The other team member relaxed a little, frowned, and said in a guessing tone, "A dead leaf blown in by the wind? It's possible." The team member who spoke first nodded. "Let's wait till the security guards pass by. We'll get them to check and confirm the situation. Captain told us to stay here and not to leave no matter what happens, especially not alone. In the event of an urgent emergency, they could evacuate with Rozelle's notebook." All right. His companion had no objection to his suggestion. In the office area on the second floor of the museum, Klein was like a floating ghost, passing through one wall after another and flying directly above the restored study. However, he didn't fly too fast. Instead, he continued to sense the fire spark below and kept track of the distance. When the straight-line distance reached almost 30 meters, he lifted his illusory and translucent right hand and soundlessly snapped his fingers. In the washroom on the first floor, the box of matches exploded with a soft bang. Then a scarlet flame leaped up and ignited a paper towel, potted plant, and the wooden door. The flames didn't spread yet, but it was shocking enough. The nearby security personnel, who heard the noise, immediately rushed over. In the exhibition hall that was monitoring the entire situation on the first floor, the two machinery hive mind members also saw the flames in the model at the same time and subconsciously wanted to rush over there. This was not only an attempt to extinguish the fire, but they were also prepared to capture the troublemaker. But the moment they took 2 steps, they stopped, having remembered their captain's orders. "Don't leave this exhibition hall. Don't leave Rozelle's notebook, regardless of the situation." They looked at each other, then they looked warily at the 2 entrances to the hall before quietly taking out their own Beyonder weapons. As Beyonders of the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery, they were never lacking in equipment. At this moment, Max Livermore was patrolling the various exhibition halls on the first floor with a lantern in hand. He had also noticed the commotion and, without thinking, rushed towards the direction of the exhibition hall where Rozelle's notebook was located. The priority to ensure the safety of the items was higher than capturing the intruder. Moreover, Max believed that no matter what the other party's intentions were, as long as they entered the first floor of the museum and entered any of the halls, they would be under the effect of the sealed artifact, and it wouldn't be easy to leave that easily. If there was no external help, the infiltrator would be trapped inside. Even if the intruder had a helper, it would still take them quite a bit of time to get rid of the effects. Once you enter, you will be like prey that has fallen into a trap. Max Livermore ran at top speed. After passing through many exhibition halls, he finally saw the silhouettes of his 2 companions. At that moment, Klein, who was on the second floor of the museum, had already passed through the doors and walls according to the layout in his memory. He had arrived right above the restored study. He was in no hurry to carry out any follow-up actions. Instead, he first looked down. As the stone floor was relatively thick, Klein was unable to vaguely confirm if there were any auras or emotions beneath him. He could only spread his arms wide, fall forward, and silently lie on the ground. His illusory and transparent figure quickly faded into the ground. On the crystal chandelier hanging from the ceiling on the first floor, a faintly discernible human face suddenly appeared. The strange face overlooked the exhibition hall, its eyes constantly moving, taking in the scenery of every corner in the area. There are no Beyonders or security personnel. Mumbling to himself, Klein penetrated the ceiling and descended in front of Rozelle's glass-covered desk. He glanced at it, and without hesitation, he reached out with both hands to grab the bookmark in the manuscript of creativity and the bookmark which looked like child's graffiti. He was trying to prevent a powerful Beyonder, who could reconstruct the scene through magical means, from knowing that he knew which bookmark was abnormal. This was to prevent the investigator from suspecting Miss Justice, who had only touched one bookmark. Augmented by Azek's copper whistle, he passed through the glass case and steadily held the 2 bookmarks. Then he wrapped them within his spirit body. After finishing the step, Klein's heart calmed down, no longer having any obvious nervousness or tension. He stretched out his hands again, reaching out for the other bookmarks. Wah, wah, wah. The loud and shrill cry of a baby suddenly reverberated within the exhibition hall. It was so illusory, as though it came from far, far away. Klein's body stiffened, freezing all of a sudden like a lake encountering extreme coldness. In his spirit body state, he appeared to have been frozen. Wah, wah, wah. Along with the cries of the baby were fine black rifts that surrounded Klein like a discontinuous iron fence. In the blink of an eye, one of the black rifts cracked open, revealing an eyeball filled with blood strands. In the center of the eyeball was a deep pupil, and in it countless tiny white worms were crawling and squirming. 1, 2, 3. Black rifts opened successively, and one by one, the bizarre eyeballs were exposed in midair. They stared at Klein in a cold and merciless manner. As they appeared, everything around them froze in place. Even the illusory spirits were unable to penetrate through them. It even became hard for Klein to sense the existence of the spirit world. He found it difficult to see the translucent figures that were located infinitely high. He found it hard to see the different colors, the lustrous splendors which contained various types of knowledge. Why did you only take the bookmarks? A soft but unemotional female voice entered Klein's ear. He froze on the spot and saw a tall bookcase, divided into 2 levels. The top level almost reached the ceiling, with a staircase and a passage surrounding countless books. At the top of the stairs sat a figure shrouded by the darkness. The figure's feet, which wore black leather boots, hung from the wooden stairs as they were suspended in midair. I actually didn't sense her existence at all. Is she some powerhouse from the machinery hive mind? No, she might be a high sequence beyond her. Klein didn't answer. Instead, he narrowed his eyes. Why did you only take the bookmarks? Where did you learn to only take the bookmarks? The figure asked once more. The gentleness had a hint of sternness, and the bloodshot eyeballs surrounding him rapidly widened, as though they wanted to occupy the entire space. Before she could finish her sentence, Klein revealed a wide smile on his face. His illusory, nearly translucent figure instantly disappeared, leaving his whereabouts unknown. Even Azek's copper whistle and the 2 bookmarks which were wrapped in his spirit body had vanished. Above the gray fog, within the majestic ancient palace, Klein's figure suddenly appeared at the top of a long mottled table. He leaned back into his chair and said with a chuckle, "Fortunately, I was prepared. The state of his spirit body wasn't part of his beyonder powers. It didn't originate from the transformation between his physical body and spirit body. This was the result of him summoning himself and responding to his ritual. And the power of this ritual came from the mysterious space above the gray fog. It stemmed from its special nature. Hence, as long as Klein succeeded, he wouldn't even need to try to escape. By just ending the summoning directly, he would be able to return to the gray fog and, from here, instantly return to his physical body in the real world. As the space above the gray fog could block the power of deities like the eternal blazing sun and the true creator, Klein believed that, without the interference of deities, the summoning wouldn't be interrupted. As long as the enemy didn't kill his spirit body or instantly knock him unconscious, Klein had the confidence to escape. This was also the reason why he didn't want to become a spirit body and still make a long trek over to the museum. The more time spent added even more variables. As the faint and dark crimson moonlight shone in from the window, the woman sitting at the top of the stairs between the bookshelves looked at the desk in silence. She looked at the spot where Klein had been. The surrounding cries of the baby and the eyeballs had disappeared one after another. After an unknown period of time, the top of the stairs suddenly became empty, as if no one had ever been there before. In the exhibition hall which housed Rozelle's diary, Max Livermore said to his 2 team members, "Watch this place well. I'll go find the infiltrator. He must still be trapped somewhere on the 1st floor by the power of the sealed artifact." As he spoke, he looked at the sealed artifact, the model of the 1st floor of the museum, in a bid to find the red, which represented the infiltrator, and lock onto that person's location. However, no matter how he looked and counted, something didn't seem right. The number of people hadn't increased. Max Livermore froze where he was. 18 Kings Avenue, in a certain wealthy merchant's storage room. Klein's eyes lit up again, and the corners of his mouth curled up. He left the bookmarks and Azek's copper whistle above the gray fog, and he didn't waste time returning to his body. After extinguishing the candles and ending the ritual, Klein cleaned up the scene. He used a specially concocted medication to neutralize the smell of the holy night powder and the essential oils from the ritual. After doing all of this, he dispelled the wall of spirituality, allowing the wind to blow away the remaining traces. Next, he took out his master key, planning to go through buildings before taking a rental carriage a distance away. Using his cane to determine his direction to prevent himself from getting lost and heading back to the Royal Museum or to a particular cathedral, Klein headed off at a brisk pace, opening the walls and doors that stood in his way with the master key. After walking in a straight line for a while, he suddenly felt like he was unable to determine his position. 2 more buildings and I'll be out. If I'm no longer on Kings Avenue, I'll get a rental carriage, or I'll make another divination. I'll immediately study the card of blasphemy once I'm home. Klein quickly made up his mind. He placed the brass key, which was simply shaped against the wall, and gently twisted it. As the formless ripples spread out, he arrived at a neighboring building of the terraces. At this moment, his nose twitched as he smelled a strong stench of blood. The strong smell of blood. Klein frowned. He looked up and saw a lady laid out in the living room ahead of him. The woman's expression was filled with pain. There was a large wound in her abdomen, and her internal organs seemed to have disappeared. At the same time, Klein heard grunting noises. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 322, The Thrilling Night. The 12th Case. That devil's serial murderer. The moment he saw the corpse and heard the sound, Klein's hair stood on end. He knew that he had encountered a bad situation. Within his line of sight, the living room's decorations were mostly brilliant yellow and bright. There was nothing unusual about the coffee table and sofa. Only the carpet was stained bright red with blood as it slowly soaked through. On the side of the wound on the female corpse's abdomen, which was completely empty, sat a large-sized black dog. Its mouth was half open, revealing many sharp white teeth that sent shivers. On each tooth, there were dark red marks like iron rust. This seemed to be the result of its prolonged consumption of flesh without frequent brushing. At this moment, the large black dog's teeth were still wrapped around blood-red small intestines, as well as bits and pieces of raw meat. Its head turned over, and its eyes, which resembled magma, reflected Klein, who was dressed as a worker, and his disguised face. Grunt! The large black dog let out a roar which sounded like it was showing dominance. It really is an animal. It's a Sequence 6 devil, a devil which is about to advance. And none of the preparations that I made today were for it. These few thoughts instantly flashed through Klein's mind. Suddenly, the black dog's body expanded rapidly, turning into a 2 to 3 meter tall monster. On its back, a pair of giant bat wings slowly spread open, and beside its ears, goat horns covered in mysterious patterns grew out. Red and blue flames leaped from its luxuriant fur as the strong smell of sulfur followed. Almost at the same time, Klein stomped on the ground. Instead of retreating, he advanced, swinging his cane as he shot out at the gigantic devil dog like a cannonball. Swing! The black devil dog quickly pounced forward. Its sharp claws created afterimages as it swiped at Klein's body. Without a sound, its claws had penetrated the figure, as if they were piercing through the air. Klein's figure became faint as it quickly turned transparent. It was just an illusion. It was an illusion created by Klein. At this moment, he had already rolled on the ground and closed in towards the oriel window. Then, with his left hand pressing down, his entire body flew into the air, directly smashing through the glass. After identifying the enemy, he made up his mind to escape. Upon seeing this, the eyes of the huge devil dog immediately lit up like magma, as if there was a raging fire inside. It opened its mouth, which emitted a putrid smell, and said a word filled with foulness, a word that came from the devil language. Die! Oof. Klein's body suddenly stopped. His heart felt as if it was being tightly clenched by an invisible hand. The figure that was frozen in midair instantly became thin and dim, turning into a crudely cut paper figurine. And this paper figurine was covered with red rust. Smash! Clang! Two sounds of indistinguishable order sounded. Klein's figure appeared again, smashing through the oriel window and pouncing towards the stone-paved street. The paper figurine substitute slowly floated down as it ignited and emitted the smell of sulfur. The devil dog let out a low growl and pounced again, jumping onto the windowsill. A crimson-blue fireball flew out from its mouth, blasting in the direction of its enemy's escape route. The moment Klein landed on the ground, he immediately followed up with another roll. The crimson-blue fireball smashed to his side, but it didn't explode immediately, as if it was being affected by an invisible force as though it was being detained. Boom. Only after Klein had scrambled a distance away did the fireball expand and explode, shattering the surrounding stone pavements. Seeing that the devil dog was about to pursue him, Klein opened his mouth, having prepared for this. He shouted at the top of his lungs, "Murder! Save me! Murder! Save me!" His voice seemed to be augmented with special effects. It echoed far and wide through the silent night, waking the residents of the entire street and sending them into the ears of the patrollers who were 2 streets away. The giant devil dog paused in its pouncing posture. After thinking for a second, it retreated back into the room and began to clean up the scene. Klein's sprinting figure also disappeared under the shouts of "Murder" and "Save me." Inside a nearby fireplace that had long since been extinguished, the remnant charcoal suddenly reignited, and an exaggerated flame rose up. Klein seemed to be performing a magic trick as he appeared out of the flames. With a light leap, he held his cane and jumped out. Then he used the master key to open the door, tear through walls, and quickly escaped in another direction. Phew, at a time like this, a scream without beyond her powers is much more useful than simulating gunshots. Klein sighed as he took out a bottle of amantha extract and dripped a few drops on himself. As the original race of the devil was of the dog species, he had to be wary of its scent-tracking abilities being one of its special powers. In this way, Klein continued on until he reached another cross-junction. Only then did he stop and look around. Seeing that it was relatively quiet and unaffected, he hurried to the side of the street and hired a rental carriage. It was only after the carriage had traveled a certain distance in the night when Klein finally heaved a breath of relief. He knew that the devil wouldn't catch up to him. This master key is really strange. I actually got lost and found myself at the scene of the murder. I have to be a lot more careful when using it in the future. That really was a devil transformed from an animal. Where did its potions and formulas come from? Does it have a human companion? How did it pick its target for the serial murder? What's gratifying is that after confirming this point, it will be much more difficult for it to commit crimes again, and the probability of getting caught will also greatly increase. All sorts of thoughts and questions appeared in Klein's mind as the carriage sped along the wide, deserted road which was lined with gas street lamps. Suddenly, Klein's heart skipped a beat, and an image naturally appeared in his mind. Pea vines drooped down from the sky and interweaved to form a dense forest. However, the carriage driver didn't seem to notice and continued to drive the carriage across the green vegetation. No, good. Without hesitation, Klein lunged for the window, about to jump into the street. Bang! The carriage shook, and he was flung backward. At the same time, those pea vines really drooped down. Klein frowned as he attempted to use flame controlling to ignite the carriage, but no sound came from his fingers. At this moment, the surroundings had become abnormally quiet. Even the sounds of the horses' hooves trampling and the rapid rumbling of the wheels over the green vegetation had disappeared. Klein tried his best to calm himself down as he looked out the window and saw that the carriage had been driven into the air, following the road of pea vines. No, this isn't Backland. He narrowed his eyes. At this moment, the carriage stopped. Outside the window, the pea vines had formed a hammock in the air. A pair of feet in black leather boots drooped down, and a gentle but emotionless voice entered Klein's ears. What were you doing? It's that woman inside the museum. She's suspected to be a high-sequence beyonder. She doesn't seem to recognize me. After all, I had disguised myself with Azek's copper whistle. She must have heard the cry for help and came over to check. Klein's thoughts were abnormally active at that moment. He deliberately gulped and said, I'm a private detective. Many friends and I are investigating the recent serial murders. I have a mystical item called the Master Key. It can open doors and let me pass through walls, but it will cause the holder to get lost. It was during this process that I ran into the scene of the crime. Because I wasn't the murderer's opponent, I could only shout for help while running. Everything I said was the truth, Klein silently added in his heart. After he finished speaking, there was temporarily no response from the outside. However, he felt that a gaze had penetrated the carriage, passed through the obstructions, and was directly inspecting the items on his body. Fortunately, I left Azek's copper whistle and the bookmarks above the gray fog just in case. At that moment, Klein was very glad. Caution and carefulness were indeed useful. After the indescribable and torturous silence, the gentle but emotionless female voice finally sounded again. That key has a certain curse. It must not be used unless absolutely necessary. As soon as she finished her sentence, the surroundings changed completely. Everything, the pea vines, the road through the forest, the road to the sky, had all disappeared. The carriage continued on the streets, driving between the elegant iron-black gas street lamps. Klein remained on tenterhooks until the carriage arrived near East Borough, where he paid the fare of 8 soldi. Under normal circumstances, a rental carriage wouldn't enter any of East Borough streets because it was likely to be robbed. In one of the rooms on Black Palm Street, Klein changed his clothes and went straight to sleep. He didn't attempt to return to Mint Street before midnight. The 12th murder had just occurred, and it would only serve to make Backland's situation tenser. He didn't immediately go above the gray fog to study the secret of the bookmark. He acted just as he had described himself to the mysterious woman. He was a low-sequence beyonder, a private investigator with some beyonder powers. Tonight sure was filled with surprises. It was rather thrilling. All I did was steal something. Yes, most of the problems can be blamed on the master key. Klein made a self-deprecating comment and quickly fell asleep. The next morning, he breathed in the choking smog as he slowly strolled home and picked up the newspapers and letters from his mailbox. After opening the door, he casually flipped open the newspaper to take a look and found that the headline was as he had expected, the 12th case. The devil has appeared again. The police have declared that they have locked onto the murderer. As for the theft of the objects in the Royal Museum, it was only mentioned in an inconspicuous location. In fact, the article didn't even mention what the stolen object was. The unstamped letter that came with the newspaper was a water bill that Klein had to pay for himself. He glanced at it and casually threw it on the coffee table. He then returned to the second floor to heat up water for a bath. He waited until the water vapor filled the bathroom before he seized the opportunity to take 4 steps counterclockwise to enter the space above the gray fog. Inside the immutable ancient palace, Klein sat down and picked up the bookmark that depicted the figure of Emperor Roselle. It really wasn't easy getting you. He gently caressed the surface of the cardboard and silently sighed. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 323, The Opening Incantation. The bookmark was, on the surface, nothing special. Rozelle's portraits had been placed everywhere around the exhibition hall, and the image depicted was from the period when he was middle-aged. Klein kept flipping the bookmark repeatedly in scrutiny and found a tiny puncture, thereby confirming that this was the bookmark which Miss Justice had verified. He tried to spread his spirituality, and he slowly injected it inside. However, just like with ordinary objects, his spirituality only flowed and failed to permeate it, nor did it cause any abnormal changes. That's right, Rozelle had the intention of finding someone who was fated, so he wouldn't specifically restrict it to be-honors. Klein thought for a moment, then said softly in Faceac, "Pirate King." The bookmark still didn't respond. He tried the words in ancient Faceac, Intis, Loan, and other languages again, but the result was the same. As for Jotun, Elvish, Dragonese, and other languages from the mysticism domain, Klein could only try them out of hope since they was overly restrictive and unlikely to be the language used. Without a doubt, he failed. Immediately following that, Klein used Faceac again as he translated, "One Piece." The bookmark lay quietly on his palm, showing no sign of abnormality. Klein tried the steps he did from before, using different languages again, but he was constantly met with failure. It seems that my initial guess was wrong. The young Rozelle might have used the meme of Pirate King to make a joke, but he might not necessarily do that when he was older. People will ultimately grow old and change. Klein reflected over his mistake as he tapped the edge of the long, mottled table with his finger, trying hard to infer from the bits of information that the diary had provided to unlock the bookmark. After a while, he took out a pen and paper, and he wrote down his thought process so as to avoid any confusion or contradictions. While doing this, Rozelle was definitely maniacal and in despair. It also clearly showcases his warped humor. The fated ones will receive it as proof considering how it doesn't suit the world's lingo at present. Therefore, I can be certain that he really wanted someone to discover the uniqueness of the cards of blasphemy by chance. In that case, the unlocking method can't be too unimaginable, or something that will often appear in daily life. What Rozelle required was a coincidence. For example, when someone holds the worthless bookmark and randomly says a specific word, then congratulations, you have obtained a fortuitous opportunity. Yes, this is very in line with his warped humor. Going by this logical train of thought, different cards of blasphemy should have different unlocking incantations. Using a single term to unlock all the cards of blasphemy clearly isn't congruent with Rozelle's style. What is the incantation for unlocking this card? Well, the first things that can be ruled out are the words that are commonly used, words that are said all the time. Also, when creating the cards of blasphemy, Rozelle's state was in despair, maniacal, unwilling to part with it, reminiscent, struggling, and angry. I can try to immerse myself in that state of mind and imagine myself to be Rozelle at that point in time. I can imagine what kind of incantation I would have used. Klein stopped writing and began acting as Rozelle in a bid to find some inspiration. He first tried out vulgarities in different languages, including ancient Faceac, as well as terms pertaining to hope, but unfortunately was rewarded with failure. Immediately after, he tried to figure out what would be the last thing a desperate powerhouse would be reluctant to part. His wife, Matilda? Such a licentious guy shouldn't have such deep feelings for his first wife. His children, the eldest daughter, Bernadette, the eldest son, Seal, and the second son, Bornova. According to the diary, the person he can't get over the most was his daughter, Bernadette, who might become an important figure in the mysterious world. Klein paused, took a breath, and prepared to try again. Bernadette, he said in the Intis language. The bookmark didn't respond. Klein switched to the languages of Loan, Highlander, and Faceac, but still failed to achieve the desired results. He sighed and said with a deep voice which corresponded to ancient Faceac, "Bernadette." This name echoed in the empty and quiet gray fog like it was nothing special. Just as Klein was about to search for new inspiration, he suddenly felt the bookmark in his hand sink. It immediately turned into an invisible whirlpool, which wildly absorbed Klein's mental energies. For an ordinary person, this was a huge burden, but for a Sequence 7 magician, it wasn't especially draining. Klein easily survived this hurdle and couldn't conceal his joy as he looked at the object in his palm. A bright light emitted, bit by bit, from the bookmark, and the image of Emperor Rozelle on the outside was being replaced by an entirely new image. He was sitting on an ancient stone throne as he wore a black crown embedded with various precious stones on his head. He wore pitch-black armor, and a cape of the same color was draped over his body. He held a scepter, and he looked forward with cold, aloof eyes. On the upper left corner of the bookmark, there was a line of text condensed from the bright radiance of stars. Sequence 0, Black Emperor. Sequence 0. Indeed, the secrets of the gods are hidden within. The Black Emperor is actually Sequence 0. Klein thought with a smile, half sighing and half surprised. Soon after, the bookmark became three-dimensional, like a miniature book. The book moved without the wind, revealing a roselle in a white hood. Beside it was a corresponding description in ancient Fasak. Sequence 9, Lawyer. Good at discovering and using loopholes in the rules and the weaknesses of their opponents. Possesses excellent eloquence and reasoning skills. Potion formula. Klein glanced at the formula ingredients, but didn't look carefully. He reached out his hand and touched it, making the book flip to the next page. Sequence 8, Barbarian. Problems that cannot be solved by the law will be solved by force. This is also one of the rules. The Beyonders at this sequence have a high resistance to psychological influences. Potion formula. As Klein touched it, the book conjured from the card of blasphemy flipped through one page at a time. Sequence 7, Briber. Sequence 6, Baron of Corruption. Sequence 5, Mentor of Disorder. Sequence 4, Earl the Fallen. Sequence 3, Frenzied Mage. Sequence 2, Duke of Entropy. Sequence 1, Prince of Abolition. Sequence 0, Black Emperor. After skimming through the book, Klein couldn't help but sigh. This really hides the profound secrets of becoming a god. It's no wonder all of the high-sequence Beyonders who tread this pathway will attempt to establish their own kingdoms and walk the lands. It's because the ritual of becoming a god requires it. To advance from Sequence 1, the Prince of Abolition, to Black Emperor, the necessary ritual requires one to possess their own country, linking their name to the title of emperor, making it common knowledge among the populace. Furthermore, one needed to establish a set of strict and complicated rules that defied normality, including architectural styles. Then, they would spur on their citizens to secretly establish 9 mausoleums that were similar to pyramids, after which they would enter one of the mausoleums. With a large majority of the citizens who would be scattered across different cities and corresponding sacrificial rituals involved, the Prince of Abolition would imbibe the Sequence 0 potion. Once the advancement was successful, the Black Emperor wouldn't truly die until all the 9 secret mausoleums were destroyed. Even if he was annihilated, he would still be able to awaken and return from one of the mausoleums. What was even more terrifying was that even if the deity was successfully killed and all 9 mausoleums destroyed, as long as a certain amount of the orders set up by that deity remained, it was still possible for him to mysteriously revive. It appeared to be a loophole against death. The best way to completely obliterate him was for a new Black Emperor to appear. This is a deity. Mortals cannot fight against deities, same for angels. Those who have yet to become deities will never be able to fathom the power of deities. Roselle exposited with deep implications at the end. In addition, Klein also knew one thing. Once there was a true god with a Sequence 0, it was impossible for a Sequence 1 Beyonder to appear. If there was no Sequence 0, then, in the same way, there would be at most 3 Sequence 1 Beyonders. This was a result of the law of Beyonder characteristics, indestructibility, and conservation. According to the Black Emperor card of Blasphemy's description of the 10 sequences, Klein could clearly see that the greatest feature of this pathway was the shadow of it gradually evolving into order. Roselle also mentioned that if one had that card of Blasphemy in hand after advancing to a high-sequence Beyonder, the card would have a subtle reaction to the Beyonder ingredients that the person needed. Of course, it was limited to high-sequence Beyonders of the Black Emperor pathway. What a pity, this is of no use to me. Klein looked at the card of Blasphemy thinned down again, turning back into a poker card. However, it was no longer in disguise. On the surface, it depicted Roselle sitting on a stone throne, Sequence 0 Black Emperor. Klein remained silent for a few seconds before he sighed silently. This card's biggest use to me is to exchange the formulas for the items I need. There's also some information about deities and sequences. Apart from that, there's almost no other use for it. At the very least, as the leader of the Tarot Club and as the Fool, I will no longer be an empty shell. I now hold one path of the divine, and it's not like I can't produce a high-sequence Beyonder formula anymore. Yes, I remember that at the Beyonder gathering organized by old Mr. Eye of Wisdom, the lady who is suspected to have an artisan backing her has been always seeking to purchase the potion formula of Barbarian. As his mind whirled, Klein took another look at the Roselle portrait on the Black Emperor card and couldn't help laughing. He has made every sequence in his own image. What a narcissist. I'm suddenly very curious what the card of Blasphemy for the Demonist pathway would look like. Reining in his thoughts, Klein destroyed the other bookmark he had casually picked up and discovered that it was just an ordinary bookmark. After doing all of this, he changed his seating posture and leaned back into his chair. He responded to Miss Justice's plea from last night and said calmly, "That was a card of Blasphemy made by Roselle. Lord of the Mysteries." Chapter 324, Imagined and Real Adorer. Empress Borough, Earl Hall's home, dining room. As per usual tradition, Audrey was saying grace with her father, mother, and elder brother before dinner. Praise the goddess. She tapped her chest in 4 spots in a clockwise manner to end the prayer. However, before she finished speaking, her vision was covered by a thick gray fog. A distant figure that seemed to be looking down at everyone, and everything opened his mouth with dominance. That was a card of blasphemy made by Roselle. Mr. Fool. Card of blasphemy? Audrey, who finally received a response, was joyful at first, but then she fell into a daze. She couldn't understand what the so-called card of blasphemy referred to. However, she quickly made a guess. She had always known that Emperor Roselle had made a secret deck of cards representing some unknown force which had 22 cards in total. It was believed to have been referenced from tarot cards. Furthermore, she had also heard from the Hanged Man that the secret to the deck of cards was that they hid the paths of the divine, the path to becoming a god. So it's called a card of blasphemy. It corresponds to the blasphemy slate. This is definitely a treasure of the highest level in the mysterious world. The paths of the divine. It's no wonder that Mr. Fool's Blessed had to ask for help. He wanted to ensure that the card was the real one before taking action. It was to prevent a mistake from happening. Instead of getting the right target, it might end up informing the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery that a particular bookmark hides a card of blasphemy. I wonder if he succeeded. The Beyonders from the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery haven't come to make any routine inquiries. Perhaps he's still making plans. As her body trembled faintly, Audrey once again saw a figure praying inside the thick fog, an extremely blurry figure. He was saying respectfully, "The great fool, please convey my gratitude to the authenticator. This allowed my operation to go smoothly. For that, I'm willing to raise the reward to £3,000, which can be deducted from the £5,000 that haven't been paid yet. This is the share that the other party deserves." He succeeded? He succeeded just like that? But when I looked at the front pages of those newspapers, there was no news of the theft at the exhibition. It was all news of the 12th victim of the serial murder. Raising the reward to £3,000 implies that Mr. Fool's Blessed had indeed succeeded in retrieving the bookmark containing the card of blasphemy without anyone noticing. How cool. Although the term invented by Emperor Roselle may not be elegant, reserved, or in line with my identity as a noble identity, it's the only impression that I feel right now. Our tarot club now has a complete path of the divine in its control. It should be a complete one, right? I wonder which one it is. But regardless, this represents the path to becoming a god. Under the glory of Mr. Fool, we will one day become the most powerful hidden faction in the world. I wonder if the other bookmarks hide cards of blasphemy. Audrey controlled her excitement as she felt longing and pride. She allowed the dining maid to help her spread out a napkin before her gaze shifted to Earl Hall, who habitually read the newspapers while having breakfast. "Father, is there anything worth paying attention to today?" Earl Hall sighed and said, "That devil has killed another innocent person. It's the 12th case. She's a fashion designer who had just become famous. She had only been a street girl a few times due to her desperate need for money, but she ended up encountering such a terrible situation. Thankfully, there was an eyewitness. The person witnessed the devil at the crime scene. He was really scared out of his wits. He constantly shouted on the streets of murder and, 'Save me.' I have to say that his cries for help did bring acceptable results. The devil didn't chase after him. As a result, the police have locked onto the suspect and are hunting him down." Audrey drew the crimson moon on her chest once again and said, "May their operation succeed." "Father, from what you just said, it sure was a horrible but funny scene. I hope that eyewitness won't have nightmares because of it." And on the same night, Mr. Fool's Blessed took one of the cards of blasphemy from the heavily protected museum without alerting anyone. Audrey added wistfully in her mind and filled in some of the details herself. "Royal Museum, in the restored study. Are you sure that only 2 bookmarks were stolen?" The Machinery Hive Mind Squad's Captain Max Livermore asked his team members. As he spoke, he stole a glance at the important figure standing in front of the desk with his back facing him. It was an old man wearing a white clerical robe and a clerical cap. He was the head of the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery for the Backlund Diocese. He was a member of the Divine Council, Archbishop Hormick Hayden. This important figure wasn't only a clergyman, but he was also a very famous scientist, a distinguished professor of physics at Backlund University. Yes, only 2 bookmarks were stolen. The team member being questioned answered with certainty. Max nodded slightly and looked at Hormick Hayden. After some thought, he deliberated and asked, "Your Grace, after the closing of the museum yesterday evening, some aristocratic children came to visit. They had touched parts of the exhibited items, including one of the 2 bookmarks that were stolen. Do I need to get them to cooperate with the investigation?" "I know about that." Hormick's hands naturally drooped down as he turned around and said in a calm tone, I've already confirmed that those aristocratic children are not related to the thief who stole the bookmarks, so there's no need to get them to cooperate with the investigation. Yes, Your Grace. Max himself didn't think there was anything wrong with the aristocratic children, not to mention that Archbishop Haydn had enough mysticism knowledge and Beyonder techniques to confirm it. Hormic's gentle and benevolent face didn't show the slightest trace of anger. He looked around and said, "There was more than one person here last night, at least two of them. They were divided into two opposing groups. One of them might even be of a higher sequence than me, while the other had somehow escaped mysteriously. Although I'm unable to reconstruct the entire scene, there are still some things that I can't see. This matter is more complicated than we thought." At this point, he sighed. "I also know why they wanted to steal the bookmarks. We've been tricked by Roselle for more than 150 years. Giving up £3,000 sure does hurt. I've saved up for so long, and yet I have less than £1,000. However, the card of blasphemy is a priceless treasure that cannot be exchanged, even with money. The contribution Miss Justice had made in this matter is definitely worth the price. Thankfully, I could deduct it from what she owes me, lightening my burden. If I ever meet Mr. Azik in the future, I'll pay him the £15,000 that belong to the blessed with a high-sequence Beyonder formula. I wonder what the other cards of blasphemy were disguised to look like. According to the personality of the Emperor, they should all be rather surprising." After Klein finished his reply and looked out the palace at the sea of gray fog, he silently sighed. As a precaution, he temporarily left his black Emperor card above the gray fog, on the surface of the long bronze table facing the seat of the fool. He did so for Azik's copper whistle as well. When he returned to the real world, he held a ritual again and summoned himself to throw the Master Key, a sealed artifact which was an amalgamation of getting lost and having bad luck, above the gray fog. Although it didn't seem to have huge negative effects, it was enough to cause one to encounter life-threatening situations. He planned not to use it unless necessary. The Master Key is just a relic of an unlucky fellow who had just advanced to Sequence 9. Yet, it has a negative influence that even a mid-sequence Beyonder is unable to weaken. It seems like there's an additional factor in the reason why the apprentice lost control, which led to something abnormal. Now that I think about it, my previous decision was correct. To explore 32 Verdi Street south of the bridge, I need to be careful and be prepared. Yes, I need to be aware of something. The sealed artifact's effects might not be completely related to the owner's sequence. I have to consider multiple factors, such as whether or not it has been contaminated by an evil god. Klein took a bath with the water that had already turned cold before walking out of the bathroom, refreshed. He went downstairs to enjoy the corn pancakes he had bought on his way back. They were delights of the Faina Potter Kingdom's highlands, crispy, fragrant, and sweet. After he had eaten his fill, he went through his experiences from last night to see if he had left any clues behind. Even with the Master Key, if I'm not a Beyonder, it's impossible for me to escape from the hands of a devil. Back then, the mysterious and powerful lady must have determined that I wasn't an ordinary private detective. I also didn't have any intention of hiding that point. By not capturing me, this implies that she's either an official Beyonder who is friendly to wild Beyonders, or she's not a member of the three churches or the military. Yes, I'm more inclined with the latter point. The former point would most likely have her confiscate the Master Key. Besides, back then, I was almost on the brink of despair. I thought I would be detained in the underground prison of the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery like ordinary Beyonders. I even began considering my prison break. Who would have known that she would just leave? Which organization is she from? Or is she wild? No, for wild Beyonders to reach her level of power, they must have an organization of their own. That devil dog would definitely use its Beyonder powers to erase clues related to itself, and that naturally includes me. In the field of mysticism, there is no way to separate them, and that lady probably can't be exposed as well. From the looks of it, the clues that I left behind while escaping had most likely have been interfered with. As for what happened in the museum, they will be searching for a special spirit body, a strange existence, and what has that got to do with me, Sherlock Moriarty? Klein mocked himself as his heart grew calmer. Of course, he had dared to return home because he had divined it in advance. It was just like he was unafraid that the museum contained traps that he found completely unsolvable. Phew, this matter has come to an end. What should I do today? Practice my Beyonder powers and go to the Quelag Club to scrounge a meal in passing? Well, I don't know if the Nighthawks and mandated punishers have identified the murderer or not. Why don't I write another letter to Isengard Stanton and give myself a hint? As his thoughts raced, Klein heard someone from outside approach before leaving. Another letter. He opened the door in puzzlement, and indeed, he saw a letter lying in his mailbox. The letter was from Isengard Stanton. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 325, The Equestrian Teacher's Problem. When he returned to the living room, Klein picked up a letter opener and opened the envelope before taking out Isengard Stanton's letter. The famous detective wrote, "Your idea has greatly helped us. Please allow me to thank you here first. After receiving your letter, we immediately organized some people to sweep through crucial areas. As expected, we found some clues, and quite a few stray animals that had frequently appeared and were remembered by the residents had disappeared. In the process, we also noticed an interesting thing. 4 years ago, in the serial murder case, yes, the targets were single prostitutes with a child. Quite a few people living near the scene of the crime had mentioned that although the most suspicious teenager was eccentric and vicious, he was quite fond of animals, especially a large black dog. After the boy died in the gang firefight, the people who lived around him never saw the dog again. I'm curious, who was its current owner? Was it the murderer of some unsolved serial murder case from even further back? The above facts have all been proven to be true at the scene of the 12th murder case, and it has played a key role in giving the police a preliminary idea of the suspect. If all goes well, and the culprit is arrested, we will be able to get the majority of the reward money. My friend, I clearly remember your contribution. I will not forget your share. Isengard Stanton seems to suspect that I knew the truth about the devil, so he had deliberately hinted at something." Klein put down the letter and mumbled silently. However, this letter also made him feel relieved. The official Beyonders weren't looking for the wrong person. If the gigantic devil dog didn't receive any additional help, then it was only a matter of time before it was caught and killed. As for Isengard Stanton's prediction that there was another master, Klein didn't have enough evidence to confirm the matter, so it could only be said that there was a certain probability. In short, my mission ends here. The job is now left to the Nighthawks, mandated punishers, and machinery hive mind squads. Klein pulled out a fresh sheet of paper, picked up a fountain pen, and replied Isengard Stanton with a letter filled with humility. He also ignored his subtle hints like a real, ordinary private detective. After cutting another paper figurine and sending the letter, Klein strolled to the public carriage stop to wait. He thought in a relaxed manner, the next thing to do is wait for the money. Leopard said he would be visiting the Roselle Memorial Exhibition for 3 days straight. I'll have to wait until Saturday before visiting to find him and make the final payment. Hopefully, the patent for the bicycle will be filed by then. Sigh, the Backlund Patent Office seems to be known for its inefficiency. Klein had already made plans for the day. Since there was no Beyonder gathering, resulting in him being unable to buy the appropriate items, he suddenly had a lot of free time. He didn't need to busy himself for a short period of time. In the morning, I'll go to the Quelag Club, practice my marksmanship, practice my Beyonder powers, have lunch there, and then find a better circus to observe the magician's performance and see if I can get some inspiration. He took out his golden pocket watch and looked at it. He boarded the public carriage in a good mood. Hillston Borough, Quelag Club. Since Klein came by at least twice a week, the attendants remembered him and didn't require him to show his proof of membership or his Frost Constellation badge. It was Wednesday morning, and since most of the Quelag Club's members belonged to the middle class, where they still had fixed and decent jobs, it was difficult for them to visit the club unless it was Sunday tea time or when they took time off from work. The spacious and bright hall seemed abnormally empty. There were only a few people sitting in the corner where the coffee tables and sofas were. Glancing around, Klein spotted an acquaintance and went up to greet him. "Talum, with such terrific weather today, you should be at the Turf Club." The acquaintance was Talum, the aristocratic equestrian teacher, who had introduced him to the club at the request of Mrs. Mary Dumont. He had once brought Klein business, the protection of Daily Observer reporter Mike Joseph, on his trip to the Golden Rose for investigations. Talum looked up, touched his short brown curls, and smiled. "Oh my, it's the Honorable Great Detective. What have you been up to? I haven't seen you in a long time." "That's because you haven't been to the club for days." Klein smiled as he sat on the sofa next to Talum. "I've been helping the police with the serial murder case. Although it might not necessarily yield any results, the reward is tempting enough. Besides, establishing good relations with the police is very important for us private investigators." What I just said was bragging. I'm just an unremarkable character who'd been summoned, he mocked himself inwardly. Among the few members sitting in the same sofa area behind him, a man who appeared to be a stockbroker initiated a discussion on the latest Western Railway shares and East Balham Plantation shares. Talum didn't doubt Klein's answer. He chuckled and said, "This is indeed something that will busy a great detective." After exchanging a few pleasantries, he gradually entered a pensive state. Just as Klein was about to bid him farewell and leave for the underground shooting range, Talum suddenly looked at him and said, "Mr. Moriarty, may I ask you a question?" You can charge me a consultation fee. This one is free. Also, just call me Sherlock." Klein laughed. Talum nodded gently and said hesitantly, "I have a friend who has fallen in love with someone he shouldn't have. How should he deal with such a situation?" Although I'd always believed that anyone who asks a question prefaced with, I have a friend, basically means, I myself. Talam's emotional colors implies that it's not for himself. He's in a dilemma, but I can't see any traces of pain. After activating his spirit vision, Klein leaned back slightly, clasped his hands, and said, I'm sorry, but I'm not a psychiatrist or any of the experts in the newspapers or magazines who are good at solving emotional problems. My only advice is not to break the law. That was a joke. First, we need to understand how this shouldn't have arose. Is there a feud between the family? Talam glanced at him and said in resignation, No, this isn't Romeo and Juliet. Upon hearing Talam's reply, Klein seemed to hear an illusory murmur in his ears. Author, Roselle Gustav. Author, Roselle Gustav. Author, Roselle Gustav. Shaking his head, he apologized to Shakespeare and smiled. This piece of work by Emperor Roselle is just too classic. When it comes to love that shouldn't be, I can't help but think of it. Then why shouldn't they be together? Talam fell silent for a few seconds before saying, I have to keep it confidential. I'm sorry, just pretend I didn't ask. Confidential? That must be someone with certain standing. In love with someone of the same sex? In love with someone who is related by blood? Klein held back his curiosity and said with his hands spread out, Then I can only give you one more suggestion. Read bestsellers about passionate love like Stormwind Mountain Villa and Love and Jealousy. Talam quivered his lips a few times, sighed, and said, Sigh, that can only be used as the last resort. In my opinion, the feelings present in those best-selling novels simply don't seem to occur among normal people. I think so too, Klein echoed in full agreement. After exchanging a smile with Talam, he got up and went to the underground shooting range to practice his shooting and beyond her powers. When it was almost noon, he returned to the first floor and went straight to the buffet cafeteria. He had noticed earlier that the cuisine that was in limited supply today was red wine fried foie gras, paired with sliced apples and bread soaked in butter. After taking his food, Klein carried his tray to the table where Talam was sitting. At that moment, there was another acquaintance of his who, by the same token, had recommended his membership. He was the surgeon, Aaron Series. Before he could sit down after setting the tray down, Klein noticed a crutch leaning against the chair of the famous surgeon. Aaron, what's wrong? He asked with concern. The tall and thin man wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses and had a cold appearance. He lightly patted his right leg and said, No, don't mention it. It's really bad luck. I fell down the stairs and suffered rather serious fractures, so I could only fix it with a plaster. You really were unlucky. Klein sighed in agreement, cut a piece of foie gras, dipped it in sauce, and put it in his mouth. The fragrance that was emitted the moment they melted in his mouth stimulated all of his taste buds. I've been out of luck for a long time. Aaron nudged his spectacle frames and rubbed his temples in passing. He then looked at Klein, then at Talam before asking hesitantly, Mr. Moriarty, do you? What? Klein looked up. Aaron lowered his voice. You're a famous detective. You should know a lot of people, right? It's quite all right. Klein didn't understand what Aaron was up to as he answered perfunctorily. Aaron looked at Talam again and took a deep breath. Do you know anyone who's like a village witch doctor? No, I mean some of the more capable fortune tellers or mysticism enthusiasts. I feel that my recent string of bad luck is too abnormal. I know it's likely to be a fake or a scam, but there's no other way of shirking my bad luck. I tried to go to church, praying, donating, attending mass, but it didn't work at all. Capable fortune teller and mysticism enthusiast. You seem to be talking about me. Klein pondered and said, Aaron, tell us in detail about what happened to you. By his side, Talam nodded as well. Don't worry, I may be a believer of the Lord, but I don't reject things regarding mysticism. Aaron sighed in distress. There are a lot of things. For example, making mistakes at the operating table. Encountering an accident on the steam locomotive. I found that my house had been burgled when I returned home. When I went to the hospital, I ended up falling down the stairs. Do you think someone has cursed me? Yes, I've heard Aaron mention something like this before. Klein frowned slightly. As a former Nighthawk, it was easy for him to associate this description with a sealed artifact, his fortune cloth puppet. Could it be a similar item? He activated his spirit vision and asked seriously, Aaron, think back carefully. Before those unfortunate events began happening, one after another, did you or your family, yes, your family, encounter any unfortunate events? Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 326, Professional Suggestion. Klein had wanted to ask if Aaron or his family had brought home anything which was relatively more unusual, such as a slightly dirty rag doll, before the unlucky events befell him. But as soon as the words reached his mouth, he suddenly felt that it was too direct and could easily expose the fact that he knew a lot about mysticism. Although this could be explained away by the fact that he was experienced and knowledgeable, there was no need for him to take the risk. Instead, he took a more roundabout approach and asked Dr. Aaron if his family had suffered the same ill luck. Upon hearing his question, Aaron Series carefully recalled and said, "No, except for the steam locomotive accident that occurred to them as well, they were the same as before. Most of the time, they didn't experience anything especially lucky or unlucky. The rest can be said to be of both types, so they can't be considered especially unlucky. That's not right. If it was an item that needs to be sealed like the misfortune cloth puppet, it would definitely affect people within a certain range. Could it be that Aaron has dripped his blood on it, and the two of them have established a firm connection?" In Klein's spirit vision, Aaron's aura and mood matched his physical and mental state, and there was nothing special about him. He asked after some thought, "Is there any colleague at the hospital that is as unlucky as you?" "No, so I think I must have been cursed by someone." Aaron pulled at his bow tie, looking anxious and uneasy. Under Talam's curious gaze, Klein thought for a moment and said, "Before you became unlucky, did you encounter any relatively stranger matters, such as cutting yourself? In folklore, blood is the powerful medium through which curses can be formed. After I suspected that I was cursed, I have confirmed this point. I have not lost any blood in the past 3 months," Aaron replied with a heavy mood as he held his knife and fork. "That's a little strange. I can't perform a more complicated divination in front of them." Klein asked again, "Then were there other strange matters?" Aaron, think back carefully. "This kind of matter can't happen without a reason. Have you offended anyone recently? Or have you become an obstacle towards others?" Talam echoed with concern. Aaron looked down at the food on the plate and fell into deep thought. Klein didn't stay idle either. He took care of his food before it turned cold and unpleasant. By the time he started enjoying the dessert, Aaron finally raised his head and said, "I'm not a very sociable person. I don't have a good relationship with my colleagues, but it's hard to believe that they would come up with a way to curse me. Well, after your reminder, I do remember something. It might be related to mysticism." "What is it?" Klein and Talam's spirits were lifted at the same time. "Before my continuous bad luck streak, I was in charge of a patient, a child who wasn't even 10 years old. He was very pitiful. Due to some complications, I had to amputate his left leg." Aaron nudged his glasses and recalled, "I just became a father not long ago, so I'm always filled with sympathy for the misfortune of a child. Every time I checked the ward, I would chat with him, encourage him, and comfort him." After a pause, Aaron's thoughts turned more fluid. "I remember that it was the day before his surgery. I specially went to his ward to look for him, and he was really upset. He was playing tarot cards, which he had brought with him when he was admitted to the hospital. His family wasn't even allowed to take them away. In order to calm him down, I began playing tarot cards with him. Back then, I drew a card. It was the reversed Wheel of Fortune. That child looked at me and said with a pure and innocent smile, 'Doctor, your luck will get worse. Doctor, your luck will get worse.' Talam drew a breath and said, 'Why do I feel that such a scene and such words make my body feel cold?' Did the child die on the operating table?" Aaron shook his head. "That operation was a success. It didn't take long for him to be discharged from the hospital. He even specially thanked me. So I've never suspected this, but now that I think back, I find that this is the only time in the past 2 months that I have come into contact with something related to mysticism. No matter what, regardless of whether it is useful or not, tarot cards are still used for divination." At some point, a brass coin had appeared in Klein's hand. It was bouncing and rolling at his fingertips, seemingly symbolizing the analysis process of a famous detective. The coin was flicked up and fell into the palm of his hand. Klein glanced at it out of the corner of his eye and asked, having ended his thinking, "What's that boy's name? Where does he live?" Aaron answered without hesitation, "His name is Will Septon. As for where he lives, I don't remember." "What is your suggestion, Mr. Detective? Do you know any experts in the field of mysticism?" Klein took a sip of his black tea and said with a smile under the expectant gazes of Aaron and Talam, "My suggestion is to go to the cathedral of the deity you believe in, tell the bishop about your recent misfortune, and then ask him if he has a solution." "Aaron, I remember you were a believer of the Evernight goddess, right?" He had almost said goddess, but fortunately, he remembered his identity as a detective who believed in the god of steam and machinery. "However, my prayers to the goddess, my participation in mass, and the donation of money and items were all useless. I think I should find some capable fortune tellers." Aaron didn't agree with Detective Moriarty's suggestion. Talam echoed with a nod. "Yes, the deities wouldn't care if you were lucky or not. Luck is a blessing, and misfortune is a test. Friend, your faith isn't pious enough. Be careful. The Lord of the Storms might zap you with a lightning bolt." Klein looked at the two separately and laughed. This suggestion is based on very simple logic. If there exists useful and effective mysticism in this world, then the ones who are best at it are definitely the 7 Orthodox churches. If not, they would have long been replaced by other forces who have mastered mysticism. If there isn't such a thing as true mysticism, then finding a fortune teller or witch doctor won't be of any help. It would be better to see if there's a solution to this problem with the help of a relatively higher-ranking bishop. Aaron carefully analyzed the situation and finally nodded. That makes sense. Perhaps I will need the bishop's help to pass on the message to the goddess to protect me. No, accurately speaking, with a bishop passing on the message, the Nighthawks will be able to notice the abnormality on you. Klein retorted inwardly. He had no intention of helping Aaron himself, because to solve the problem regarding luck, aside from finding the root cause of everything, he would have to set up particular rituals. Ignoring the fact that Klein didn't know any real luck enhancement rituals, and even if he did, he would be exposing his beyonder powers to someone he was unfamiliar with, which would increase the risk for no reason. Since I can get the Nighthawks to take up the role of helping you, there's no need for me to do it myself. I just don't know if the problem came from that boy or the tarot cards in his hands. If it's the latter, then it might be a suitable sealed artifact for me. Klein shook his head, suppressing his greed and emotions. At this moment, Aaron had already made up his mind. He looked at Klein and grinned. Thank you, Mr. Moriarty. Although you don't know mysticism, you relied on strict logic to provide the best suggestion. Yes, I don't know mysticism. Klein smiled. Just call me Sherlock, Aaron. Yes, ever since I've stopped being a Nighthawk, the composition of my mysticism knowledge has become stranger and stranger. On the one hand, I've grasped quite a few secrets which are related to high sequences and deities, and on the other hand, I only understand the more basic ritualistic magic. Among the more complicated ones, I only know the sacrificial rites and bestowment rituals. As for charms, all I know are those 3. Klein sighed to himself, feeling an urgent need for a more comprehensive and in-depth book of mysticism. As for the knowledge required to separate a beyonder characteristic from the spiritual corruption of an evil god, he had no clues whatsoever at the moment. After a short afternoon nap at the club, Klein rode in a public carriage to the Rice Circus near the Tussock River in Sherwood Borough. Today wasn't a holiday, nor was it a weekend. There weren't many visitors at the circus, and the clowns that were responsible for entertaining and amusing the visitors all seemed listless. Passing between the divination lodge and the tents that sold pies, pancakes, fruit pies, and alcoholic beverages, Klein walked along the edge of the circus and found a small theater. On the blackboard at the entrance, it read, non-holiday and weekends, 4 performances a day, 1 hour per performance. The first performance in the afternoon was at 2 o'clock. It had just begun. After buying his ticket, Klein entered the theater and heard cheers. At this moment, a beast trainer was on stage, holding a whip and ordering a black bear to perform in a charmingly naive manner. Next to him lay a tiger with crisscrossed yellow-black stripes and a seated dark and curly-haired baboon. Bah! The black bear rolled awkwardly as the trainer whipped it. I say, this guy wanted to give you a slap just a moment ago. In the front row of the rows of seats, someone suddenly shouted loudly, which immediately attracted the laughter of a handful in the audience. They thought it was a new way for the circus to amuse them. However, Klein didn't think so, for he noticed that the color of the trainer's emotions leaned toward anger and annoyance. He smiled and went to sit in the first row, watching the performance on the stage so as to not waste the price he paid for the tickets. At that moment, the person who had just spoken shouted again. That tiger wants to bite your neck off, that curly-haired baboon wants to use you as a cushion. Amidst the laughter of the audience, the beast trainer's actions clearly stiffened. Even though those words sound like they're causing trouble, why do I detect a hint of a warning? Klein looked over his shoulder at the speaker in the same row and saw that he was a chubby-faced man in his 30s. This tone, this way, it's kind of familiar. Klein mumbled silently to himself. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 327. Encounter on the Road. Inside the small theater of the Rice Circus. As long as something felt familiar, there was no problem for a seer to recall it. Klein nudged his gold-rimmed glasses up on his nose, leaned back, and murmured something almost soundlessly. Soon after, he pretended to close his eyes to rest for more than 10 seconds. In reality, he had used the help of cogitation to quickly fall asleep and be reminded through his dream. It was a rather dim room, with only one candle flickering on the coffee table. The people sitting around it were all wearing black hooded robes and iron masks that covered only half their faces. Deliberately massaging his glabella, Klein opened his eyes and continued watching the beast-taming performance. He had interpreted the revelation and knew the source of the familiarity. The scene of the dream was of the Beyonder gathering organized by old Mr. Eye of Wisdom. There was also an apothecary with a chubby face who enjoyed using sarcasm as a warning. Although he was clearly a kind-hearted fellow, He always gave others the feeling that he deserved a beating. Could it be that apothecary? That shouldn't be the case. When did he learn beast taming? According to the confidential records of the Nighthawks, an apothecary doesn't have spirit vision like those of the seer pathway who are able to distinguish emotional colors in detail. Well, when it comes to the color of auras, they're actually quite good at it. Klein's thoughts slowly dispersed without affecting his appreciation of the performance on stage. In his spirit vision, the emotional colors of the black bear, the tiger, and the curly-haired baboon were indeed unstable. If there was an addition level of provocation to a certain degree, they might very well rampage on the spot. This indirectly confirmed that the chubby man who had just spoken wasn't causing trouble. He seemed to be able to read the thoughts of the three animals and understand their impulses. Having received the warnings, the beast trainer's face darkened with anger, but even so, his actions were instinctively gentler. He was more careful, and the show ended without a hitch. After that, there was a simple but comedic skit. Only when it was over was it the magician's turn to perform. This magician wore a tuxedo. He wore a bow tie of the same color, as well as a large top hat. The moment he appeared, he spat out fire from his mouth, which immediately caused the audience to applaud and cheer. Such a simple trick. Klein, who had excellent eyesight and had watched quite a few magic lesson programs, understood the gist of it with just a quick glance. Next, the magician performed the classic escape act, releasing flying doves from his hat, pulling out flowers, card tricks, and so on. Klein thought he could easily see through every one of the magician's tricks, but he was surprised to discover that, at some point, he actually failed to do so because his attention had been drawn to where the magician wished it to be, causing him to ignore the key details. He clearly doesn't have any beyonder powers, but his technique is still able to fool my eyes. The key point is grasping attention. The magician's second principle is fully divert a target's attention, thus achieving the desired effect. Klein made a guess in his mind, which he wasn't sure if it was right or wrong. It needed him to act it out to receive feedback. At this moment, the magician's performance came to an end. The audience weren't stingy with their warm applause and cheers. The atmosphere in the theater reached its peak that afternoon. The third principle. A magician's performance requires the applause of the audience for his performance. Klein muttered to himself in a half-joking and half-guessing manner in silence. Shortly after 3 o'clock, he pulled the collar of his black double-breasted frock coat and left the small theater. He didn't try to come into contact with a chubby man who was suspected to be the apothecary and only secretly remembered his appearance. Soliciting him suddenly might result in extreme reactions. He took a tracked public carriage back to Mint Street. The carriage was divided into 2 floors, and each of them had a few passengers. According to his usual practice, Klein chose the spot next to the window on the first floor. The carriage proceeded and stopped from time to time. Klein, who had half closed his eyes to recall the inspiration he had just had, suddenly felt his heart palpitate. He became sober and rational. The reaction was like someone had forcibly intruded into his dream or channeled his spirit. At this moment, he clearly knew that he was no longer in the real world. As someone rich with experience, he pretended to be unconcerned. He looked around and saw that the gentleman in a tuxedo and top hat to his left was still flipping through a newspaper. There were 2 children who were being reprimanded by a vexed woman in a light blue dress for being disobedient troublemakers. Beside her, people were chewing on bread or drinking tea that they had brought with them. Everything was the same as before. However, when Klein quietly activated his spirit vision, these passengers didn't emit any of the corresponding auras or emotions. They don't have ether bodies. They're clearly talking, eating bread, and reading newspapers, but none of them have any signs of life. Is this an illusion, or did they just suddenly die and are just moving according to the inertia of their lives? Klein tried to remain calm as he looked out the window and saw carriages and pedestrians passing by. It was still an afternoon scene. However, they also have no aura colors. As the carriage moved forward rather slowly, Klein became more and more serious, not understanding what had just happened. He lowered his head and examined himself. He saw a clear spirituality luster, which was completely different from the people around him. At that moment, he suddenly heard an angry roar. It didn't sound like it came from a human. Klein looked up and saw a large black dog on the street. Its sharp white teeth were stained with traces of blood and rust. It was the huge devil dog that had committed heinous crimes. The black dog quickly swelled into a tall devil. It had bat-like wings on its back and goat horns, filled with mysterious patterns that grew from its head. It looked up at the sky and said in the devil language, "Corruption." Almost as soon as it opened its mouth, Klein confirmed that it was real, because it possessed aura and emotion colors while strong spirituality lusters were being emitted from it. Following the howls of the huge devil dog, a few illusory pedestrians exploded and turned into a black mist that filled the air, blocking his line of sight. However, Klein could vaguely see that there were quite a few real people with aura colors in midair and around him. They were using Beyonder powers which emitted spirituality lusters. What's going on? Ordinary people are illusory, but the Beyonders are real. Had the Nighthawks and mandated Punishers found the Devil Dog and used a sealed artifact to create a battle environment which wouldn't disturb reality? That sealed artifact is only aimed at Beyonders, and it has no effect on normal people. Thus, who just happened to pass by was pulling out of bad luck. Klein's mind raced as he roughly guessed what had happened to him. What a ridiculous disaster. Just as he was sighing with emotion, he suddenly heard a blood-curdling shriek, a sharp and loud scream. The black gas that screened his vision suddenly dispersed, and the gigantic devil dog fell heavily onto the ground. Its body was divided into two halves, and all the light in the air converged on something, making it look like a clean, pure moon shining down on the dark environment. The gigantic devil dog tenaciously roared again, and its body suddenly exploded. Using its soul and flesh as fuel, it ignited blue and red flames that soared into the sky. However, the flames lost all of their brightness as soon as they reached midair, having been absorbed by that bright and resplendent moon-like object. It disappeared without a trace, and that huge devil dog died so simply and completely, not even leaving a speck of it behind. So powerful. As Klein was sighing, he suddenly thought of something. Would those official Beyonders discover that he, another wild Beyonder, was sitting in the carriage, different from the other illusory people in the surrounding area? His heart tightened as his scalp went numb. He pulled out a paper figurine, and with a shake he transformed it into himself, a copy that was without any aura or emotional colors. As for him, with the help of the substitution spell, he hid in the paper figurine's shadow. At this moment, Klein heard a light snort from across the street. The snort was clearly filled with anger and indignation. Who is it? It doesn't seem like the sound an official Beyonder will make. Klein was puzzled, but he didn't dare to dispel his double and peek his head out to look. Following which, a few pairs of eyes swept across the crowd, not stopping for even a moment. When all this faded away, Klein saw that the void around him had cracked and shattered like glass. Then the feeling of reality inundated him, and he knew he was back in the real world. After removing the double, he sat back in his seat. The passengers in the carriage were doing their respective deeds, reading newspapers, chewing bread, and scolding children. It was no different from before. But in Klein's vision, they had regained their aura and their emotional colors. In addition, compared to earlier, the tracked carriage had clearly moved forward by quite a distance. It seems like in that special battle environment earlier, time and space are synchronized with reality. If that battle had continued for a long time, then the carriage would have left the area of influence, leaving me alone there. Alone there? That would be an obvious exposure. Fortunately, Backlund is the capital of capitals and the land of hope. There are high-sequence Beyonders from the three major churches residing here. Klein thought with a lingering sense of fear. He had originally thought that even if they had locked onto their target, it would still take the Nighthawks, mandated Punishers, and others several days to find a black devil dog. Moreover, that was on the premise that the dog hadn't left Backlund. That was something certain because leaving Backlund would mean stepping out of the range of the ritual, and the advancement would fail. And to the devil, the negative impact of a failed ritual would cause it, who was already struggling at the edge of bloodlust, to immediately lose control. Who would have thought that just after 1 night and half a day, the gigantic devil dog would be discovered, executed, and cleansed? Terrifying. This is Backlund. This is the true power of the three churches. A Sequence 6 Beyonder who's just about to advance was merely exposed and had left behind the tiniest of traces. Yet he was quickly found and killed so easily. This is a devil that can sense danger ahead of time. From the looks of it, some sealed artifact perfectly hinders this trait. In the future, I must be even more careful. Klein felt that he had learned a great lesson. At this moment, he remembered the strange snort he had heard earlier. It seemed to be the companion of that gigantic devil dog, its master. He was actually not discovered. Perhaps the final explosion of the gigantic devil dog was secretly orchestrated by him. Of course, it's also possible that he's a member of some secret organization that is unsatisfied with the official Beyonders. Klein abruptly looked out the window on the opposite side of the carriage. All he saw were people walking past looking ordinary. They either wore tweed coats, half-top hats, or bright long skirts. He couldn't tell if there was anything wrong with them. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 328, He that touches pitch shall be defiled. The wheels of the carriage pressed down on the track as the horses dragged it along. The heavy carriage steadily advanced, and soon, they were moving away from the street as though nothing had happened. With a normal expression, Klein held onto his cane and waited until the tracked public carriage passed 2 stations before he got off ahead of time. He took a large detour and slowly headed back to the place where the gigantic devil dog had been killed. He wasn't looking for its beyonder characteristics, as it was impossible for the top experts of the church to not know about this matter. They would have definitely taken it away long ago. He also wasn't investigating the source of that slight snort. After all, with so much time having passed by, the carriages moving on the streets, and the people that were coming and going, how could there be any clues left behind? Even divination would fail to obtain an answer. Klein's purpose was to look at the subtle details that remained along the street and to see the nature of the sealed artifact that had created the strange environment for the battle, so as to prepare for what might happen in the future. This is a magician's acting. He sighed silently as he walked under the gray sky, along the edge of the street which was marked by the gas lamps. The reason why he had to wait 2 stops before getting off and taking a detour was because he was worried that there would be an official beyonder who would sweep the battlefield in secret. He didn't want to meet them, so he tried his best not to. Klein, who was dressed decently and holding onto a cane, took some time before he returned to the huge devil dog's place of death. However, there were no traces of its presence on the street, and the passers-by clearly didn't know that a fierce beyonder battle had taken place here. That sealed artifact is really magical. It's even more powerful than large-scale hypnosis. Klein activated his spirit vision and slowed his footsteps, like a gentleman on an outing rather than on an errand. It took him over half an hour to complete his tour of the area, but his efforts with his spirit vision was futile. There was nothing out of the ordinary about his target area. However, Klein's spiritual perception sensed one thing: its scope and its boundaries. When I entered the block and left from another direction, I felt a subtle and illusory feeling, as if I entered a different world from another world. That is to say, the sealed artifact's scope of influence can reach at least 1 block, and its upper limit is temporarily unclear. Klein stood outside the target street and nodded thoughtfully before returning. He went to a decent cafe, ordered a cup of Southville coffee, and sat down by the window. As he drank the fluid with a rich aroma, he observed the street outside, which was beginning to bustle as time passed by, hoping to see any changes. Unfortunately, what he had been looking forward to didn't happen. Of course, he wasn't without gains. At the very least, he confirmed that a magician never performed unprepared, which was one of the rules of acting. He felt that the characteristics of the subtle precipitate in his body stirred a little. In the evening, Klein stopped his observations and returned to Mint Street in a public carriage. At this moment, the gas lamps on both sides of the road had already been lit, illuminating the slightly wet cement ground with withered leaves that fell from the trees along the road with a blue hue. Holding his cane, Klein strolled past the house of Lawyer Jurgen and strolled to Unit 15. As he was walking, he suddenly thought of something. He had finished all the ingredients at home. If he went back now, he wouldn't be able to cook dinner. Should I go to the meat shop and fruit shop, or find a restaurant to fill my stomach first? Klein hesitated for a moment. He then finally decided to take a break tonight and eat something ready-made. Many of the dishes in this world were made quite simply and very quickly, so it didn't become a situation where an hour was spent cooking for 5 minutes of eating. However, there was still a certain amount of work to be done. Furthermore, he had to wash the dishes and wash the knives and forks himself. After touching his wallet, Klein turned around and walked in the direction of the area, where according to his memory, there were restaurants. Once again, he passed the house of Lawyer Jurgens. Standing behind the open oriel window and looking at the confused expression Detective Moriarty had, Jurgen raised his voice and said, "Mr. Moriarty, did you forget your key again? Or did you drop your key? Why is he saying again?" Klein replied with a chuckle, "No, not really." Jurgen solemnly nodded his head. "Then why don't you come to my place? You can return when it's completely dark after we have dinner." Klein hesitated for a second and smiled. "It will be my honor." When he entered, the black cat Brody was licking his paws in a corner. Jurgen didn't make much small talk as he stepped into the kitchen. After Klein had hung up his coat and hat and put away his black cane, he stepped into the dining room and saw that the table was already covered with food, blackened steaks and mashed potatoes of the same color. He wasn't surprised by this. This was how Mrs. Doris, Lawyer Jurgen's grandmother, cooked in her old age. The food didn't look appetizing, but they were delicious. She's a good chef. Klein sat in front of Jurgen, smiled, and made some small talk. "Were you about to have dinner?" "Yes, it's a habit of mine to look at the scenery outside before my meal. It allows my thoughts to spread without boundaries." Jurgen spread out his napkin and picked up his fork and knife. Klein looked around in puzzlement and asked, "Where's Mrs. Doris?" Jurgen sighed and replied seriously, "The weather is getting colder and colder. Her chronic lung problems are back, so she has no choice but to be admitted to the hospital for a while. May God bless her." Klein drew the triangular sacred emblem of the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery on his chest unfamiliarly. Then he cut a piece of steak and forked it before stuffing it into his mouth. At that moment, he suddenly thought of a problem and hurriedly asked, "So you were the one who prepared dinner?" "Of course. It was done a few minutes ago," Jurgen answered simply. "If it isn't the work of the great chef, Mrs. Doris, then this food." The corner of Klein's mouth twitched. He held back the fear in his heart and still bit down on the small piece of steak on his silver fork, slowly chewing on it. His brows furrowed a little as he forcefully swallowed the food. He squeezed a smile as he asked, "Why did you prepare 2 servings in advance?" "One serving was prepared to be taken to the hospital for my grandmother." Jurgen glanced up at Klein. "I'll make another one later." So that's how it is. To be polite, Klein secretly took a deep breath and steeled himself as though prepared to do battle with the food in front of him and finish it. By the time he was finished, Jurgen still had a tiny bit left. The senior solicitor put down his fork and knife, picked up the glass beside him, took a sip of red wine, and asked without expression, "How's it? Which dish do you like the most?" "I know there's still a large gap between my skills and my grandmother's, but it shouldn't be too exaggerated. Mr. Lawyer, I suspect you have problems with your sense of taste besides facial myopathy. Can't you realize your standards?" Klein smiled, moved his head from left to right, and said, "The white bread isn't bad. That was bought from Dodge Bakery." Jurgen rebared his head and finished the rest of the food. After drinking the remaining wine, he thought for a moment and said, "Detective Moriarty, I want to entrust you with a simple task." "What is it?" Klein kept drinking water. "The mashed potatoes were too salty. My grandma's been in the hospital lately. I might not be able to return because of my cases. This will lead to Brody being hungry." Jurgen glanced at the black cat. "I want you to feed Brody when I'm not back, clean up his litter box, and play with him for a while. He loves to be scratched under the chin. Yes, every night at 10. If there's no light in the house and it's dark, you can come in too solely every time until my grandmother comes home." Klein saw the solemn and prim look on Jurgen's face. He smiled and said, "It's a simple task. The reward is quite generous. I have no reason to reject it." As he spoke, he turned to look at Brody the black cat and smiled at it. Brody slowly turned his body and faced Klein with his back. Klein's smile couldn't help but freeze on his face. After drinking his fill, Klein excused himself from Jurgen's place. He strolled back to his rented house in the completely dark streets. By this time, the people who had finished their work had already returned home and were enjoying their dinner. There were very few pedestrians on the streets and not many carriages. It was very quiet. Walking under the light of the gas lamp, Klein, who had no urgent desire to return, slowed down. So did the black shadow at his feet. When he passed by the Sammers, he saw through the oriel window that the interior was brightly lit. People were moving back and forth, and sounds of chatter and laughing could be heard. As for next door, 15 Minsk Street, it was dark and silent. With a sigh, Klein quickened his pace, took out his key, and opened the door. Before he went in, he checked the mailbox out of habit and found another letter lying inside. Who sent it? Klein took out the letter and glanced at it under the light of the street lamp. No stamps. It looks like Isengard Stanton's handwriting. He nodded slightly, went inside, closed the door, switched on the light, and opened the letter. The great Detective Isengard said in the letter, "I'm very pleased to inform you that the murderer has been found and killed on the spot. The police think that our work is worth at least half the bounty. They should be disbursing it to me this week. When that happens, I will invite you and our other friends to come over and share this bounty." Isengard received the news so quickly. He sure has a close relationship with the Backlund police. Oh, it's without a stamp. That means that he got someone to deliver it directly. The Lone Kingdom's postal system isn't that efficient. How could a letter sent in the afternoon arrive in the evening? Klein sighed, put down the letter, and got ready to change into a new outfit before heading out. With the serial murders out of the way and the situation in Backlund easing, he could try to do a couple things. For example, find Caspers at the Bravehearts bar and contact Merrick to see if the Beyonder who could control zombies and Miss Sharon had any books regarding mysticism. If my guess is right, they should be the defectors of the Rose School of Thought. They were previously in an official organization, and they must know a lot of mysticism knowledge. And now I have enough money to buy them. Klein touched his wallet and thought in anticipation. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 329, Claw Marks. Backlund Bridge area, Bravehearts bar. Klein pressed down the cap on his head, carefully protecting the wallet in the inside pocket of his grayish-blue worker's jacket. He walked around the customers who were surrounding the boxing ring and headed for the bar. On the way, he looked around and didn't see the black market arms dealer, Caspers Kalinin. He's either playing cards or playing billiards. Klein nodded to himself, sat down at the bar, and said to the bartender, half and half. He had seen someone drink this type of alcoholic beverage the last time, and he felt that it likely suited his palate. At least it's better than pure malt beer, Klein thought to himself. The bartender raised his head and glanced at him. Which two alcohols do you want mixed? Different choices, different prices. The typical one will do. The last time he saw someone drink it, the person had used alcohol of the worst quality. The whole glass of half and half was only worth 2.5 pence. 4.5 pence. The bartender watched as Klein arranged the brass coins on the bar and then went back to mixing. He said in passing, "You here for Casper's? He's not here anymore. His business has been snatched." Huh. Klein didn't expect such an answer. Before the bartender could reply, a man with a protruded mouth next to him laughed and said, "Yes, we've chased Casper's away." How can a lame old man like him do such a business? If you have anything you need, feel free to come to us. Find our boss. A gang war. Klein subconsciously came up with this idea, wanting to reject the man's suggestion. However, he soon thought of another possibility. Could it be that the Rose School of Thought has deliberately sought out a gang to suppress Casper's so as to force Merrick and Miss Sharon to jump into a trap? Yes, it's quite possible. Casper's had been working here as a black market arms dealer for a long time. He's definitely not someone who can be chased away just like that. A while ago, because of the series of murders, the atmosphere in the whole of Backlund was rather tense, and the Rose School of Thought or other hidden factions wouldn't dare to recklessly kill and use spirit mediumship on Merrick and Miss Sharon, even if they found them. This would result in a lot of bloodshed, and since they obviously only have a few suspects, and are unable to confirm anyone else having a way to contact Miss Sharon and Merrick for the time being. Klein swallowed the words he was about to say and asked instead, "Can I first get a quote before deciding whether to purchase?" He planned to observe the faction made up of ordinary people who had taken over Braveheart's bar's black market. If he discovered any problems, then he could use them as a favor to give to Casper's, Sharon, and Merrick. In any case, Klein didn't want any conflict. He only planned on observing via normal processes, so there was no risk. Yes, the only requirement is, the man made a zipping motion with his hand in front of his protruding mouth. No problem. As soon as Klein answered, he saw the half and half in front of him, and the copper coins had been taken away by the bartender. Without any intention of wasting it, he tipped his head and drank it. His brows gradually furrowed. It's not what I thought it would be. The taste of the spirit is too heavy. The grape flavors are too mild. Klein put down his glass and followed the man to the third billiard room where Casper's used to stay in. When he was about to reach the door, he suddenly thought of something. As someone who doesn't know much, even I can guess that this is a trap. I wonder if Miss Sharon and Merrick, who have been hunted for so long, know about it. They definitely wouldn't appear. However, Casper's knows more than one Beyonder. He has connections with several different circles of Beyonders, and he might be able to get other helpers. That would complicate things. At that moment, the man with the protruding mouth stopped at the doorway of the billiard room, and the distracted Klein almost bumped into him. He pointed inside and said, "Don't talk nonsense later. Our boss doesn't have a good temper." Everyone in the Backlund Bridge area and East Borough knows this. All right, Klein nodded. Satisfied, the man with the protruding mouth turned and pushed open the billiard room's door. As the door opened, Klein saw a figure hanging in the air, gently swaying. It was a burly man with a full beard. There was a rope tied around his neck, a rope that was tied in a dead knot. His feet were off the ground, the tip of his tongue was protruding out, and his face was purple. He wore a contorted expression. "Boss!" The man with the protruding mouth cried out in disbelief. As soon as the tension in Backlund's atmosphere disappears, someone takes action. Klein tilted his head and glanced at the subordinate. He then solemnly drew a triangular sacred emblem on his chest. May he find peace with God. I hope his temper is cured as a result. The man with the protruded mouth didn't even hear what he said. He suddenly shouted, "Boss! Murder! Boss is dead!" Klein took 2 steps back as a result of the loud and shrill voice, and he also activated his spirit vision to take a look inside the room. There was nothing special other than the scattered billiard balls all over the place. Did a Beyonder from Casper's do it? What would the faction who planted the trap do? If there was actually such a trap? Klein quietly moved away and slunk away into the crowd when the other gang members swarmed over. He glanced at the kitchen of the Braveheart's bar and with some thought went over and familiarly passed through to the back door. As soon as he pushed open the not-so-heavy wooden door, Klein felt a cold wind blowing against him which caused him to shiver. And amidst the cold wind was the faint smell of blood. He listened for a moment but saw nothing. He took out his penny and flicked it up. The landing sound was cut off by the wind, and Klein looked down at the copper penny in his palm, confirming that it was heads. Putting the coin away, he carefully walked forward, heading in the direction that his spiritual perception told him to. He walked to a dark corner where there wasn't any illumination from the street lamps. The The smell of blood suddenly became stronger. With the help of the weak moonlight that penetrated through the clouds, Klein almost gasped when he saw what was in front of him. The floor here was littered with bloody thighs, calves, boots, ribs, a heart, arms, eyeballs, and other human parts. On the wall hung a portion of pale red intestines. The background was a large patch of bright red with milky white markings. Seeing this, Klein felt like he was looking at a slaughterhouse specially prepared for humans. Is the murderer afraid that the Nighthawks, mandated punishers, and the others are too idle? This is so exaggerated that the police would immediately transfer the case to them. Klein muttered in his mind to resist the discomfort caused by the scene. He walked around the blood and approached the opposite wall. To his surprise, there were quite a few deep scratches. It was like a thick and sharp claw that forcefully scratched out a mark. The claw is similar to the one the devil dog had after its transformation. Could it be that there's another one? Could it not be dead yet? No, I know what's going on. Klein suddenly came to a realization. The deceased must be the Beyonder who killed the bar's gang leader. He was finished off by the faction who had set the trap. According to Little Son's description, I've always suspected that the faction is the Rose School of Thought because they grasped the prisoner pathway, which is also the mutant pathway. And one type of mutant was the werewolf. This was in line with the traces of the crime scene before him. It also indirectly proves that Miss Sharon and Merrick are defectors of the Rose School of Thought. Klein calmly retreated out of the scene, one step at a time. During this process, he confirmed that there weren't any Beyonder characteristics present. Of course, it was possible that it hadn't appeared yet. Then he turned and walked towards another street, intending to get someone to inform the police, lest such a scene frighten the commoners and make them suspect that Backlund had been infiltrated by some ferocious beast. Because he didn't want to get into trouble over greed, Klein didn't wait for the possibility of a Beyonder characteristic appearing. Just as he reached the end of the alley, he suddenly saw a brown carriage slowly approaching in the night. The carriage didn't continue to move forward like the other carriages. Instead, it stopped right in front of Klein. Klein narrowed his eyes as he prepared to do battle. However, whether it was his spirituality intuition as a seer or the battle sense of a clown, neither of them gave him a warning. At this moment, the window of the carriage was opened, revealing a pale face which wore a hint of madness to it. Its brown eyes seemed to conceal deep malice. Merrick. Klein recognized him. It was Merrick, Miss Sharon's companion, who controlled zombies. He was only wearing a white shirt and a black vest, and he didn't seem to be afraid of the cold at all. He gestured for Klein to board the carriage. For a moment, Klein hesitated, wanting to use his spirit pendulum to divine right there on the spot. At this moment, a figure appeared behind Merrick. She wore a complex black regal dress and a small, soft hat. It was the blonde Miss Sharon with blue eyes. She can easily do me harm if she wants to. She can directly come out from the wall behind me. Klein thought for a moment, then he deliberately took 2 steps forward casually. He opened the carriage door and took note of it. After he sat down, the carriage began to move slowly. It was unknown where its destination was. "Why did you come here?" Sharon asked simply. Klein answered frankly, "I wanted to contact the both of you and ask if you have any books on mysticism. It would be best if they went in depth. As you know, I lack such knowledge." Merrick continued looking over with malice-filled eyes as he said in a slightly hoarse and low voice, "We do have a lot of knowledge regarding mysticism, such as Shaman King Klarman's Book of Secrets, but what can you use to trade for it?" Shaman King. Which pathway and sequence is that? As these thoughts flashed past his mind, Klein deliberated his tone and said, "I can trade for it with gold pounds. Or do you need anything else?" The pale but exquisite-looking Sharon looked at him and replied stoically, "Help? We'll use your help as barter." Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 330, Sharon and Merrick's Philosophy. Help? Klein repeated the words silently and was momentarily a little stumped. Back when Sharon had taken on the mission of protecting him for 3 days, it was mostly because of the money. For a Sequence 5 expert to be willing to take on such a mission was, in itself, a low probability. It could be chanced upon, but it wasn't something that could be forced. Furthermore, back then, Klein was desperately trying to save himself, and was so frantic that he wasn't willing to give up any sliver of hope. As such, he still felt very grateful for being able to receive the help of such a powerful Beyonder, even if it was because of the money. However, that was all. He wouldn't recklessly interfere in an unknown, dangerous situation in complete disregard of his own strength and circumstances for the sake of the other party. Klein's original plan was that the mysticism knowledge from Little Son could basically be verified as belonging to the pre-cataclysm era. At that time, the ancient gods who wielded authority and the current 7 gods and evil gods didn't seem to have any overlap with each other, so it was possible that the 2 mysticism systems were definitely hugely different. So even if he knew the details, he didn't dare to carelessly try it out. He had to receive indirect verification in order to know which ones could still be used and which ones didn't have any effect. It was just like the sacrificial ritual from before. Klein had already figured out the procedure from the sun, but he waited for Mr. Razek's reply before he dared to conduct the experiment. It was to prevent anything unexpected from happening. As for the hanged man, he was at the rank of bishop or captain of the Church of Storms, so he definitely possessed quite a bit of mysticism knowledge as well. However, the problem was that this was too orthodox and too involved with the Lord of Storm's domain, thereby making it not necessarily suitable for Klein to use. Not all rituals could be performed by asking oneself for help, and he had to consider the spirituality burden he had to bear by praying to himself. With these factors in mind, Klein turned his attention to the former members of a secret organization, Sharon and Merrick. The knowledge they possessed was more suitable for wild beyonders to use as a reference. There were also quite a few unorthodox and strange ones that were effective. Of course, this wasn't to say that he would give up on exchanging information with the Sun and the Hanged Man. By having knowledge from ancient times, orthodox knowledge, and secret and unorthodox knowledge, it would result in him being more all-round, giving him a deeper understanding of mysticism. And that was exactly what Klein wanted. He had never forgotten that his ultimate goal was to return to Earth, so the more mysticism knowledge he had, the better. The more comprehensive, the better. The deeper the knowledge was, the better it was. Of course, the premise of pursuing this goal is to get rid of Nzangwo and avenge myself and the captain. Klein looked at Sharon and Merrick and said with the corners of his mouth curled up, "I need to know what kind of help you need from me before I can consider agreeing. I won't, nor is it possible for me to joke about my life." Sharon, who was wearing a small black hat, nodded slightly and acknowledged Klein's words. Merrick, who was seated on the other side, leaned forward and put his fist to his mouth. "We originally belonged to a rather old and secretive organization. That I can guess." Klein maintained a serious and stoic expression. That organization took shape at the beginning of the Fifth Epoch, after the storms of the Berserk Sea cut off the northern and southern continents, forming the southern continent Highlands Kingdom and Paz Kingdom. However, I'm only talking about it taking shape. This organization's origins can be traced back to before the Fourth Epoch, all the way before the Cataclysm, the Pale Merrick continued describing. "That, I know that too. The Rose School of Thought, isn't it? It's traceable back to the time of the Mutant King." Klein wore an attentive look. Merrick scratched his slightly messy hair and said, "This organization believes in an evil god, and they believe that magic is a science and art that changes according to one's will to change things. This requires the establishment of a religious ritual system, including law and order. Yes, before the invasion of the northern continent, they were an orthodox organization in the Paz Valley and the Star Highlands, alongside the Church of the God of Death. At the same time, they believed that their wills originated from various desires. Combined with beyonder powers, they were able to accomplish all sorts of unimaginable things. Because of these ideas, they retained an ancient and bloody tradition of primitive sacrifice, including the skinning of people and using the skulls of children as ritual objects, letting a large number of believers fervently release all sorts of desires. We couldn't accept the cruelty of such deeds, and we also felt that it was very problematic in the way that they handled their desires, so we looked for an opportunity to escape from that organization." Problematic in the way they handle their desires? Klein knew that the Rose School of Thought was famous for its bloody sacrifices, so he wasn't very curious about the former. The blonde and black-dressed Sharon replied in an ethereal voice, "The way they do it is to indulge and burn. Our philosophy is to repress and show temperance. So that's how it is." Klein suddenly thought of the description of the prisoner's sequence. The body was the cage of the heart, and the world was the cage of the body. Madness was bound, and desire was suppressed. If the Rose School of Thought did grasp the mutant pathway of prisoner, Miss Sharon's and Merrick's philosophy is clearly more suited to the need of the acting method. Why couldn't the other members notice this? That's not right. He frowned slightly. Seeing his reaction, Merrick thought he didn't understand and explained in a slightly hoarse voice. They were influenced by that evil god, and they believed that indulging in their desires would help to strengthen their own willpower. When many people let their hair loose, they would also affect each other, adding to their fanaticism, allowing their condition to reach its peak. Our views are the exact opposite. We believe that desire must always be suppressed in one's heart, just like the flames and magma underground. Only at a crucial moment can it be unleashed, producing terrifying power. Simply put, it's the difference between lust and abstinence. The influence that the evil god has is in contradiction to his own pathway's requirements. It feels like something is amiss. Klein thoughtfully asked, "So you escaped to Backlund, and now they're coming after you? Did the dead man in the alley end up involved in this?" "We didn't get him involved. He got himself involved because of something else. Merrick rebutted Klein's second guess, acquiescing to Klein's first question. Then, why don't you just run away from Backland? There are quite a few big cities along the border of the Lone Kingdom and Desi Bay. Furthermore, you can go to Intis, Fasak, Faina Potter, Lindbergh, Mason, and other countries. In other words, you have a reason not to leave Backland? What could it be? Klein thought for a moment and said, Okay, I've got the general gist of it. What kind of help do you need? My sequence isn't high, and I don't know any powerful Beyonders. There's no way I can go against that secret organization directly. After obtaining the potion formulas for sequence 7, 6, and 5 of the Seer pathway and killing Lenibus, Klein actually didn't have to stay in Backland. There was still a huge gap between him and his next target of vengeance, in Zangwill, who had sealed Artifact 0-08. There was no hope of success within a short period of time. He didn't even dare to approach it, so it wasn't impossible to leave Backland. At the very most, he would feel the pinch for wasting the rental fee that he had paid up front. The reason why Klein was still staying in this large city was because there were a lot of Beyonders here. There were also many resources and ingredients that appeared here. It made it one of the most convenient places to advance his sequence. It suited the revelation of his divination back then. When I become a faceless and am almost done digesting it, I'll have to head out to sea and look for a mermaid. This thought suddenly flashed through Klein's mind. Sharon replied calmly, Be our support. To kill a sequence 5 Beyonder together. Klein was slightly surprised as he asked, With your strength, that organization only sent one sequence 5 Beyonder to hunt you down? Could it be that the common characteristic of a cult was to be brainless? He has a sealed artifact that greatly restrains me, Sharon answered calmly, her face pale, but her expression delicate. The person in charge of this matter is indeed a high sequence Beyonder, but he has been led elsewhere by the clues that we deliberately left behind, Merrick added. It's not like we only have Backland as our only base. If we can kill the person in charge of the nearby boroughs and take away that sealed artifact, we will immediately disguise ourselves and flee. After that, we will no longer be afraid of being hunted down normally, Klein tersely acknowledged. But why do you think I can help? I look so weak. And the target is a sequence 5 Beyonder with power and that strange sealed artifact. You're not just at sequence 9. You're also very special. Sharon looked at him silently with her blue eyes and said with certainty. Huh. Klein could only reply with a dry laugh. Sharon's ethereal voice sounded once again. Besides, you still have that eye. That eye? Are you referring to the all-black eye left behind by Maria Nedistrosago? Klein nodded slightly. But I can only use a small portion of it, and it can't produce too much of an effect since it was corrupted by the true creator. That's enough. Sharon was always so terse with her words. Merrick added, The sequence 5 Beyonder we are dealing with has similar characteristics as Sharon. Only that eye of yours can help us find him. At that moment, Sharon spoke again. Merrick will be the first bait. I'll be the second. As for you, you are the hunter responsible for solving the problem. I can't guarantee absolute safety, but you will definitely be safer than us. Sounds sincere enough, but I'll need to make sure through divination. Klein pondered for a few seconds and said, I want to understand the situation about the other person's characteristics and sealed artifact. Only then can I make a decision. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 331. The Accursed. Dressed in a black regal dress, Sharon pursed her bloodless lips and tilted her head to look at Merrick, nodding slightly. Merrick clasped his hands and said while concealing some of his madness, You know about the prisoner pathway, don't you? Yes, I've heard of it in the Beyonder circles, Klein answered frankly. Of course, these Beyonder circles refer to the Nighthawks and the Tarot Club. He sighed in his heart as he added. Merrick seemed to recall something, and he was silent for nearly 20 seconds. Outside the window, he could hear the rhythmic sound of the carriage wheels rolling across the concrete pavement. He ruffled his messy brown hair and spoke with a slightly twisted expression on his face. Prisoners are those who are locked up in prisons, and that also corresponds to having their spirituality and desires constrained by reason, body, and the world. The Beyonders of this sequence have strong bodies and keen senses, often possessing both a staid appearance and a crazy heart within them. They possess many criminal techniques and are proficient in killing with whatever they can casually acquire. Their corresponding sequence 8 is lunatic. I believe you aren't aware of this because even an Orthodox Beyonder organization like the 7 Orthodox churches aren't fully aware of such matters. That secret organization's member wields powers that far exceed your imagination. Those nearly twisted bastards are bound, be it their bodies or souls. It would be difficult to obtain any useful information by just relying on mediumship and divination. Sharon and I had also put up with this and waited for a very long time before we found a way to remove this binding and successfully escape. As all the Beyonders in this pathway are cursed and have crazy characteristics, we don't want to rely on the 7 major churches. We would lose all our freedom without leaving anything behind. So that's the case. It's no wonder the Nighthawk's confidential information doesn't have much about this. It even lacked the corresponding sequences 8 and 7 of Prisoner. It's something I could know based on the level I had at the time. Klein replied with a sense of enlightenment. I really am not aware of the situation beyond Prisoner. Merrick didn't nod as he looked at Klein with his brown eyes and continued. Compared to a prisoner, a lunatic's greatest characteristic is to be able to autonomously sacrifice their rationality and let the desires run amok in exchange for strength and enhancements in every aspect. Apart from not having clear thoughts during this period, there isn't much of a problem. They can even gain stronger resistances towards Beyonder powers that can disrupt one's thoughts and influence their mind. To put it simply, I'll get rid of you first, and that will make it impossible for you to kill me. Klein couldn't help but lampoon. From this sequence onwards, the curse will gradually appear. Lunatics easily lose control, Merrick said as his facial muscles twitched. Isn't that obvious? If a person's mental state has been operating at an nadir for a long time, or if there are frequent abnormalities, it would be abnormal if the possibility of losing control isn't higher than other Beyonders. Klein had his own understanding of this. He turned to look at Miss Sharon, feeling that it was hard for him to imagine what she would look like when she was in the prisoner and lunatic stages. And throughout this, Sharon maintained her ghostly silent and ethereal state. Seeing that he hadn't said anything, Merrick slowly exhaled and said, "The next sequence is werewolf. The mutation begins." However, in the eyes of normal people, the crazy prisoners and the lunatics who are prone to losing their minds are actually similar to such mutants. Well, werewolf being a sequence 7 is lower than I expected. Klein's thoughts suddenly wandered. Merrick didn't notice how he had gone adrift as he continued on. A werewolf is a fully cursed person. Every time the Crimson Moon becomes full, they will lose part of their sanity, grow black fur, and their bloodlust and desire for tasting blood would reach its peak. His voice gradually became a bit erratic, as if he recalled that bitter experience of enduring and repressing himself. A werewolf has rather powerful rejuvenation abilities, as well as terrifying strength, agility, and speed. Their claws and teeth are in no way inferior to Beyonder weapons of the same sequence, and they contain venom. They also know some darkness-related spells. For instance, targets who are under the werewolf's control will become subordinates after a period of time when a werewolf's venom infiltrates their body for a period of time. They would become a monster like a werewolf, and typically, these monsters possess very short lifespans. After hearing Merrick's explanation, Klein made a pertinent conclusion. At the level of Sequence 7, the werewolf is above average in terms of actual combat ability. A werewolf who is always unable to suppress their instinct to kill, and their bloodlust during a full moon will turn increasingly cold and more twisted. Gradually, they will lose their feelings that a normal human would have, Merrick added. There was an undisguised pride in his tone. It fits Mr. Azek's description of mutants. Klein subconsciously looked at Miss Sharon, instinctively imagining her werewolf form. However, her cold gaze almost made him shiver, and he quickly turned his head back. Merrick unconsciously licked his lips. It wasn't the seductive kind done by women, but the kind that gave people a sense of danger. His gaze seemed to momentarily lose focus, leaving his recollections an unknown. After a few seconds, he opened his mouth again. I'm at the corresponding Sequence 6, Zombie. Zombie. Your outer appearance really does resemble one. It's no wonder you often play cards with a bunch of your own kind. It turns out that you are also a special kind of zombie, a real living zombie. Klein thought for a moment and said, I heard from Caspers that you aren't afraid of bullets. Merrick nodded and said, my body can be as hard as steel. Even if you used a revolver to fire at my head, I'll only feel dizzy at best. You'll need to shoot me 5 times in the same spot before you're able to break my defenses. And even if you break through my defenses to a zombie, all other forms of damage isn't lethal if the brain isn't destroyed. And my strength has been raised significantly from the foundation of a werewolf. Furthermore, I wield a portion of death-related spells and can easily summon zombies and control ghosts. I can direct them, and am proficient at using cold and decaying Beyonder powers. Every sequence in the mutant pathway has different characteristics. There are very few changes in the progressive pathway. Klein pondered for a moment and asked, then, what about the curse of zombie? Merrick clenched his teeth and said, I will thirst for the warm blood and fresh meat of humans. During the full moon, this state will be particularly serious. The only thing to be gratified about is that a zombie's curse replaces the werewolf's and lunatic's curse. They do not exist together, and it's the same later on. Every time the crimson moon is full, I will be in great pain. If I don't give up on self-control, I will be in so much pain that I will lose my ability to fight. And if I indulge myself, I will also become less and less like a human, and the risk of losing control is very high. Even in normal times, I would always resist the desires in my heart and the strong malice in my heart. Phew. Compared to the Beyonders of other sequences, the others are so much better. Well, except for Abyss and Demoness. Klein suddenly had such a thought. Merrick paused and glanced at Sharon. Sharon parted her lips and said in an illusory voice, Sequence 5, Wraith? Wraith? There's such a sequence? It really is a mutant pathway. Klein was slightly surprised at first, but then he felt that this was indeed the characteristic of a spirit body that could be easily transformed. Having received the prompt, Merrick added, after becoming a Wraith, one can turn one's body into a real Wraith and obtain the corresponding powers, such as moving through obstacles, hiding in mirrors, and directly attacking the soul of the enemy. They can jump through most things with reflections. And unlike ordinary Wraiths, even with Spear Vision, one will find it difficult to discover such a shadow unless they were a high-sequence Beyonder. Yes, Wraith wields many Death-type spells. There are many strange techniques, such as forcefully possessing the body and controlling the enemy. Her curse is that on the night of a full moon, she either consumes a certain number of human souls, or she becomes extremely weak. Choosing the former is equivalent to being on the brink of losing control at any moment. Without waiting for Klein to speak, the similarly pale Sharon suddenly said, Our target is also a Wraith. The Beyonder powers of zombie, werewolf, lunatic, and prisoner won't be lost as a result of advancement, Merrick emphasized. It sounds like my nemesis. I'm precisely afraid of the type who are impervious to revolver bullets and do not suffer immense damage when burned by ordinary flames. Simply put, I'm afraid of ghosts. Klein felt his heart thump a little. After pondering for a few seconds, he asked, What is the effect of the sealed artifact? Why would they restrain you? It actually made you willing to tell me your weaknesses and your curses. Klein had some general guesses. Merrick's expression was somewhat gloomy as he replied, That cursed artifact that needs to be sealed is called Scarlet Lunar Corona. Up to a certain range, it can create effects similar to a full moon. For those who are already cold and warped, it would aid them with explosive strength, but we will become weak and lose our ability to fight. If I give up on myself, then I'd rather choose death. Merrick growled hoarsely. I didn't expect a perverted and cowardly fellow like you to be a persistent person. To be able to last until the zombie sequence is indeed extraordinary. Klein didn't interrupt him and listened to the next part of the story. The person who wears the Scarlet Lunar Corona is immune to the effects of the full moon, and they will gain terrifying speed and unimaginable rejuvenation abilities, as well as a number of relatively powerful darkness-related spells. However, it will make the wearer's blood gradually turn cold. They will freeze up bit by bit, and if they do not stop in time or drink the blood of a living person, they will ultimately die as their blood freezes up completely. Merrick seemed to greatly fear the Scarlet Lunar Crow. After he was done, Sharon looked over at Klein with her calm blue eyes. Together with Steve are zombie Jason and werewolf Tyre. But as long as Steve is finished off, the others wouldn't be a problem. Merrick added, If we succeed, the Beyonder characteristic left behind by Steve will be mine. The Scarlet Lunar Corona will belong to Sharon. The remaining spoils of war and the Book of Secrets will be your payment. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 332. Notary Certificate. Very generous conditions. Klein almost couldn't believe his ears. Although the most valuable items are the Sequence 5 Beyonder characteristic and the powerful sealed artifact with special powers, the rest aren't too bad either. It's impossible for a Sequence 5 powerhouse to only have sealed artifacts provided by the organization, and if any one of the Sequence 6 zombie and Sequence 7 werewolf is retained, it will be a bountiful harvest. Klein leaned back and pretended to think, to suppress the sudden greed in his heart. Your conditions are indeed satisfying, he replied and immediately returned with a question. Who is Shaman King Klarman? What kind of information is recorded in his Book of Secrets? Merrick rubbed his temples and said, The Shaman King can both refer to a high-sequence job and also represent an outstanding person who controls powers in the domains of darkness, the moon, and the strange, one who surpasses his peers. Klarman is the latter, and also the former. He was active in the southern continent during the early part of the Fifth Epoch, and then he completely disappeared. Maybe he was hunted down by the Church of Death or our secret organization, or maybe he died of old age in some unknown place. His Book of Secrets includes knowledge such as secret deeds, rituals, alchemy, astrology, symbolism, natural interaction, and so on. Even if an ordinary person gets it, they can become an expert in the field of mysticism. They can even rely on their own natural spirituality to accomplish a small number of Beyonder matters without taking any potions. Well, the price is that they will slowly become mentally ill. This is the aftermath of one's spirituality being unable to bear the burden. Sounds good. Just what I need. However, this mission is not only difficult in itself, but there's also a certain amount of subsequent trouble. I'm dealing with a secret organization with a history of over 1,000 years. Klein was silent for a few seconds, but he still chose to follow his heart. I wish to have some time to think it over. This is a very serious and dangerous matter. I can't be impulsive. I will give you my answer tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Come to my house. You know the address. He looked at Sharon while finishing the sentence. He suddenly felt nervous when he finished it. They had revealed so much important secret information, even problems that plagued them. If he didn't agree on the spot, would he be silenced? Or would they follow me until I make up my mind? Then, how can I go above the gray fog to make the divination? Sharon, who was wearing a black regal dress, looked at Klein quietly. There was no anger, doubt, or emotion in her blue eyes. She suddenly pulled out a folded piece of paper from a concealed pocket and unfolded it into a rectangle. The paper was orange-yellow, with many symbols, including those representing the sun. These symbols and labels drew out an empty zone, one which gave off a very warm and stable feeling. As soon as he saw the piece of paper, Klein remembered what it was and relieved his uptight heart. This was also from Marionetist Rosago. This was the notary certificate. Back when they were distributing the spoils of war, Sharon had taken this mystical item. The pale, delicate Sharon handed the notary certificate to Klein and said in a refined voice, "Press your hand here. Promise not to divulge what you just heard." Phew. Klein exhaled and nodded seriously. All right. According to the prompt, he took the notary certificate and pressed his palm against the blank area. Then, after some deliberation, he opened his mouth and said, "I promise I won't tell anyone what I just learned from Miss Sharon and Mr. Merrick." As he said each word, the symbols and magical labels around the notary certificate lit up, one by one, giving off a warm and bright glow. When it was all over, the light turned into a seal-like image that pressed down on Klein's palm and even passed through it, covering the blank zone. A warm current passed through him, and Klein felt a subtle but invisible connection between himself and the notary certificate. Back then, the ability mimicked by old Mr. Eye of Wisdom really does belong to a notary. He suddenly thought of something from before. I'm done. Klein returned the notary certificate. Sharon calmly nodded her head and didn't say anything else. Her indifferent figure quickly disappeared from the carriage. Merrick, still suppressing the malice in his eyes, tapped the carriage's wall with his finger. The carriage slowly stopped, and the door of the carriage opened. They're using zombies to drive the carriage and shadows to act as attendants. It really is Merrick's style. After activating his spirit vision, Klein took off his cap and enlightenment, pressed it to his chest, bowed slightly, and got off the carriage. It was a quiet street, one where several of the street lamps were broken, but no one had fixed them. Klein first went to his one-room apartment in East Borough before returning to 15 Mince Street and pretended to make 2 divinations in the living room. The first time was whether or not he should accept this commission. The second time was whether or not it was dangerous, and how dangerous it was. As for the answer to the divination, he didn't pay close attention to it, because wraiths of the mutant pathway could transform into spirit bodies, allowing them to directly interact with the spirit world to obtain information. In other words, they naturally possess the power of divination and anti-divination, so regardless of whether it was Sharon or the target Steve, the revelation that Klein received was either wrong or deviated. After he finished his divination, here were the newspapers and books, as he usually did. He practiced his beyonder powers in the activity room. Then he washed up and went to sleep. There was nothing abnormal about it. At 4:10 in the morning, Klein suddenly woke up and jumped out of bed. He found a candle, built a wall of spirituality, and quietly began the ritual of summoning himself. Then he took 4 steps counterclockwise and went above the gray fog, but he was in no hurry to respond to the prayer. Sitting in a high-back chair belonging to the fool, Klein focused on the surface of the long bronze table. He saw the all-black eye Azek's copper whistle, the Black Emperor card, and the dark, majestic figure of Rizal holding a scepter. The corner of his mouth twitched, and Klein stretched out his right hand to turn the card of blasphemy upside down. What I can't see can't hurt me. After conjuring a pen and paper, he took off his topaz pendulum and repeated his first 2 divinations. The result of the first divination rotated clockwise at an adequate frequency. That was to say that the commission should be accepted, but it also wasn't necessary. The result of the second divination was the counterclockwise rotation of the topaz pendulum, but it spun with great amplitude and frequency. Klein's interpretation was that there was danger, quite considerable danger, but it wasn't life-threatening yet as long as it was properly dealt with. Phew. After remaining silent for a few seconds, Klein remembered a hunch from before. Perhaps every magician needs to perform. Otherwise, the name of the potion would be mage, not magician. The key to never perform unprepared is to be prepared, as well as to perform. And this may not just be in combat. The two assumptions of diverting the enemy's attention and getting the applause of the audience is predicated on there being a performance. As long as I can find the appropriate solution, disguise myself well, and deal with it perfectly, it will be hard for the Rose School of Thought to find me. Many thoughts flashed through Klein's mind. Combined with the revelation he had just received from the divination, he quickly came to a decision. Leaning back against the fool's high-backed chair, he raised his head to look at the towering ancient palace and the boundless gray fog and revealed a slight smile. Then, let's have a grand performance. With that, he took the all-black eye and Azek's copper whistle and responded to his own prayers. The next morning was a Thursday morning. Klein, who had bought the ingredients early, prepared homemade Potter noodles, which was closer to the noodles mixed with meat sauce. He went to the door to take out today's newspaper from the mailbox. As he ate, he found a notice of a Beyonder gathering in the Backlund Morning Post. As expected, once the tense situation is resolved, the gatherings begin. Klein smiled and said to himself. At 9 o'clock, he took out his golden pocket watch, opened it, and took a look. Then he faced the empty living room and said to the oriel window, I'm willing to provide help. The conditions are exactly as you said, but that's only if you give me a few more days. He paused for a moment before replying with a smile. I need to make some preparations. Other than Klein, there was no one else in the living room, but suddenly, an illusionary voice rang out. Okay. After you finish preparing, you can pay the bar a visit. In Viscount Glaint's study, Audrey was sitting in a chair, helping Susie straighten the fur on the back of her head. She said to Furs and Zio, who were sitting quietly beside her while sipping their wine, Why were you in such a hurry to bring me here? Although this was the first time she had seen Furs and Zio since the incident with Lenevis, she had already paid them through Susie. Well, after joining us at the Tarot Club, Furs seems to remain unchanged. She's still languid and fond of being snide with Zio, but there are some things about her that are completely different. She used to be dispirited, depressed, and she seemed to hold little hope for the future, but now that aspect has completely disappeared. Audrey, the telepathist, smiled faintly and observed the state of Miss Magician with a calm heart. After downing the rest of the red wine, Furs said, It is indeed Ormer, the most famous red wine. It's much better than the ones I've drunk before. The level is very clear, and each level has a different feeling. She put down her wine cup and said, The gathering that might have the spectator and clues to the psychology alchemist will be held this afternoon. Is that so? Why the rush? Audrey asked, puzzled. Furs explained with a smile, Because the serial killer has wasted too much of everyone's time. Moreover, that's the outskirts of Northborough. It's during the afternoon when the Nighthawks are most relaxed. Okay. Audrey nodded lightly and didn't ask any further. At the same time, her gaze swept across the room, and she sighed silently. Compared to the past, Zio is a lot quieter compared to the present Furs. At that moment, Viscount Glaint chuckled and said, Audrey, I will go with you. Why? Audrey asked despite knowing the answer. Glaint cleared his throat and said, It's because I've already obtained the apothecary formula. All I need to do is trade for some ingredients. My vault doesn't have the 2 corresponding ingredients. Oh, Furs sold it to me. 300 pounds. She guarantees that it's authentic. 300 pounds. I remember that you bought it from Mr. World for only 230 pounds. Audrey couldn't help but glance at Furs. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 333, The Tracker. In the suburbs of Northborough, in a soon-to-be-abandoned 3-story medical school building. Even at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the fog in the clouds had already darkened the whole of Backlund, as if a storm was approaching. Along the dilapidated corridor, the gloomy light shone in diagonally, penetrating the windows and causing everything to appear silent and scarred. It was eerie and terrifying. This was Audrey's second time here, and she was no longer as nervous and tense as before. She turned her head left and right in her surgical cap and big mask, habitually observing the environment, observing every detail of this place. Viscount Glaint was walking beside her and gradually turned apprehensive. He couldn't help but whisper, Why do I find that this place is a little strange? Could there be evil ghosts? As a mysticism enthusiast who had only half a foot in the Beyonder circle, the only Beyonder phenomenon he had witnessed was Furz's passing through walls and the opening of a door. He was still unsure of the existence of wraiths and shadows. However, this didn't stop him from being afraid of similar monsters. Furs turned her head and shot him a glance as she held back her laughter. Most of the participants of this gathering are Beyonders. If there really are evil ghosts or spirits, they would definitely be very happy. It usually implies ingredients or servants. Noticing that Viscount Glaint was obviously relieved, she purposely added, Of course, I'm only talking about the weaker kind of ghosts. A truly formed shadow might be able to kill everyone here without making a sound. And even if you run, All you can do is run back and forth between the 3 stories without being able to leave. It's like entering a maze. Zio nodded in approval. I've once encountered a similar wraith. I ran in circles while in the cemetery without any means of escaping. During this process, there were baffled people who would turn their heads for no reason, only to suffer a sudden death. If not for one of the Beyonders carrying a sun charm, perhaps you wouldn't be seeing me here today. Viscount Glaint shivered as he looked out the window. At this moment, a withered tree branch hit the glass and made a light sound as it was blown by the cold wind. Glaint almost shouted out loud as he frantically inched towards the 2 Beyonders, Furs and Zio. Audrey resisted smiling and quietly watched this scene from the sidelines. In her heart, she thought, I have met Mr. Fool who is close to a deity. I know the city of Silver in the forsaken land of God. I have heard of all kinds of terrifying monsters in the depths of the darkness. Why would I fear wraiths and shadows? However, I really haven't met a ghost yet. Ooh, Audrey, what are you thinking? It's better not to come across this kind of thing. Unless I become a psychiatrist with Beyonder powers capable of influencing other creatures, or if I obtain mystical items that can restrain ghosts and monsters. The 4 of them couldn't help but increase their pace and quickly arrive at the gathering venue for the day. Before she entered, Furs found an opportunity to bend her back and whisper into Zio's ear. You did well cooperating with me just now. You actually made up a story so quickly that's enough to frighten others. Look at the spots which aren't covered by Viscount Glaint's mask. It's so white that you can't see any colors. Zio turned her head as she answered blankly. I didn't make up the story. That was something that happened to me before I came to Backlund. Furs was stunned for a moment before she blurted out a question. For real? Why would I lie? Zio's puzzled face was obscured by the mask. Furs turned her head and took 2 steps forward and suddenly shivered. At that moment, Glaint didn't wish to stay in the creepy corridor any longer. He reached out his hand and pushed open the door to the gathering venue. As the creaking sound echoed, he saw the concrete floor and the smell of antiseptic coming into his nose. It made him frown. Soon after, he saw a large pool in the middle. It was filled with a clear, yellow liquid, and there were floating figures inside it. Some of the figures were entirely naked. Some were rather complete, while others had half their skin ripped off. They had the brownish auburn colors of beef jerky. They were corpses. Ah! A man's shrill cry resounded in the room. Gazes were instantly cast onto Glaint. These gazes were all from the figures in white coats surrounding the pool. They were also wearing surgical caps and huge masks, and only their eyes and a bit of their skin were exposed. Glaint's body swayed a bit. He wanted to turn around and run away, but when he saw Audrey, Furs, and Zio pass him, as if nothing had happened, in order to enter his room, he realized that they were pretending that they weren't his companions. As he took a deep breath, Glaint nearly vomited. He looked outside and saw that the corridor was dark and gloomy, filled with shadows, and that there wasn't a single living soul in sight. With another shudder, Glaint hastened his steps and caught up with Audrey and the others, finding a place to sit down as far as possible from the pool. After a few minutes, a figure wearing a white coat stepped out of the line and used a wooden pole with a hook on the side to pull a corpse to the side. Then he directly dragged the corpse to the concrete floor. He paused for about 3 seconds, took out a scalpel, and slit open the body's abdomen. As the gash deepened, a cold and hoarse voice suddenly sounded from inside. Let the gathering begin. Glaint reached out with his hand to press down his mask. His throat moved a few times, and he almost vomited. They were midway in the gathering with all kinds of trades, either a success or failure, happening. Audrey, who had been calmly observing all this time, finally opened her mouth and said, I want the spectator potion formula. Before she could finish her sentence, she felt several gazes sweep over her. However, they quickly moved away and didn't linger for long. After several seconds of silence, the transaction was aborted. Around 4 in the afternoon, it was getting closer to night. Why was there nothing at all? Glaint didn't maintain his aristocratic demeanor as he slumped against the wooden wall of the carriage and sighed. This Beyonder gathering had left a deep impression on him, making him feel as if he had taken a huge risk. But even so, he was still unable to buy the horn of an adult flying unicorn and the venom crystal of a crown jellyfish. Furs secretly pursed his lips and said, That's normal. Although Backlund is the easiest place to get ingredients, if you can't join every Beyonder gathering, there will still be situations in which you won't be able to find what you want for a long time. It requires either luck or patience. Mr. Viscount, think about Miss Audrey's spectator potion. She hasn't received any clues to date. Sometimes you can encounter the ingredients, but you would lack the money to buy them. Zio, who was sitting to the side, thought in exasperation. Audrey consoled Glaint. When I get back, I'll go to my family's vault and do a search. Maybe there's something you want. She had brought the rainbow salamander's pituitary gland with her today, but she hadn't encountered the spinal fluid of a Farsman rabbit. Therefore, she had only exchanged it for 320 pounds in cash. It was to prepare for Susie's advancement. Glaint nodded, and just as he was about to open his mouth, he saw Zio sitting up straight. She frowned and said, "It seems like someone is following us." "I trust your intuition." "What do we do now?" Furs asked, looking around. "Following us? Why follow us? All we did was sell one Beyonder item and obtain a few £100 in cash. Even if someone wanted to rob us, we shouldn't be the top targets." Although Glaint acted like a rookie, we didn't. In addition, the gathering's organizer had done a lot of things to ensure the safety of the members and to prevent anyone from being followed. Unless the person who sent the tracker is the organizer. Last time, everything seemed normal. What's the difference between the two occasions? Audrey's mind raced when she suddenly came up with an idea. Perhaps it was my request to purchase the spectator formula that attracted the attention of the psychology alchemists. It's impossible for them to randomly sell the spectator formula, so what would inevitably follow is recruitment into the organization. And recruitment isn't a simple matter. One has to be wary of any quasi-Nighthawks or quasi-mandated punishers or spies sent by other hidden factions. If they don't observe the target and conduct an investigation, the organization would quickly be destroyed. After pondering for a few seconds, Audrey said to Furs and the others, "Prepare to be attacked. Pretend as though you didn't notice the tracker. If we can successfully return to Empressboro, don't worry about exposing the identities of Glaint and me. Both of you have to leave in secret." Her green eyes swept over Glaint and she added with a smile, "A lot of people know that we are mysticism enthusiasts, so it's normal for us to find an opportunity to participate in a Beyonder gathering. Even if the tracker is an official Beyonder, they won't suspect anything. We are just regular people, so all they will do is warn us through other channels. But I'm already at Sequence 8. Phew. In order to come into contact with the psychology alchemists, I have to take a little risk. It's likely the official Beyonders won't target me for seeking to purchase a formula. They shouldn't be able to bypass the gathering organizer and track us down. I want to believe in my own judgment." Audrey cheered herself on. "Okay," Viscount Glaint mumbled as he agreed. The horse carriage continued on as usual, going in circles a few times. In the end, Audrey and the others changed to another carriage as they had planned. Throughout this process, the tracker never attacked. When they reached the back door of Viscount Glaint's mansion in Empressboro, the two nobles used their usual means of returning. As for Furs and Zio, they each relied on their own skills to leave. About 10 minutes later, Audrey, accompanied by her huge golden retriever, Susie, and her maids, openly left through the front door in her own carriage. As she listened to the sound of rolling wheels, she was unable to confirm if there were still people following her. She could only let her thoughts wander. It's obvious that the daughter of Earl Hall isn't a spy of any Beyonder faction. There's nothing wrong with her past. Her love for mysticism is well known. Her status and identity can provide assistance that's different from other people. Perhaps, in 2 days, there will be members of the psychology alchemist who will try to come into contact with me. Audrey thought with some anticipation and some nervousness. Although he said he was making preparations, Klein spent 2 days at the Quelag Club as if nothing had happened. He even played a game of cards with the equestrian teacher, Talum, and the others, winning a few solely. Before he went to bed, he didn't forget to visit the outside of Lawyer Jurgen's house to make sure if there were no lights and to feed the cat. At 8 o'clock on Friday night, he put on his iron mask and wore his black hooded robe and entered the activity room of old Mr. Eye of Wisdom. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 334 Bullets. The only candle flickered its yellow flame, casting shadows on the walls around the activity room. Klein found the most convenient escape point before surveying his surroundings. He saw the Eye of Wisdom with his deep cheek lines and the plump apothecary. Well, after another comparison, even though he's wearing an iron mask that covers half his face, it's still pretty clear that he was the man I met at Rice Circus who deserves a beating. Klein looked away and waited for the gathering to officially begin. The woman who had an artisan backing her was very hidden among the participants, so he couldn't be sure that she was present before she spoke. After a few minutes, Eye of Wisdom raised his head to look at the mechanical clock on the wall and chuckled. "There's a lot of people here today. Let's begin." Before he finished speaking, the plump apothecary rushed to speak. "I need a Beyonder creature for an experiment. It's best if it's an animal, and it's best if it's already restrained and one that's not too dangerous. A beast-type Beyonder creature." Klein was slightly moved. He remembered what the apothecary had said in the circus theater, and that he was apparently able to read the thoughts of beasts. He's just an apothecary, yet he poses such an ability and is even looking to purchase a beast-type Beyonder creature. After I sold him the Spring of Elves marrow crystal, he should have gathered the ingredients and advanced to the next sequence. In other words, the sequence after apothecary has something to do directing wild beasts? Klein made a deduction based on the information he knew. At this moment, someone responded to the apothecary with a sneer. Who would keep a beyonder creature by their side? It's dangerous and easily discovered. Wouldn't it be easier and more concealed to kill them to obtain its beyonder ingredients? The apothecary was a person who refused to lose in a spar of words, so he immediately sneered. What a foolish thought. You can't guarantee that the beyonder ingredient on a beyonder creature is exactly what you need and that you can definitely sell it. You might as well tame it and direct it to be your helper, increasing your strength several-fold. As he spoke, his voice gradually grew softer. He felt as if he had revealed some important secret. Damn it! Why can't I control this mouth of mine? The apothecary figuratively smacked himself in the heart. As expected, Klein nodded indiscernibly. Without a doubt, the apothecary's request wasn't met. Most of the participants here were low-sequence beyonders, and their statuses in Backlund weren't very prominent, with a need for them to be relatively alert to the point of barely maintaining it. So how is it possible for them to extravagantly rear a beyonder creature? Furthermore, more importantly, there was the fact that wild beyonder creatures were usually hostile to humans. Any encounter would usually lead to one dead, so if one wanted to capture them alive, they would need to have a sufficiently strong team or be strong enough to overwhelm the enemy. Of course, this didn't exclude particular beyonders who possessed special abilities that were suitable for such situations. After a bout of disappointment, the apothecary coughed lightly and said, I brought quite a few bottles of medicine. All of you know the effects. If you want them, you can speak up when the gathering is almost over. The few medicines to treat wounds, go berserk, and increase one's ability in that aspect? Klein silently lampooned. He chuckled and provided a suggestion. You can purchase a Sequence 9 formula, find the corresponding beyonder ingredients, and then concoct the potion to feed the animal you fancy. This way, you will have a Sequence 9 beyonder creature, and you can also continuously advance it with the subsequent potions. Of course, that's built on the premise that you are rich enough and can deal with the defective ones that lose control. The apothecary was stunned for a few seconds. After a while, he said, How extravagant. Just saving up money and finding the beyonder ingredients for myself is difficult enough for me. It's also a high probability event for an animal to lose control after they consume potions. It will take me several times before I succeed. Someone who can do this must have a mine or owns a bank. Our tarot club's Miss Justice likely rears a beyonder creature. Klein suddenly felt sorry for the apothecary. If one wanted to disregard it for the sole purpose of earning money, apothecaries were the easiest among the low-sequence beyonders to amass large amounts of wealth. The problem was that they were also easily targeted by the official beyonders. After a few more deals or failed transactions, Klein heard a voice that was deliberately suppressed. I only brought one beyonder weapon this time. They are 50 bullets with different effects. 20 of them are engraved with the Sun Domain's labels and symbols, forming a complete charm. They can be used to purify ghost-related monsters. They cause more damage to wraiths and shadows, so they're called purifying bullets. There are another 20 bullets which are meant for corrupted creatures, known as demon hunting bullets. The other 10 are bullets that counter evil-type monsters, known as exorcism bullets. Their effects can be maintained for 18 months or more. 50 bullets for 500 pounds or the barbarian potion formula. It will come with a revolver with a matching caliber. They did make related bullets according to my suggestions from last time. From the looks of it, they're more complicated than ordinary beyonder weapons. It took them so long only to make a set. Klein didn't give the others a chance and directly said, I have the barbarian potion formula. At this moment, a rather tall man offered a price. 550 pounds. In this day and age, a revolver was the most convenient beyonder weapon to use and carry. The well-hidden lady's voice was filled with unquenchable joy as she said, Sir, I'm sorry. I have a preference for the barbarian formula. 600 pounds. The man raised the offer again. No, this is not about money. The woman with an artisan, backing her glance, declined. Deal. But please pass the formula to old Mr. Eye of Wisdom for his notarization. Phew, it's a good thing that I got the Black Emperor card. Otherwise, if I met someone who can raise the price so ruthlessly, I definitely would have lost a lot of money today. Klein rolled up his robe, took out the barbarian formula which he had long written from his inner pocket, and opened it to take a look. Sequence 8 Barbarian. Main ingredients, Grass of Madness, Core Horn Crystal of a Land Rhinoceros. Supplementary ingredients, 1 deep-grained walnut, 1 fragrance hornet grass, 10 milliliters of the extract obtained from soaking poplar bark, 100 milliliters of liquor. After confirming that it was correct, Klein folded the paper and handed it to the attendant. Just like before, Eye of Wisdom took out the ring that was inlaid with many small diamonds. He mimicked the beyonder powers of a notary and confirmed that the formula was true. Hearing this old man declare that the formula is valid, the woman with the artisan backing her heaved a sigh of relief and took out a square iron box the size of a palm. After the attendant passed the formula to her, she eagerly rolled it open and read it a few times, as if she wanted to memorize it directly. As for Klein, he snapped open the box and looked at it. There were 3 piles of bullets inside the metal box. One pile had a faint golden luster, as though they had just been fished out of hot water. The other was entirely silver and covered with patterns, cold yet sacred. The pile with the fewest bullets suffused a golden sheen amidst the brass color. He could vaguely see several labels and symbols engraved on it. Yes, it's authentic. Klein had the ability to appraise the bullets in the field of mysticism. He snapped the lid shut and stored the item in the pocket under his robe. As for the free revolver, it was nothing special. The body of the gun was a deeper brass color, and the handle was made out of walnut wood. Since his underarm holster had also been lost back when he encountered the police inspection, Klein had to attach the revolver to his waist and cover it with his clothes. After finishing the transaction, he looked around the activity room and deliberately raised his voice. I need strong purifying items like Sun Holy Water and Sun Sacred Emblem. I can buy it in gold, or I can use formulas as a barter, like the sequence after Barbarian Briber. Of course, if there are any questions regarding the mysticism and the beyonder world that requires answering, I can also give it a try, but I can't guarantee that I can answer it. As the apothecary listened, he widened his eyes. He had a feeling that this was that lucky lad. However, he had just become a beyonder not long ago, so how could he have obtained so many valuable things? The more he thought about it, the more he gnashed his teeth, feeling as if he had made the wrong choice back then. Luck was the most important thing. The woman who had bought the Barbarian formula couldn't control herself and almost said in her original voice, I don't have anything you need, but I can pay you in cash. 800 pounds. Klein swallowed the word deal that he nearly said. He thought for a moment before chuckling. I'm only accepting bartering for the time being. I will most likely be back for the next gathering. You can seek out the relevant items in advance. For the time being. The lady ruminated over the word and nodded slowly. All right. After that, no one else said anything, and Klein's needs were also not met. In Backlund, in the Lone Kingdom, the worshippers of the eternal blazing sun could be considered heretics, so few of such items circulated beyond official channels. Klein was slightly disappointed, but he wasn't too concerned. He had an alternative plan. He clearly remembered that Miss Zio had once sought out a beyonder believer of the eternal blazing sun for purification, and the lady who craved the Briber formula would definitely be actively looking for his desired items. Klein stopped talking and listened to the subsequent exchanges. When the gathering was coming to an end, an average Bill participant with no special characteristics pinched the iron mask on his face and said with a deep baritone voice, I need an adult black widow spider silk gland. An adult black widow spider silk gland? Sounds familiar. I seem to have heard of it somewhere. Klein frowned slightly. Without using divination, he tried hard to recall where. Suddenly, he remembered the source of the familiar feeling. It was one of the main ingredients for the demoness of pleasure. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 335, Exploring Verdi Street. Pleasure was sequence 6 of the demoness pathway. Klein had obtained its complete formula back when he channeled Madame Sharon's spirit. Although it was usually difficult to recall the exact details, and he had to rely on the help of dream divination to recall the memory, just hearing the main ingredient was enough to give him a sense of familiarity and make him form connections. He couldn't help but glance over at the buyer, confirming that he was male in terms of skin color, figure, voice, and unmasked facial features. The sequence prior to demoness of pleasure is witch. Regardless of their gender, as long as they pass that, they would all become women. This person clearly isn't one. He hasn't become a witch yet, so why is he purchasing the main ingredient of a demoness of pleasure? Could he be helping someone buy it? Is he the ally of some witch or a loyal subordinate? However, as a rather ancient secret organization, the demoness sect shouldn't be lacking in the corresponding ingredients. With their natural disposition, it would be normal for them to use the beyonder characteristics left behind by former members to concoct the potions. Did the witch behind a buyer lose her connection with the organization? With these thoughts, Klein had the impulse to follow him. However, after careful consideration, he gave up on this idea. Ignoring the question on how he could bypass the precautionary measures of Eye of Wisdom and lock onto the other party's tracks, just the fact that the other party's situation was unknown, and with him not having the time to perform a divination, it was enough for him to choose to follow his heart's wishes. What if there isn't only one witch, but a beyonder who's much stronger? Moreover, it's a good thing for witches to advance to demoness of pleasure. The former would cause calamities and harm many innocent people, but once they advance to the latter, their goal will be focused on pleasure. In simple terms, society would be less dangerous. Klein mumbled. An adult black widow spider silk gland was already considered to be relatively expensive and a rare beyonder ingredient. It was just like the thousand-faced hunter's mutated pituitary gland and the characteristic of a human-skinned shadow which Klein needed in order to ascend to sequence 6. It was almost equivalent to the cost of half a house in the capital, so the buyer didn't receive a satisfactory response. To be precise, no one responded. The atmosphere of the gathering fell silent until the plump apothecary started selling the medicine he brought. After the previous trials, he received quite a few repeat customers. In less than 3 minutes, he had sold all the goods he could sell and collected more than 50 pounds in cash. As Eye of Wisdom announced the end of the gathering, each participant left through different passages in a different order and at different intervals. Klein was in the middle, and after he reached a secluded street, he took off his disguise and immediately set off for East Borough, arriving at Black Palm Street on that cold and foul-smelling night. On the way, he had purchased an underarm holster. He entering his rented one-bedroom apartment. Without taking a break, he took out his revolver and opened the metal box containing the Beyonder bullets. He then took out 2 purifying bullets, 2 demon hunting bullets, and 1 exorcism bullet. Then, he loaded them one by one into the chamber. Taking a pose, he tested the feeling and whether he could fire normally. Klein inserted the revolver into his armpit and busied himself with other preparations. For example, he checked to see if there was anything unusual about the all-black eye and the iron cigar case. He also placed Azek's copper whistle in the metal box containing the bullets, and with the help of Holy Night powder, he created a sealed wall of spirituality that stuck to the surface of the box, completing the shielding of the ancient, delicate copper whistle. After confirming the shapes and positions of the 3 charms, Klein headed above the gray fog for divination. Then, he put on his cap and went out again. His target was 32 Verdi Street, which was south of the bridge. It was where the thief had found the master key. There might be clues to the apprentice formula or clues to related items there. It was somewhere that Klein had long wanted to explore, but he suspected that the man who died a tragic death had turned into a wraith-like creature. He didn't dare to take action until he bought purifying bullets. A magician never performs unprepared. Before the steam subway, the most economical mode of transport, had stopped running, Klein arrived south of the bridge before transferring to a public carriage and arrived near Verdi Street. It was already late at night, and a chilling drizzle filled Backlund. There were barely any pedestrians on the street, and the light from the gas lamps was blurred by the liquid on the glass, making everything seem dreamlike. Klein circled the area and observed Unit 32's situation. He walked to its side, climbed to the 2nd floor, and easily entered the target's interior from the balcony door, which clearly couldn't be closed by the thief from before. He didn't bring the master key, fearing that the item would cause an abnormal chain reaction here. The layout of the house was very normal. A corridor that connected the 2 balconies ran through the entire 2nd floor. There were bedrooms, a bathroom, a solarium, and an activity room lining the sides. With the help of the crimson moonlight shining in from the balcony, Klein saw that all the doors had been opened. All kinds of items were thrown on the ground in disarray. It should be the result from the thief from before. He couldn't take away all the items, so he could only search for the most valuable ones. However, with a master key, there's no need for him to open doors. Klein went through the rooms, one by one, looking for things that might be involved with mysticism. After an unknown period of time, a black-gloved Klein arrived at the staircase without any success. Just as he took 2 steps forward, a figure suddenly appeared before him. The figure was pressed against the wall at the corner of the stairs. Its back was facing Klein. Its black hair was so thick that it almost covered its neck. Klein, who had long activated his spirit vision, didn't even have time to observe, for the figure suddenly moved. His neck creaked as he turned his head while his back remained facing the 2nd floor. Amidst the hazy, weak, and illusory crimson illumination, the figure's eyes were bulging out of their sockets, filled with fear. Thud, thud. The 2 eyeballs hit the ground. Bang. The figure's head fell off its neck and hit the wooden staircase. He's long dead. He's without any spirituality glow. Klein watched and judged calmly, as though what had just happened was a farce. He guessed from the details of the man's old black clothes and the number of rooms open on the 2nd floor, and he decided that this was another burglar, one who had visited the house after the previous one. Unfortunately, he wasn't that lucky. Could it be that the master key was actually restraining the danger here, and when it was taken away, pandemonium was set loose? Klein drew his revolver, adjusted the chamber to the firing position, and cocked the revolver. He walked up the stairs to the corpse. He squatted down and examined it briefly, but he couldn't find anything other than the fact that his neck had been twisted. After pondering for a few seconds, Klein straightened his body and carefully went down the stairs. Even though he was standing on a wooden staircase, he didn't make any creaking sounds. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. After walking down the flight of stairs, he reached the ground. In front of him was a corridor that connected the two sides. The crimson moonlight shone in, outlining the outline of the balcony. The doors on both sides of the corridor were wide open, revealing a messy scene of scattered items. There was no living room, dining room, or kitchen here. This is the second floor. Klein went down from the second floor, only to return to the second floor. Throughout the entire process, he didn't discover anything out of the ordinary. Klein didn't panic as he slowly turned around. Behind him, there was a staircase leading downwards. That is to say, my special ability can only resist the invasion of my Beyonder powers through the use of Beyonder powers such as dreams and spirit channeling, or for me to realize that the environment I'm in does not belong to the real world. I'll still be influenced by hallucinations. Klein took out his matchbox and took out a few matches with his gun-carrying hand. He continued down, throwing a match down every few steps. Once again, Klein came to the corner of the stairs and saw the dead body with its head separated from its body. At this moment, a cold wind blew across the back of his neck, causing his hair to stand on end. Bah! Klein snapped his fingers, and a red flame soared from behind him, soaring toward the ceiling. Those flames seemed to be a monster that was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, but the flames didn't burn anything. Klein was about to turn around and look with his spirit vision when his body suddenly froze, as if he had fallen into a lake frozen in winter. He couldn't help but tremble as his left hand was slowly reaching for his neck as he forcibly suppressed it. At that moment, Klein sighed softly. He forced his left hand into his pocket, removed the wall of spirituality, and opened the metal box containing the bullets. Next, he held Azek's copper whistle, took it out, shook it, and threw it into the air above the stairs. In almost an instant, he felt the coldness and stiffness in his body disappear. In his spiritual perception, a sinister and cold mass leaped out like a dog fetching a ball as it pounced at Azek's copper whistle. Klein smiled, raised his right hand, aimed at the copper whistle, and pulled the trigger. He softly said, "Bye-bye." Bang! The pale gold purifying bullet flew out and accurately hit that cold and indistinct object. A blood-curdling screech sounded out as the golden flames outlined a human silhouette in midair. Under the bright and warm light, all the coldness and evilness quickly disappeared. Clang! Azek's copper whistle landed on the ground, bounced a few times, and rolled to the living room on the first floor. When Klein looked around, he saw that things were now significantly different. For example, the head of the corpse wasn't separated from its body. He had strangled himself with his own hands. It really is easy when you're prepared. Klein chuckled and went down the stairs again. He successfully reached the first floor and picked up Azek's copper whistle. He then swung it twice to see if there were any other wraiths or shadows here. After confirming that there were no more problems, he decided to head straight to the basement. As he walked down the flight of stairs and went through the door, he saw the picture he had seen in his dream divination. He saw the brown notebook on the long table. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 336, The Abraham Family. Other than the master key and the silver pocket watch with inlaid diamonds which were taken by the thief, this place is still in the same state as what I'd seen in my dream. Klein looked around and saw black iron pots, glass jars, and bronze lampstands that had candles which had long since been extinguished. His spirit vision and spiritual perception told him that these were all very ordinary items. They didn't carry the slightest trace of a spiritual luster. But compared to before, there's still something extra. Klein reached out with his left black-gloved palm and touched the surface of the long table. His fingers were immediately stained with visible dust. After carefully, and making some preliminary divinations, Klein failed to find any secret chambers or hidden compartments. Thus, he turned his attention to the brown notebook. Carefully flipping through it, the contents of the first page entered his eyes. This will go into the annals of the rise of a cursed family. I want to remember every key point. Future descendants, please remember every word that I've said. It's a pity that you lost control and died just moments after taking the Sequence 9 potion. The illustrious glory of the Abraham family can only remain as words. Klein lampooned under his breath and continued reading, quickly flipping through the pages. He planned to take the notebook away once he confirmed its value, not planning to stay any longer. We, the Abraham family, were one of the most powerful nobles of the Fourth Epoch, and we were the main supporters of the Tudor dynasty. In that era, be it Loans Augustus family, Fairfax Einhorn family, Intis Sauron family, or Fana Potter's Castilla family, all of them looked up to us. Indeed, they weren't weak back then, but we were stronger. Even the rumored Antigonus family and the Zeradal families were slightly weaker than us. Unfortunately, the glory of our family disappeared in the War of the Four Emperors. Ancestor Bethel went missing in that war, where the deities personally fought. The remaining high sequence Beyonders all perished. Ever since then, our Abraham family has been under a terrible curse. Generations after generations of ancestors have attempted to revive our family, but without exception, all of them went mad and lost control. Some of them did so just before becoming a high-sequence Beyonder, or at sequence 7 and 8. And every case of losing control brings about a disaster that is close to annihilating the family. The accursed forget the family name carved in their bloodlines and hurt the other members of the family without restraint. They were already monsters. For the continuation of the family, the Abraham family made a painful decision to no longer live together. Instead, it split up into small families that migrated to various parts of the northern continent. That way, even if someone lost control and started a massacre, their bloodline wouldn't be cut off because of this. My father was afraid of the curse, so he chose to remain as an ordinary person. If it wasn't for the fact that the bloodline's last name is still ever shining, he wouldn't even be willing to tell me these things. I want to record this down. I want to keep it on my mind. I want to remember the glory and the disaster of the Abraham family. Every Beyonder generation would eventually lose control without exception. The curse of the Abraham family is even more terrifying than that of the City of Silver. Wait a minute, they should all be from the apprentice pathway. Could it be that they heard that Mr. Door's plea for help? This isn't a cry for help. It's clearly a life-depriving curse. However, according to Miss Magician's description, it isn't because she became an apprentice that she had heard those illusory ravings during the full moon, but because of her use of the bracelet on her wrist. Afterwards, she couldn't escape the ravings regardless of whether she wore it or not. And what's the reason for those Beyonders of the Abraham family? Perhaps the curse has nothing to do with Mr. Door? Well, the notebook mentioned that the ancestor of the Abraham family, Bethel Abraham, had disappeared in the War of the Four Emperors. Could he be Mr. Door? He was banished from the real world, lost in the darkness, and left trapped in a storm? There's a possibility that the easiest target to ask for help would naturally be descendants from the same bloodline who are of the same Beyonder pathway, but of a relatively lower sequence. It's a pity that because all the powerful Beyonders had perished, his shouts only bring about a curse on the family that has lasted for more than 1,000 years, almost causing the whole Abraham family to disappear. Is this the reason why Mr. Door is so aware of the history of the Fourth Epoch and the details of the War of the Four Emperors? If my suspicions are true, I can only exclaim, the Abrahams really are an unfortunate family. I wonder if the things mentioned by the owner of the notebook were affected by the passage of time of over 1,000 years and the separation of the family, which might result in discrepancies. In the War of the Four Emperors, the deities actually personally participated in battle. Klein slightly frowned, and the speed at which he flipped the pages became faster and faster. Father, who chose to remain an ordinary person, ultimately succumbed to his disease. This dealt my mother a huge blow, and she quickly departed with him. And that means I'm free. But what hurts me is that Father didn't tell me many things about Beyonders to prevent me from embarking down the cursed path. I have to come into contact with them myself and understand them. Thankfully, he didn't violate the orders of the Elder. He still handed me the potion formula of apprentice, trickmaster, and astrologer at his deathbed. I will repeat the 3 formulas to prevent myself from forgetting. Sequence 9, apprentice. Sequence 8, trickmaster. Sequence 7, astrologer. After Klein saw that, he pricked his eyebrows slightly, feeling that the trip tonight had been worthwhile and that he hadn't wasted the purifying bullet. Of course, he still had to go above the gray fog to confirm its authenticity. Astrologer. The apprentice pathway actually has a divination series job as well. In that case, one of my speculations from the past might be closer to the truth. The seer pathway and the apprentice pathway might be interchangeable at high sequences. Klein nodded slightly and continued to flip through the pages. Although he had already determined the value of the notes, he didn't want to leave this scene for the time being. If the last few pages of the notebook noted that something had been hidden somewhere, he would definitely have to come back again. Since that was the case, why go through so much trouble? As the pages turned, Klein roughly figured out the Beyonder history of this Abraham descendant. After his parents died, he began trying to touch base with the mysticism circles to gather information about the sequence potions and purchase the corresponding Beyonder ingredients. After 2 years of hard work, recording many still unconfirmed mysticism knowledge, he finally succeeded and concocted the apprentice potion. At the end of the notebook, he wrote, "According to my knowledge of mysticism, the spirit world and the real world would overlap the most on the night of the full moon. That is the time when one's spirituality is at its best, and it is also the most suitable time to consume the potion and advance. I will become an apprentice by the next full moon. I need to get stronger step by step and reproduce the illustrious glory of the Abraham family. Once I reach sequence 7, I'll be able to contact the elders according to the regulations set by the family. I know the method of communication well, so this is a secret that cannot be recorded. Take a potion to advance yourself during the full moon? Klein was stunned for a moment. He couldn't help but tap his chest 4 times in a clockwise manner to draw the crimson moon. May the goddess forgive you for your ignorance. Klein vaguely understood why the man had lost control on the spot. According to his speculation, the curse that had plagued the Abraham family for more than 1,000 years was probably related to Mr. Door's call for help during the full moon. And that guy actually chose to consume the apprentice potion on the night of the full moon. In that case, it was highly likely that he would hear that illusory mumbles while the effects of the potion had yet to fade, and his spirituality was in a very unstable state. As such, he exploded with a bang. Fortunately, the hornasis, Phlegria, that I heard back then wasn't lethal. Klein subconsciously sighed. Then he thought of the oddity of the master key and vaguely came up with a hunch. The formation of the master key stems not only from the condensation of an apprentice's beyonder characteristic, but also from Mr. Door's illusory ravings. Thus, the occasional problem of causing the holder to be lost becomes rather dangerous. It often allows the holder to enter inappropriate situations. This can be considered a kind of curse. And taking everything into consideration, Mr. Door being the ancestor of the Abraham family, Bethel, is quite possible. Phew. Klein exhaled when he saw that there was no information about any hidden treasures. He took the brown notebook and left the basement. As he dropped Isaac's copper whistle, he retraced the same path he took to get there. When he reached the balcony, he raised his left hand and snapped his fingers. The scattered matches on the stairs lit up with a crimson light. They soon extinguished, leaving only minor burn marks. After taking a detour to Eastborough to get rid of his disguise, Klein returned to Mint Street before midnight. He went above the gray fog and used spirit dowsing to confirm the authenticity of the 3 formulas. Soon after, he tried to conjure the fake world opposite him on the modeled long table. Klein was about to manipulate him when he suddenly raised his hand and smacked his forehead. I almost forgot. I brought the all-black eye back to the real world. After going through the trouble, he made the world appear in the majestic palace and changed the surroundings to look like that of an ordinary room. Then he made the world pose piously as he said with a hoarse voice, "The fool that doesn't belong to this era? Please tell Miss Magician that I've already obtained the Trickmaster potion formula. I hope that she can exchange it for items in the sun domain which are good at purification and exorcism. If the value isn't equal, then I'm willing to make up for it with additional gold pounds." After manipulating the world, Klein turned the scene into a ball of light and transmitted it to the crimson star representing the magician. He clearly remembered that during the last time Miss Zio had found someone to purify and exorcise her, Miss Magician had also been present. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 337, The Search for a Missing Person. Furs flipped through the calendar on her desk and used a pen to mark the date of the upcoming full moon. She had decided that as soon as she heard that horrible, illusory raving, she would chant the name of the fool and pass the painful minutes above the gray fog. Life is truly filled with things to look forward to. She closed the novel in her hands, ready to turn off the iron grill gas lamp that was set into the wall. At that moment, a flash appeared in front of Furz's eyes. She saw the boundless gray fog and a lofty figure that resided in a majestic ancient palace, as well as a man who was praying devoutly. When the voice reached her ears, she almost jumped, feeling both alarmed and joyful. The Trickmaster formula that I've been arduously searching for all these years has been found just like that. I participated in so many different Beyonder gatherings and failed to find any clues to the Trickmaster formula. Yet it has been found just like that. And not even a week has passed since I made the request. This is the Tarot Club. As expected, it's not something ordinary Beyonder gatherings can compare with. Furs sighed with emotion and endured her excitement and joy as she cautiously responded. "Mr. Fool, is that formula authentic?" "Yes." The fool, who was sitting on the high-backed chair and looking down, replied calmly. Furs suddenly clenched her fist and secretly pumped it by her waist twice. Almost without any hesitation, she asked, "That was Mr. World, right? Please tell him that I will find what he needs as soon as possible." When the gray fog dissipated and everything was over, Furs remained stunned for 2 seconds. She couldn't suppress her excitement as she stood up to pace back and forth in her room. The sun's domain, items that are good at purification and exorcism. I encountered them only twice in the past, but they were bought by others. They might not be willing to offer them again. Yes, back at Mr. A's gathering, Zio had hired a devotee of the eternal blazing sun to perform a purification and exorcism ritual. He's at least sequence 7, and he should have the relevant items. Or perhaps he grasps key clues to them. I just wonder how much it'll cost. Although Mr. World promises to pay the difference, I might not be able to come up with the amount needed for the initial payment. Furz's thoughts gradually shifted to her financial situation. She now had £370 in cash, mainly earned from what Viscount Glaint had paid for the apothecary formula. She also had £510 in her bank account, which added up to nearly £900. As for something similar, it can go as high as £2,000, while the cheapest might cost from £500 to £600. Yet, it might not necessarily be the kind of item that Mr. World needs. What if I run into a suitable item but don't have enough money? Get a loan from the bank, or a loan from an usury with a higher interest rate. As long as all goes well, then when Mr. World pays the difference, my debt will easily be repaid. Maybe I could borrow from Miss Audrey for a few days. She usually never cares about money, so she will definitely not collect any interest. Furs quickly came up with a solution. Just then, Zio, who had gone to somewhere secluded at night to practice her combat skills, returned to their rented two-bedroom apartment. Seeing that the lights were still on in her room, she knocked on the door and asked, "Are you pulling an all-nighter to write the beginning of your new book? At Furs, you seem really happy. Did the publisher increase your rates?" No. Furs was slightly taken aback before she forced a smile. "I just received a piece of information that's suspected to be a clue to the Trickmaster potion formula." "Really? Your waiting has finally paid off." Zio totally didn't notice Furs's hidden oddity. Seeing her good friend so happy for her, Furs couldn't help but sigh to herself. "I'm already a member of a secret organization. From that moment forth, I've taken on a fate that requires me to constantly hide and lie to my friends. Is this the price, one out of many to be paid?" Saturday morning. Klein once again visited inventor Leopard at St. George Burroughs' 3rd Street. Since the bicycle had yet to be patented, he only paid the last £20 and exhorted Leopard not to rush to talk about subsequent investments and partnerships until he had the patent. With regards to this, Leopard was very agreeable. He had been tricked twice before for the same reason, before getting a patent. Once the potential investors who he had made contact with had fully understood his product, he was kicked aside to watch as the potential investor bribed the patent office and acquired the patent first. After leaving Leopard's place, Klein arrived at Isengard Stanton's place in Hillston Borough at the appointed time. It was a dark and gloomy house. Today was the day that the rewards for the serial murder were going to be dispersed. Walking through the living room and into the activity room, Klein saw the two detectives he was more familiar with, Kaslana and Stewart, and sat down next to the latter. "Sherlock, how much do you think we'll get this time?" "It should be no less than protecting Adel." "Of course, I didn't do much, so what I can receive will be limited." Emperor Roselle once said, "The more plowing and weeding, the better the crop." Stewart clenched his fist and held it to his bearded chin. Klein guessed with interest. The split might go as high as a few £100, and even the lowest wouldn't be less than £10. And I'm the one that will get the higher end of the split. If Isengard Stanton's words were as credible as he had described, Klein added in his stirred heart. At that moment, a white-shirt, brown-vested Isengard, with white hair at his temples and a thinly contoured face, entered the activity room while carrying his signature pipe. As the fireplace burned, he sat down in a reclining chair and said with a smile, "Ladies and gentlemen, I just got back from the Backlund police station. They acknowledged our contribution, and they think we've been instrumental in cracking the case. Although we didn't participate in the subsequent capture, we can still obtain half the bounty. In other words, we'll split £1,000 in cash. This is considered quite a handsome bounty, even in Backlund. A single detective has to have zero expenses, not eating or drinking, and even resorting to sleeping on the streets for 4 or 5 years to amass this amount." The atmosphere in the living room immediately became relaxed. Everyone was filled with anticipation about the reward they would receive. Even Klein was no exception as he guessed the amount Isengard would give him. "It should be at least £100, right?" he whispered silently. Isengard took a puff on his pipe, narrowed his eyes, and said in a satisfied tone, "Everyone, thank you for your trust in me. I will now do the splitting." The biggest contributor this time was Detective Sherlock Moriarty. The ideas and train of thoughts that he provided us had allowed us to find more clues and put us on the right track. He's a genuine expert at deduction. Ma'am Kaslana can bear testament to this. I still have a few letters from Detective Moriarty, and anyone in doubt can take a look. That's very fair. He actually didn't list himself as the biggest contributor. Klein turned to the great detective, Isengard Stanton, and viewed him in a different light. It's no wonder that he has such authority in the detective circle. Seeing that there were no objections, Isengard nodded and said, "I declare that Detective Sherlock Moriarty will be awarded £300. Immediately, the detectives in the activity room broke out into whispers. From time to time, they looked up at Klein, as if they finally recognized this brilliant detective whom Mr. Stanton had praised as an expert at deduction. What a generous man, a just man. Klein grinned and ultimately didn't act modestly. In second place were Isengard himself and Kaslana, who each received £160. while the rest of the detectives split the remaining £380 depending on their respective contributions. Even the lowest received £15, equivalent to 3 or 4 weeks of their usual earnings. This was the benefit of handling a major case with a high bounty. Stewart, who had received £40, was very pleased because he felt that he had only done 2 days of observation. Furthermore, the subject he observed ended up not being the final confirmed suspect. Of course, he also had to pay a portion of the £40. All informants and helpers involved in the matter had to be paid. After distributing the bounty, Stewart suddenly remembered something. He took out a piece of paper from his pocket and said to Klein, "Sherlock, I recently accepted a missing person assignment that pays a lot. Try using your resources and help me pay attention to it. If the person is found, I won't forget your share." "Sure, no problem," Klein replied indifferently. Stewart handed over the piece of paper and said, "It's this man. He's been missing for nearly 2 weeks. As he's involved in some improper conduct or might even border on committing a crime, the client doesn't wish for US to seek the police's help." Klein nodded slightly and unfolded the paper. He saw a black and white photo that was made through lithography. It was a man with hair that was combed back in a slanted fashion, and there was a certain elegance in his propriety. He was about 27 or 28 years old. He had a handsome appearance, but there was an undisguised air of arrogance between his eyes. His nose was high, and his lips were thin. "Right, his name is," Stewart recalled and said, "Emlyn White." "Emlyn White?" Klein suddenly turned his head to look at Stewart. "Ah, isn't that the name of the vampire who's imprisoned in the basement by Father Utravsky?" In Duke Negan's mansion, Audrey, who had been invited to a tea party, was listening to her mother and Duchess Della chatting about nobility matters with a slightly bored expression on her face. Her eyes swept across the 3-layered rack, the uniquely styled muffins, cake, and other delicious tidbits. She felt that she had been indulging herself recently, so she lightly picked up her cup and sipped the black tea. After a while, she got up apologetically and, accompanied by the maid, went to the bathroom. As soon as she came out, she met a tall, middle-aged woman with slender eyebrows and a graceful appearance. It was Duchess Della's younger sister, the wife of a hereditary viscount, Lady Norma. After exchanging the formalities, Norma looked at Audrey and said with a chuckle, "I heard that our beautiful young lady is very interested in mysticism." She mentioned mysticism. Could it be that someone from the Psychology Alchemist is here to test me? Audrey instantly entered her state as a telepathist. A little embarrassed, she lowered her head and replied, "Yes, Lord of the Mysteries." Chapter 338, The Experience Klein. After hearing Audrey's affirmation, Lady Norma laughed. "What an honest child. I happen to know some experts in mysticism who are very knowledgeable. Would you like to chat with them?" "Definitely. That's exactly what I want." Praise the lady. Feigning surprise, Audrey drew a crimson moon on her chest. With a smile on her face, Madame Norman nodded slightly and said, "How about we have our afternoon tea together tomorrow?" "No problem." Audrey's excited eyes held a little innocence. After she bade Lady Norma farewell and headed for the living room, her smile gradually settled as her bearing turned composed and relaxed. The detailed changes in her body language, the color of her emotions, and the changes in her body of heart and mind that were reflected superficially, they all imply that she holds no ill intentions, but she was rather nervous. It seems like Lady Norma might really be a member of the Psychology Alchemist. She had been observing my expression and actions, but she couldn't adjust or hide her emotions. Maybe she's like Susie, a spectator, but unfortunately, she didn't know that the person in front of her is a telepathist. Audrey thought, feeling both perturbed and proud. She couldn't help but let her feet gracefully walk in a straight line with one foot taking the place of the other. In the house of Isengard Stanton, situated in Helstonborough. Klein's lips quivered a few times, but in the end, he didn't ask Stewart who his employer was or what he looked like. He decided not to get involved in matters involving Emlyn White as best as he could. Although based on Emlyn's words, he was a law-abiding vampire, but that was only limited to his claims. There were still too many gaps about his earlier life for Klein to be sure that he had not harmed the innocent. As a result, he lacked the motivation to seek out Father Utravsky to save Emlyn. After all, Father Utravsky was a Dawn Paladin who was skilled in combat and had the aid of mystical items. Furthermore, he was an unweakened Dawn Paladin. Besides, it would make it easy for him to expose his true identity to Father Utravsky and Emlyn White. Let's hope that he can gain the approval of that powerful priest as soon as possible and finish the sentence to be let out on parole. In his heart, Klein tapped 4 times in a clockwise fashion for Emlyn White. After the bounty was divided, the detectives took their leave and Klein was given the best treatment. He was walked out the door by the great detective Isengard. Holding his pipe, Isengard coughed lightly and said, "There are still some suspicious points about the serial murder case that we haven't fully understood. There might be an even more ferocious guy hiding behind a killer's back. You must be careful not to spread the word that you played an important role in this case. It seems like the official Beyonders also suspect that the gigantic devil dog has an owner. Klein replied solemnly, I know I had my own guesses about this too. Mr. Stanton, you have to be careful as well. You were the one who gathered us, and you're a major partner of the police. Isengard put the pipe into his mouth, then he took it out and said, Sherlock, I guess I'll call you Sherlock. You can rest assured that, although I'm no longer young, I'm still an outstanding fighter, an excellent marksman with an instinctive vigilance. Furthermore, you have a high probability of being a Beyonder, not from the low sequences. I just wonder which pathway you belong to. Klein thought for a moment and said, Mr. Stanton, you don't seem to be a native from Backlund. Your accent is closer to that of Civilaus. Yes, just like your mid-Seashire accent, Isengard admitted frankly. The two detectives smiled at each other as an acknowledgement of the other's observational ability. Klein returned to 15 Mint Street before nightfall. Well, I now have 1,224 pounds in notes plus 5 gold coins and a small amount of change. This is quite a considerable amount compared to how much I had when I first came to Backlund. However, Sequence 6 Beyonder ingredients will cost at least 1,500 a pop. Sometimes, because they're scarce and rare, the price might even increase several-fold. And Beyonders who can obtain such items usually aren't low in sequence. They wouldn't misjudge at value and sell it at a low price. It's quite impossible to pick it up at bargain prices. Although the lady with the artisan behind her is very eager for the Black Emperor potion formulas, she has to consider the progress of her advancement. For her to only be at Sequence 9, it's quite impossible for her to spend a large amount of money to buy the formulas up to Sequence 6 in advance, unless she's filthy rich. Well, you can't always be so exploitative. While in thought, Klein was in no hurry to prepare dinner. Instead, he went back to his bedroom, drew the curtains, and went above the gray fog. He had an idea that he needed to verify. Sitting in the fool's seat, he stretched out his hand and picked up the unadorned brass master key. Based on the notebook he read last night from an Abraham descendant, he guessed that the man had lost control on the spot because of his choice of advancing during the full moon. Therefore, the curse-like ability of the master key, which can make people go lost, only to find themselves in bad spots, has a high probability of being contaminated by Mr. Door's illusory ravings, other than the resentment and indignation in the Beyonder characteristic. So what sort of changes will it undergo when the moon is full? Klein mumbled. Conjuring a pen and paper, he wrote the divination statement he had thought long in advance. Would it manifest during the full moon? Holding a piece of paper in one hand and the master key in the other, Klein leaned back in his chair, gave a self-deprecating laugh and said, I'm courting death again. But there shouldn't be too much danger this time. Mr. Door is far separated from the real world. He's lost in the depths of the darkness. Furthermore, I have the gray fog to shield me. In this case, the danger from divination was no different from direct divination. The experienced Klein half closed his eyes, and his pupils turning dark as he constantly chanted, would it manifest during the full moon? After 7 times, Klein fell into a dream. In that gray, detached, illusory world, he once again saw the basement where the Abraham descendant had died. The flesh and blood here had long since dried up. The silver pocket watch inlaid with diamonds and the ancient-looking master key had yet to be stolen. They were still lying on the ground. Suddenly, a sharp, hollow voice echoed in Klein's ears. It was like a thin needle stabbing into his head, extending inside, bit by bit, while it scraped as if it was going to completely peel off his scalp. This extreme pain caused Klein to wake up and sit up straight. He looked at the blue veins protruding on the back before they quickly restored to normal. It's much more manageable than spying on the eternal blazing sun or secretly listening to the true creator's angry roars. Klein went from pressing down his fingers to rapping them as he thought. Of course, if this were the outside world, he believed that he absolutely wouldn't have had such a reaction. If Miss Magician had always been listening to such pleas, she would have long lost control. From the looks of it, due to the resulting curse, the master key makes the voice even clearer. That's not right. Father Utravsky has likely survived the night of the blood moon with the master key in hand. He clearly wasn't affected. Perhaps he had stored the master key in his bedroom and stayed in the hall outside for confession. As long as one makes contact with a master key, they will hear the pleas during the full moon? Phew. Before becoming a high-sequence Beyonder, I wouldn't dare listen to it in the real world. What I heard just now seemed to be requesting assistance in ancient Hermes. Klein carefully recalled and confirmed what he had heard. With regards to this, the only thing he could do was twitch the corner of his mouth. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This is really a death-style plea in the true meaning of the phrase. It's a pity. If only we could make those people from the Rose School of Thought hear Mr. Door's plea for help on the night of the full moon. With their already cold, warped personalities, they would definitely explode one after the another. After carefully considering if there was any way to achieve this goal, Klein returned to the real world, and according to his plan, he enjoyed dinner, changed his clothes, and left the house. He made 2 transfers and arrived outside the Bravehearts bar. He only circled it once without ordering any alcohol before leaving. While doing so, he noticed that Casper's was back again. After walking a block, Klein specially got on a rental carriage and made the driver head to Sherwood Borough. An illusory figure appeared in front of him just as the horse moved forward. It was Miss Sharon, wearing a long black regal dress. "Are you done with your preparations?" Sharon asked coldly. The soft black cap on her head was firmly pressed against her light blonde hair. Coupled with her pale face, her exquisite facial features gave her the beauty of a doll. Klein answered frankly, "Not yet. I'm still waiting for an item." Sharon said with unperturbed blue eyes, "I've prepared a mystical item. That's why you took the mission of being a 3-day bodyguard for £1,000. Back then, the item caught your eyes, but you lacked the money." Klein smiled in enlightenment. "Don't be anxious. The more prepared we are, the greater the chance of success. Furthermore, I can usually use a mystical item from the Sun domain to make up for my shortcomings." Klein added in his heart. Seeing that Sharon had stopped talking, he said, "I came here today to get you guys to help me in an experiment." "What is it?" Sharon asked simply. Klein said with a serious and trustworthy expression, "According to Merrick's description, I think your curses are different. During the full moon, he has to endure the crazy desire for bloodlust, which makes him unable to fight. As for you, you would enter a weakened state if you do not absorb the souls of humans. Is that right?" Sharon listened quietly and nodded. "Yes. I don't have any solution to your problem at the moment, but I think it's still possible to suppress Merrick's problem temporarily. For example, taking appropriate medicine and letting him be in a state where he doesn't have any emotions. That way, during that time, he won't be in pain. He will be able to participate in the battle." Klein expressed his thoughts. Sharon shook her head and said, "It doesn't work. Such medicine is no longer effective against him. No longer." In other words, it had worked before. Klein thoughtfully asked, "Why?" He had injected too much in the past. Even if he changed types, it'll only be effective for the first 3 to 4 times. "We're unable to find any new types," Sharon said, suddenly turning silent, as though remembering something. Hearing her words, Klein immediately smiled. "I have a different kind of sedative here from that apothecary." Seeing that Sharon didn't say that the sedative was ineffective, he clasped his hands and continued, "I'll give you one and let Merrick try it during the full moon. It's going to be a full moon tomorrow night. If it's effective, let him drink 2 or even 3 in one go before the battle. As for whether he would develop a resistance to the same medicine in the future, that's not something that needs to be considered right now." Klein thought calmly. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 339, Psychiatrist. Sharon took the sedative that was stored in a glass tube, looked at the liquid that looked pure, and lightly nodded. "All right." As expected of someone who doesn't waste her breath. Klein smiled and said, "Miss Sharon, can you tell me the candidate locations for the battleground that you've decided on? I wish to familiarize myself with the surroundings in the next few days. This way, no matter where you ultimately choose, my preparations would be more than sufficient. And since they have the right to choose the location of the final battle, they won't worry about the possibility of me informing the authorities or any other Beyonder who might try to take advantage of the situation. Of course, if she really doesn't trust me, she could try another notarization." Klein thought quietly. Sharon stared at him for a few seconds with her blue eyes before saying, "Prepare a map of Backlund when you're back. Leave it on the coffee table." "No problem. I hope that this cooperation will not only go smoothly, but also be enjoyable." Klein habitually leaned forward to shake hands. Sharon lowered her head to take a look, and her figure gradually faded into the air. Klein continued his motion and raised his right hand to smooth his black hair, laughing dryly in the process. He had asked for the location of the battleground ahead of time, not only to prepare for the mission, but also to be on guard against Sharon and Merrick. Although their philosophy was to suppress and restrain their desires, it was unlikely they wouldn't kick someone to the curb when they'd outlived their usefulness. Klein couldn't be sure that Wraith Steve, Zombie Jason, and Werewolf Tyre didn't have what they had abnormally desired. If there really was a treasure that would cause any ordinary Beyonder to have strong malicious intent, Klein really couldn't guarantee that the 2 mutants would be able to control themselves. Therefore, he had to figure out the environment in advance and prepare an escape route in the event that they wished to silence him. It wasn't that Klein didn't trust Sharon, who he had gone through life and death with, but it was the most basic form of self-protection. One shouldn't have the heart to harm others, but one must be vigilant so as to not be harmed. Klein turned his head to look out the window and sighed inwardly as he mused a Chinese phrase. One gas lamp after another kept being left behind as the carriage went forward. The streets became more spacious and cleaner, and it took him more than half an hour to get back to Mint Street. It's really expensive taking a carriage at this time. Klein looked up at the nearly black sky and the red moon that seemed to barely pierce through the clouds. He walked on for a while, and suddenly he saw that the house of lawyer Jurgen was dark. Pulling out his gold pocket watch, he pressed it open and glanced at it. With a chuckle, Klein detoured to Jurgen's door and used the key that he had been given to open it. At that moment, Brody the black cat was already quietly sitting behind the door, staring at the visitor with his pair of dark, round green eyes. The room was dark and silent, bleak and lonely. Klein squatted down and tried to touch Brody's head, but Brody quickly moved back and flung his hand away in disgust. Shaking his head with laughter, he got up, opened the valve, and lit the gas lamp. Following Jurgen's descriptions, he went to the cupboard to find the food that had already been prepared. Then he went into the kitchen, lit the kettle to boil some water, and prepared Brody's favorite dish, boiled chicken breast. The black cat followed him in, and with an agile leap, it reached the counter. It sat beside him and watched him without making a fuss. Klein glanced at it, rehearsing the shredding of chicken breast in his mind while he chatted with Brody. "You must miss Mrs. Doris, right? Are you worried about her condition? Lawyer Jurgen didn't come home today. Are you feeling lonely and uncomfortable on your own? Do you feel like you lack a sense of belonging and are exhausted?" As he spoke, Klein's voice slowly faded into silence. Brody the black cat remained sitting there, quietly watching him. It didn't make any noise, nor did it cry out. Audrey was invited to tea at Lady Norma's house. These are the mysticism experts that I mentioned. Lady Norma introduced the distinguished guests warmly. "This is Mr. Hilbert Alucard, a psychologist and a jewelry designer. He's very talented. This is Miss Escalante Ocelica. She's a doctor for mental health, what we usually call a psychiatrist." Hilbert Alucard was a man in his 40s. He looked to be of southern continent descent, and his skin was brown. His brown hair, blue eyes, and facial features weren't particularly outstanding. He gave off a silent and reserved feeling. Escalante Ocelica was a baby-faced lady who looked like a young girl studying at a public or grammar school, even though she was already a psychiatrist. She was 3 or 4 centimeters shorter than Audrey, and she had long raven black hair that reached her waist and a pair of lake blue eyes. Audrey exchanged a few pleasantries with him, then she sat down, keenly aware that Alucard and Escalante were observing her. She didn't use her telepathist abilities, and she pretended to know nothing. While initiating topics in the field of mysticism, she constantly paid attention to her emotions, ensuring that they were in the most logical state. "I can't let them find out that I'm already a Beyonder, and that I've already taken the spectator and telepathist potions." Audrey knew exactly what role she was to play today. Unlike the silent Alucard, Escalante was quite a conversationalist. After a few rounds of exchanges, she asked, "Do you know about major years and major months?" "No, I haven't heard of those," Audrey cautiously answered, using only the knowledge she had obtained from her interaction with mysticism enthusiasts. "In fact, I've already learned from Mr. Hangman what a major year and major month is," she added with a smile in her heart. A major year refers to the number of years it takes for the planet to deviate from its axis, totaling 25,920 years. In the field of mysticism, this is considered a complete cycle that goes from the beginning to the end. A major month refers to the number of years it takes for this deviation to pass through one of the 12 constellations. Each major month represents 2,160 years. During the transition of major months, terrible disasters will occur. And according to calculations, we aren't too many years away from the end of the current major moon. Escalante spoke with confidence, keeping the atmosphere harmonious. Audrey hid the fact that she knew a lot as she asked the wrong questions from time to time in a curious tone. With this, time passed quickly. At the end of tea time, Alucard and Escalante stood up at the same time to take their leave, leaving Lady Norma's house. This caused Audrey to be rather disappointed. She imagined that they would eventually hint at the matter regarding the psychology alchemists, but in the end, they didn't say anything. Yes, as a secret organization that cannot be exposed, the examination of candidates can't be that simple and direct. From the looks of it, they will need to interact with me a few times and observe me in secret before they decide whether or not they want to reveal information to me and recruit me into the organization. That's good too. I can report this to Mr. Fool. Audrey quickly understood the underlying reasons. She then took her leave, and Lady Norma walked her to the door, smiled, and said, "Audrey, I see that you're also interested in psychology. Why not consider being a psychiatrist before you get married? Earl Hall and his wife are followers of the goddess. They should be able to support you in doing such things. Among aristocrats, unless there was a financial crisis or other special situations, coming to an agreement on marriage required a long process. Only after careful consideration and comparisons would they be able to make a decision. This was because this wasn't only a matter between two youngsters, but it also involved the alliance and mutual assistance of the two families. Therefore, although aristocratic women were able to officially enter social events under the direction of the queen after the age of 18, proclaiming their adulthood and consideration for marriage, they often started a family after the age of 26, according to statistics. Similarly, the average age of a male aristocrat's entry into politics for the first time was 28.5 years. In other words, Audrey would have about 8 years to do what she liked after she reached adulthood. The Church of Evernight had always encouraged female believers to go out to work and engage in certain occupations. In the aristocratic circles, many young ladies and women became literary critics, musicians, pianists, painters, etc. Is this a test? Audrey smiled faintly and replied, I will need to read more books in that case. Actually, she had always felt that it wasn't too safe for the members of the Psychology Alchemists to become psychologists or psychiatrists because the upper echelons of the official organizations, such as the Nighthawks and the mandated Punishers, likely knew of the acting method. Therefore, they would definitely pay more attention to this group of people. Lady Norma seemed pleased with her answer and nodded with a smile. Escalante and Alucard are both good teachers. Well, maybe I could consider asking Miss Escalante to be my home tutor on psychology. Audrey nodded obediently. When Klein got up on the early Sunday morning, he found that the map of Backland on the coffee table in the living room had been circled in several places, and they weren't too far apart. Therefore, he spent the rest of the morning carefully familiarizing himself with the surroundings, figuring out exactly where the buildings were located, and where the nearest cathedral was. In the afternoon, having time to spare again, he went to the Quelag Club to practice his shooting and be on her powers. As soon as he entered the hall, he saw the surgeon, Aaron Series, hobbling out slowly from the buffet cafeteria with a crutch. After greeting him, he asked out of concern, How have you been lately, Aaron? Has your luck improved? Aaron, who was born with a blank face, smiled sincerely. At least I'm not that unlucky anymore. I followed your suggestion, went to the cathedral, and told the bishop about the matter. He told me to go directly to the confessional to pray to the goddess. I actually fell asleep while praying, but I felt like the goddess had bestowed me with a peaceful state. After that, my luck has been normal. Praise the lady. He drew a crimson moon on his chest. According to my experience, it was likely a particular Sequence 7 nightmare who caused you to fall into a deep sleep. Then a Nighthawk who specializes in rituals quickly set up an altar, prayed to the goddess, and neutralized your misfortune. Klein smiled. That's great. At that moment, Aaron looked at him and said, Sherlock, I've always felt that you weren't very pious in your belief of the god of steam and machinery. Why don't you change your faith? Look at me, a perfect example. Put your faith in the goddess. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 340 passed. Aren't you making things difficult for me? Upon hearing Aaron's request, Klein almost drew the crimson moon on his chest, but he ultimately resisted the urge and replied very seriously, Perhaps there's something about my behavior that has led you to misunderstand. But I have to tell you that faith is something that cannot be changed after it's decided upon. Aaron immediately raised his arms and made an apologetic gesture. I'm sorry that I misunderstood your faithfulness. I shouldn't have taken your faith as a joke. All right, our differences in faith do not prevent us from becoming friends. Klein wiped away the fake expression he put on and smiled. That's not true in Faceac and Phaenopotter. They can only accept one faith. In comparison, with so many churches coexisting for more than 1,400 years, Lone and Intis are much more open in this respect. Before Aaron could answer, he casually changed the subject. Did you see Willa Septon again? I'm referring to the kid that had one of his legs amputated, the one who said that your luck would turn for the worse. He was certain that the Nighthawks would follow the clues provided by Aaron, so he wondered what the outcome was. He was curious if the child who changed Aaron's luck still had the tarot card in his possession. No, I haven't seen him since he left the hospital. Aaron shook his head firmly. What a pity. The Nighthawks can find his address according to the hospital's records, and it's not convenient for me to be involved. Of course, the child might have moved away long ago. After a brief exchange with Aaron, Klein decided to head for the underground shooting range, familiarizing himself with his free revolver with ordinary bullets. At this moment, two more acquaintances came in. One was a member of the National Atmospheric Pollution Council, Coin Company shareholder, Ma'am Mary, and the other was Klein's landlord, Stellan Sammer. They were all wearing relatively light skirts, making them look much younger. According to the rules of the club, each member could only bring in one additional person. Therefore, Mary's maid and her bodyguard were left in the reception hall. Klein politely greeted them and praised them out of courtesy. Ladies, you two are as beautiful as ever today, and yet there is a beauty that's different from your usual beauty. Having come into contact with a lot of important figures recently, Mary smiled and said, Roselle said that exercise is a necessity of life, and Stellan is always at home, dealing with trivial matters. Even when she's out, she would be participating in parties and listening to operas. Her health is much worse than it used to be, so I brought her here to play tennis and squash. With her high cheekbones, she looked around and saw a member of the House of Commons and 2 other members of Parliament of the Greater Backlund area. She then turned to Stellan and said, "I see someone I know. Excuse me while I head over to greet them. You can wait for me at the library." All right. Compared to Mary, Stellan was clearly much prettier, but towards this lady, she seemed very respectful and docile. After Mary had gone some distance away, she slightly raised her chin, looked at Klein, and asked, "Mr. Moriarty, you seem very busy these days?" "Yes, I was working with a lot of detectives to help the police investigate the serial murder case. We made a certain contribution and received quite a sizable reward," Klein answered truthfully. Stellan covered her mouth with her hand. "Really? What did the murderer look like? Why did he kill those ladies?" The newspapers had been very vague. "I'm sorry, I have to comply with a confidentiality clause." Klein deftly made up an excuse. "It's not like I can tell you that it had a body of black fur, a smooth, glistening tail, and that it likes to run on all fours." Klein lampooned inwardly. Stellan nodded regretfully, and then she asked curiously, "So how much did you get?" "It was split among quite a number of us." Klein didn't answer directly. "Was there 50 pounds? Stellan pressed. "Yes." Klein nodded, honestly. Stellan Sammer smiled. "You earn a lot more than I imagined. You really are a capable detective." "No, it might take years to come across such a case." Klein smiled and shook his head. "No matter what, you have proven your ability." Stellan's eyes looked like they were thinking as she said, "Next Sunday, Luke and I will be hosting a party at home. I hope you can come. Sorry. I was very presumptuous. I'll have my maid send the invitation to you." "Heh, there will be a lot of unmarried ladies at the party, and their fathers or mothers will have decent jobs, and their families will earn more than 200 pounds a year. Some of them have part-time jobs that they can do at home, such as being a typist. They're all very excellent women. But this is a blind date party. Mrs. Stellan has approved of my ability to make money as a detective, so she plans on introducing me to a girl? But in her eyes, am I only fit to be with a woman at that level?" Many thoughts flashed through Klein's mind, but after considering the need to maintain their neighborly friendliness and the trouble of preparing his own dinner, he agreed with a smile. "If all goes well, I'll be there on time." Stellan smiled and said, "Then Luke and I will be awaiting your visit." She left without another word and entered the small library of the club, while Klein proceeded to practice his shooting and beyond her powers in the small, enclosed shooting range. At 9 o'clock at night, Klein was sitting at his desk, watching as the crimson moon gradually pierced through the clouds, revealing a full body. The water-like, light red veil slowly spread out, and time passed by the minute. When it was 10:15, he heard illusory pleas that seemed layered. Klein easily guessed that it was from Miss Magician. Closing the curtains, he switched off the lights, took 4 steps counterclockwise, and went above the gray mist. There, he reached out to touch the shrinking and expanding crimson star. In a split second, the hazy figure of furs appeared on the chair with the symbol of a layered door. She let out a sigh of relief, stood up, and bowed. "Honorable Mr. Fool, you have saved me once again." "That's not something to worry about," Klein replied in a very light, casual tone. Furs was left speechless and sat down again. She was considering what had just happened, so she didn't say anything. As for Klein, he didn't take the initiative to bring up any subjects in order to maintain his image. Within the towering palace, which looked like a giant's residence, the silence quickly transformed into the main theme. When Furs snapped back to her senses, she suddenly felt that this atmosphere was a little oppressive and uncomfortable. During the gathering, there's still Miss Justice, Mr. World, and company. There was no need to worry about complete silence, but now there's only Mr. Fool and me. What should I do? This pressure is stifling. I need to say something. I have to. I can't just sit here like an idiot. That's Mr. Fool. He certainly wouldn't care about anything, but I'm so nervous and restricted. Furs suddenly felt as though she had found herself alone with her boss when she first entered the workforce. Although Klein wasn't a spectator, he could clearly see Miss Magician's restraint and uneasiness. He smiled and said, "Maybe you can tell me how you became a Beyonder. For example, how you obtained the apprentice formula and that bracelet." Klein silently added the real question he was trying to get by. Furs relaxed a little and recalled. "That was almost 3 years ago. I just graduated from Backlund Medical School. With my father's help, I entered a private clinic with pretty good benefits. My father had already settled down in East Balham back then. Ever since the safe sea route to the southern continent was discovered, the outstanding youth of the kingdom started spreading their footprints to every corner of the land. My father, as a low-level military officer, went to East Balham to chase after wealth and power. My mother and I were left behind in Backlund to live like widows. It would take months before a distant letter sent by boat would arrive. This situation isn't uncommon in the kingdom. I knew an old gentleman who had 5 children, but they were either in the archipelago, Western Balham, the Paz Valley, or the Hajini Plains. They have their own career, their own family, and their own wealth, but they've forgotten that there is a father waiting for their return all this time. When I was in grammar school, my mother fell seriously ill. I had no choice but to helplessly watch her die on the hospital bed. It took my father a month to answer my letter, telling me that he had a new family and a new life in East Balham. He gave me all his property in Backlund plus some money. I think he felt a little guilty. As a best-selling novel writer, Furs had mastered the art of rambling. Since Klein had nothing to do, he listened quietly without interrupting. Phew. Furs exhaled and continued. Anyway, my father introduced me to Yosefov Clinic through the Veterans Club. The salary there was really good, and I was doing pretty well, but I was a little anxious about the future. Hence, I worked hard to learn from the senior doctors and worked hard to save money until I met an old lady who came to see me regularly. She was very lonely and childless, and her partner had passed away 10 years ago. I had some sympathy for her, so I often talked to her and accompanied her. Once, I was surprised to find that she was able to walk through walls, which opened a whole new world to me. That old lady said that it was something her husband left her. She vaguely mentioned that as long as one wasn't a member of some family, there was apparently no curse. Not long after, she was so ill that she was on the verge of passing away. She asked me if I wanted to become someone like her. I was very young then, and I still had a lot of fantasies in my head. I agreed without any hesitation. She gave me the formula and told me to watch her body after she died and take away the glowing object that would suddenly appear. And this was the thing she left me, which could be used as the main ingredient of a potion. Also, she gave me this bracelet, telling me not to use it unless I'm in absolute danger. She also told me not to pay too much attention to the ravings during the full moon. Unfortunately, I was ultimately unable to avoid danger. After using it once, the full moon's raving became worse. It seems like that was a widow of a particular Abraham. She had used her own experience to prove that the curse only existed in the bloodline. Klein nodded. Once you become a high-sequence beyonder, the ravings wouldn't have much of an effect on you. I hope so. Although she didn't believe she could become a high-sequence beyonder, she believed in Mr. Fool. It was Monday again, and as soon as Klein got up, he went downstairs and saw an open sheet of paper on the coffee table in the living room. Effective. That's good. Klein immediately let out a sigh of relief. At 15 minutes to 3 in the afternoon, he promptly went above the gray fog to prepare for the new Tarot Club gathering. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 341, Private Communication. The sight of the towering stone pillars that supported a high dome and the mottled and ancient long table that appeared to have been placed there since hundreds, if not more than 1,000 years ago, entered the eyes. Although Audrey Hall had seen this scene many times, she would still feel a kind of shock that came from the bottom of her heart the moment she arrived above the gray fog. Out of the corner of her eye, she scanned the surroundings and didn't see any new members. She then looked up and bowed to the person in the thick gray fog. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool." As she spoke, she suddenly saw a card covered with a complicated pattern on the table to the right of the Fool. It was lying there quietly, casually, like an ordinary object. Is that the card of blasphemy? A card of blasphemy that hides one of the paths of the divine. Audrey immediately understood. After the Fool nodded in response, she subconsciously glanced at the Hanged Man, the Sun, and the Magician, and she found that they had also noticed the card that didn't exist in the past. However, their eyes and actions revealed their doubts and astonishment, as well as their inevitable conjectures. After all, a card that could be placed by the mysterious and lofty Mr. Fool was definitely not an ordinary item. Well, Mr. World's reaction is a little odd. He's not even looking there. Is he able to hide his thoughts so well? Is he really the nemesis of a spectator and telepathist? Audrey quickly decided that, other than Mr. Fool, the card of blasphemy was known only to herself. This made her feel quite proud. It was a feeling like sharing a secret with her parents when she was young while she kept her 2 elder brothers in the dark. That's a card of blasphemy created by Emperor Roselle, a treasure that countless beyonders in the mysterious world dream of. Audrey took the initiative to raise her hand after the Magician, the Sun, and the others did their greetings. "Honorable Mr. Fool, I have something I would like to report to you alone." Alone? Alger frowned slightly as he subconsciously tried to guess at the content but was without any clue. Derek and the others were also curious, but they didn't think too much about it. Klein nodded slightly and said, "Sure." Frankly, he had no idea what Miss Justice was going to report to him. After waiting 2 seconds, he blocked off the senses of the rest of the members and gestured to Justice. Audrey sat with a dignified posture and said with a sincere attitude, Mr. Fool, as I'd asked to purchase the Spectator formula at a Beyonder gathering, there has been 2 suspected members of the Psychology Alchemists who came into contact with me recently through certain nobles. I'm inclined to join them, but only if I can guarantee my own safety. What is your opinion on this? I've attached great importance to this. Psychology Alchemist. From the evidence from various sources of information, it's not considered an evil organization. At present, they might not have a deity that they believe in. Its main mission is to explore and research one's mind, consciousness, psyche, and spirituality. It's more like a scientific self-help group. Of course, among the Orthodox churches, it's also a form of sacrilege since they believe that everyone's spirit belongs to God. And according to Daxter Guderian, the upper echelons of the Psychology Alchemists definitely have an inclination, the original creator, the God that created everything, and they worship him to a certain extent, a rather primitive form of worship. Many thoughts flashed past Klein's mind as he finally said with a smile, If you think it's suitable, you can do so. If you encounter a problem, you can seek help from the Tarot Club. Thank you for your suggestion. Audrey instantly felt relieved. Klein thought for a moment and added using a calm and leisurely tone, Inside the Psychology Alchemists, there are people planted by the churches, such as informants of the mandated punishers and nighthawks. You have to know how to hide and conceal yourself. Mr. Fool is so nice to remind me to be careful. Audrey slightly bent her eyes and replied with a shallow smile. In the future, there will also be an informant from the Tarot Club inside the Psychology Alchemists. Miss Justice, you haven't even joined, and you're already thinking of betraying them. Klein silently drew an invisible crimson moon for the Psychology Alchemists. After reporting the matter of the Psychology Alchemists, Audrey wasn't in a hurry to end the conversation. Instead, she said, Mr. Fool, I've memorized another 2 pages of Rozelle's diary. That was also why she had asked to speak to him in private. If she had conjured Rozelle's diary and given it to Mr. Fool under the witness of the magician, Furs, she could imagine that at the end of the gathering, Furs would immediately come to her and borrow those Rozelle's notes she had bought in the past. And with regards to this, the goddess could prove that Mr. Fool had seen them all. I forgot to do so previously. One of these 2 days, I'll find an opportunity to tell Furs that the Rozelle notes I bought were torn apart by Susie. Yes, torn apart, into pieces that cannot be restored. I'm sorry, Susie. Audrey repented in her heart. Very good. Klein knocked gratefully on the edge of the long bronze table to help Miss Justice conjure the diary pages. When he had the 2 pages in hand, he cast his eyes over, only to have his smile gradually stiffen. The first line of the journal read, March 6th. Damn it, I'm almost constipated from eating the food here. This is what I saw at the Rozelle Memorial Exhibition. Klein hid his expression and turned to the second page. He found that the contents were still the complaints and novel experiences of Rozelle's early days of his transmigration. They were of no practical use. He controlled his expression and smiled. Do you wish to deduct from the gold pounds you have yet to pay? Or do you wish to get something else in return? Audrey said without any hesitation, Mr. Fool, I would like to know which path of the divine that card of blasphemy is. You really treat money as dirt. Klein silently sighed as he didn't hide his smile as he said, That is the Black Emperor card? The corresponding sequence 9 is lawyer. So that's what it is. After receiving her answer, Audrey felt abnormally satisfied. After the private conversation ended, the magician Furs looked eagerly at the World who sat right at the other end. Mr. World, I will try my best to gather a mystical item or powerful Beyonder weapon in the Sun domain. What kind of deal did you 2 make in private? Despite feeling very familiar with Furs, Audrey wasn't aware of this, so she couldn't help but ask. Furs let out a sigh and said, Mr. World has helped me find the formula to Trickmaster. Mr. World sure is capable at finding formulas. Does he have extensive and reliable resources and connections in this field? Audrey listened in surprise. The hanged man, Alger, concealed his solemn expression, once again re-evaluating the World and raising his assessment of him. As for Derek, he felt rather expectant. He hoped that after he finished digesting the light suppliant potion, Mr. World would be able to easily find for him the formula for Sequence 7 Solar High Priest. The World laughed hoarsely when faced with the numerous gazes that were staring at him. Miss Magician, before you purchase it, it's best that you chant Mr. Fool's honorific name and request that he pass the relevant information to me. Yes, I've already sought Mr. Fool's permission and he has agreed to help us. If I'm not satisfied with the items that you have set your eyes on, perhaps I will consider switching to another request. Klein now had 3 alternatives for the items in the Sun domain, so he planned to compare them before making any finalization. One of them was the brooch which old Mr. Eye of Wisdom had mentioned. It had the effect of purifying and warding off evil spirits and letting the wearer use a portion of the spells in the Sun domain. The negative effect was that the wearer would never feel cool, forever stuck in a hot and irritable state. Klein found the mystical item only okay, and since the price could be close to £2,000, he was unable to afford it, even if he had sold the briber formula. Therefore, he planned to wait a few days. If Miss Magician and the lady with the artisan backing her couldn't find something better, then he would cash out the formula and buy the brooch. Okay, I'll give you the information no later than tomorrow. Furs had confirmed that Mr. A would be hosting a gathering that very night, but she had given herself another day for any unexpected outcomes. When the conversation was over, Alger looked around and said, as if he had already prepared a draft, I recently took on an investigative mission. I'm not sure if you have any relevant leads. In the past 2 to 3 years, many original native tribes in the southern continent have been plundered and all their people were taken away. In the various colonies on the islands at sea, some slaves have also mysteriously escaped. Such situations have not happened in a long time since the countries of the northern continent abolished the slave trade. Have you all heard anything that's relevant? His eyes swept over Justice, the magician, and the world, but he didn't look at the sun. How could a boy trapped in the city of silver inside the forsaken land of God know about what was happening outside? Audrey carefully recalled the conversation she had heard at the many noble gatherings, but after a while she said, No, I've never even heard of such a thing. The magician and the world shook their heads. Is this indicating that slave trading in the black market is flourishing again? Why would they need so many slaves? Klein sat at the end of the long bronze table and thought about the matter suspiciously. Seeing that no one could provide any clues and how Mr. Fool showed no interest whatsoever by not interrupting, he said without changing his expression, You can attempt to seek out the formula for Wind Blessed. I will provide you with payment that would absolutely be enough to satisfy you. The formula for the Wind Blessed? He's almost done digesting the potion of the seafarer. Klein activated his spirit vision and glanced at the hangman. Sure enough, he found that the surface layer of his astral projection was not only pure blue like the sea, but also had slight ripples, as if slowly undulating. If I do the math, it took Mr. Hangman nearly 4 months to digest the seafarer potion. He's often at sea. Audrey also made a judgment based on what she had observed. Another point that Furs paid more attention to was that Mr. Hangman was likely a Sequence 7. A mid-sequence beyonder, she nodded indiscernibly and said to herself. After the hangman finished announcing his mission, Derek raised his hand and said with some apprehension, I've been assigned to go on a mission. I will be heading to the half-destroyed temple that I mentioned previously in the near future. Yes, the one related to the fallen creator. The leader responsible for this operation is Shepherd Elder Lovia. Do you have any suggestions? Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 342, The Old Fox Alger. Suggestions? My advice is to stay as far away as possible. Upon hearing the son's question, Klein instantly had such an answer in his mind. However, in order to preserve the image of the fool and see what the others would suggest, he remained silent and did not manipulate the world to speak. After a short moment of silence, Alger turned his head to look at the sun. He said in a staid and gentle voice, You have provided too little information, so it's difficult for us to give any useful advice. The only thing we know of regarding that semi-destroyed temple is the presence of the true creator, or in other words, the fallen creator's unique statue. We don't know what else is there, so naturally we aren't able to make much of an analysis of the situation. The fallen creator is indeed the true creator. To think that there's faith in the true creator in the city of silver, where the sun lives. There's even a temple built. The magician Furs listened with relish and almost wanted to write it down. Just as Audrey waited for the son's description of the strange temple in anticipation. Derek nodded, his eyes looking up for a few seconds before he said, In addition to the statue, there are also many incomplete murals with terrifying evil spirits lingering around. However, they have already been eliminated by the exploratory team led by 2 elders from the 6-member council. I've yet to see those murals with my own eyes. It's said that it records the prophecy of the end of days and how the fallen creator will save his believers, as well as the corresponding bloody ritual. In the corner of a certain mural, there are some strange characters that appear to have evolved from Jotun. After some deciphering, a few elders believe that they meant Rose Redemption. This might be a code name for the original muralist. It might also be the code name of the organization that built the temple and the city. According to the chief's judgment, these murals are at least 1,000 years old. The 1,000 years I'm referring to is the one that but I'm not completely sure. In the city of Silver, we use the frequency of lightning to demarcate our days. It's considered night when the lightning eases up and day when there's plenty of lightning. 1 cycle is a day, and the 4 seasons only exist in books, so we can't grasp the specific number of days. Only the chief can confirm that. At this point in the sun's story, Furs suspected that she was listening to a fairy tale. A city without the sun, without the red moon, without day and night or changes in the seasons, It sounded unreal, no matter how she listened to it. Only fairy tales or novels would make such daring descriptions. And the author has to smoke cannabis and be in a state of psychotic madness in order to create such a city. The first thought that came to her mind after her astonishment was, I want to use the City of Silver as a blueprint for a novel. However, she soon gave up on this idea, for she didn't know what the City of Silver really implied. She wasn't sure if it was a secret that was collectively concealed by the 7 churches, and she was afraid that as soon as the book was published, she, as the author, would have the Nighthawks knocking on her door, claiming to collect the copper pennies in her gas meter. So that's the kind of environment which the City of Silver has. The sun also often mentions monsters lurking deep in the darkness. Unfortunately, I'm only at sequence 8. Otherwise, I would really like to ask Mr. Fool to send me there for an adventure. No, Audrey, you are no longer an innocent girl. You should be aware of how much danger is involved in this matter. Just as Audrey switched between letting her thoughts run wild while also engaging in self-reflection. At least 1,000 years? The Aurora Order hasn't been in existence for more than 3 centuries. It might not even be 2 centuries old. It's unlikely to be built by them. Perhaps the true creator's faith had begun as early as the 5th epoch, or even the 4th epoch. However, the organization that revered him wasn't the Aurora Order. In the next 1 to 2,000 years, the 7 Orthodox churches have been repressing it, causing the true creator's believers to be in a crisis. The churches have destroyed them again and again, and finally, they had resurrected themselves as the Aurora Order. Klein, who had some guesses, made his seating posture and state appear unchanged. Derek paused for 2 seconds and continued, a preliminary clean-up of the terrifying monsters in the city ruins and the half-destroyed temple has been done. Our mission this time is to explore the underground parts of the temple. Do you have any suggestions? With your understanding of the fallen creator, what should I pay attention to? My suggestion, Alger said without almost any hesitation. My advice is absolutely not to go. The fallen creator is a true evil god. Even if his temple has been destroyed, it might still contain abnormal danger, which cannot be easily detected. If the one leading your team is one of the other elders of the 6-member council, then there's nothing wrong if you insist on going. It will just be risky. But you just mentioned that the person in charge of this matter is Shepherd Lovia, and the true creator is the deity standing at the peak of this beyonder pathway. Therefore, absolutely do not go, Alger added. Your suggestion is the same as mine, but it doesn't require the sun to describe the half-destroyed temple. You could have come up with this conclusion with the conditions at the beginning. I understand. Mr. Hangman, you were doing it on purpose. This way, you get a rough idea of the state of the temple without paying anything. You're really just bullying a little kid. Sitting at the end of the table, Klein leisurely reached out his hand to support his forehead. The sun was silent for a few seconds, and seemingly having been put in a tough spot, he said, but the mission is compulsory. The hanged man chuckled and said, nothing is necessary. Will you still be participating in patrols before this mission? Find an opportunity and deliberately let the monsters injure you. As for how serious it should be, you can reference the past cases in the City of Silver. At this moment, Audrey read a message from Sun's eyes and movements. That actually works. After a brief period of surprise and confusion, Derek frowned and said, but I don't have any patrolling missions in the near future. Alger sneered. You can always pretend to be on the brink of losing control. No, to be precise, you can push yourself to the brink of losing control. Under such a situation, I believe the higher-ups of the City of Silver would definitely not bring dangerous baggage with them on the exploratory mission, right? There is a trick. As long as you keep your spirituality in an empty state for 2 days, you will begin to hear auditory hallucinations and show signs of losing control. If you stop suppressing yourself, then your situation will improve in a week, and you won't really lose control. Of course, your City of Silver definitely has some solutions and contingencies to cure those who show signs of losing control. Your recovery would definitely be quick, so you need to time yourself perfectly. It's best if you start doing so 2 to 3 days before you set off. Derek was stunned for quite a while before he muttered to himself. Yes, those who show signs of losing control will be placed under control and be quarantined underground in the spire, where they will be treated with medicine, rituals, and mystical items. If the situation isn't too serious, then they only need to consume medicine. Sigh, an honest and good kid has been corrupted by an old fox just like that. But, Mr. Hangman, how do you know of this trick of pushing yourself to the brink of losing control? If you use this trick often, losing control might really happen. Klein sighed in his heart. Audrey was dumbstruck when she heard this. She felt as though she'd been educated. Seeing that the son was still hesitating as though he didn't wish to lie to the City of Silver's elders, Alger slowly asked, do the other elders of the 6-member council know that the fallen creator controls the shepherd pathway? They don't. Derek shook his head honestly. Alger asked again, "Do you think it's possible that Shepherd Elder Lovia will do harm to the City of Silver? Just answer yes or no. There's no need for any explanations." Yes. Derek finally couldn't lie to himself. Alger chuckled and said, "So you are the only one who knows of this matter, but you haven't found a way to warn the other elders of the six-member council, right?" Yes. Derek's expression grew heavier. Alger changed his seating posture as he leaned back. "This mission carries immense risk. This is something, you know. If you die in that half-destroyed temple, then who will be able to find a way to expose the strangeness of Shepherd Lovia? Who can save the City of Silver from this crisis? The fallen creator is a real evil god. You are not pretending to lose control or lying to others for your own personal interests. You are doing so to save the City of Silver. Comparing your honor to that, which is more important." Derek clenched his teeth and nodded solemnly. "I understand. Thank you, Mr. Hangman." Audrey and Furs suddenly had the urge to facepalm themselves. He really is an easily fooled child. However, that's good too. It prevents the Tarot Club from losing members in the near future. Klein sighed silently as he controlled the world to say, "I have a question to ask, Mr. Sun. This could involve a transaction. Therefore, I'm requesting a private exchange." Klein quickly switched back to himself and nodded indifferently. "Sure." After the others were screened, the world looked at the sun and asked, "Does the City of Silver have a way to remove an evil god's mental corruption on a Beyonder characteristic?" This was something Klein had wanted to ask a few times before, but considering that Justice and the others might also be interested, and if the sun was unable to answer questions that involved an evil god, then all eyes would likely be cast toward the godlike Mr. Fool. Therefore, he had restrained his impulse. It was only moments ago when he got inspiration from Miss Justice and came up with the idea of communicating privately. "We have never encountered an evil god," Derek answered earnestly. "We can only separate a rampager's mental corruption from a Beyonder characteristic. That's it. This might actually work. After all, I have the gray fog." Klein suppressed his joy and made the world speak. "What do you need in return?" "It's not a matter of compensation." Sun shook his head. "That method and the corresponding knowledge requires me to be at least the captain of a patrol team, or even a strong warrior like the captain of an exploratory team in order to be privy to such matters. The former requires a sequence 7, while the latter requires a minimum of sequence 6. Phew." Klein sighed, letting the world hoarsely say, "I hope that you can attain the qualifications as soon as possible." Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 343. By Oneself. After the private communication between the world and the sun, the Tarot Gathering began its free discussion session. Audrey asked with great interest about the unique scenery of the sea and of any strange happenings, while Alger gave selective descriptions according to his own knowledge. Furs listened quietly and was inspired to write a novel about a pirate king, of how he captures a female passenger and has a complex love affair with her, a fantasy that coexisted with reality. Derek could only imagine what the sea looked like based on the paintings in the City of Silver and the corresponding words. In the end, Klein, whose spirituality was gradually drained, announced the end of the Tarot Gathering, after which he quickly returned to the real world and made up for it with a nap. 7:30 at night. In Empressboro, inside a particular noble's house, Furs put on a hooded robe. After so many days, she was once again attending the gathering organized by Mr. A. She sat quietly in a corner, and whilst pretending to casually survey her surroundings, she noticed that Mr. A, who was sitting alone on the sofa, seemed a little different from before. This wasn't a change in appearance or temperament, because the other party's face was completely hidden in the shadow of his hood, preventing her from making out anything. The difference she felt was an almost intuitive feeling. Mr. A is no longer as carefree and indifferent as before, with him always looking at everyone in a supercilious manner. The current him seems to be very repressed, like he's trying his best to control something. He feels a lot more dangerous now. In the past, Mr. A was a mountain. Now he's more like a reared-up snake, sticking out its tongue vociferously. The best-selling writer Furs suddenly felt grateful that she had gotten Zio to come with her since she needed to hide matters about the Tarot Club and not let her know that she was looking for something in the Sun domain. This way, even if there are any accidents, my escape would be much easier. She rotated the bracelet, which only had 2 stones left. She was in no hurry to write down her request to hand over to the attendant. Instead, she patiently observed for a while. It wasn't that she was naturally cautious, but the lessons of the past had left her with deep impressions. The 2 stones on her bracelet were evidence of this. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, she finally picked up a piece of paper and a pen in front of her and wrote in deliberately distorted handwriting, seeking to buy mystical items or powerful Beyonder weapons in the Sun domain. After handing the note to the attendant, Furs looked around again, but she couldn't find the eternal blazing Sun believer, who had helped with the purification and exorcism ritual among the disguised or masked figures. Trades took place as the attendants shuttled about. The entire hall remained quiet and orderly. After an exchange in the middle of the gathering, Furza's request was added to the 2 chalkboards right in front. Not long after, she received a reply from the attendant. A small slip of white paper was filled with dense words. Mystical item, Band of Light ring. It can make the wearer an envoy of light, an attendant of the sun. They will be immune to various diseases and wield sacred powers. The wearer can summon blinding light and use several spells in the sun domain. It can purify all dead spirits in a 50-meter radius. It is the nemesis of such creatures. If the wearer is acknowledged by the ring, they will be enhanced. Otherwise, they will be weakened. The only problem is that if the wearer utilizes it too often, they will slowly become a believer of the eternal blazing sun and slowly defend the doctrines and praise the sun from the bottom of their hearts. If you wish to obtain it, then please pay me 9,000 in cash at once. I can wait for you to raise it. 9,000 pounds? Furza's mouth gaped open, as though the other party was robbing her. This was a huge amount of wealth that she wouldn't be able to borrow, even if she asked someone to lend it to her. Aside from the deposit for the assassination of the Intis ambassador, the amount of money she had seen so far combined had never been this high. A person with 9,000 pounds in cash was considered a tycoon, even in Backland. Although I know that mystical items are expensive, I never expected them to be this expensive. Does he plan on getting the 9,000 pounds and not participate in Beyonder gatherings anymore and leave the circle so as to enjoy life in peace? For a moment, she didn't dare to reply to the seller. She pretended that nothing had happened and listened for nearly 10 minutes, but when she received no additional response to relatively inexpensive Beyonder weapons, she got up and went to the washroom. After confirming that no one was around, she closed the toilet door and sat down on the toilet. She recited Mr. Fool's honorific name, told him in prayer about what had just happened, and asked him to pass it on to the world. Klein, who had heard the layered, illusory sounds, quickly went above the endless gray fog and gained a basic understanding of the situation. 9,000 pounds? He mouthed the number, his expression twisting slightly. After silently calculating the amount of money he could raise in a short period of time, he let out a breath, conjured the fake person, the world, and manipulated him to give a response. The negative effect of this mystical item is too serious. I do not wish to be a believer of the sun. You don't have to worry about this anymore. We'll transact using cash instead. Pay 450 pounds and you'll get the formula for Trickmaster. The moment he finished his sentence, he cut the connection. Watching as the world disappeared, he raised his hand to rub his forehead and muttered to himself, "Next, I'll have to see the information on what kind of items that barbarian lady can gather. Otherwise, I can only purchase that brooch from Eye of Wisdom." In the washroom, Furs let out a sigh of relief. She indicated that she would hold the sacrificial ritual as soon as she got back. It's a pity that I don't know the formula for now. Otherwise, I could take the opportunity to see if there are any Beyonder ingredients I need. She returned to the hall and focused on the information on the 2 blackboards. She didn't respond to the previous note, much less consider bargaining. Even if the seller was willing to discount it by 1,000 pounds, she wouldn't have the money or liquidity to buy it, and more importantly, she felt that Mr. World couldn't afford it either. She stayed until the end of the gathering, and because of Mr. A's changes, she didn't linger or talk to anyone. She quickly left the house. After more than 10 minutes, the gathering came to a complete end, leaving Mr. A and his attendants alone. Slowly, Mr. A got up and walked down the stairs to the basement. Suddenly, his knees buckled, and he fell to the ground, rolling down several steps. He was sprawled on the ground, and the shadow beneath him quickly turned scarlet red. His flesh and blood melted and mixed into the shadow, making it look like a brand new, skinless, monster-like person that had been separated from his body. Gasp, gasp. Mr. A's breathing gradually returned to normal as his taut body gradually relaxed. The blood and flesh that had separated flowed back once again. Everything returned back to normal. Mr. A crawled forward and knelt in the basement, once again confessing his sins while choking with sobs. He was confessing for his oversight from before, that he wasn't vigilant enough and caused the Lord's descent to fail. City of Silver, Derrickburg's house. He walked in silence a few times around a table, unable to make up his mind. His reasoning told him that Mr. Hangman's suggestion was the best one, but the faces of the other members participating in the mission kept flashing in his mind, and he felt that he had abandoned and betrayed them by pretending to lose control. Is there no way to save them? Should I find a chance to meet with the chief and tell him that the half-destroyed temple belongs to the fallen creator, who's an evil god that controls the shepherd pathway? That he should be careful of Elder Lovia and change the person responsible for the mission. But how should I explain where I got this information from? In their eyes, Mr. Fool would be the same as an evil god. Derek pulled his hair in frustration. The axe of Hurricane was placed in a position that was within reach of his hands. Every time a bolt of lightning streaked past the window, it emitted a faint light. Suddenly, Derek stopped and looked out into the darkness and into the dark sky. It was as if he had once again seen the state his parents were in before their deaths. He found the pain he had experienced when he stabbed his sword downwards. There's no time. I need to make preparations for the future so that I wouldn't be suspected for my discovery of that God being the fallen creator. As his expression distorted, he clenched his teeth and muttered to himself. He then suddenly left the side of the window and went back to the table. He began practicing the light suppliants beyond her powers to drain his spirituality as quickly as possible. In the Hall family's luxurious villa, in an art studio, Audrey leisurely smeared oil paint when she heard a rhythmic knock on the door. When her maidservant, Annie, opened the door, she saw that it was her mother, Countess Caitlin. Although this lady was close to 50 years old, she looked to be in her early 30s. She had blonde hair, green eyes, and a beautiful and graceful appearance, enough to attract the attention of most gentlemen. "Mother, is something the matter?" Audrey put down the items in her hand and stood up puzzled. The Countess looked at her daughter, who was even more beautiful than her younger self. She smiled and said, "I just attended a dinner party. Lady Della said that you're very interested in psychology and that you wanted to hire a tutor, didn't you?" "Yes, but I haven't decided yet," Audrey replied hesitantly on purpose, just like she usually did. How could the Countess not see through her daughter's thoughts? She smiled and said she recommended a psychiatrist named Escalante. "If you have no problem with that, I'll send someone to invite her to tutor you twice a week." "How about that?" "It's your decision." Audrey's smile blossomed bit by bit. "Mother, come and sit here. I'm lacking a beautiful model." On Tuesday morning, Klein confirmed through the Backlund Morning Post that Eye of Wisdom's gathering will be held tomorrow night. He was relieved as he was no longer worried that his acquisition of the items he needed wouldn't be in time for Miss Sharon's attack on the enemy. To celebrate the good news, he decided to take a day off at the Quelaag Club. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 344. Spending lavishly. Underground shooting range of the Quelaag Club. When he was done shooting, Klein meticulously serviced his free revolver and adjusted the ratio of purifying bullets, demon hunting bullets, and exorcism bullets to 3 to 1 to 1. Phew. He exhaled, put away the revolver, tidied his coat, and slowly walked back to the hall on the first floor. He had already heard from the attendant that the dish that was in limited supply today was pan-fried dragonbone fish. As soon as he entered the buffet cafeteria, Klein saw an acquaintance, Talon Dumont, the equestrian teacher from an abject noble family with short brown curls. He was eating his lunch with unfocused eyes. Klein carried his plate over, sat down, and greeted him. Talon turned his head and glanced at him. His lips quivered a few times, and after 3 or 4 seconds of silence, he finally opened his mouth and mumbled, "Sherlock, do you know rare people who have strange abilities and are very powerful?" "Yes, the one in front of you is one." Klein's eyebrows twitched. He didn't give a direct answer. "What do you want to do?" Talon opened his mouth but said nothing. With a solemn expression, he thought for a while before he squeezed out a smile and said, "It's nothing. I was just asking out of curiosity." He had asked what should a person do if he fell in love with someone he shouldn't have the last time, and this time he's asking if I know of anyone with strange abilities. Is he trying to get rid of the other party and completely sever his friend's fantasies? Who's worth the risk? Hiring a killer is equivalent to murder. Klein mumbled silently, cut a piece of the fish without any fine bones, and stuffed it into his mouth. Talon drew a breath, finished the food from his plate quickly, and wiped his mouth with a napkin. He seemed to return to normal as he said with a smile, "Mike wants to hire you for a few days to be his bodyguard." "Mike Joseph? The reporter from the Daily Observer? I remember his performance at the Golden Rose was rather brilliant." Klein chuckled. "What does Mike want to do now?" Talon spread out his hands and said, "I'm not sure. He just casually mentioned this matter. It seems to have something to do with an interview. He said that he will visit you the day after tomorrow. I hope you have the time to accept this commission." "I can't be sure." Klein, who didn't know the details, didn't give an affirmative answer. At that moment, he heard a series of illusory pleas from a woman. "Miss Magician? Is she prepared to sacrifice the money in exchange for the formula?" Klein picked up his speed and finished the rest of his food. Then he downed the black tea and went to the reception desk to get the attendant to open a lounge for him. After sealing the room with a wall of spirituality, he went above the gray fog and found that his judgment was correct. Miss Magician was requesting to hold the sacrificial ritual. The reason for her delay was that she only had 370 pounds on her, and she had to go to the bank to withdraw some of her savings. After a series of maneuvering, she saw the 450 pounds vanish into the illusionary door and an additional formula appeared in her mind. Sequence 8 Trickmaster. Main ingredients: stomach pouch of a spirit eater, 20 milliliters of a deep sea marlin's blood. Supplementary ingredients: 5 milliliters of essential oils made from hornbeam, 10 grams of string grass powder, a blossoming red chestnut flower, 80 milliliters of pure water. I've finally obtained it. It's been years. First couldn't help pacing back and forth, feeling overjoyed and proud. Then, not feeling at ease, she took out a pen and a piece of paper, recording down the formula so that she wouldn't forget it and end up having to trouble Mr. Fool. If I don't meet someone who doesn't know the market well, then the main ingredient is at least 300 pounds, and I only have 430 pounds left. I still need to work hard to earn more money. I'm going to write a new book. Furs suddenly felt that she was brimming with motivation. She was no longer the procrastinator she had been before. 5 minutes to 8 on a Wednesday evening, carrying all his savings, Klein entered the house where the gathering organized by Eye of Wisdom was held. He was wearing a black robe, with a hood over his face and an iron mask. 1,674 pounds in cash and 5 gold coins. This is the new peak of my wealth. I wonder how much will remain after this gathering. Klein entered the living room and scanned the room with the help of the candle's flickering light. The apothecary didn't come. Is he caught up with something? Klein frowned slightly and sat in the same position as he did the previous time. After a few minutes, Eye of Wisdom clapped his hands and said, "Let's begin." Before he could finish his sentence, someone impatiently spoke up. It was the heavily shrouded lady who seemed to have an artisan backing her. She suppressed her voice and asked, "Is the friend who wanted to sell the briber formula last time here?" "I'm here," Klein answered simply. The lady heaved a sigh of relief, pushed her iron mask down, and said, "This time there's a Beyonder weapon that you need. Of course, you can also choose cash." "What's the Beyonder weapon?" Klein suppressed the eagerness in his heart. The lady organized her words and said, "This is a whip woven from the feathers of the holy sunbird. You can usually disguise it as a belt. When used, it will be covered with pure, holy flames of light. Any undead monsters that are whipped by it will suffer great damage, and the weaker ones would even be directly obliterated. It can also be used to soak in liquids to create sun-holy water, but that would reduce the spirituality's durability. Every use will decrease its durability by a month. Currently, it has 13 months of effective durability. If you are willing, you can exchange it for the briber formula without paying any additional cash. Holy sunbird. It's not the sun divine bird. If it's the latter's feathers, I'll take it. Of course, only tail feathers would do. They can be used to concoct the Sequence 4's unshadowed potion." Klein was quite satisfied with the weapon itself, but the problem was that it could only be used for 13 months. Every time he made sun-holy water, the durability would be reduced by a month. In time, he would have to replenish it with something similar. With this in mind, he turned to look at the Seed of Honor. "Mr. Eye of Wisdom, can you describe in detail the brooch you introduced last time?" "Oh, write it down on paper and indicate the price that would satisfy you." He was afraid that the others would be interested in the brooch and thus raise the price, so he decided at the last second to get Eye of Wisdom to write it down. "All right." Eye of Wisdom laughed and asked an attendant to bring him a pen and paper. While he was writing, the members of the gathering continued their trade. There were even some who were tempted as they asked about the price of the whip, only to receive an answer to wait. After a while, the Eye of Wisdom finished writing the introduction and passed it to Klein through the attendant. When Klein unrolled it, he saw that the words on the paper were written in print, preventing him from noticing anything special about them. Very careful. He started to read carefully. Sun brooch. It can also be called Midsummer, and it is considered a relatively weaker Grade 2 sealed artifact. With it acting as a center, it will fill a 10-meter radius with pure and warm energy. Normal people will not be able to sense it, but undead spirits and monsters will suffer constant damage, and they will quickly evaporate like a pool of water under a blazing fireball. Even wraiths and shadows will suffer the same fate, albeit lasting a little longer. In such an environment, the strength of powerful undead creatures will be significantly weakened. It will be very difficult for the wearer to be possessed or corrupted by evil spirits or monsters. Allows use of spells such as Holy Light Summoning, Holy Water Creation, Fire of Light, Cleave of Purification, Horror Immunity, Holy Oath, and Sun Halo. The downside is that, as long as you carry it, you will never be able to feel cool. You will always be experiencing a terrible heat. Young man, don't underestimate this state. The hot and irritated, you will slowly step into the abyss of losing control. I will only sell it for 2,000 pounds. Don't try to bargain. As you know, I'm not too sure of money, and I'm a collector. It's much stronger than I imagined. Eye of Wisdom had been very vague the last time. Klein's heart skipped a beat. After a few seconds of thought, he looked over at the woman with the artisan backing her. 900 pounds in cash. The average price for a Sequence 7 potion formula was around 800 pounds. Deal, the lady answered without hesitation. If I had known, I would have offered 1,000 pounds. Klein forced a smile. He was a man of his word, and without reneging his offer, he exchanged his prepared formula for 900 pounds in cash. In an instant, his wealth soared to 2,574 pounds. It was enough to make a bachelor man live a pretty good life for the rest of his life. After Eye of Wisdom's appraisal, the lady looked at the formula once more in satisfaction. Sequence 7, Briber. Main ingredients: 1 weeping infant flower, strange-faced cannabis crystal. Supplementary ingredients: 5 drops of golden jimsonweed juice, 5 drops of black jimsonweed juice, 4 drops of fantasy grass essential oil, 80 milliliters of red wine. After completing the transaction, Klein drew a deep breath, looked at Eye of Wisdom, and solemnly said, 2,000 pounds. I want that sun brooch. Eye of Wisdom chuckled and said, to be honest, I really don't wish to sell it, but since I have 2-081, sun brooch isn't necessary to me. Besides, I have already named my price, and reneging isn't my style. Wait 3 minutes for me. I'll get the sun brooch. All right, Klein replied, feeling both expectant and also feeling the pinch. At this point, the Beyonders in the activity room cast their gazes on him. A deal of 2,000 pounds rarely appeared at this level of ordinary gatherings, perhaps not even once in a year or two. Klein could feel the greed and covetous feelings in their eyes. After a short silence, the transactions continued until Eye of Wisdom returned. In his open palm lay a dark golden brooch shaped like a sunbird. It was obvious that the Eye of Wisdom had some sweat on his face. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 345, Sun Brooch. You can confirm it before you pay. The hooded Eye of Wisdom walked directly to Klein and handed the dark golden brooch to him. Very generous. Klein reached out to take it, but before he could examine it closely, he felt his surroundings become very hot. Even the wind felt as if it had been ignited. Once it entered his nose, it would spread to his lungs. At this moment, he seemed to have left the cold and humid backland, finding himself in the desert and wilderness, right in the middle of the northern continent. Hanging above him was the sun that radiated endless light and heat, and in his surroundings was the extremely dry and boundless yellow sand. Phew, it makes me want to eat ice cream. Sweat slowly seeped out of Klein's forehead, but under the iron mask, the liquid couldn't fall freely. It could only stick on the spot. Through direct contact, he could feel the pure and warm power radiating out, but the Beyonders around him were not affected in the slightest. After fixing the brooch in place, Klein released his spirituality and infused it into the dark golden surface. With a boom, he saw the sky filled with dancing dots of pure gold light as he received a great deal of information. This included how to use some of the spells in the sun domain with the help of the brooch. Most important of all were the tricks to injecting spirituality and the corresponding activation incantations. One of them included providing the brooch with 2 seconds of spirituality, allowing it to summon a holy beam of light that descended from the sky to purify the undead and inflict certain damage on other targets. A continuous supply of spirituality for 5 seconds, together with the use of the word sun in ancient Hermes, would create a small amount of sun holy water, which would exorcise evil spirits, drive away the cold, and purify wraiths. In addition to the difference between strength and time intervals, the other corresponding spells could be cast as well. Fire of Light was a sacred, concentrated flame that suddenly appeared out of thin air via mere thought. Cleave of Purification was an effective attack against wraiths, and it could also be used to augment bullets. Horror Immunity allowed the wearer to no longer feel fear. Holy Oath was used to temporarily strengthen one's strength, agility, fire damage, and holy damage via chanting the corresponding ancient Hermes term. Sun Halo targeted comrades who were within 20 meters of him. It could effectively boost their courage and purify the evil energies within their bodies. Not bad. Other than not being strange enough, it doesn't have too many flaws. It complements my magician abilities nicely. It's just a little hot. Klein's mind was filled with fantasies about himself in short-sleeved clothes. He rolled up his robe, took out a stack of bills from his inside pocket. Together with the 900 pounds he had just received from the lady with the artisan backing her, he counted 2,000 pounds in cash before handing it to Eye of Wisdom's attendant. After counting thrice and finally confirming that there was no mistake, Klein looked at his rapidly shrinking wallet, feeling both happy and sad at the same time. The money he had painstakingly saved had been reduced to 574 pounds and 5 gold coins. However, he also obtained his second mystical item. The number of side effects was obviously fewer than the master key. It was a mystical item which was more outstanding, the sun brooch. The only drawback is it's just too hot. Klein reached out and touched his iron mask, and he nearly took it off to start using it to fan himself. With the reduction of his funds, Klein stopped considering the notion of purchasing anything else. He just sat there quietly, listening until the end of the gathering. Stimulated by the massive deal of £2,000, the gathering that night was relatively lively. For example, the whip woven from the feathers of the holy sunbird was sold for £850. Eye of Wisdom also made several purchases, buying an ancient book and a bee-under ingredient. When the gathering ended, Eye of Wisdom surveyed the room and looked at Klein. He said with a chuckle, "You shall be the first to leave. Is he afraid that someone will rob me?" Klein thanked him sincerely and walked out of the living room under the guidance of the attendant. He then impatiently took off his hooded robe and iron mask. He had already tried to use his spirituality to wrap and seal the sun brooch. It prevented it from constantly purifying the surroundings and prevented its existence from being discovered by other beyonders. However, the negative effects couldn't be weakened unless it was not on his person. In order to ensure my mental health, I should only use it only when necessary. I can usually rely on purifying bullets and exorcism bullets. Klein left the gathering venue and took a long detour before arriving outside the Bravehearts bar. He entered, circled the area, and quickly came out again and hired a carriage. Unsurprisingly, he quickly saw a figure in a black regal dress outline itself opposite him. Sharon's appearance had not changed at all. She asked in an ethereal voice, "Are you done with your preparations?" "Yes, you can choose the ambush location and time. Notify me once you have confirmed the details." Klein nodded calmly. Sharon looked at him and said, "Okay." Seeing that she was about to disappear, Klein added, "Have Caspers prepare a box of explosives and bury them all over the planned battlefield." Sharon was silent for 2 seconds before she said, "Steve is also a demolition expert." "No, my main purpose is not to blast anyone apart." Klein smiled. "I just want to put on some fireworks." Sharon stared at him for a few seconds, then she nodded. Witnessing her figure fading rapidly, Klein leaned back against the wall and opened the window, letting the bone-piercing wind in, but he still felt hot. "Back on Earth, I hated summer the most. I like ice pops, ice cream, cold drinks, watermelons." As he mumbled, Klein reached into his pocket and held the sun brooch. "This is a mystical item worth £2,000. Returning to Mint Street, Klein walked slowly along the road lined with trees to Unit 15. When he passed Lawyer Jurgen's house, he subconsciously looked inside and saw the gas lamp with a slightly blue glow. "There's someone home." Klein laughed as he sighed, his forehead constantly beaded with sweat. Early the next day, on a Thursday morning, Klein had just come out of the bathroom with a newspaper in hand when he heard the doorbell ring. "Who is it?" "Right, Talum mentioned that reporter Mike Joseph will be coming to me today." Amid the tinkling bells, Klein came to the door and reached for the handle. The image of the visitor naturally appeared in his mind. He was about 30 years old, with a black tweed coat and a matching half-top hat. He had sparse eyebrows, charming blue eyes, and a handsome mustache, but his skin was rather rough. He was none other than the reporter from the Daily Observer, Mike Joseph. "Good morning, Mike. Talum told me about you." Klein opened the door and greeted him. He hadn't hesitated to throw the sun brooch above the gray fog. Mike Joseph pulled his bow tie and said, "Sorry for disturbing you so early, but I have matters to deal with later." "I understand," Klein said politely. "Have you had breakfast? Would you like to try my toast?" Mike suddenly smiled. "I'm so sorry. That would be so nice of you. If it's possible, could I also have a cup of hot coffee?" "Milk would do too. I noticed that you ordered fresh milk." "All right." Klein smiled in response. He busied himself with the toast, poured the milk, took out a tin of butter, and sat down eating without a word. Across from him, Mike was enjoying his breakfast without restraint, oblivious to the silence. "Phew." Klein exhaled and put down his cup. "Mike, you wanted to hire me to protect you?" Mike set his knife and fork down slowly and took a mouthful of milk. "Yes, about 2 days, Friday and Saturday, maybe even Sunday morning." "Who wants to hurt you?" Klein asked in deliberation. Mike chuckled and said, "No, this is just a form of proactive self-protection. The editor of the newspaper arranged for me to do an investigation in Eastborough, the dock area, and the factory district. It's said that it's sponsored by some church or aristocrat. As you know, gangs run rampant in Eastborough. There are thugs everywhere, and there are people who are willing to betray their conscience just to scrounge a meal. I need a bodyguard who is good at fighting and shooting. And most private detectives have certain connections in Eastborough, don't they? I don't. I rely on mysticism to crack cases, no deduction." Klein thought for a moment and said, "But I might not have the time in the next few days. I have to see when Miss Sharon will be taking action." Mike cleared his throat and said, "I've already applied for £10. This protection mission will amount to £10, even if nothing happens." Klein let out a soft chuckle. Mike, I'm serious. Tomorrow at this time, come after breakfast to look for me. If I have availed myself, I will take this commission. If I'm really busy, then I will introduce you to other detectives. They're also good at fighting and shooting. For example, Stewart or Kaslana. 2 names flashed through his mind. Mike finished the remaining toast and said, that wouldn't be an issue. After breakfast, Klein watched the journalist leave his home and admired the sights of the freezing rain outside through the oriel window, the passing carriages and pedestrians, the dark sky, and the colorful umbrellas. Finally, a normal mission. It neither involves beyonders, nor does it have anything to do with finding cats and catching adulterers. It's a pity that it isn't a commission regarding a murder case or something like that. Otherwise, I would be able to experience what it feels like to be a true detective. There is always only one truth one. Klein's thoughts wandered aimlessly as he felt an inexplicable sense of carefreeness. If not for the fact that he was still worried about the situation regarding Sharon and Merrick, he planned to relax completely, visit all kinds of museums, buy a ticket to a large theater, listen to a few operas and musicals, and enjoy the delicacies of the various nations that had gathered in Backlund City. Well, I'm a casual tourist, a lonely gourmet. Klein gave a self-deprecating laugh, turned around, and walked towards the sofa, intending to look through the newspapers he hadn't finished reading. Suddenly, he noticed that a slip of paper had appeared on the coffee table. The handwriting was elegant and reserved. Tonight at 10 o'clock. We'll meet at the back door of Braveheart's bar. Klein was stunned for a moment. He turned his head to look outside the window, sighed, and said, is it finally starting? Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 346. A Magician Before Going on Stage. 10 o'clock at night, in the alley by the back door of the Braveheart's bar. Like the previous time, Klein, in his black double-breasted frock coat and matching half-top hat, had merely circled the bar once before he walked to the nearest street as though he were on a stroll. Just as he walked out of the alley, a carriage stopped in front of him. Behind the glass window was Merrick's pair of brown eyes, which were still suppressing any signs of malicious intent. Klein pressed the top of his half-top hat and, holding the sturdy cane in his hand, calmly boarded the carriage as if he had hailed it himself. He sat down and straightened his bow tie like a gentleman attending a banquet. That outfit isn't suitable for battle. Merrick, who was wearing a white shirt, black vest, and tights, sized him up a few times and frowned. It was obvious that he still had some doubts regarding Klein's strength, but he had chosen to trust Sharon. Klein smiled casually and said, my beyonder powers are different from yours. Our fighting styles are different too. This type of clothing will not affect me negatively in any way. It even suits me very well. For example, it has a lot of pockets, and they can be used to store different items in different places, so as to avoid taking the wrong things when in a hurry and losing my life through such a laughable mistake. As he spoke, he took out the remaining 3 sedatives from a sewn concealed pocket. They were the special sedatives concocted by the apothecary. Just as he finished his sentence, a figure quickly outlined itself on a window of the carriage. A figure wearing a long black regal dress and a small soft hat. It was none other than the Sequence 5 Beyonder of the Mutant Pathway, Wraith Sharon. You explain too much. Sharon looked at Klein and said in an ethereal tone, not natural enough. I just wanted to get into the act. Klein laughed dryly and replied, probably it's because I'm a bit nervous. Without waiting for Sharon to speak again, he handed the 3 sedatives to Merrick. Find a chance to drink it yourself. I'm sure that you're more experienced than I am. You won't drink it too early or too late, much less drink too little or too much. Merrick looked at the sealed and transparent glass test tube, gently shaking the liquid inside and said, 2.5. Any more and I will really be sedated. I wouldn't do anything for a short period of time. Very good, Klein praised and turned to look at Sharon. Have you guys decided on the ambush spot? Sharon nodded. We're on the way there. She didn't directly reveal the intended location to Klein. Very prudent, very careful. Klein thought for a moment before asking, will you be hurt by purification? As a zombie, yes. Same when I'm in my spirit state, Sharon explained succinctly. In other words, when a Sequence 5 Wraith is still in their physical state, the purification effects wouldn't be effective. Klein thoughtfully asked, what about exorcism? What about demon hunting? As they were dealing with a beyonder of the same pathway, Sharon didn't hide anything from him. Demon hunting will deal damage to our bodies. Likewise for exorcism, to both our bodies and spiritual bodies. But it wouldn't be fatal. Klein curled his lips into a smile and exhaled. I understand. He pondered for a moment, and he asked again after some deliberation, do you feel the power of purification and exorcism now? No, Merrick replied hoarsely. Very good. This spirituality cage, modified from a wall of spirituality, is indeed able to isolate the effects of the sun brooch. However, I'm so hot. Klein secretly sighed and confirmed. Wraith Steve, Zombie Jason, and Werewolf Tyre. Do they have any other mystical items or beyonder weapons besides the Scarlet Lunar Corona? We don't know. Merrick pinched his glabella, looking a bit irritated. With a battle at hand, he couldn't help but be stirred by these emotions while suppressing his maliciousness and desires. Sharon listened silently and replied without any hints of discomposure. When influenced by the Scarlet Lunar Corona, Jason and Tyre will be in a rather fervent state. Even if they have mystical items, they would lack the reason to use them. Unless it's something passive, added Merrick. But to a werewolf, their claws are their beyonder weapons. It's the same for me, Tyre, and Jason. It can tear through steel and comes with venom. Klein's eyes darted about as he nodded. All right, I have no more questions. In the night with few pedestrians, the carriage sped across the streets, its wheels going over puddles of water from time to time, splattering fine dirt onto itself. After 10 minutes or so, Merrick had the zombie driver stop the carriage. Klein looked out through the glass window and saw a dark, dilapidated building. Not far away, the sound of running water could be heard. This is the West Ballam dock that has been abandoned for a year and is about to be rebuilt. Our planned ambush point will be around its warehouses, Merrick introduced. The abandoned West Ballam dock. If an accident were to really happen, the Tussock River would be the best escape route. According to my previous survey, there is a Lever Cathedral about 2 kilometers northwest of here, one belonging to the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery. Klein quickly recalled his surroundings. He disembarked from the carriage, tidied up his clothes in a leisurely manner, and with his cane in hand, followed Sharon and Merrick into the dock, which awaited renovations. After walking for about 5 minutes, they came to an open space surrounded by several warehouses. The soil here was dark brown, with withered weeds lying everywhere. A wooden chest quietly sat in a dark corner. Those are the explosives you asked for. Merrick pointed. Klein immediately nodded and said, Aren't you afraid that a tramp might steal them? My zombies are sleeping underground here. If anyone enters, they will scare that person away. Merrick pointed to a few other spots. Avoid them when you bury the explosives. No problem. Klein smiled and nodded before asking, Will my purification and exorcism effects hurt your guys? No, they are equivalent to corpses when in deep slumber, and there's also a thick layer of soil shielding them. Merrick gave an affirmative answer. After looking around, Sharon became talkative for once. Stay here and make your preparations. We'll go and lure the enemy over. It won't take more than 30 minutes. Please make use of the time. After you finish your preparations, hide in a warehouse. Don't be in a hurry to make your move. Make sure to be patient. No matter how dangerous the situation is, treat it as normal. When I become weak and the Scarlet Lunar Corona appears, you can use that eye to search for Steve and launch a sudden attack on him. I will also use my mystical item to compliment you. Klein listened attentively, chuckled, and said, A very simple plan. The simpler the plan, the more effective it is, Sharon calmly responded. Merrick pinched his forehead, shook his head, and said, Steve isn't a fool. If any problem arises in a complicated plan, it will lead to a complete disaster. After they finished their exchange, Sharon vanished and Merrick quickly departed from the dock. After watching them leave, Klein took out a small square metal box from his pocket. Its surface was covered in a thin film of spirituality. This was the spirituality cage that had been modified from a wall of spirituality. It could, to some extent, isolate the outside world from the effects of certain mystical items, but couldn't abate the negative effects they had on the possessor. Of course, sealed artifacts which were too powerful or too strange were definitely not something that a spirituality cage could deal with. They required a special sealing environment that was specially designed for it. 4 warehouses, overgrown with weeds. The ground is muddy from the rain earlier. Klein took out a piece of paper and shook it. But the paper quickly became taut and as hard as an iron plate. Klein held the note and dug a shallow hole in the middle of the open ground. He buried the small square iron box in his hand. There was only a thin layer of soil between it and the outside world. Next, he took out the explosives from the wooden box and buried them in different corners and in different warehouses. He buried the remaining explosive sticks near the center. After finishing all of this, he took out his revolver and adjusted the ratio of the bullets again, 3 purifying bullets and 2 exorcism bullets. Putting away the revolver in his underarm holster, Klein tidied his clothes, walked to a gap between 2 warehouses, and threw a paper figurine there, right above some buried explosives. He examined his surroundings again, and then he took out another square metal box. He removed the spirituality cage on its surface and took out the dark golden sunbird-shaped brooch, solemnly wearing it on his left chest. Phew. Klein let out a breath, left the place, circled the exterior, threw out some inconspicuous items, and burned away the used piece of paper. When he returned, he climbed to the top of one of the warehouses and hid in the shadows. Reaching out his hand, he counted and confirmed the various charms, extract, and herbal powders. He touched the iron cigar case and snapped his fingers. The paper figurine he had left between the two warehouses stood up and transformed into a gentleman wearing a black double-breasted frock coat, a silk half-top hat, and was holding a hard cane. The gentleman's position was rather remote and hidden, making it difficult for anyone who came in from the outside to notice him. With his stand-in present, Klein's figure disappeared from where he stood. However, his vision wasn't affected in any way, and he could clearly see the road that led to the clearing. Even though he had made preparations and had experienced many battles, Klein was still a bit afraid and nervous at that very moment. No matter how good a performance was, it could still be seen through. Furthermore, the enemy was a Sequence 5 wielding a mystical item. There is also a Sequence 6 and Sequence 7. Is this the state every magician is in before he goes on stage? Klein took a silent breath, suppressing his emotions and the heat of his body. That night, the crimson moon was constantly obscured by the clouds, and there was only a glimmer of light in the clearing. Before long, Klein saw 3 figures rapidly approaching. One in front, one in the middle, and one at the back. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 347, Zombie and Werewolf. Running ahead of the group was Merrick. His disheveled hair was completely blown back by the wind, and his expression was twisted and hideous. He was even faster than a steam locomotive at its peak speed. With a whoosh, he arrived at the entrance to the clearing. But even so, he was still unable to escape from his pursuers. The closest figure to him was a man who had the same pale complexion as himself, with indistinct dark patches on his face, as if they were healing marks from rotting wounds. The malice in his eyes was completely undisguised and unrestrained. He looked more like a zombie who was craving fresh flesh rather than a human being, and Klein guessed that he was Jason, a Sequence 6. The distance between Jason and Merrick remained within 7 or 8 meters, sometimes lengthening, sometimes shortening. This repeated again and again as they ventured back and forth. More than 10 meters behind them, a figure was left far behind. It was a thin but muscular man. His hair was shaved very short, and his hair stood erect like spikes. As he swung his arms, the tip of his palms flashed with a metallic light, reflecting the weak crimson moonlight. Those were black fingernails which were as long as daggers. Werewolf Tyre. Klein chanted the person's sequence and name silently. In his mind, the wall that was splashed with blood appeared in his mind. It was a scene with intestines and limbs splattered all over the ground. Tap, tap, top. Merrick used all his strength as he ran, while Jason gritted his teeth and ran as fast as he could. At some point, the heel-dark spots on his face began to swell, as if some sort of rotten liquid was about to ooze out. The two of them left the puddles of water and moist soil that were turning into white frost in their wake. The withered weeds were lifted up by the wind created by the two of them. As they slowly fell down, they began to rot and decay at a speed visible to the naked eye. Suddenly, a pale hand reached out of the frosted soil and accurately grabbed Jason's ankle. Bah! Jason twisted his body and forcefully kicked out, breaking the hand's wrist and sending it flying. The remaining stump's flesh and blood had long since rot, and white maggots struggled to squirm outwards. Merrick stopped, pinched his lips with his right hand, and let out a shrill whistle. Bang, bang, bang. The soil in different parts of the clearing were lifted, and the expressionless corpses sat up. At the same time, a chilly wind suddenly swirled. Countless transparent shadows seemed to have caught the scent of a bloody feast, and none of them wanted to fall behind as they rushed towards Jason. Some pulled his arms, some pulled his calves, and some even hugged his head. Jason stopped and grunted. The shadows flew out, one after another. Some of them screamed miserably and disappeared, while others stayed in their original spots, lost. At almost the same time, Merrick and Jason both raised their right hands, thumbs held up beside their forefingers, with their index fingers aiming at each other. Silently, the air between them exploded as black wisps of air billowed upwards. Merrick took a step back, and a few strands of his disheveled hair withered in a blink of an eye and fluttered to the ground. Merrick, you're still so weak. You still don't understand how to use the power of desire, Jason said with a low, hoarse laugh. At this moment, Werewolf Tyre had already arrived at his side. As for Steve, the Sequence 5 Beyonder in charge of the operation, was nowhere to be found. Don't be in such a hurry to finish off Merrick. Wait for Sharon to come and save him. Lord Steve is about to arrive, Werewolf Tyre whispered to Jason. He then extended his bright red tongue and licked his lips. I wonder what Sharon will look like when she has her clothes off. Before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly saw Jason turn his head. His face was deathly pale, and there were two identical figures in his eyes. Black regal dress, light blonde hair, exquisite face, and pale skin. Bah! He struck out with both palms and gripped Werewolf Tyre's neck. The creaking sound of bones giving way sounded out. Wraith Sharon had attacked. Tyre inhaled sharply, making his neck bulge like a water pipe. It grew strands of stiff black hair and briefly resisted the force that would snap his windpipe and neck. His eyes gradually rolled backward, showing its whites as his red tongue hung out and sticky saliva drooled down his lips. However, his right hand had accurately reached into his pocket. He had cracked a preset spirituality seal. The empty clearing, together with the warehouses, suddenly lit up as crimson moonlight filled the entire area. Jason's grip on Werewolf Tyre's neck began to weaken, and a figure in a small, soft hat appeared behind him. Tyre's face broke into a smile that was both smug and cruel. His right hand took out a miniature full moon from his pocket, a crimson full moon. It was a dark red accessory that constantly emitted a serene luster. Shaped like a full moon, it had crimson rubies embedded along its circumference. In the middle was a symbol that symbolized the moon, as well as many other mysterious labels. Sharon narrowed her eyes instinctively and retreated 2 steps back. Her incorporeality slowly receded. Her legs no longer seemed capable of supporting her weight. She fell limply to the ground, her black and complicated regal dress stained with dust and mud. Werewolf Tyre raised the palm-sized round accessory high up into the air, laughing as he gasped for breath. Lord Steve was right. You would definitely attempt to counterattack. And Sharon, your target for possession would definitely be Jason, whose sequence is higher than mine. Therefore, the Scarlet Lunar Corona was given to me. Guess, where is he now? This isn't as Sharon had expected. It seems like I can only choose the best opportunity to strike myself. Klein frowned as he heard this, and he forcefully suppressed the anxiety in his heart. At this point, Werewolf Tyre was in no hurry to attack. He knew that the longer the effects of the Scarlet Lunar Corona lasted, the weaker Sharon would become, and the more Merrick would be in pain. In Jason's cold eyes, which usually had a hint of savagery and madness, there was no longer any rationality in them left. He was also affected by the Scarlet Lunar Corona, but he was used to indulging in his desires, so he didn't feel any pain. Instead, he felt a thirst for the fresh flesh before his eyes. Gasp! Jason let out a low, inhuman growl from his throat. His exposed skin and hair turned white. At that moment, Sharon raised her arms with difficulty and used her left hand to remove the black glove that she wore on her right palm. Jason happened to lunge at her, and a thin layer of ice covered the soil around her. Suddenly, endless rays of light burst forth from Sharon's palm. As they fed on Sharon's spirituality, they interweaved in front of the doll-like lady to form a bronze door, which was covered with mysterious patterns and filled with an indescribable smell. The door swung open with a creak, and a crack appeared. From the crack, pairs of pale or transparent hands or arms covered in teeth or bloody, skinless arms stretched out, crossed the void, and grabbed zombie Jason. Indescribable pairs of eyes were hidden in the darkness behind the door, quietly watching the prey in front of them. Before he could even react, Jason was grabbed by the arms, and he was entangled by smooth and incorporeal tentacles. These tentacles were dark green vines that had countless baby faces protruding out. These strange entities were crying and laughing as they tried to drag zombie Jason behind the door. Even though his thoughts were completely controlled by his bloodlust and the urge to kill, Jason instinctively felt afraid. Gasp! The sound from his throat suddenly intensified, and layers of frost immediately appeared on the worrisome-looking arm. The baby faces that protruded out of the dark green vines emitted painful groans as they continuously dripped with decayed, turbid, yellow liquid. The pulling force abated, but it did not disappear. Jason kept directing ghosts to interfere, but it was like throwing a stone into the sea. Even when he tried to use spells from Death's domain, they failed to deliver any striking results. His body began moving uncontrollably towards the crack of the illusory, mysterious door. Occasionally, he would manage to struggle and retreat a little. As he had taken a sedative in advance, Merrick was not completely taken down by the pain. Taking advantage of this, he took out the last 2 sedatives, broke the bottle with a snap, and drank 1.5 glasses in one go. The suppressed malice in his eyes weakened, and his twisted expression returned to normal. He swept his gaze at Werewolf Tyre. At the same time, with a swoosh, Tyre's thin but muscular body disappeared and reappeared more than 10 meters away. As his figure began outlining itself, an illusory image was left behind. A black aura that seemed to be alive rose up from the ground, pierced through the remnant images, and disappeared with a flicker. Tyre hadn't used Blink, as his sequence didn't have the corresponding Beyonder powers to do so. He had relied on the Scarlet Lunar Corona to push him to his maximum speed, the speed at which he moved at produced after images. At that moment, Klein, who was hiding in the shadows at the top of the warehouse, also reached into his pocket with his left hand, touching the iron cigar case. He removed its surface spirituality cage and gently opened the case. He was sure that Wraith Steve had already arrived at the scene. Otherwise, Jason definitely would have been dragged behind the terrible door if the deadlock continued. As for Werewolf Tyre, despite being augmented by the Scarlet Lunar Corona, he was unable to instantly finish Merrick off. When Sharon aimed the door of mysteries at the werewolf, the Scarlet Lunar Corona would end up changing owners. As soon as Klein's fingers touched the all-black eye inside the metal cigar case, his mind filled with crazy, foul, and terrifying ravings. There were terrifying ravings that made his blood vessels bulge. He felt as though his eyes were cracking, and his head could explode at any moment. And in the midst of these ravings, Klein saw strange, mysterious, and illusory black threads. They were divided into groups, some of them extending to Sharon's body, some of them from Werewolf Tyre. They intertwined with each other without entangling themselves as they extended into the void. Among them, many of the black lines came from a spot not far away from Merrick, and they didn't overlap. Wraith Steve. He wants to possess Merrick. With a thought, Klein retracted his left hand. Instead of drawing his gun to shoot, he snapped his fingers without making much of a sound. Boom. An explosion suddenly occurred between the two warehouses. The raging flames and heat caused a figure wearing a black double-breasted frock coat to float out. After catching the attention of the others, Klein quickly drew his gun and pulled the trigger at the spot he remembered. At the same time, the dark golden sunbird brooch on his chest flashed with a ray of light. He added cleave of purification to the purifying bullet. Bang! The bullet shot out with a faint golden beam of light. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 348. Terrifying Wraith. A faint golden stream of light flashed past, hitting what seemed like an empty space. However, resplendent flames suddenly rose up from that spot, rapidly forming a silhouette who was wearing a black tuxedo and a dark red cloak. The figure's left arm was burning with holy and pure flames as it continuously emitted faint black and green smoke, illuminating his pale face in dark green glow. It was a man in his 40s with oily hair that was neatly combed with meticulous attention. His eyes were dark and green, and while possessing no emotion, there were no signs of pain. Wraith Steve. He turned his head and looked maliciously at Klein, who was at the top of the warehouse. Klein was startled as he felt his body suddenly turn cold. Even the heat brought by the sun brooch couldn't counteract it. His body stiffened quickly, and his eyes glazed over. His pupils reflected the same two figures, a black tuxedo, a dark red cloak, a head of hair slathered with oil, a pair of dark green eyes, and the pale face of a man in his 40s. Almost in an instant, Klein was placed under Steve's control, his thoughts gradually numbing. This was the ability of a Sequence 5 Wraith. It was a strange and hardly defensible ability. Fortunately, he was adequately aware of everything beforehand and was already prepared for it. Moreover, the exorcism effect could effectively resist the possession of evil spiritual beings, so before his ability to think had completely disappeared, he stimulated the spirituality of his soul body and injected it into the dark golden sunbird brooch. Just as he was about to raise his hand to grab hold of his neck, a warm and pure ray of light suddenly descended from the sky. It was like a pillar of light from the sun, bringing with it a feeling of brilliance and holy purification as it enveloped Klein within. It was a spell from the sun domain, Holy Light Summoning. Amidst the holy light, the formless possession ability was weakened, and Klein's eyes suddenly regained their luster. In close succession, his body ignited, becoming brittle and charred, leaving behind a thin piece of paper. At the same time, between the gaps of the two warehouses, Klein, in his double-breasted frock coat and matching silk half-top hat, jumped out of the roaring flames from the previous explosion. His cane had been thrown away somewhere long ago, and the same figure floating above his head had also been successfully destroyed by the flames. It turned into pieces of ashes and scattered in every direction. Before Klein could confirm his situation, he felt an invisible grip on his ankle. There was a firm grip on his calves, arms, chest, and clothes. In his spirit vision, which had long been activated, Klein saw blurry, transparent figures. Some of them were incomplete, some were covered in blood, some of them had burnt black skin, and others were pale and cold. Phew. A cold wind of unknown origins blew at his neck, making his hair stand on end and made his body tremble uncontrollably. The dark golden sunbird brooch in front of him suddenly flashed with a brilliant light, and golden illusory flames started flaring up around him one after another. These flames emitted the aura of the sun, and because they were so dense, they formed C. This was the fire of light from the sun domain. The ghastly ghosts around Klein shrieked silently and vanished, and the cold wind at the back of his head was replaced by the scorching heat of the sun brooch. Klein, who was temporarily safe in this environment, couldn't help but sigh in fear. Even though he had prepared ahead of time and had obtained items to counter his opponent, a one-on-one battle with a Sequence 5 Wraith was still precarious. The performance had almost ended in failure from the very beginning. Not too far away from Merrick, the dark red-cloaked Steve's figure turned slightly incorporeal. The bright flames on his left arm were quickly extinguished under the onslaught of the black aura. His eyes shone with dark green light, filled with malice and desire. He seemed to have lost his mind and ability to think. At this moment, with the shot's warning, Merrick had distanced himself and directed the numb-faced zombies who had crawled out of the earth to surround Werewolf Tyre. He created slippery layers of ice and rotting sludge in an attempt to affect his enemies' movements. Werewolf Tyre held onto the tiny full moon that was emitting crimson light as he ran without stopping. When he was blocked by a zombie, he casually swiped down. Whoosh! The zombie was immediately split into 6 pieces. The long rotten flesh and wriggling maggots sprinkled all over the ground. Werewolf Tyre froze for a moment, looking at his claws in disbelief. Only then did he understand that the augmentation that the Scarlet Lunar Corona brought him wasn't only restricted to speed. He felt that he had mastered some powerful and strange spell. Tyre stopped running and turned to face the pale Merrick. At this moment, zombie Jason was drawing closer to the illusory but mysterious door. His body was covered with dark green vines that had baby faces protruding. He was being dragged by arms that were either full of teeth or were skinless. His eyes were almost touching the crack of the bronze door as he stared coldly at the indescribable eyes hidden in the darkness. It was as if that place was the final resting place for his heart. No. His body, which was controlled by bloodlust and the desire to kill, shouted out shrilly. Werewolf Tyre, who was about to counterattack, stopped instantaneously. Clenching his teeth, he threw the miniature version of the Crimson Full Moon at Steve. Only by allowing a Sequence 5 Beyonder to regain his strength would he be augmented, allowing the battle to come to a quick end. Only then would Jason have a chance of being rescued. Upon seeing this, Klein's eyes lit up, and he immediately snapped his fingers. Boom. In the Scarlet Lunar Corona's trajectory, a pre-buried explosive threw up the soil, blew out a strong, impactful gust of wind, and set off a scarlet flame. Being struck by this, the Scarlet Lunar Corona was redirected and landed in another direction. Boom. Another explosive blew up, inducing a fiery light to rise up. Klein leaped up and pounced at the Scarlet Lunar Corona, which wasn't too far from him. Suddenly, a pale palm appeared right in front of the Scarlet Lunar Corona's landing spot and grabbed it. It was none other than Steve, who had disappeared and then reappeared. His instincts made him chase after the full moon. With a soft sound, Steve grabbed the Scarlet Lunar Corona. His dark green eyes, which were full of malice and desire, gained a trace of spiritual luster. This caused him to return from the form of a pure wraith to a Sequence 5 powerhouse. He smirked at Klein. He wasn't in a hurry to deal with this weak opponent, so he let his figure disappear once more. Klein, who had already thrown himself out, rolled twice, reached into his pocket with his left hand, and once again gently flipped open the iron cigar case. He touched Rosego's all-black eye. Amidst the ravings that caused his tears and snot to constantly flow, Klein saw more strange black lines, and from their origin, he caught a glimpse of the invisible Steve. He was closing in on Sharon, who was slumped to the ground weakly at high speeds. He wanted to control her, rescue Jason, and put an end to the battle. Sharon was their main target for this operation. Klein suddenly retracted his left hand, and with a thought, he once again injected his spirituality into the sun brooch. 2, 1. A holy beam of light descended from the sky, enveloping Sharon from behind. Steve, who was wearing a dark red cloak, suddenly appeared a few meters away, barely avoiding the holy light. With the augmentation of the Scarlet Lunar Corona, his speed was already frightening to the point of him being capable of effectively dodging in an instant. But at the same time, the genuflecting Klein had raised his right hand and pulled the trigger of the revolver. His target was Jason. A resplendent bullet flew out, aimed directly at Jason's back, and was about to help him enter the bronze door of mystery. But at that moment, Steve disappeared and reappeared behind Jason, blocking the bullet with his open left palm. Sizzle. The sunlight from the explosion made him shake his arm in pain. He narrowed his eyes as his skin was constantly charring and peeling, but quickly healed. Suddenly, he heard a crisp sound. Klein had snapped his fingers again. Boom. A nearby explosive exploded. The resulting shock wave and bullet-like stones shot out in all directions. A large number of them landed on Jason's and Steve's bodies. No. With a blood-curdling scream, the clothes on Jason's side tore apart, and the quickly darkening white spots on his skin appeared as if fresh blood was about to seep out. To a zombie with a body as hard as steel, this wasn't an effective injury, but to a person like Jason who was struggling to hold on, it was equivalent to the beckoning of death. He could no longer hold on as those terrifying arms quickly pulled him into the crack of the bronze door. No. Jason's scream resounded into the distance as the mysterious and illusory door closed with a clang, devouring the rest of his screams and isolating it from the world. The clearing in the middle of the warehouses turned completely silent. Jason had completely disappeared, as though he had never been born into this world. Steve's eyes widened, and he opened his mouth, letting out an angry screech. Damn it! Bam! As his voice resounded, Klein felt as if someone had heavily hammered him in the head. His vision turned blurry, and whatever he breathed in smelled of blood. His vision had become blood red. For a short time, his ears were filled with buzzing sounds, and he couldn't hear anything else. After Tyre delivered the scarlet lunar corona, he had grown black fur and sharp fangs. He was no longer immune to its effects and painfully covered his ears. Blood even flowed out from the corner of his eyes and mouth. Merrick, who should have seized the opportunity to grab him, was in an even worse state. His desire and malice, which had been suppressed by the sedative, had reared their heads once more, causing him to almost lose control of his zombies. His expression was extremely twisted. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 349, Poison Bottle. Due to Wraith Steve's shriek, the weakened Miss Sharon also revealed a painful expression. However, she still managed to close her palm with much difficulty, causing the rays of light to be severed, which caused the illusory, mysterious bronze door to disappear. Klein knew that the situation was turning bad. Enduring his headache, he quickly took a step back and entered the fire. His figure quickly disappeared and reappeared in another explosion that happened in a different direction. He had just jumped out in an attempt to strike back when he saw Steve, the middle-aged man with the dark red cloak, stop in his tracks instead of chasing after him, as though he was waiting for something. Klein suddenly felt agitated. His head felt dizzy, and his stomach spasmed. He quickly weakened, but he had no idea why. Merrick, who had just recovered from the sharp shriek, also had an abnormal reaction. He constantly stretched out his hands to grab at himself, as if his body suffered an uncontrollable itch. He gasped for breath as he used his long, sharp nails to rip apart his clothes and left white streaks across his body. The more he scratched, the deeper it became, causing its redness to seep out. Sharon fell to the ground, but she couldn't stand again. Her blue eyes lost their focus, as though she couldn't see anything. Poison. She whispered the word. Not far from her, Steve looked at her tightly clenched fist. He seemed rather fearful of the bronze door that was covered with mysterious patterns and an indescribable smell. He didn't dare to recklessly make a move. In his right hand, he held the scarlet lunar corona, the crimson full moon that was releasing a cold glow. Using his left hand, he took out a brown translucent glass bottle from his pocket, and he snorted. Biological poison bottle can be used to randomly create different kind of toxins. As long as you open it, the poisons will gradually spread to its surroundings. It will be effective in less than a minute, and the symptoms will only become worse. In 4 minutes, if you don't leave the poison-filled environment, then the corresponding effects will be unpreventable, such as death. What a pity. I thought Jason would be able to hold on to this moment. Sharon, you wouldn't have been affected since a spirit body isn't afraid of poison, but unfortunately, there's the scarlet lunar corona here, which prevents you from switching states. Perhaps you can give up resisting, and let me understand your hidden charms. He appeared to be leisurely introducing the abilities of the mystical item in his hand, as though he wanted to wait for Klein and company to completely lose their ability to resist before attacking. However, Tyre didn't understand his intention. Under the influence of the scarlet lunar corona, the irrational werewolf started his counterattack without hesitation. He threw himself forward, flailed his claws, and swiped across Merrick's body, tearing it apart. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of nails tearing through steel sounded in succession, and Merrick's skin finally showed signs of bloody wounds. Klein pinched his forehead. It felt like his forehead was starting to heat up, but the negative effects weren't as bad as what Steve mentioned. It seems like the poison has been weakened by the sunbrooch's constant purification and purging effect. Klein suddenly sneered. Are you planning on attacking us after we succumb to the poison? Why do you think I didn't use fireworks just now? Why do you think I relied on explosives? With so many explosions, I've definitely attracted the attention of others. The official Beyonders nearby are rushing here at this very moment. You don't have much time left. Steve turned his head to look at Klein, whose face couldn't be identified thanks to the paint that was smeared on it. He suddenly laughed and said, I forgot there's a bug that I can easily deal with. Don't worry, you'll definitely be dead before the people from the church arrive. Before he could finish his sentence, Klein suddenly raised the revolver in his right hand and shot out a purifying bullet. Steve moved his footsteps slightly, traversing several meters in turn. Along the way, he left after images behind. However, Klein's bullet didn't hit where he had aimed. Instead, it hit the middle of the clearing, piercing through the soil and creating a loud commotion. A breeze of spirituality blew past, and both Merrick's zombie and Steve's shadows stopped moving at the same time. In a split second, they charged out rapidly, charging towards the center of the clearing like a pack of hungry dogs at mealtime. Steve, who was about to use arcane methods to control Klein and easily kill him, was stunned for a moment. Then, he revealed a puzzled and surprised expression. For some baffling reason, he discovered that he couldn't command the undead he controlled. It was a first for him. At the same time, Klein snapped his fingers, detonating a few more bombs and setting off scarlet flames that soared into the air in different locations. His figure leaped from one bonfire to the other as he blinked towards the clearing's exterior. "You want to run?" Steve whispered. Just as he was about to turn incorporeal to chase after his target, he found that the zombies and shadows had dug out a square metal box and were fighting for the item inside. Soon, one of Shadow succeeded. Its body swelled, and seemingly gaining intelligence, it flew in another direction. "So that item is used to delay my actions and allow him to successfully escape?" Humph, he still doesn't understand what a wraith and the Scarlet Lunar Corona is capable of. Steve temporarily gave up on chasing Klein. Putting away the biological poison bottle, his body suddenly disappeared and appeared on a thin layer of ice that formed in a puddle of water. He relied on his terrifying speed to drag out an afterimage and arrive behind that giant shadow. Steve's eyes flashed with a dark green light. The shadow instantly dispersed without a sound, and the item in its hand dropped. The other zombies and shadows, completely disregarding the oppressive aura of the mighty existence as they rushed over to grab it. Steve was more and more alarmed and curious. He discovered that his spiritual intuition couldn't draw any revelations from the object that had caused the rioting of the zombies and shadows. He stepped forward and grabbed the object with his left hand. It was a dark gold key ring. Hanging from it was an ancient and exquisite copper whistle. Beside the copper whistle hung a simple bronze key. They clung closely together as they remained in Steve's pale palm. At the same time, Steve's Scarlet Lunar Corona in his right hand was quietly emanating a crimson glow, like a miniature full moon. Before thoughts even surfaced in Steve's mind, a faint but very strange sound entered his mind, ripping at his nerves and scraping his scalp. "Ah!" Steve let out a miserable scream and fell from a dare to the ground. The Scarlet Lunar Corona, which he held in his hand, and the key ring with a copper whistle and key were sent flying at the same time. He struggled and twisted on the spot, his body bulging and protruding. There were arms that were as small as babies which grew out of his body, or a foul light yellow liquid that sloshed inside his body. At this moment, a flame ignited again. Klein, who had escaped, leaped out and appeared in the path of the Scarlet Lunar Corona. He didn't attempt to catch the mystical item. Instead, with a gentle flick, he diverted its trajectory, sending it flying toward the weakened Miss Sharon. Steve's cries of pain gradually died down, and the Scarlet Lunar Corona accurately landed on Sharon. Sharon's figure instantly turned incorporeal, and the blue eyes that had lost their focus regained their luster. Clenching her right hand tightly, her left hand held a palm-sized accessory inlaid with a ring of dark rubies. Her body began to float. The Scarlet Lunar Corona allowed its wielder to be immune to the influence of the full moon. Sharon was no longer weak, and in her spirit body state, she wasn't afraid of the biological poison. At this moment, the zombies and shadows gathered together once again, fighting over the Chain Master key and Azek's copper whistle. Klein didn't care. He raised his left arm and pointed. The sun brooch on his chest flashed a dark golden glow and disappeared. An intense, bright, and holy light fell from the sky, shrouding the group of zombies and shadows that were fighting over it. In what seemed like daylight, the transparent and bizarre shadows quickly melted and disappeared. The pale and stinking corpses emitted black smoke first before they ignited and burned like candles. By the time the light disappeared, there was almost nothing left except for Azek's ancient and intricate copper whistle and the master key, which were both strung on an already blackened key ring. They lay there silently. Meanwhile, Sharon didn't care about Merrick, whose injuries were turning graver thanks to Tyre's attacks. Instead, she relied on her own ability to phase into mirror-like items to reach the thin piece of ice that Steve had previously used and stepped out. She stretched out her right hand towards Steve, who was transforming into a monster, and opened it wide, aiming the palm of her hand at the enemy. Endless rays of light burst out and quickly intertwined to form mysterious patterned bronze door. Creak. With a jarring noise, the small black hat on Sharon's head was blown away by a sudden gust of wind, and her carefully combed blonde hair cascaded down in a disheveled state. It was obvious that using the mystical item again was rather taxing on her. Creak. The mysterious bronze door produced a crack, and a series of shrill laughter, sobbing, and shouting echoed in the air. Arms either filled with teeth or completely without skin reached out wildly and grabbed at Steve, whose pustules were bursting one by one. The strange dark green vines that accentuated an infant's face and the slippery, illusory tentacles also bound the Sequence 5 powerhouse. Ah! Steve cried out again. The pale yellow pus which flowed out covered his entire body, allowing him to barely resist the pull. A bright red crack appeared on his face, and then it was a hole leading to a dark tunnel. At that moment, Klein raised his revolver and aimed it at him. Without any delay or hesitation, with his face disguised, Klein calmly pulled the trigger while wearing his half-top hat. Bang! Bang! With a flash of the sun brooch, 2 bullets filled with holiness accurately hit Steve in the head. Although they didn't pierce his skin or bones, they ignited resplendent flames, turning Steve into a bright torch. Ah! With another scream, Steve was pulled closer to the illusory bronze door. As Klein released the revolver cylinder, the shells fell to the ground, and he took out the metal box containing the Beyonder bullets. At the same time, he once again injected his spirituality into the sun brooch. 2, 1. A pure and flawless pillar of light fell from the sky and instantly hit Steve's body. Taking this breather, Klein inserted 3 purifying bullets and 3 exorcism bullets into the cylinder and snapped it shut. He aimed at Steve's head again, and with a flash of the dark golden brooch, he pulled the trigger hard, 6 times in a row. Bang! 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 Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 350, Splendid Fireworks. One by one, the bullets sliced through the air, either swirling with a golden luster or emitting resplendent beams as they hit Steve's head. Thanks to a clown's control over his body and his persistence in practicing his marksmanship, Klein's 6 bullets, which were augmented with cleave of purification, accurately hit the same spot as the first 2 bullets. They were like fists from a giant of light, repeatedly pounding at the left of Steve's face. With a series of bangs, Steve, who had been entangled by the strange arms and the dark green vines, failed to phase away to avoid the attack. His head was whipped to the side repeatedly as his body trembled. His cheekbones quickly caved in, breaking out into sharp white bones. Bang! The last bullet completely tore through, splashing the Sequence 5 powerhouse's dark red blood. This opening allowed the resplendent and golden flames to continuously drill in, burning into bursts of dark green mist. In the holy light, Steve's clothes were ignited. His body was quickly charred as he dripped with grease. However, he was still alive. Compared to marionettist Rossigo, the survivability of a Sequence 5 from the mutant pathway was clearly much better. However, the heavily injured Steve could no longer resist the strange tugging arms. His legs moved forward uncontrollably, almost flying towards that bronze door and into the deep crack that had opened. He was thrown into the darkness where pairs of eyes lurked. At this moment, Sharon suddenly clenched her right hand, her forehead covered in sweat. The illusory and subtle rays of light were abruptly severed, and the indescribably mysterious bronze door lost the source of its existence. It swayed, and before Steve entered, it reluctantly pulled back its long arms, which were either filled with teeth or blood, and sealed the crack. Creak. The door closed, quickly becoming transparent before it disappeared. Steve's leaning body was rigid in place, blackened and shriveled, like a mummified corpse that had been burned for a long time. With her right fist tightly clenched and the scarlet lunar corona on her, Sharon's figure rapidly turned incorporeal. She took a step forward and overlapped with Steve. Klein's spirit vision instantly lost sight of her. However, the charred Steve raised his fists and abruptly smashed them against his already severely injured head. Bam! His head turned into a pulp like that of a rotten tomato, and milky white spots sprayed out before splattering to the ground. A translucent figure was also expelled. It rapidly spread out, turning into something that looked like a giant jellyfish. Within it was in dreamlike liquid that was swishing, and a pair of deathly pale eyes that were condensing. Sharon was forced out by this strange object, and she reappeared beside it. She suddenly stretched out her left hand, letting out a silent shriek. The ground suddenly turned black, as if it had turned into a muddy deep sea. Twisted bloody vines grew out from it, splitting into many sections, with each section having 4 sharp teeth and an eye. The blood-red vine wildly grew upwards, immediately locking onto the jellyfish-like phantom as it greedily sucked the dreamlike liquid within. The phantom quickly collapsed, and the blood-red vine once again retreated back into the muddy deep sea. But with this delay, the headless, charred Steve began running. He tore across the clearing and headed for the way out. He still wasn't dead despite already losing his head. Steve had only run a few steps when a sudden crisp sound cracked in the silence. Bah! Klein, in a black double-breasted frock coat with a matching half-top hat, turned to him and snapped his fingers. Boom! The dirt beneath Steve's feet was violently lifted, and scarlet flames soared. It spread upward, and when it reached its highest point, it spilled down like beautiful fireworks. Steve's body was torn to pieces from such fireworks. His charred hands, feet, guts, and blood splattered everywhere. One of his fingers rolled to Klein's feet, and the brown, translucent biological poison bottle fell in another direction. The mutilated body, which was the last traces of Steve's existence, squirmed a few times before finally becoming still. In the scene with the blooming fireworks, Klein felt his spirituality become more active, and the powers that still wasn't completely his had become more attuned to him. In response to this sensation, he passed the revolver to his left hand. He took off the silk half-top hat from his head with his black-gloved right hand, and he pressed it to his chest and bowed slightly at Sharon. Sharon's blue eyes looked over. She looked past Klein to the carnage of Werewolf Tyre and Merrick. Sharon's figure disappeared, and Tyre's eyes reflected her image. Tyre stood there stiffly, his black hair standing on end. He raised his arms with great difficulty and pressed them against his head. Katja. He twisted hard, and his eyes soon saw his spine, which were underneath the cover of his torn clothes. But Tyre twisted and pulled again, pulling his head out of his torso. Throughout the entire process, he didn't let out a single scream or a single word. He held his head, letting the blood constantly drip down. The corpse, which had lost its head, was still standing straight, without toppling. Sharon didn't immediately leave Tyre's body. She appeared to be attempting something. Very soon, bits of dark green light emerged from Tyre's head and body, quickly condensing onto one of his fangs as its core. It seems like Miss Sharon has a way of accelerating the separation of a Beyonder characteristic. The prerequisite to doing so requires her to possess the target, kill the person, and have complete control of the body. Enlightened, Klein bent down and picked up the shells that had fallen to the ground, stuffing them into the metal square box, one by one. He was afraid that the investigators, which would subsequently arrive, would find the artisan through the uniqueness of the shells and hence find the woman who had purchased the Briber and Barbarian formulas from him. Then they would lock onto Eye of Wisdom's gathering, causing his safety to be threatened. As for the bullets, they had long been sacrificed to the corresponding deities in the holy light and flames, just like the materials and charms. Putting the revolver away, Klein was about to take a step forward when Sharon appeared beside the biological poison bottle with an exaggerated speed. She made it float up and land on her palm. Before Klein could think of anything else, the pale woman flicked her wrist and threw him a translucent brown bottle and a dark green fong. To save time, she's helping me pick up my spoils. Klein was startled. He instinctively pulled out a piece of paper and covered the two items. He didn't come into direct contact with them. At this moment, he could see that Sharon's complicated black regal dress had lost its usual tidiness and cleanliness. It fluttered gently in the wind, and a few strands of her light blonde hair were stuck to the side of her face, making her feel more like a person. This biological poison bottle comes with its own lid. I just wonder what negative side effects it has. Klein lowered his head and examined his spoils of war. He used the black cap hanging on the side to reseal the biological poison bottle so that it wouldn't continue to do him harm. As for the dark green fong, it was the Beyonder characteristic left behind by Werewolf Tyre. As Klein placed the two items into a small metal box he prepared, and he used holy night powder to create a wall of spirituality, blocking off the influence they had on their surroundings. He watched Sharon's figure disappear from the corner of his eyes. Steve's remnant flesh squirmed and produced a nearly translucent point of light. Similarly, he was still on guard against Merrick, lest he suddenly went crazy. Amidst this vigilance, he discovered that the healing powers of a zombie was truly astonishing. The bone-deep wounds from a moment ago had now basically closed. Merrick also gave him a profound look. It was as though he had remembered something and understood something. When he was done, Klein walked a dozen steps away, picking up the square metal box that had been dug up by the zombies and shadows. Then he found Azek's copper whistle and the master key, which were surrounded by human-shaped candles. He glanced at it and awkwardly realized that he didn't dare to pick them up. The effects of the scarlet lunar corona were still radiating through the clearing. This was the last trap he had set up, one that would never be used unless all other means were exhausted. For this, he had taken the time to visit a hospital's morgue and test out what the corpses would do after they had gotten their hands on Azek's copper whistle. It allowed him to design a corresponding plan. Can you stop the influence of the scarlet lunar corona? Klein turned to look at Sharon, who had materialized again. She already had an additional translucent doll in her hand. Without saying a word, Sharon placed the scarlet lunar corona to her chest with her other hand. The circle of rubies quickly dimmed, and the light from the full moon disappeared from the abandoned land. Only then did Klein lean over and grab the keyring with his fingertip, raising up Azek's copper whistle and the master key. Then he stored them in the square iron box with concave bullet marks and quickly created a seal. Meanwhile, Merrick circled around and dealt with the scene. Sharon pulled up her small black bonnet, and her figure disappeared before reappearing in front of Klein. "The Book of Secrets is in your room," Sharon said calmly. "That is to say, no matter what the end result is, as long as I can make it back alive, I will be able to get a portion of the reward. I wouldn't have gone through all this trouble for nothing." Klein smiled and bowed. "Thank you for your generosity. The official Beyonders will arrive any time soon. We have to leave." Sharon nodded and asked, "Do you need any help?" "There's no need." Klein chuckled. "I still have lots of fireworks which I haven't released." As soon as he finished his sentence, he raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Boom, boom, boom. The remaining explosives exploded, one by one, sending flames up into the sky. They clustered around the largest and most eye-catching one in the center, producing a dreamy and beautiful scene. Sharon's gaze was instinctively attracted to it for a second, and when she looked back, Klein was no longer there. There was only a spark that gradually dissipated. Away from the clearing, he took a small detour northwest, preventing him from running into any official Beyonders on the way. One match after another was lit on the road, and the flames quickly soared up and then quickly disappeared. Klein's figure constantly emerged from within them as he leaped across the flames and departed the westbound dock. Immediately following that, he took out a special bottle of extract and wiped it over his face. With a gentle wipe using a piece of paper, he removed all the paint. Bah! Klein shook his wrist and burned the paper to ashes. Then he picked up the cane he had hidden nearby, straightened his clothes, and walked out into the street like an ordinary person. Not long after, Klein arrived at a cathedral. Its name was Lever Cathedral. As many devotees weren't rich, they might not be able to rest on Sundays and were usually busy during the day. Thus, the cathedrals of the various churches typically opened until the early hours of the morning, giving most believers the opportunity to pray and repent. Klein looked up, tapped the steps with a black cane in his hand, and stepped inside. He intended to avoid the subsequent round of inspections of the surroundings people. A few minutes later, a machinery hive mind team appeared at the clearing surrounded by abandoned warehouses. There were a total of 5 of them, each armed with different kinds of Beyonder weapons. However, all of them frowned when they saw the cleaned-up scene. After looking for a moment, they began putting in effort to gather clues. Lever Cathedral. Since it wasn't even 11 yet, there were quite a few people here. However, not a single person spoke. The entire prayer hall was so peaceful and holy that no one wanted to break the silence. Klein sat in the third pew along the aisle. He leaned his black cane forward and took off his silk half-top hat. Wearing a black double-breasted frock coat, he clasped his hands against his lower jaw and closed his eyes. His expression was abnormally calm as he faced the triangle-shaped sacred emblem in front of him.